Our central character is a young doctor who possesses exceptional skill and a razor-sharp mind. He poured his entire fortune into a mortgage to open a private clinic, thinking the future would be wide open. Yet the COVID-19 pandemic suddenly struck, leaving the clinic empty without a single patient. Just as he was about to jump into the river to clear his head, he somehow slipped and fell straight down. When he opened his eyes, he had transmigrated into the body of a prince on the brink of death. He thought his bad luck had passed, yet misfortune continued to follow misfortune. In return, he received a supreme healing system as a reward. As long as he healed himself and made his internal organs feel pleased, he would accumulate HP points. Those HP points could be exchanged for God-tier medical skills. Even more special, he could also earn HP by treating other people. And thus, a genuine capitalist demon-selling medicine was officially born. Without further delay, let us step into the story. Everything began on a quiet moonlit night, until moonlight spread across the bridge spanning the river. A hand held a phone. On the screen appeared a series of highly unusual messages. An account bearing the name of Jin, whose father posted that he was extremely alarmed after visiting a hemorrhoid clinic in Korea, because the place seemed crowded with people suspected of infection amid the tense COVID-19 situation. Beneath the post were countless conflicting comments, such as "I recently went there too," or "That place is full of sick people. They must not be controlling the outbreak well," and quite a few declared they would never return. After reading it, Zakin laughed so hard his face twisted. Tears fell as he stood in the middle of the bridge holding a bottle of beer. He told himself he had not become a doctor for money. Yet after 3 years of running the clinic, he was drowning in debt. It was truly ironic that the pandemic erupted just as he had started his career. He shouted into the night, asking why patients kept getting infected after coming to his place, and why everyone looked at his clinic as if it were a source of contagion. Sitting on the edge of the bridge, swinging his legs, he loudly lamented that he had never wished for this to happen. Suddenly, his body flipped headfirst downward, leaving him horrified and unable to understand what was happening. Following inertia, Zakin fell freely and screamed, unable to comprehend why his legs were pointing straight up at the sky. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the freezing water, reaching toward the light on the bridge, and thinking he could not foresee what was about to descend upon him. His body sank beneath the river, leaving only bubbles rising to the surface. A fleeting moment of fading consciousness. He thought that as an ordinary Korean doctor, he had somehow become a pawn inside a novel. The system voice rang out, announcing that the HP system had been activated, and he could collect HP from his internal organs through treatment by investing the points he currently had. He could unlock a series of skills and even summon creatures, yet at present his HP was 0. Zakin slowly opened his eyes, wondering where he was, then scanned the surroundings until his gaze stopped on a figure, and he wondered if it was a rescue worker. That figure gradually became clearer, making him believe this person had saved him after the fall into the Han River. Without much thought, he sprang up and reassured himself that as long as he was alive, he could start over. Trembling as he clenched his fists, he told himself that living in debt was still better than dying. He coldly said that next time he would be more careful. Suddenly he realized something was wrong because this did not look like a hospital. The room and the view outside the window resembled the Middle Ages, like the set of a historical drama. The room glittered with light and luxurious gold-plated furnishings, when a voice suddenly called out, "Your Highness." The man named Bizo, eyes brimming with tears, anxiously asked whether you could see him. The pitiful sobbing startled him, and he wondered who this foreigner was and why he was crying like that. By reflex, Zakin greeted him and asked who he was. Hearing that, Bizo stammered in confusion, asking whether you truly did not recognize him. Choking with emotion, he expressed his loyalty and introduced himself as Garden, the personal physician of the Crown Prince, named Bizo Garden. Zakin listened in bewilderment, unable to understand what he was saying. He calmly requested a glass of water, and the other party immediately obeyed without hesitation. The man respectfully handed over the water, and he inwardly thought the speed of service was truly impressive. Looking at the sparkling cup, he was astonished and wondered whether it was real diamond, then slowly brought it to his lips and sniffed a scent like 24K gold. Suddenly realizing something, Zakin stepped forward and looked at himself in the mirror. Before his eyes was a handsome yet unfamiliar face, leaving him stunned for a long moment. In shock, he choked on the water, while Bizo panicked and called out, "Your Highness." The man hurried to wipe his face while he kept muttering that this was not his face, then let out a cry of astonishment. His body stiffened, and his heart pounded faster and faster. In his mind appeared the name Zakin Adija Mason on, along with images from the fantasy novel about the demon sword emperor that he had read on his phone before drinking. At that time, he had merely been lying back relaxing in his clinic. Thinking of this, he was horrified as he realized he himself was the character in the story. He cautiously called Bizo and received a respectful reply. Zakin requested to be slapped once, causing Bizo to panic, thinking he had misheard. He said it to confirm for himself, then intended to slap himself, but Bizo flusteredly cried out, "Your Highness." In the end, he delivered a hard slap to his own cheek. After the blow, Zakin sat frozen on the bed, holding his aching cheek. He heard Bizo anxiously ask if he was all right. He covered his face in contemplation and realized this was not a dream. His eyes shone brightly as he thought he had become Crown Prince Zakin in the novel. Images of modern life flashed by, making him think of the mountain of debt. He clearly remembered the loans displayed on the computer screen after repeated business failures. At that time, his eyes had been filled with despair and anxiety. Now he closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that at last he could. Joy erupted within him as he realized he could live a new life without worrying about repaying debts. But immediately afterward, his gaze suddenly changed. His frail body leaned backward. He collapsed onto the bed. Izo hurried to support him while sweat poured down his pale face, and he asked what had just happened. Looking at his trembling hands, he thought this body was far too weak. He anxiously realized that this 14-year-old body was unbelievably frail. Standing up and revealing a gaunt face, he could not hide his astonishment. He remembered that in the first half of the novel Demon Sword Emperor, the character Crown Prince Zakin only appeared briefly because he had been bedridden since childhood and until the age of 22. After a series of rituals and shadowy figures appearing, that character died. He asked his age, and Bizo respectfully answered. He heard that he was already 21. It felt like a bolt of lightning struck him. He could not believe it. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. Zakin clenched his fists and lowered his head, thinking there was only 1 year left. He frowned and wondered when everything had deviated from its course, and why he had become a supporting character destined to die. He had once thought he could live in prosperity as the Crown Prince, but now realized he only had 1 year left to exist. Sitting in a daze, he thought the Crown Prince must have been treated with every most advanced method available. He stroked his chin and reasoned that even after being blessed many times by priests, he had not escaped illness, so perhaps there was only one other path. He turned toward the mirror and said that he had to take action. Bizo quickly responded, and Zakin ordered him to bring acupuncture needles because he had something to do. He sternly said the wounds were not important. The more needles, the better, then told himself he would save this body on his own. Night fell, and the magnificent castle shone brightly beneath the dark sky. In the room, Zakin opened his mouth wide. He checked his own pulse and wondered what exactly was wrong with this body. His mind emerged the concept of the 10 strange meridians, along with cultivation terms such as demon beast movement, palace lung, fish wall, cinnabar stone, release scripture, snail path, river wanderer, and sparrow peck. He looked at his wrist and thought that if even one of these 10 types of pulses appeared, then his entire body would be internally injured. Closing his eyes, he sighed and lamented that life was truly arduous. After a while, Bizo arrived panting with a pile of needles, saying he had gathered all he could, and Zakin nodded in satisfaction and told him to place them over there. Immediately, he laid out all the needles. Zakin stood still, gazing thoughtfully at the needles arranged on the bed. He picked up a needle to examine it, then cursed inwardly because it was far larger than he had imagined. Bizo softly called out, "Your Highness," causing him to turn his head and respond lightly. The man cautiously asked what you intended to do with that pile of needles, and Zakin casually replied, "These things." Holding the needle he had just heated over the fire, he smiled and said he would insert it into his own body, causing Bizo to cry out in alarm. Immediately afterward, the man clutched tightly to his leg and begged. Bizo sobbed and pleaded with you not to harm yourself, because you were still the heir to the throne. The man said he understood how much pain you were in, but you could not injure yourself like this, forcing Zakin to show his attitude. He told him to calm down and not misunderstand. Looking at Bizo kneeling on the ground, he explained that what he was doing had a legitimate reason. Zakin said that if after inserting the needle nothing happened, then he would continue heating the needle over the fire. He turned back with a smile and said that from now on they should trust him. Bizo still looked at him with deep unease. In the end, the man closed his eyes and turned away as if he did not dare to look. Understanding that he could not stop him, Bizo lowered his head and said he would place his trust in you. Zakin removed his shirt, revealing his pale back under the lamplight, and reassured that he would not regret it. Beneath the chandelier, he calculated that the first needle had to be placed at an acupoint related to the respiratory system. Lying on the bed with his thin body and the needles beside him, he told himself to regulate his breathing before doing anything else, and recalled the starting point of the meridians. He closed his eyes and inserted a needle near his left shoulder, then thought of the Taiyin lung meridian that was directly connected to the lungs. After a while, he picked up another needle. He cried out in pain and wondered if it was because the needle was too large. In his mind appeared acupoints such as yunmen belonging to the Sanjiao on the upper arm. Sweat began to bead on his skin, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. He snapped his eyes open System announced that his body was responding positively thanks to the precise acupuncture technique. Organ function showed slight signs of recovery, beginning with the lungs. A distinct change was taking place inside his body. The system reported that the lungs were gradually functioning again. A pair of bright sparkling eyes appeared in his imagined space. The two lungs seemed to come alive, jumping about without pause. They blinked as if signaling that the body was recovering. System announced that the lungs had expressed satisfaction and rewarded him with 100 HP. His current HP reached 100 points. Zakin touched the interface in astonishment and wondered about the spirit avatar. He swiftly scrolled through the system screen. Bezo softly called out "Your Highness" in worry. In Bezo's eyes, he looked like a madman waving his hands in the air and muttering about a status window. The man choked back tears, covering his mouth as he thought the poor crown prince must have gone insane. Zakin helplessly said that he was not mad at all and told him not to overreact. He continued inserting more needles, causing Bezo to panic and ask if he intended to keep going, and he replied that it was fine. In a short moment, 2 more needles were inserted into his shoulder. The system confirmed that he had struck the Yunmen acupoint. The chest spasms were significantly reduced. Several more needles were placed into his arm. Sharp pain made him grimace as it exceeded his expectations. Bezo clasped his hands and cried to the heavens. His face pale, he knelt down and begged someone to save the crown prince from illness and self-harm, saying he was about to lose his mind. Zakin looked at him in helplessness. He merely remained silent with a vacant expression. Then he gave a faint smile, looked up at the ceiling, and told himself to finish the task. He recalled the acupoints Zibai, Tianfu, Kongzui, and Yuji to continue. The system announced that multiple acupoints had been activated thanks to his superb technique. The lungs felt as if they were being gently massaged. The 2 lungs gradually became rosy and enjoyed the comfort. During that, he felt slightly annoyed at being compared to a massage chair and not receiving additional vitality. He continued toward the Chai's acupoint, then lightly pierced the needle into his thumb. Felt proud as the left lung meridian was perfectly handled, and felt as if bathed in a radiant aura. A phantom arm appeared, then another foot manifested. Under the lamplight, the 2 lungs transformed into 2 lively boys dancing exuberantly. The system announced that the lungs were performing a Thiet-high dance, leaving him stunned. 2 lungs continued their performance on the imagined stage. They laughed brightly and spun around each other. In reality, Zakin lay there hearing rhythmic counting from the lungs telling him not to sleep and to get up. He gritted his teeth and endured it while the bizarre sounds echoed on, making him mutter that it was truly outrageous. The system announced that the organ governing the intestines had synchronized with the lungs. The 2 lungs suddenly stopped. A figure holding a gong appeared and loudly asked what they were doing. That figure complained about not being invited to join. The whole group quickly joined in, holding a festival inside his body. 2 lungs happily beat drums and danced about. The system reported that the large intestine was also moving to the rhythm, while Zakin silently watched. The notification continued. The large intestine rewarded 100 HP. The lungs rewarded 200 HP. Total HP reached 600. He thought that since the large intestine had joined in, was there more? Looking at the interface, he saw enough HP to unlock a skill, and the system asked if he wanted to view the list, making him think about skills. He imagined a swordsman releasing sword light beneath the moon, then a mysterious mage, or the scene of launching a fireball from a staff, like in a fantasy novel. Without hesitation, he chose to agree. The system immediately displayed the skills available to unlock. He widened his eyes and stared intently. The list included pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, cupping therapy, moxibustion, herbal prescription, herbal identification, pharmaceutical preparation, decoction brewing, fee collection, and therapeutic massage. He felt confused because these were all tasks he had done before, and thought that diagnosis was the origin of every treatment method. The image of a cold, modern doctor appeared, reminding him that only with correct diagnosis could treatment be precise. He decided to choose the pulse diagnosis skill. System confirmed unlocking level 1 pulse diagnosis, consuming 500 HP and leaving 100 HP remaining. A flash of light burst forth. Notification stated that his experience had activated level 1 pulse diagnosis, allowing evaluation of health through the pulse and viewing results on a basic report panel. Lying on the bed, he thought he would use the report panel to examine himself. The system began the pulse scanning process. He lay still with eyes closed, waiting for the result. Report displayed information. Zakin Adija Mason Ano, human male, 21 years old, height 176.2 cm, weight 53.3 kg, blood type. The evaluation score for the 5 viscera was F, and the overall 6 organs were also at F level. The general pulse diagnosis result appeared. The body condition was disastrously severe at an alarming level. Estimated lifespan only 91 days remaining. Hearing this, Zakin could not restrain himself and cried out in horror. What? He held his head and exhaled helplessly, muttering that it was truly damned. With half-open eyes staring at the ceiling, he thought he had vaguely guessed it. But could this body truly live only 3 more months? He wondered if this was how he would end. He recalled the technique of rotating the needle clockwise, applying gentle force to adjust it, then coordinating his breathing while withdrawing the needle to support respiration and fluid circulation. Pulling the needle from his thumb, he said that was enough. The final step was here. He raised his head and looked at the system interface. The system announced that his lifespan had increased by 1 day, remaining time 92 days. Zakin sprang up in astonishment. His lifespan had truly increased. He thought inwardly that it was effective. He continued pulling out another needle and told himself to try the other side as well. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of dark blood spilled from his lips. Zakin rejoiced and said that was right. The system immediately warned that his body was overloaded due to continuous acupuncture. According to the current condition, it was recommended to perform acupuncture only 3 times per week. His gaunt face darkened. Indeed, acupuncture could not solve everything. The organs inside, which had just been lively as a festival, were now worn down from excessive stimulation. Zakin thought that a patient had to be strong enough to endure the impact on nerves and meridians. While this body vitality bar was only 1 out of 200, the exhaustion was far too severe. He looked at the chandelier and remembered the earlier notification proving that acupuncture was effective. The problem was that this body was too weak. His gaze fell upon the needles on the bed. He had to rest at least 3 days before continuing. He calculated that if he performed acupuncture once every 3 days, and each time increased his lifespan, perhaps he could extend it by about 1 month. The candle beside him went out, leaving only a thin wisp of smoke rising. Yet even so, it was still not enough because death was waiting ahead. He needed a more effective method. Crossed his arms and pondered. The fastest and most optimal plan was still to adjust through diet. Images of precious ingredients surfaced in his mind. He gave a faint smile and said, "Herbs." Izo looked at him in confusion and asked, "Herbs, Your Highness, are you still all right?" Zakin turned his head and looked straight at the man. He stepped down from the bed and said, "I have something I need your help with." Bizo anxiously replied, "Please give your command." Zakin asked there should be more special ingredients in the pharmacy storehouse. Bizo hesitated and asked special ingredients. Zakin said the kind that carry toxicity. Bizo confirmed that there were indeed such things. Hearing that, Zakin happily asked there truly are. He smiled and asked, "Do we have aconite root?" Bizo replied that the main hall did not, but the Crown Prince Palace had stocked some. Zakin immediately beamed and said, "Good, bring it to me." Bizo asked in worry, "What will it be used for?" Zakin only smiled meaningfully. He pointed at himself and said to eat. Hearing that, Bizo clutched his head in horror. Zakin remained calm, pointed to his mouth and affirmed that he would eat it. Outside the palace, the night was still deep. Bizo's cry rang out in panic. The man collapsed to his knees, crying and begging that you could not order him to give you poison to drink. Zakin quickly explained that it was merely part of the treatment. Bizo still hesitated, making him irritated as he told him to stop making noise and bring it within 5 minutes or he would truly die. Bizo fell silent with tears in his eyes. Zakin added that if the time limit passed without it arriving, then the consequences he knew well. The man still tried to protest, but Zakin only sighed, thinking he had to press him like this. Asked, "You know aconite is extremely poisonous." Bizo knelt and answered, "Yes, it is often used as a toxin." Zakin explained that aconite root had 2 parts, and what he needed was the lateral root containing aconitine. Bizo reminded him that substance could cause cardiac arrest. Zakin nodded that was correct, but he smiled and said he knew how to detoxify and control its toxicity. In other words, poison could be turned into medicine. Bizo broke into sweat and asked, could poison truly be transformed into a remedy? Zakin explained that elsewhere it was called the detoxification process. After proper processing, the toxin in the lateral root would convert into therapeutic components. He asked, was that enough to believe? Bizo admitted it was not entirely so. The answer left Zakin helpless, thinking there was truly nothing more to say. Bizo confessed he had never heard of such a method, but if it could help your highness recover, he would comply. Zakin could only remain silent after hearing that. Bizo carried a candle along the corridor, worrying as he walked that your highness' body was growing weaker. He entered the medicine room, thinking that truly no method had been effective. Searching through the ingredients, he told himself that perhaps detoxification was worth trying. Finding the tray of aconite, he thought in any case. He set his face firmly and decided that once detoxified, he would taste it himself first to ensure safety. Zakin focused intently on the pot of medicine boiling. Steam rose thickly into the air. On the stove, the large pot bubbled without pause. Bizo softly said, "Your Highness, this smell is quite strange." Zakin stepped closer and asked, "You still feel it is unsafe?" Bizo replied, "Because the ingredient itself is poisonous." At the mention of that, his face turned pale again. Bizo knelt with clasped hands, crying and begging you to reconsider, causing Zakin to be startled. He suddenly thought perhaps he should scare the man a little more. He said, "If you are so worried, then you try it first." Bizo hesitated. Then he looked at him resolutely and answered yes. Zakin froze as if struck by lightning. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. He remembered that in the novel Garden was absolutely loyal. At first, Garden had only been an assistant before becoming the personal physician. Zakin thought even the confident imperial physicians had once withdrawn. In the end, only a few remained. But Bizo was the only one who always stayed by the Crown Prince's side. He devoted himself to caring for Zakin until the very end. That was the kind of man Garden was. Yet in the end, he was blamed for the Crown Prince's death and executed. Returning to the present, he looked at Bizo back. He thought inwardly that such a loyal person deserved a better future. His gaze shifted again to the flame on the stove. Then he gave a greedy smile, thinking he would not share this good thing. The mouth of the pot was sealed with cloth, yet it still boiled fiercely. Zakin strained the medicinal liquid through a cloth filter. Drop by drop it fell. He thought this was the essence extracted from ephedra and Asura. Looking at the steaming bowl of medicine, he smiled and said, "It is done." Bizo asked, "So now it only needs to be drunk." Zakin raised his hand to stop him and said, "Wait, it must cool slightly before drinking." Bizo looked at him suspiciously and asked, "It must cool, and how does your highness know these prescriptions?" Hearing that, Zakin thought that the man loyalty belonged to the true owner of this body. His face darkened as he stammered about that, in his mind worrying that if the man discovered he was not the former self, it would be troublesome. So Zakin waved his hand and fabricated that every night a mage appeared in his dreams, saying Zakin Adija Mason on was so weak he could not even lift a leaf. The mage sighed in pity and instructed him in secret, warning that even a best friend must not be told. After thinking it through, he felt his lie was truly bold. Bizo frowned and said, "A mage came in a dream. I believe you." Seeing that strained expression, Zakin thought clearly he did not believe. The next second, Bizo held his forehead and said, "This medicine is suspicious." Zakin smiled slyly, thinking this is the moment. He reached out for the bowl of medicine. Without hesitation, he lifted it and drank it all in one gulp. Bizo had no time to react, only managing a cry of horror. After drinking, he wiped the remaining drop from his lips with his hand, turned back calmly and said he had finished it. Bizo trembled at the sight. Zakin's gaze immediately fixed on the system interface. He felt something stirring within his chest. System displayed a notification. "You have consumed a decoction nearly perfectly compounded from ephedra and Asura. The medicinal power dispelled internal cold and reduced pain while increasing metabolism. The Acer Jahan energy core has awakened." Hearing that, he repeated in astonishment the Acer Jahan energy core. This was a technique created by the legendary swordmaster Javier Acer Jahan, passed down only to the direct royal bloodline of Mason Anna. The image of the noble Loiter Verzant Aza flashed through his mind as a symbol of the family. He clicked his tongue, thinking the true owner of this body was the Crown Prince, so he must have been taught that energy core since childhood. The system continued to announce that the Acer Jahan energy core skill had been unlocked at single ring level 1. Zakin stood motionless in the kitchen. Skill allowed processing and increasing mana absorbed around the heart, boosting efficiency by 120%. HP required for upgrade was 1,000, and he currently had 100. A small ray of light shot straight into his heart. His body changed noticeably. He felt as if a ring of pastry encircled his heart, and each breath overflowed with vitality. A faint blue light radiated around him, so this was mana. Zakin looked at the system with delight, unable to hide his excitement. Suddenly, the bowl in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. He clutched his chest in pain as his heart twisted. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by something. His face contorted in agony, thinking it felt as if he were about to explode. Thought of the ring around his heart and trembled as he fell to his knees. Bizo rushed forward in panic, calling, "Your Highness." The man's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he stood speechless. Zakin took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he muttered that this was truly troublesome. The system displayed a red warning that the mana ring was exerting excessive pressure on the heart. Warning of imbalance between the mana ring and the heart. Danger. Your heart is at risk of stopping. His body trembled violently. He panted and thought clearly the size of the heart and the mana were incompatible. The image of the frail crown prince, who had never trained mana since childhood, surfaced in his mind. Mana ring kept tightening around the heart without pause. He thought it was like a ring too tight, choking his own heart. An idea flashed through his mind, making him clutch his chest. He exhaled and closed his eyes, telling himself there was only one way left. He could not shrink the heart, so he had to change the mana ring. A surge of force erupted from his body. It was as if he plunged into darkness and decided to reduce the size of the mana ring. The energy ring continued to squeeze the heart. Zakin staggered within the pain. He began running within his consciousness, thinking he had to increase the rotation speed of the ring. Both hands gathered strength as he gripped the energy ring tightly. He pulled it downward and forced it to spin faster. Using all his strength, he dragged the energy ring away from the heart, but the force was so great that he was exhausted and nearly fainted. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, thinking this pain was nothing compared to the failure in Korea when his clinic was rumored to be an infection source. He remembered the day he had to close down, losing all patience and watching his career nearly collapse. In the office, he once trembled while holding a debt notice, his hair gradually falling out under the pressure of rent and compounded interest. The deficit grew so large that he had to mortgage even his house. Zakin roared in anger at the thought of his beautiful home. He turned and continued pulling the mana ring, telling himself not to give up. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do not underestimate me." Veins bulged on his hands as he tightened his grip on the energy ring. His legs pressed firmly against the ground to keep balance. At last, the heart broke free from the restraint. He reminded himself not to sink into memories of failure again. The sweat-drenched face of a self-made business owner in Korea appeared in his mind. The mana ring gradually stabilized, and the heart was released. His steps faltered. Zakin collapsed to the ground. Bizo rushed over in panic. He opened his eyes and gasped for breath. The system announced that due to positive stimulation, the king of the organs, the heart, had awakened. In his imagination, a shout rang out that the king has arrived. A heart-shaped tattoo appeared on the arm of a muscular man. Several burly figures carried a palanquin. The palanquin doors slowly opened. Handsome young man stepped down. He began performing powerful movements full of vigor. Rippling muscles were put on display. Sturdy physique stood out beneath the light. In a blink, he appeared even more charismatic. That was Zakin Hart. The orange-haired youth greeted respectfully, saying, "Big brother, I am glad you are safe." The two lungs beside him cut in, talking about a poor fellow appearing in a shabby place. Hart shouted for the brats to be silent. Outside, Zakin helplessly said sorry for this frail body. He looked up at the system screen. The text displayed that the balance between the mana ring and the heart had been restored. The first time, you have opened mana slot number 1 with a capacity of 0 out of 10 liters. He thought of games and muttered, "Slot like in a game." Bizo voice called out, "Your Highness." Zakin sprang to his feet, astonishing Bizo. He smiled and replied, "Yes." Bizo thought that Your Highness was suddenly full of energy. The man asked that he had looked extremely pained just now. Was it a side effect of the medicine? Zakin shook his head and said it was only a slight choking sensation. He touched his throat to describe the feeling. Bizo panicked and begged him not to do that because it had looked critical earlier. Looking at the shattered bowl, he blamed himself for not tasting it first. Zakin sighed and said, "Do you enjoy drinking poison? Next time I will let you try." Bizo hurriedly said, "That was not my intention." He turned away and said, "If you do not want to then clean this up, I am going to rest, and one more thing." Zakin turned back with a faint smile and said, "Thank you." Bizo jumped in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Zakin sighed and turned away, saying, "If you did not hear clearly, then forget it." In his mind, Bizo grew uneasy, thinking perhaps the toxin had affected Your Highness' brain, and it might be worse than before. Clutching his chest as he walked back to his room, he muttered that if his deduction was correct. His eyes lit up. Then he had just obtained something extremely valuable. Looking out the window, he thought that a mana slot was a technique used to store matter mixed with mana. Sitting cross-legged on the bed with eyes closed as energy spread around him, he said each slot can hold 10 liters. Slot 1 currently shows 0 out of 10 liters. Looking at the panel, he reasoned that storage might be achieved by drinking it, meaning it could be contained through ingestion. Zakin lowered his feet from the bed. Glancing around the room, he wondered if there was anything edible or drinkable, then noticed the water jug beside him. He stared at the jug and said water is the perfect test subject, about 2 liters. Closing his eyes to focus, he thought of the concept of median lethal dose, the term measuring toxicity capable of killing 50% of test subjects. Simply put, there is a 50% chance of death, otherwise extreme pain or a vegetative state. He calculated that for a 60-kilogram person, about 5.4 liters of water would be dangerous, while his current body would be around 3.9 liters. Lifting the water jug, he trembled at its weight. This frail body truly could die easily. He began pouring mouthful after mouthful of water into his mouth. Slowly opening his eyes, he thought he wanted to store the amount of water just consumed. The system chimed. Slot 1 displayed 1 liter out of 10 liters. He rejoiced at the success. Touching his stomach and looking at the jug, he said, "I do not feel full at all. Let me drink more." In a short time, 4 jugs of water were empty. He was excited for having drunk a full 10 liters without discomfort. The system reported slot 1 full at 10 out of 10 liters. He tried withdrawing 0.1 liter and saw it become 9.9 liters. A sense of abundance filled him, as if carrying a miniature lake, able to draw out as much as he wished. He thought he had grasped the usage. Now he wanted to test with herbal medicine, but if he withdrew 9.9 liters at once, he would likely die. He lowered his head and muttered, was there truly no other way? Suddenly an idea flashed. Looking at the water jug on the table, he said, that is right. He recalled the Acer Jahan technique, then reached toward the jug, thinking about absorption, amplification, and release of mana. At the mention of amplification and release, he suddenly understood that the mechanism could be utilized. He decided to release mana outward instead of keeping it inside. Energy from the heart gradually spread and was amplified. Energy sphere quickly gathered in his palm. Zakin looked at it excitedly and said it worked. Just need to put it into the jug. He carefully guided the energy stream forward, slowly. The sphere of light approached the jug. Suddenly, the jug exploded. Water inside glowed and splashed across the room. He stared in shock at what had just happened. The jug shattered, water flooded the floor. He was bewildered because this should not have happened. He had thought it would flow gently like a small faucet, like pouring water normally. But now it was like a bursting water dragon in the middle of the room, leaving him stunned. Outside, hurried footsteps sounded, and someone shouted that there had been a loud explosion in the Crown Prince room. The soldiers rushed in, calling out, Your Highness. Izo followed behind and asked anxiously whether you were all right. A soldier said, was it an ambush? Zakin hurriedly waved his hand and said no. He worried about what excuse he should make. Scratching his head, he stammered without finding the words. In the end, he said that in anger he had accidentally smashed the jug, which caused the noise, and apologized. Bizo and the soldiers looked at each other in silence, forced a smile, thinking it sounded unreasonable even to himself. The soldier lowered his head and said it was fine, asking whether Your Highness was injured. Zakin replied blankly that it was only a minor scrape on his leg, then thought, did they truly believe it? Soldiers cleaned up quickly. One said Garden should escort Your Highness to bedroom number 2 after bandaging. Zakin thought it was suspicious that they still believed it. As Bizo carried him through the corridor, he wondered if it was because he was the Crown Prince. In bedroom number 2 of the annex, he lay stiffly on the bed. Bizo bowed his head and told him to rest. He was surprised, thinking this was indeed royal privilege, then told him to go rest as well. Lying there, he raised his hand to examine it and recalled the incident earlier. He analyzed the mana ring around his heart, the flow running through his shoulder to his hand, then amplifying and erupting. The power earlier had been terrifying. Resting his head on his arm, he thought that sphere had contained an enormous amount of energy. Closing his eyes, he told himself to sleep before causing more trouble and to experiment more cautiously from now on. Rain began to fall on the palace roof. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky. It struck directly toward the palace. In the darkness, a voice said that lately Zakin had been very different. Upon the throne sat Emperor Arthur Leon Theodore Mason On. Below, someone knelt and reported that the Crown Prince had injured himself with acupuncture needles and even drunk poison. Arthur gritted his teeth and called out Zakin's name. His voice rang with anger. What are you doing? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zakin was mixing again. Knives, chopping boards, and pots were scattered everywhere. He looked at the pot and said it had finished boiling 10 liters decocted from ephedra and asarum. He turned and told Bizo to step outside for a moment. Bizo asked in surprise what for. He thought that if the man saw him drink it all, he would faint, so he could not let him stay. Out loud, he said he only needed some time because he wanted to do something in private. Bizo narrowed his eyes and asked, were you planning to drink it again? The man reminded that yesterday, after drinking it, you had been in great pain. Zakin quickly said it had only been choking. Bizo timidly said this time there was too much medicine, so he was worried. Zakin calmly reassured that he would only test a little and would not drink it all. Bizo scratched his head and asked, really? He affirmed, of course, I cannot possibly drink it all. Bizo laughed and said only a madman would do that, and the two laughed loudly. Zakin remained silent, leaving Bizo laughing alone. Suddenly, he kicked the man out and told him to leave. Zakin slammed the door shut, turned back and exhaled. Walking to the pot, he lifted it and said, let us begin. It is heavy. With trembling hands, he slowly poured the medicine into his mouth. Streams of medicinal liquid flowed into his body. The system reported slot 1 reached 1 liter out of 10 liters. Slot 1 increased to 2 liters, then 4 liters out of 10 liters. Finally, slot 1 was full at 10 out of 10 liters. After drinking, he placed the pot on the table. His body felt charged. He thought now he only needed to release it gradually. Zakin walked alone into the corridor. System announced that 0.1 liter of the ephedra and asarum decoction had been released. After a while, he entered the bathroom, lost in thought. The system steadily announced that the ephedra and asarum decoction had produced 0.1 liter. Next, he stretched on the bed, and as usual, the system mentioned 0.1 liter of decoction extracted from ephedra and asarum. The system text appeared, your heart is extremely satisfied and rewarded an additional 100 HP. The lungs are excited as if dancing and granted 200 HP more. Your intestines seem to be playing with the sphincter and generously added 100 HP. HP reached 500. Jiakin gritted his teeth and calculated, still lacking a little. He told himself he had to find a way to extend his lifespan. The system again reported the ephedra, and asarum decoction produced 0.1 liter multiplied by 10. Ephedra and asarum decoction continued producing another 0.1 liter. His heart was now resting leisurely. Asked what is on the menu today. His stomach replied it is still ephedra and asarum decoction. His heart asked what about tomorrow morning. The intestines answered it will also be that decoction. Hearing this, his heart darkened and suddenly sprang up. The intestines, not understanding, said perhaps tomorrow night as well. Then from behind came a terrifying sound like a commanding shout. Suddenly, the system announced that your organs are self-cooking ephedra and asarum decoction. Zakin thought helplessly, whatever I feed you, just accept it. System steadily reported 0.1 liter of ephedra and asarum decoction being released. Zakin quietly sat at the dining table. While he was eating, suddenly a notification appeared. Your lifespan has increased by 50 days, totaling 133 days. Zakin jumped up in joy and shouted that it worked. The maid screamed in fright, oh heavens. Teacup in her hand fell and shattered. Seeing that, Zakin quickly apologized for startling her. Hearing this, the maid trembled and bowed her head, asking your highness to forgive her. She squeezed her eyes shut and bowed low, not daring to raise her head. Seeing this, Jia-kin wondered why she was apologizing just for dropping a cup. He hurriedly waved his hand and asked if she was hurt, but that only made her step back in fear. Her whole body trembled as she begged not to use the whip like last time and promised it would not happen again. He asked in shock had he beaten her before, but inwardly hoped the answer was no. She forced herself to stand and said there was no such thing, your highness. Zakin let out a sigh of relief and silently thanked heaven. The maid suddenly said you had not personally struck anyone for a long time, making him tense immediately. Jia-kin asked in astonishment, did I order others to do it? She softly replied it was because she had dampened your sleeve with a drop of water. In his mind appeared the image of a perverse Zakin, and he wondered what kind of person this crown prince had been. Zakin sat down helplessly on the bed and told her to withdraw after cleaning up. The maid showed joy and thanked him repeatedly. After cleaning, she hurried out of the room. Zakin thought she looked like someone who had just escaped prison. Suddenly, he said he would go out. Bizo immediately appeared and responded. Zakin used the excuse that his memory had been hazy lately, then asked in Bizo and the servant's eyes what kind of person he was. Bizo answered solemnly that of course you are your highness. When he was about to add more, Zakin threatened that if he kept flattering, he would drink all the poison in front of him, leaving Bizo stunned. The man stepped closer and said, then I must speak honestly. In the room, Bizo hesitated and admitted that you were usually very different. Jia-kin sat arrogantly on the throne and laughed inwardly. Memories of Zakin made one shudder because he did not directly beat, but slapped even the maids. He also forced everyone to show absolute reverence toward him. Returning to the present, Zakin reproached himself for having caused so many terrible things. Looking back, he understood why they believed those absurd excuses, because he himself had once behaved like a madman. Suddenly he turned to call Bizo, but mistakenly mentioned Garden. In the quiet room he asked, why are you not afraid of me? You are the closest person, so you must have endured me the most. Bizo said that because he believed in him, his sincere eyes affirming that he understood his true nature. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour down on the palace roof. Bizo ran through the rain searching for something. Suddenly, he discovered a scene before him. Zakin was sitting nearby beneath a tree. In his hands was a small chicken trembling violently. Looked at him with gentle eyes. At this moment, he affirmed that with proper treatment, he would return to being himself. He said emotionally that his faith had been answered. When he recalled the moment, Zakin sincerely expressed his thanks. During that, Zakin slowly stood up and asked whether he liked this change. Bizo smiled and replied that he liked it very much. Zakin said it was a reward and invited him to have dessert. Bizo was surprised while he urged him to just eat. A thought flashed through his mind. Under the name Zakin Adija Mason Ano, he was determined not to let Bizo bear injustice for his death and swore to survive. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Someone hurried in and called out to your highness. Zakin turned his head to look at the newcomer. Bizo nearly choked while eating. The other man panted as he reported to his majesty. He continued that the king had summoned him, causing Zakin to fall silent and stare. Dawn, Nuyen and Ga Palace appeared among the clouds. Jia-kin entered with a cold expression. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. Before the king, he knelt and introduced himself as Prince Jia XLADG Amazon On and expressed his respect. Arthu rested his hand against his temple and gazed at Jia-kin thoughtfully. He was Arthu T, so to do za Meidan Ano. Suddenly his expression changed. He stared at him and thought how could a frail one like him accomplish that treatment method. Jia-kin's body trembled without end at this moment. He realized that the man seemed uneasy before him while Arthur clenched his teeth. Zakin thought he might have touched upon something sensitive. Tiredly lifted his head and thought his legs were numb, and he wished they would finish quickly so he could stand. Arthur asked whether life in the secondary palace was stable. He replied, "Yes, your majesty," yet inwardly lamented why he had to kneel like this. Arthur continued, saying he had heard that he once injured himself with needles and drank poison. Zakin startled and raised his head to deny it. Arthur glared and scolded him for daring to call himself a descendant of the royal bloodline. In the Great Hall, he emphasized that he carried his proud bloodline and must not lose his dignity. Jia-kin knelt silently, not knowing how to respond. He brought up the royal decree to threaten him, saying that if he could not bear the responsibility due to weak health. Arthur said it was time for him to make a wiser choice. Jia-kin lifted his head in disbelief at what he heard. He looked at him with suspicion and thought this old fox must be plotting something. Arthur bluntly declared that he did not wish to beat around the bush. He demanded that he renounce his status as prince and yield it to the second prince. He was stunned and thought so it was only about this. His voice echoed through the great hall, "Your Majesty, please forgive me," but Zakin revealed a meaningful smile and declared loudly that he must refuse. Arthur gripped the armrest tightly and growled that he repeat what he had said. He shot to his feet and shouted that he dared to defy his command. Zakin calmly replied, "Yes, that was correct," inwardly thinking the pressure was overwhelming, but he could not retreat. He told himself that reaction had been expected, then imagined Arthur extending his hand toward him. That man intended to remove the crown from Zakin's head. He understood that he had every right to strip him of his title. Arthur swiftly reached out and seized the crown on Zakin's head. Zakin thought that man wanted the eldest son to abdicate willingly to create a reputation for benevolence, imagining himself being forced away from the throne. He guessed Arthur would rightfully hand the crown to the younger brother and raise his hand before the officials. Gradually eliminating Jia-kin was indeed a shrewd political move, as if a crowd dressed in black were applauding in approval. He curled his lips in a smile and thought even if he was regarded as useless, he would never yield. He believed that man must be extremely uneasy, then lifted his head to look at the furious face before him. Arthur stepped down one step at a time and angrily asked whether he was belittling his decision and whether that title was so important. He stood opposite him and reproached that he was only satisfied when the royal family lost face. Jia-kin lowered his head and inwardly muttered in irritation that he did not care for that title. He thought of gold and jewels. If he wished to give everything to the second prince, it would be fine since he was weary of this life. But if he nodded in agreement, Zakin suddenly shuddered in fear that the nation would fall into ruin under the second prince. He recalled the contents of the book Emperor of the Demon Sword, where the second prince was described as talented and diligent. Even so, he still sensed a terrifying era of chaos ahead. Jia-kin's face grew solemn, thinking that the second prince was hot-tempered and lacked the skill to control turmoil. His era might collapse the entire empire, so he had to prevent it. He slowly rose and said that he might appear frail, but his wisdom and clarity remained intact. In the main hall, he affirmed that the title of prince was not overly important. What he valued was the prosperity and peace of the royal family. Arthur's attitude suddenly softened, and he offered praise, saying, "Well spoken." Those words caused Zakin to pause briefly in surprise. Then he continued that it was not only that. Zakin boldly requested a chance to prove who was more worthy of bearing the crown between himself and the second prince. Arthur asked again in surprise, and he confidently confirmed it. Outside, the sky had brightened, and a voice respectfully called out. Bizo anxiously asked why His Majesty had summoned him. Zakin smiled and said it was nothing. He merely wanted him to yield the throne to someone else. Hearing that, Bizo was stunned. Zakin waved his hand to reassure him that he had firmly refused. He calmly added that he had proposed a duel with the second prince. Suddenly his expression changed, and he asked Garden what he was doing. Bizo dejectedly packed his belongings and said he was preparing to leave. Zakin shouted angrily while he burst into tears. Elsewhere, Arthur stood thoughtfully by the window, stroked his chin, and muttered that he wanted a chance to prove who was more worthy. Though he doubted that temperament, he still accepted and laughed loudly, saying he would wait and see. Zakin and Bizo tugged at the luggage. Bizo cried that he could not possibly win, while Zakin shouted that he would certainly win. On the bridge, it was crowded with people who had come to watch. The crowd pressed together as the imperial flags fluttered loudly. In the stands, Arthur and the officials observed the match between Zakin and Theodore. Arthur frowned as he looked down at the arena. Jia-kin was like a leopard warming up his body before the fight. Outside the ring, girls blushed as they praised the second prince's handsomeness and were curious about the glorious victory to come. Theodore stepped forward toward Jia-kin Zakin lifted his head to look at his opponent. Theodore spoke with difficulty, saying elder brother or rather prince. He did not need to do this. He was Theodore Palermo Mason Anno, the second prince of the empire. He glanced aside and said that though he hated to admit it, he knew how it would end. Zakin calmly replied, the outcome he was confident he would win. Theodore did not yield, and reminded him that he had proposed the duel before the emperor. He said this match would make him more worthy of the throne, causing Zakin to reveal a weary expression. He held his head in anguish and said the result would not change, and he did not want him to risk his life for him. Zakin laughed inwardly, thinking the two of them completely misunderstood. He coldly accepted the shield from Bizo and silently thought, forgive me. He heavily placed the shield on the ground. Stands buzzed in astonishment at that action. Even Arthur above could not hide his surprise. Theodore stood stunned as he looked at him. Zakin looked straight at his opponent and affirmed that he would not lose. His eyes shone brightly with provocation. Golden sunlight poured over the arena. The crowd grew denser and whispers about the strange crown prince spread everywhere. They discussed that the second prince possessed exceptional sword talent and had trained under a renowned knight. Below, the two had already taken their stances. Bizo anxiously watched Zakin. His eyes lacked confidence despite the rumors that the crown prince had no chance of winning. He recalled when Zakin firmly declared he wanted to win and train to improve his health, though he was worried. He said that no one expected anything, so there was no pressure. Bizo hurriedly said he believed His Highness would win, but Zakin brushed it off, saying he was lying. Bizo fell silent and awkwardly licked his lips. Zakin panted and said he only needed to block 3 strikes from the second prince. He raised 3 fingers and affirmed that if he managed that, then he would win. Back to the present, Bizo clasped his hands in prayer. He hoped Zakin could return safely. From above, Arthur raised his voice, drawing all attention today. He declared that the match would determine the successor to the throne. The people listened as he explained that the rules were very simple. Zakin listened seriously, that if the crown prince endured for 5 minutes or defeated the second prince, then he would win. Conversely, if he achieved neither of those conditions, then victory would belong to the second prince. Arthur shouted for the match to begin, and Zakin immediately took a fighting stance. Theodore also focused intensely, thinking he would finish it quickly. Arthur announced the commencement, and the two below stared at each other tensely. Suddenly, Zakin threw his sword to the ground. Arthur widened his eyes at him. The crowd noisily mocked, saying it was already over and truly dull. Zakin casually tossed the sword aside and looked at his opponent. Theodore asked in surprise if he intended to concede, and thought he also did not want to injure someone frail. He looked at the audience and thought he had not expected him to give up so easily before everyone, and Bizo was also stunned. Theodore wondered awkwardly whether he should urge him to continue, but feared it since he was ill and the king was watching. Zakin suddenly tightened his grip on the shield. Without a word, he raised the shield before him. Theodore realized he had chosen to defend for 5 minutes rather than attack. He smiled and thought then he would go all out to end it quickly. Theodore activated the inner power within his body, strands of purple energy swirling around him. His gaze locked onto Zakin without wavering. Then he gathered strength and leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, he closed in before Zakin, his combative face and blade aimed straight at the target. Zakin immediately lifted the leather shield to guard his body. Arthur in the stands thought that the strike just now contained both power and magic. No matter how he defended, the shield would hardly withstand it. Zakin leaned back, straining to block Theodore's blow. Theodore showed disdain, thinking elder brother, do not fall flat and become a joke. If you want to lose, then at least kneel to take the blow for some dignity. Calculated to unleash another slash from above. Yet unexpectedly, Zakin remained standing firm. Theodore was stunned, thinking he had truly blocked it. Spectators who witnessed it could not hide their surprise. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Someone exclaimed that the crown prince had just blocked the second prince's strike. Arthur stared down wide-eyed, astonished by the scene. Behind the shield, energy from Zakin spread out, prompting whispers that the second prince must have held back. Truly too benevolent. Zakin opened his deep blue eyes wide. Theodore thought that gaze indicated it was no coincidence. He clenched his teeth and gripped his sword tightly, telling himself even so the result would not change. In an instant, Theodore unleashed his power, his blade continuing to attack relentlessly. Sword and shield collided, creating a fierce opposing force. The moment, the two sides were evenly matched, neither gaining the advantage. Suddenly, Theodore swung hard, forcing Zakin back. Zakin was knocked back a distance. Bizo outside anxiously called out, "Your Highness." Zakin dropped to one knee, still gripping the shield, his mind spinning as he cursed inwardly. His arm trembled, his wrist nearly numb. He recalled the time he had been a police officer, enduring countless objects thrown at him. He shouted inwardly that as a police officer he had blocked so many things, That strike was nothing. Zakin hugged the shield and charged straight at Theodore. Theodore had no time to react, as the distance closed too quickly. Zakin pressed close, using his full body weight and the shield to push his opponent. The fighting distance shrank to mere inches. Theodore found it difficult to launch a direct strike, while Zakin realized the shield absorbed slashing force better than expected. He curled his lips and thought in this situation it would maximize its effect. Theodore spoke sternly and prepared to go all out. Both shouted at once, then he leaped high and slashed down. Zakin stood firm and gathered strength throughout his body to resist. The system activated a special mechanism. Mana surged around his heart. The two forces collided violently. Zakin's energy flowed back into Theodore's body, causing him to grow increasingly flushed under everyone's astonished gaze. The two separated by a distance. The crowd held their breath watching. Theodore stepped back several paces. His face was red as he stammered, unable to understand what had happened. Zakin looked at his opponent and secretly smiled, recalling that in the original work Theodore could not handle alcohol. He hid behind the shield and smiled, because he had secretly prepared a strong liquor mixture beforehand, while Theodore's eyes darted in confusion. Theodore felt he had struck the shield, but something strange seeped into his body and merged with his mana. His mind spun, his words disordered from the sensation of intrusion. He tried to steady himself, telling himself to focus and just defeat his elder brother within 5 minutes. He imagined gaining his father's attention and the cheers of the people. He reassured himself that succeeding the throne was best for the royal family and for his weak and sickly brother. Zakin glanced over as if checking whether his move had taken effect. Theodore staggered, but that determination surprised Zakin. Though his face was flushed red, he still declared that he would win. He gripped his sword again and rushed forward, shouting, "Elder brother." Zakin stood watching in brief astonishment. Theodore poured all his strength into a heavy slash at the shield. Zakin thought he could still endure it. Theodore's blade soared high. He gritted his teeth, his eyes empty, and brought the slash down with all his might. Zakin decided to launch the next move and activated the second plan. The system announced the release of the stored energy. Zakin's eyes turned icy, as if commanding him to drink it all. He hypnotized within his mind, causing Theodore's pupils to contract. In the illusion, Theodore saw himself standing in a quiet bar. He wondered blankly why he was fighting. A red-haired man smiled and swirled a glass of liquor. That man placed the glass before Theodore. That man said someone over there had already paid for him. Theodore turned and saw Zakin there. Zakin turned around within that scene. He winked and raised his glass, inviting him to drink together. Scene vanished. Theodore wondered in confusion if he had just hallucinated. In reality, Zakin threw the shield aside, took a deep breath, preparing to end this. Zakin gathered strength and charged straight forward. System announced the continued release of stored energy. Energy gathered in his palm. He thought it would hurt a little. Without hesitation, Zakin struck straight into Theodore's chest. Theodore suddenly coughed violently. The blow forced him to stagger backward. His sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Fell onto his back, dust rising in a thick cloud. The crowd was stunned by that outcome. From above, many were alarmed, unable to believe their eyes. Even Arthu had not expected Zakin to accomplish it. Zakin smiled in satisfaction as he looked at his opponent. Theodore lay on the ground, the atmosphere silent as death. Arthu pondered whether that had been a special core technique. Below, a stream of blue energy enveloped Zakin, making him realize he had not seen wrongly. He compared it with the chaotic energy in the surrounding air. He regretted that the distance was too far. Even so, he could clearly sense the resonance from the magic circle around Zakin. After a while, Theodore opened his eyes and let out a weary groan. He sprang up in confusion when he saw Zakin holding his leg. Theodore softly called out, "Elder brother." Zakin gestured for silence and said he had purified the contaminated mana within him. Theodore asked in suspicion if that was the core technique Rahan. How could it be possible? Zakin calmly replied, "So what? Perhaps he was merely a late blooming flower." Suddenly, Theodore noticed his sword lying not far away. He softly said he had lost. Zakin calmly continued that he could not believe it. He laughed and said in truth, even he had not expected it. Then a streak of blood ran down his forehead. Theodore panicked and sat up, reminding him that he was bleeding. Zakin casually wiped it away and said it was probably from hitting the shield while blocking. Theodore froze and called out to him, then thought he had gone all out in this match. He remembered the image of Zakin with his frail body still fighting without retreat, even after exhausting all his strength. Questioned himself. What about him? He had behaved as if victory was surely his. His gaze lowered sadly as he admitted he had been too arrogant. Zakin stood up and said it was over. How did he feel? Theodore clenched his hands and confessed he felt deeply ashamed. Zakin hurriedly waved his hand and said he meant his physical condition. Theodore was slightly startled, then replied he felt much better. Zakin placed his hands on his hips and thought, because he had absorbed all the alcohol in his body. Suddenly Theodore knelt to the ground, declared that he, the second Prince Theodore Palermo Mason Anno, officially conceded to crown Prince Zakin. Zakin widened his eyes in surprise. Stands fell silent as the declaration rang out before the emperor and the subjects. All were astonished by that decisive action, and cheers erupted everywhere. Zakin stood still for a long moment. After that, he raised both hands high and shouted that he had done it. Bizo emotionally wiped away his tears and said he had never expected such a joyful day. Zakin fixed his gaze on the system interface and thought it had finally appeared. The system announced that he had successfully treated someone in this world for the first time and unlocked a new skill. A long notification appeared about the level 1 paid healing skill. Each time he extended a patient's lifespan, he would receive additional lifespan with a conversion rate of 2,000 to 1. Zakin exclaimed excitedly that it was wonderful. The system continued that the activated skill had extended Theodore's lifespan by 0.5 days. Because the minimum unit was 1 day, the number was too small. His expression changed. Then he told himself that what mattered was the mechanism had been unlocked. He thought that from now on each treatment would bring benefits, suddenly imagining a mosquito bearing his likeness flying over. That mosquito seemed like a harmless parasite. He smiled and thought his lifespan would surely increase as well. He recalled the times he had drunk packaged herbal medicine. Fortunately, no matter how much he drank or how much acupuncture he received, it had been like pouring water into a leaking jar. He pictured a cracked jar and the system once reporting failure. Returning to reality, he smiled because everything had changed. He looked up and saw Arthur approaching. Arthur sternly asked why he did not answer. He asked again whether he had used the core technique a so raw hand. Zakin replied frankly yes. Under the sunlight, he pressed on asking how he had done it. Zakin honestly said he did not know either. Arthur frowned and asked what he meant by not knowing. Zakin looked down and admitted it was true, and thought how could he say it was acupuncture that had activated the skill. Arthur clasped his hands behind his back and said on the day he was born he had carved that core technique into his heart. Zakin replied it was his honor, but he said his frail body could not withstand it. Zakin lowered his head in apology. Arthur looked stern yet admitted that despite being weak he had surpassed his brother. Zakin gave thanks, yet Arthur angrily said he had ruined his plan. Zakin bowed in apology and wondered whether that was praise or reproach. Arthur turned away and said his promise still stood. Today he had won, so he would not strip his title. And he suddenly turned back and added more. He warned that he would continue to observe and test him regarding his qualifications to inherit the throne. Did he understand? Zakin clenched his hand in silence. Arthur sharply asked why he did not answer. Zakin coldly addressed him as Your Majesty. He said that hearing he had neglected sword training because of state affairs was not good. He advised maintaining practice and relaxing the body. Arthur's expression immediately darkened. Zakin even suggested eating more vegetables and considering quitting smoking. Arthur angrily asked whether he dared speak to him like that. Zakin calmly replied it was sincere concern. The scene shifted into a forest. The royal carriage rolled along. Arthur sat inside trying to dismiss the words his son had just spoken. He looked outside and repeated the core technique Asur Zahan that he had used. Stomped his foot in irritation because using that technique was too reckless for a weak body and could cause consequences. Then he fell silent in thought that also showed how desperate the boy had been. He recalled Zakin's past, the child who lost his mother at birth and had always endured pain. He had watched him grow up with many expectations and countless disappointments. He thought of Zakin's emotions, yet there were many things he still did not understand. Under the blazing sunlight, he recognized the small glimmer of hope today. It made his heart tremble once more. By dusk, the carriage stopped somewhere. Zakin sat in the carriage, thoughtfully recalling that his father in his previous life had suffered a stroke. He remembered the moment by the hospital bed when the call had come too late. He also thought of the novel he had written, where the emperor suffered a stroke after Zakin died. He looked outside and told himself it must not happen again. The emperor had to remain healthy, and he would extend his life with the new skill. He leaned against the window and thought he did not want to taste that pain again. Bizo suddenly knelt and cried out, "Your Highness." Zakin startled and turned back. Bizo sobbed and asked whether he knew what these tears were. Zakin helplessly replied, "Fine." What were they? Bizo said they were sincere tears, leaving Zakin speechless. He anxiously asked whether he must be very tired. Zakin pushed him away and said thank you, but he needed rest because there was much to do tomorrow. Bizo stopped crying and asked what much to do. He replied he had to meet someone. The scene shifted to night where lights remained bright and many people passed by. In a luxurious room, Bizo asked whether this was Sojentino Garden. The other person replied yes, one of the 10 famous restaurants of the capital. That person asked if he was very familiar with this place. Bizo confirmed he knew it quite well. Turned out Zakin had disguised himself. Bizo wondered why he had to do so. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside. Waiter stepped in and asked what the guests would like to order. Zakin ordered strange dishes such as a bowl without sauce, a salad without vegetables, and wine. saying he would stay until sunset, leaving Bizo astonished. The waiter immediately said, "Please follow me," and turned away. Bizo grew even more bewildered. The two followed behind. Bizo whispered what he had just ordered. Zakin replied he would know soon. Upon arrival, the waiter pushed aside a wine cabinet revealing a secret passage and told them to go down the stairs. Bizo looked at the long staircase and thought he had not expected the restaurant to have such a place. He turned and asked His Highness how he knew this secret. That moment, Jiakin quietly exhaled in relief, thinking fortunately everything was still unfolding according to the novel. The two descended the stairs. Bizo could not restrain his curiosity and asked where this was and why he had come. Jiakin replied he had come to collect a treatment fee, leaving Bizo exclaiming in shock what. He stopped before a large gate. Jiakin said someone he needed to meet was inside. He suddenly asked if Bizo had ever heard the name Damien. Bizo shook his head. He smiled and said of course he had not. Zakin pushed the door open forcefully. Beyond the door was a path leading down to an underground arena. Below, two people were dueling with swords. A man stood to the side shouting excited cheers. The walls were stained with frightening blood marks. Bizo called out, "Your Highness," with a trembling voice. Bizo looked around and confirmed this was indeed the place. Zakin crossed his arms and smiled, saying he had told him it was a secret place. He scanned the area searching and wondered where that person was. His gaze stopped on a tall, scarred man. He said that was Damien. Bizo remarked that he looked extremely strong. Zakin asked if he was sure. At that moment, another door burst open. Heavy footsteps echoed. Zakin said excitedly that the main character had finally appeared. A man with a cold demeanor stepped out. Zakin thought that was the male lead of the story, Damien with an icy aura. Damien's gaze was sharp as a blade. Zakin softly called his name. Under the yellow lights, hundreds of spectators loudly chanted Damien's name. The host coldly urged them to take their positions. The opponent merely scratched his head and said fine. The host raised a sheet of paper and loudly declared the match had officially begun. He introduced the sword genius Damien, champion of the arena since the age of 17 within only 3 months, the spotlight highlighting his aura before announcing the opponent. In the darkness opposite Damien, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. A gigantic foot stepped out of the shadows. A monstrous giant with sharp fangs panted heavily. He roared loudly, his body many times taller than Damien. Zakin from above was startled and thought it truly was a giant. The distance was too close. Bizo clutched his sleeve tightly and trembled as he called Your Highness. He stammered and asked what kind of place this was. Bizo said in horror that they were letting a giant devour a human alive. Below, the monster charged at Damien. Damien remained standing calmly. He merely shifted slightly to the side. In an instant, the giant body swept past his previous position. The massive fist smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The giant grew furious, his red eyes snarling, charged again, even more ferociously. Damien nimbly dodged the attack. His figure flickered behind the opponent. Damien's gaze suddenly became colder than ever. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. The giant still rushed forward aggressively. Flash of blade light severed his body in an instant. The giant body was split in two. Damien stood revealed with an expressionless face. With only a single slash, he had ended his opponent. The spectators were stunned, and the cheers gradually rose. They chanted Damien's name with fervor. Zakin and Bizo witnessed everything from above. Zakin was astonished and thought he was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Damien coldly turned his back and walked toward the door. Zakin watched and understood why he was the male lead. Thought this was someone who could rival Xavier, the strongest master in history, a true sword genius. Zakin told Bizo to follow and stay alert. Bizo, still dazed, hurriedly replied yes. He moved deeper inside to a room guarded by a burly man. Zakin and Bizo approached him. Both stopped before the gatekeeper, shouted asking who they were, and ordered them to stop. But upon seeing the gold bar, his attitude softened, and he allowed them in. Zakin quickly opened the door, sticking his head in and asking permission. Inside, Damien was wiping blood from his face with a cloth. Zakin stiffened slightly but still stepped inside, telling himself to remain calm. The system chimed teasingly whether he was afraid. Zakin picked up a medicine bottle from the table. He examined it and said why he kept drinking such cheap painkillers. After taking them, could he even sleep? Damien frowned coldly and asked who he was. Zakin replied he was the person he needed. Damien asked if he had come to sell medicine. He nodded roughly so. Damien closed his eyes and told him to get out. He already had enough medicine. Zakin turned his back and threw the bottle away, saying taking that stuff forever was useless. Damien immediately grew alert, his hand lightly gripping the sword hilt. Zakin said even drinking those things for a lifetime would not cure the pain at the back of his neck. The words made Damien freeze, glanced at him, and secretly rejoiced that he had struck the weak point. Then he began speaking at length. pointed at his head, and said the pain usually started from the back of the neck. He stepped closer and said the head and neck stiffness must be very uncomfortable. Damien remained silent as he squeezed his shoulder and asked if the back of the neck felt stiff. Zakin leaned closer and asked what that look meant. Surely he wondered how he knew. He continued describing how the pain spread to half of the head, then to the forehead and between the eyes. He said when it became severe there would be goosebumps, sweating, and the eyes hurting as if they would bulge out. Compared the pain to waves rising and falling repeatedly. He emphasized that sensation could drive a person mad, as if in hell. Damien listened impassively and asked if he meant painkillers were not the solution. Zakin quickly denied that was not what he meant. Damien's eyes narrowed, thinking this talkative man should he kill him. Zakin kept talking non-stop, making Damien helplessly think could he let him speak a word. Under the dim light, Damien asked in a low voice who he really was. Zakin excitedly introduced himself as the Crown Prince. Hearing that, Damien drew his sword and shouted, "Die!" Zakin hurriedly called wait, looked straight at him and said he was not lying. Ku Zerman had sent him. Damien asked suspiciously Ku Zerman. Zakin mentioned that he was his sponsor and intermediary in the arena. Damien fell silent and pondered for a long time. Zakin bent down to look at the medicine bottle on the floor and slowly said that Ku Zerman had recently been complaining about a shortage of medicine due to poor harvests limiting supply. Damien set his foot down and slightly frowned as he asked what he was implying. Zakin adjusted his collar and smiled confidently, saying he had another method to help reduce his pain. He used a gentle tone to coax him, asking if he seemed more trustworthy now. Damien still coldly asked whether he had brought new medicine, but Zakin shook his head and said it could not be solved with medicine. To end it, one had to uproot the problem. Then he patted the other's shoulder firmly and said first take off his shirt and lie down. He would treat him while explaining. In the small room, Damien's reluctant voice sounded fine. Damien lay on the bed and removed his shirt, revealing long crisscrossing scars. Zakin teased him by asking if he was afraid. A strange tattoo was clearly visible on Damien's back. He answered firmly, of course not. Zakin slipped his hand into his pocket, still mocking, really? Damien turned his head and coldly said he was a warrior. He said he had killed, been wounded, and risked his life countless times. Zakin laughed and replied fine, he understood. Then he placed the object he had just taken out onto Damien's back under his suspicious gaze. Zakin held a torch, a hint of cunning on his face, asking if this was his first time trying this method. He brought the flame close to the strange object placed on Damien's back. Lying on the bed, Damien calmly replied that he was a warrior. Heat from the flame caused the object to slowly begin melting. Damien spoke proudly, saying this kind of treatment was nothing to him. Suddenly a loud scream rang out from the room. The guard outside jumped in shock and shouted in alarm. Bizo also panicked. Inside, Zakin continued teasing, saying such a child still dared call himself a warrior. At that moment, Damien was trembling on the bed. Zakin's eyes suddenly changed. He thought it must hurt a lot, but he should endure it. Looking at the mark on Damien's back, he suddenly understood that the reason he could not escape the underworld was because of it. The mark bore the image of a sword in the center. Zakin thought that the curse carried by those with this mark would flare up when blood circulation intensified. Each time he entered a brutal battle, he would suffer excruciating pain, his body like a puppet being controlled. To endure it, he was forced to borrow money from Ku Zerman to buy painkillers, and then return to the arena to repay his debt. Zakin grimaced and thought fight, then take medicine, then fight again in an endless loop. Ku Zerman was truly despicable. Smoke filled the room as Zakin continued calculating Damien's current condition. The intense heat from the substance spread downward. He realized high temperature was needed to erase the mark first. He smiled to himself. If he could save this strongest main character and bring him to his side, it would be like gaining an extra life. Zakin's thoughts grew bolder. If he conveniently treated that bald fighter as well, it would be even better. On the bed, Damien writhed from both the burning heat and the pain of the mark. After an unknown time, the treatment ended. Zakin said it was done and told him to sit up. Damien's body still trembled slightly, his back clearly flushed red. The strange mark had faded somewhat. Zakin cheerfully said good, it had lightened a bit. He proudly asked how he felt. It was better now, no longer as painful as before. It must feel comfortable. Damien turned in surprise to check his back. He said it was indeed much better. He felt significantly lighter. Damien's usually cold face softened, saying it had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. Zakin rubbed his nose proudly and said there was no need to be so polite. He was not fully cured yet and needed a few more sessions, meaning continued treatment. Damien sat upright and asked if that was so. Zakin instructed that if blisters appeared on his back, he should not touch them, limit strenuous activity, and avoid greasy food. Damien curiously asked what strenuous activity meant. Zakin replied irritably that it meant no more fighting, and that even needed asking. Hearing that, Damien sprang up intending to say something. He clenched his fists, saying Zerman would not allow him to do that. Zakin looked straight at him and said to leave that matter to him. Damien asked in astonishment who he really was, stared intently at him, and asked him to tell his name. Zakin stood proudly with hands on his hips, saying he had forgotten to mention it. He was Prince Ko-Rao. The room immediately fell into a strange silence. Damien broke the silence and said fine. Perhaps he had his own reasons. Zakin thought he was telling the truth. He coughed lightly and said from now on he just needed to follow his instructions. Tonight, no matter what happened in the arena, he was not to leave this place and had to stay obediently. Damien asked blankly why that was. Zakin pointed directly at him and said not to ask so many questions. He turned and walked away, saying that staying here would keep him safe. After a few steps, he turned back and added that only then would he still have a chance to meet him again. During that, Damien fell silent in thought. Suddenly, he knelt down and said he understood. Outside, Bizo curiously hurried after him and addressed him as Prince. Anxiously asked why he had sought and treated him. This place was both dangerous and illegal. Bizo was still puzzled, saying everything today was hard to understand. Zakin replied that he would know later, and for now just fulfill his duty of serving him. Bizo asked blankly what he had to do. Zakin spoke in a low voice, telling him to find a man with a ponytail, a large build and fierce eyes. Two looked toward the arena, where the crowd was still cheering non-stop. Beside it was a busy bar, with people constantly coming and going. Bizo scanned the area, muttering ponytail and fierce eyes. Suddenly, someone entered his sight. He turned to Zakin and said he thought he had found him. Zakin immediately strode over quickly, saying let him see. A man with a ponytail and a fierce face sat at a nearby table. He thought he matched the description quite well. Without hesitation, he pulled a chair closer and thought he would see how it went. The man narrowed his eyes warily. Zakin recognized the murderous look. Zakin sat down opposite him and said Zerman. The man coldly asked who he was. Zakin looked straight at him and said then he must know Damien. He had only one question. Spoke loudly, saying he wanted to redeem Damien, and asking how much it would take to pay off all his debts and contracts. Zerman silently watched him. He sneered and said 9 quadrillion magen. Aside from Prince Ko-Rao, no one could afford it. Zakin calmly replied, was that so? What a coincidence, because he was Prince Ko-Rao. Burst into laughter and said if he was Prince Ko-Rao, then he was too. He was Prince Ko-Rao, the medicine seller. Jiakai asked coldly what kind of nonsense the Prince of Dagger Chess who sells medicine was. Zerman flew into a rage and shouted if you are not buying, then get lost. At that moment, Zakin leisurely rose to his feet. He silently watched his back as he walked away. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he had never seen this man before. Then he lightly snapped his fingers as a signal. A man appeared from nowhere and bowed respectfully, saying, yes, my lord. Zerman arrogantly mentioned the message from earlier. His gaze locked onto Zakin's back, and he said coldly investigate who he is, whether he is an arena worker or sent by someone. He continued that if necessary they could interrogate him without mercy. He laughed cruelly and said when it was done tie him up as usual and throw him into the river. An hour later the grand doors slowly opened. Zerman was startled and blurted out what in the world is happening. Subordinate staggered inside. He jumped up in shock and shouted Jia Lit. The subordinate, covered in wounds, collapsed onto the floor. He anxiously demanded what happened to you. The grand doors opened once again. Zakin appeared at the front, followed by several soldiers. He raised his hand and removed his wig. In his hand, he tightly held a token. Soldiers behind him shouted in unison, the secret royal inspector has arrived. Zakin proudly raised the token before Zerman. An hour earlier at that luxurious building, Zakin and Bizo stepped outside. As soon as Bizo glanced back, he reminded him to act natural. You are making it too obvious. Bizo scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, yes, your highness. I have never been a shadow guard, so I am still clumsy. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow behind him and thought as expected. Zerman's subordinate secretly followed them. Jiakai coldly predicted that once threatened he would react. Continued calculating that man would certainly send someone to watch anyone who made him uneasy. And just as expected, the man followed closely without leaving. From the moment he spoke with Zerman, he had already arranged a plan. That was why he deliberately approached him. Zakin secretly smiled at how predictable he was. The subordinate still quietly followed and drew a dagger from his pocket. As he turned to move closer, he bumped into a soldier. The soldier with a stern expression stared at him. He shouted the charge of attempting to assassinate royalty. causing the subordinate to turn pale. Back to the present, Zakin held the token with a smug expression. Soldiers loudly declared that the royal secret agents were present. Zerman was stunned by the sight. Bezo looked at him with pride and asked what exactly is going on. Royal secret agents. Zakin scratched his neck and excused himself, saying it was nothing. He just wanted to try shouting it once for grandeur. He turned and patted the soldier beside him on the chest, praising him for a job well done. The soldier stiffly replied yes. On Zerman's side, he fumed and wondered what exactly this situation was. He noticed the emblem on Yahello and realized it was that of a royal guard. His suspicion deepened. Suddenly Zakin shouted, "Crown Prince Zakin Adder Gia Mason, Anno orders this place to be purged," then pointed straight at Zerman. He continued, "Especially that man. Do not let him escape," causing Zerman to panic and search for a way to flee. The soldiers answered in unison, understood, and charged forward. They immediately rushed ahead, with weapons drawn in their hands. Bezo stood behind with his mouth agape, and thought he never expected everything to unfold exactly as His Highness predicted. Watching the chaos, he reflected that recently the Crown Prince had truly changed. In Bezo's mind arose the thought that now His Highness was even dismantling underground organizations, as groups were escorted away by the royal army. He glanced at Zakin and silently acknowledged that he truly cared about the nation's safety. Zakin rejoiced as if he had struck gold and praised them for working so professionally, secretly calculating that this would earn him even more life force. In another corner, Zerman trembled as he tried to slip away. Outside, Zakin's voice rang out calling, "Where is the medicine-selling Crown Prince?" His voice dripped with mockery as he asked, "Where do you think you can run?" Zerman grew even more fearful, knowing that if caught he was finished. He immediately decided to dash toward the back door. Zerman ground his teeth and muttered, how could he truly be the Crown Prince? And why would the Crown Prince buy Damien? Seeing the back door right before him, he rushed forward, intending to hide for a while until the storm passed. As soon as the thought ended, he hurriedly yanked the door open. To his shock, 5 or 6 sword tips were already pointed straight at him. He froze as sweat poured down, wondering why they were waiting here. Zakin stepped out smiling and said, "See, I told you that you would definitely come here." Zakin and Bezo exchanged smiles. He held out his hand, demanding the 500 bet, which made Bezo reluctantly hand over the money. Zerman was bewildered and wondered what exactly was happening. Zakin puffed out his chest and approached, asking, "You are confused. No matter how hard you think, you cannot understand." He said confidently that he actually valued settling medicine payments very much. Zerman stared blankly and uttered a sound of confusion. Immediately his expression turned cold as he said he hated those who dodged medicine payments the most. Such people must be punished. Zerman's face darkened, not understanding what he meant and thinking it was all nonsense. In the tavern, his voice echoed that he once asked about Damien's painkiller debt. How much he owed and how much needed to be paid had he forgot. Hearing that, he suddenly fell silent. Zakin continued that he had offered a kind proposal, but he had personally thrown it away. Zerman drew 2 daggers and lunged forward, shouting for him to stop rambling. Suddenly, a heavy punch slammed into his face, knocking out his molars. The 2 daggers clattered onto the floor. The soldier had rushed in time to strike. Zerman groaned in pain, clutching his mouth. The soldier sternly warned that he had better kneel down. Zerman remained stubborn, glaring resentfully, and thinking, damn it, it has come to this. He used his tongue to push out a false tooth, revealing a pill hidden inside. Immediately clamped the pill tightly in his mouth. In his mind, he calculated that in 5 seconds the pill would explode. Imagine the explosion and the powerful aftershock. The toxin would paralyze anyone who touched it, even cause death. He saw it as his escape. Calculated further that he would roll to the floor, then spit out the pill to flee. After that, he would seize the chance to behead that Crown Prince in a single swift strike. He sneered inwardly, thinking the plan was flawless, and began counting down 5-4. His cheeks puffed up as he counted to 3. Just as he was about to say 2, Zakin's hand clamped tightly over his mouth, appeared behind him with a sinister smile, and asked what he was trying to spit out. Zerman turned pale, thinking that man knew his secret. Zakin smiled coldly and counted 1. Instantly, the pill exploded inside Zerman's mouth. He collapsed, cursing inwardly that he was paralyzed, struggling to stay conscious, because in 3 minutes he would lose awareness. Zerman forced himself to think he could still survive thanks to the antidote, and tremblingly reached into his pocket. But Zakin was faster and reached in first, pulled out a tiny vial containing a bright blue liquid. Zakin looked at the liquid and slowly said, "You are wondering how I knew." He widened his eyes in shock and made a startled sound. He twisted open the vial cap. Zakin enunciated each word meaningfully. "Try to guess." Zerman looked at him with pleading eyes, his trembling hand reaching forward. In front of him, Zakin calmly drank the entire antidote. Zerman ground his teeth and cursed that bastard inwardly. After drinking, he leisurely wiped his mouth and added a mocking remark. Below him, Zerman trembled violently, trying to reach out. His face darkened as he roared inwardly, "Give the antidote back to me." Suddenly, he hurled the vial away and coldly said no. The vial shattered on the floor. His voice rang out, "It was I who poisoned you." Zakin looked down at him with a sinister smile, thinking that completing this mission would earn a free skill. The system issued a notification. Dose number 101 out of 10 liters. Zerman's body gradually went numb, foam spilling uncontrollably from his mouth. Just 1 second later, he collapsed to the ground. Zakin curled his lips into a smile, then raised his hand to make a gesture like in modern times. Ready yet. Below the 5th thoracic vertebra, 2 points about 1.5 inches apart, heart-severing point, saying that he pressed hard on Zerman's back. He suddenly regained consciousness and vomited violently. Powerful aura surrounded him. Zakin smiled and said, "Now for the antidote, inject 0.1 liters. Energy shot from the tips of his 2 fingers. Zerman was in extreme agony. A piercing scream rang out. Immediately after that, he fainted again. The system continued to announce treatment mission activated level 1 skill. Patient Zerman. Detoxification plan. Lifespan increased by 21 years 2 months 1 day. Lines of text appeared stating lifespan added 381 days. Rounded to 4 days total, 118 days. Zakin excitedly exclaimed, "Good enough then." Immediately ordered that he be arrested. His eyes were resolute. Once the needed item was obtained, then returned to the palace. Elsewhere, Damien and the gladiators were clashing with the soldiers. Soldier's face darkened as he looked at them. He noticed Damien and thought, how could these gladiators be so strong? Fortunately, Zakin appeared just in time. He spoke up saying, "I told you to stand still." Zakin stepped between the 2 soldiers, causing them to blurt out "Crown Prince." Damien was also stunned by the sight. Zakin approached and asked, "Do you now believe that I am the Crown Prince?" Damien remained silent and cold. After a while, he slowly lowered his weapon. Old memories surged through Damien's mind. The image of him coldly looking at his mother. Damien softly called out, "Mother." His expressionless face was the last image of his mother before she passed away. He thought to himself that he was dreaming of that day again, when rain lashed outside the window. His mood grew heavy. That was the day he was left alone after his mother died. His emotions sealed away as everything shattered. He remembered his own lonely back then, and told himself that was the day he was abandoned. Zakin's voice rang out, waking him. "Do not sink into that anymore." Damien abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up and saw Zakin and Bizo standing beside the bed. Bizo smiled brightly and extended his hand, introducing himself formally. "I am Bizo Garden, the Crown Prince's physician." Damien remained indifferent as he shook hands and replied, "I am Damien." Zakin turned his back and said, "The greetings are enough. Follow me, there is much to do today." Damien sat on the bed watching him. Bizo asked, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" Zakin replied irritably, "Do you not trust me?" After hearing the conversation, Damien remained silent for a long time. In the cupping room, many gladiators were being cared for. Damien spoke up asking, "Where is this place?" Zakin cheerfully replied, "The treatment room." Sergio anxiously said, "You not only saved us from that hell, but also allowed us to stay for treatment." He exclaimed, "How can you be so kind?" Zakin closed his eyes and placed his hands on his hips, thinking he was not doing this out of kindness. He glanced at the gladiators, most of them barely over 20. If the curse were lifted, he would gain more vitality, but saying it aloud would make them think he was insane. He looked at them seriously and said, "Nothing in this world is free. Do not think I do this out of goodwill." Yakai raised his voice, saying, "I have always been plagued by illness." Someone behind interjected that everyone in the kingdom knew that. He suppressed his anger and thought he would make that person taste the most painful therapy. Gaining his composure, he continued, "But even the royal physicians are helpless against my illness. Despite trying every method, the condition worsened, so I decided to seek a cure myself." Turned to Damien and asked, "Surely you know why I brought you here?" Damien calmly replied, "Perhaps you wish to test a new therapy." Zakin nodded exactly, causing the entire room to freeze in anxious shock. He eagerly asked Damien, "How were you cured?" He replied, "After the first treatment, the nerve pain nearly vanished." Sergio looked around as if to confirm that Damien had proven the effectiveness. Zakin asked, "Does anyone feel discomfort during treatment?" The room was utterly silent. He smiled smugly and thought it succeeded. He could go all out. Announced, "Begin treatment. Remove your shirts and lie on the beds." Smoke drifted past the windows along with cries of pain. 6 days later, everyone lay on the beds, with hot herbal packs placed on their backs. Zakin looked at the scene, thinking their vomiting and cold sweats were truly frightening. He gritted his teeth, realizing these were withdrawal symptoms from painkillers, making it difficult to continue cupping. Suddenly, he saw Damien sitting upright coldly on the bed. Zakin walked over and called Damien. He replied, "Yes, my lord." He asked, "Are you not dizzy?" Damien said, "Yes." He asked, "Are you nauseous?" He replied, "I am trying to endure." Hearing that, he was astonished and thought perhaps that was why he was the protagonist. Rolled his eyes and decided to temporarily switch to another therapy. Zakin turned to everyone and said, "We stop here today. Go rest and drink plenty of water." He called Sergio to stay behind. Zakin approached and asked Sergio, "Are you uncomfortable from withdrawal?" Sergio, pale and trembling, said, "I am fine." He smiled and told him, "Lie down and let me help you." Took out a small needle. Zakin looked at him with determination, but was unsure whether acupressure would be effective. He thought Sergio had used the medicine the longest and had the worst symptoms, so he was suitable for testing. Then began pressing points near the abdomen and inserting the needle into the tip of his toe. Gradually, Sergio's body showed signs of change. While Zakin was still thinking, Sergio's hand suddenly rose. Immediately, he screamed loudly and shoved him to the ground. Sergio gripped his throat tightly. In Zakin's mind, there was only a cry for help. Sergio's large body pinned him firmly to the floor. Zakin's face gradually turned red from lack of air. Suddenly, Sergio's face became lifeless, and he collapsed. It turned out Damien had saved him in time. He asked, "My lord, are you all right?" Zakin grasped his hand and replied, "I am fine." Turned back thinking that due to withdrawal, even slight stimulation could cause convulsions. He looked at Sergio lying unconscious and realized his nervous system was extremely sensitive. Even a single needle felt like a sword thrust. Continued thinking that to handle this situation, he needed an even thinner needle. His face solemn as he carefully observed him. Night fell. Zakin stood by the desk holding up a letter to read. Inside it read, "Thuong Hai, I am the blacksmith. The letter stated, according to your request, forging needles as thin as thread is feasible. But I am not certain I can produce large quantities with uniform thickness and ensure they function as you intend." Blacksmith added that unless one were a dwarf, this task was nearly impossible. After reading, he sighed in frustration. Time was running out, and the withdrawal symptoms would only worsen. He ruffled his hair in agitation, wondering what he should do. Suddenly, the system issued a notification that your internal organs are detecting a high level of stress. The system reminded that stress is the root of many illnesses and advised to relieve it. Upon hearing that, he suddenly had an idea. Inside his body, the two lungs and intestines were busily supporting the heart. Heart sighed, saying, "This is exhausting. Perhaps I should give you a hint." The two lungs cheerfully repeated, "We are lungs, we are lungs." The intestines calmly said, "Would it not be better to hear the hint before the sphincter fully opens?" Hearing that, Zakin was stunned and asked, "What is going on?" Immediately, the system displayed another notification before him. A line of text appeared stating that by investing the HP obtained, you can unlock countless skills and summon beasts. He suddenly remembered this detail had been mentioned in the novel. He immediately chose continue, and the system announced, "You have selected random beast summon." Information appeared stating the summoned beast has a strong ego, absolute loyalty, and provides many skills. Random summon costs 300p, current HP 500p, confirm or not. He quickly reached out to confirm, while murmuring a wish to receive something useful. The system sounded again, beginning random summon, deducting 300p, remaining HP 200p. Before proceeding, please clearly state the desired skill for the beast to possess. He declared loudly, "I need many ultra-thin needles with high stability. Grant me a summon that meets this requirement." The system responded, "Request recorded." Sparkling light gathered, and 3 gift boxes appeared before him. The first box was labeled Candidate 1 Cheerful Oink Oink. The second box was labeled Candidate 2 Green Iron Shard. Third box was labeled Candidate 3 Cactus that loves producing more cacti. Looking at the bizarre names, he could not help but curse inwardly. The system explained that the 3 candidates met 100%, 50%, and 0% of the requirement respectively, and could not be reversed after selection. He muttered, "So there is a first prize, a mediocre one and a useless thing." Zakin folded his arms and looked at the 3 boxes, reading each candidate's name aloud. He ruffled his hair, thinking about which one to choose. By the time dawn broke, he still had not made a decision. The sun rose high, yet he remained standing motionless in thought. Suddenly his heart pounded and cried out, "It is about to explode, just pick the cactus." He reluctantly nodded, "Fine." The system confirmed, "You have selected Candidate 3 Cactus that loves reproducing." Immediately the light from the third box flared up. Zakin clasped his hands in prayer, hoping what appeared would be good enough since his HP was running low. The box quickly sprang open. A small hedgehog-like creature appeared in his hand, making a gao so sound. Zakin widened his eyes at the sharp spines, examined it closely, and exclaimed, "Is this a hedgehog?" It continued making gao so sounds. The system displayed instructions that gao so can change size when fed the accompanying sunflower seeds. He noticed a red pouch under its belly and wondered what it was. System explained that red sunflower seeds make it grow for 12 hours. Green seeds shrink it and must be fed before the time runs out. Infinite Spines Level 1 allows a plucked spine to immediately regrow in the same spot. Chestnut Assault Level 1 enables it to transform into a chestnut to attack. 3-color Exploding Spines Level 1 fires white, brown, and black spines with varying pain levels depending on color. Looked at it, thinking it truly is a hedgehog, so its attacks rely mainly on spines. Zakin leaned closer and asked, "May I pluck one spine?" It cheerfully responded, making him surprised that it did not hurt. He decided to take one white spine, one brown and one black. He tried pressing the white spine against his hand and felt only slight pain, thinking it suitable for the gladiators. Testing the brown spine, it felt like a bee sting, while the black spine made him shudder from the intense pain. He looked at the black spine shivering and decided to test it later, thinking the needle problem was solved. He happily declared that from now on Gao So is mine, but accidentally pressed too hard, causing his hand to bleed while it cried out. In another room, a voice called out, Thuong Hai, what is going on? Bizo looked at the small creature and exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Zaken introduced it as Lord Gao So It chimed in as if in agreement, making Bizo wonder how he obtained it. Zaken began explaining in a long-winded roundabout way. After finishing, he turned away, saying, if you want to know more, ask Gao So himself. It sat on his shoulder, chirping incessantly. Bizo's expression changed as he worriedly wondered, could it be? He recalled the legend from 300 years ago about rare summoned beasts that voluntarily served humans, and wondered why Zaken had won. Watched Zaken's back and wondered what other secrets His Highness still held. At that moment, Sergio spoke up, apologizing for his actions yesterday. Zaken smiled reassuringly, saying that was a normal reaction to intense pain, and now no matter how many needles I insert, you will not feel pain. Sergio said in surprise, but you have not done anything. He replied, I already have, and the tiny needles visible on Sergio's leg left him astonished. Immediately after that, he removed the needles and Sergio sighed in relief. He continued treating everyone, thinking everything was still going smoothly, and telling himself if he maintained this efficiency. System announced activation of hospital fee claim level 1 applied to Damien and 13 others. Reading the curse mark yielded a total of 80 days of lifespan, estimated remaining 171 days. Hospital fee claim advanced to level 2, with a new conversion rate, making Zaken delighted at the upgrade. Jumped up in joy like a child, while Damien silently observed. Damien clenched his fist tightly. Thought he is the crown prince, so why is he so happy about our recovery? Zaken stared intently at the system, thinking excitedly that he had finally handled the group of gladiators. Turned to look at them, then hesitated and said, but suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Elsewhere, a hand tightened around a steaming teacup. Arthu sat in silence when someone entered to report on the crown prince's situation. The person reported that 2 days ago 14 gladiators were appointed as bodyguards. Arthu asked in surprise, bodyguards? The other replied, yes, your majesty, they are called the Special Royal Guard Unit, and must follow him at all times. Zaken takes them everywhere. When Arthu asked what they received, he was told they signed contracts with salary and many benefits. Arthu pondered that the once frail child had now formed his own unit from gladiators, and he smiled, faintly commenting that his actions were becoming more and more interesting. The reporter added that he gathered all servants and guards, then inserted needles all over them like experiments, making Zaken's image seem different. Hearing that, Arthu could not help but worry. The image of Zaken holding needles and piercing others' skin appeared in his mind. He asked, does it hurt? And the other replied, not at all. Zaken said, it is just needles, why shout? Leaving the other speechless. He was like opening a private clinic in the palace, sitting on a chair and calling the next patient. Subordinates lined up waiting for their turn to be experimented on by him. A few days earlier, when Zaken was strolling around the grounds, he turned back and softly asked how his cupping felt these past days. Damien replied, it still aches a little. Zaken sighed and said, it is a pity you no longer need cupping therapy. Damien asked in surprise, please say that again. Zaken explained, you have completed the treatment and are cured because I have confirmed the method's effectiveness. Damien silently looked at him without speaking. He scratched his head lightly, intending to thank him for everything, but Zaken quickly stopped him. Wait. He said seriously, first listen to me finish. He explained enthusiastically, I do not want your swordsmanship skill to fade or be sold cheaply somewhere. Such talent should not be wasted, so he decisively proposed, become my bodyguard. I do not need gratitude or empty oaths of loyalty. I will pay a high salary with pension and proper vacation leave. He looked at the aura around him and thought sooner or later he will reach the realm of Grand Swordmaster and suffer that specific syndrome, and he understands his own ability best. Golden sword circle appeared, symbolizing the Swordmaster syndrome, when heightened senses grow uncontrollable, causing insomnia and constant pain. The body would be tormented continuously. He thought he could keep him under the guise of treatment, but he would likely leave, so the most practical way was a fair exchange of benefits. Zaken continued, we will sign a clear contract with leave and full benefits. Damien remained silent, seeing that he smiled and said, fine, I will add the right to resign at any time, and even grant a villa. The other still did not respond. From the distant bushes, eyes were watching. Zaken joked, you must be good at negotiating. He pointed at him and said loudly, 4 working days a week, how about that? Hard to refuse, right? Suddenly, several gladiators rushed out from the bushes asking to be hired as well. Zakin was stunned and asked, "Since when were you there?" They spoke over one another, saying, "You healed us to recruit us, right? We will replace Damien to protect you, and you even promised to make us stronger." Zakin replied helplessly, "It is not about money. Do you like the benefits that much?" They answered in unison, "Yes, my lord," leaving him speechless. He recalled modern times with part-time recruitment boards, and thought at least such frankness was better than fake loyalty. He continued calculating about forming his own force, since royal guards obey the emperor, and might face conflicting orders. Zakin confidently declared, "All of you are accepted into my special royal guard team." He abbreviated it as SG. They all cheered while Damien remained cold. Yet among the crowd he still smiled faintly, in support of Zakin's decision. Zakin turned away slightly pensive, because even after saving them the added lifespan was not much. He thought with this frail body, it would be difficult to seek patients outside. He silently looked toward the castle. Sitting in the room, he said, "I need to build a clinic in the secondary palace." Damien asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Zakin replied, "Do you not know what a clinic is?" Damien said, "I know, but..." Suddenly Bizo trembled, cried out, "Your Highness," making Zakin startled, and asked, "What now?" Bizo said emotionally, "At last, I understand your noble heart in wanting to build a clinic to help the people." Zakin immediately agreed, "Yes, you finally understand me." Bizo's eyes glistened, as he said, "Even while ill yourself, you still care for the people's health." He gestured animatedly as he spoke, and Zakin joined in saying, "It is all for the people." Damien looked at the two of them, utterly speechless. Then Zakin said thoughtfully, "First we will treat those within the palace." Bizo asked, "Those within your palace?" He wondered if he opened a clinic inside the palace, would people dare to come freely for treatment? Bizo worried that since this was the crown prince's palace, they might feel hesitant. Zakin said, "Then we must promote it. My success will reassure them. One spreads to 10 and 10 to 100. He folded his arms and smiled smugly, imagining a crowded traditional medicine clinic. Thinking about having treated 500 people, he suddenly exclaimed, "Why is everyone so healthy?" He paced back and forth anxiously. Even caring for 500 people only increased his lifespan by 2 days. He needed truly serious patients. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Bizo brought over a stack of files of the 500 patients. He said, "We have gathered information on family, gender, age, and medical condition, as you requested." Zakin glanced through them and chuckled inwardly. "If they are healthy, then find their relatives. I truly am a genius." Picked up one file thinking, there must be at least one severe case. He seriously flipped through each page, examining carefully. As time passed, the stack of documents gradually thinned. Zakin grew impatient, wondering why no one was seriously ill. He frowned. Only 10 files remained. Damien spoke up, "Your Highness, I am disappointed." Zakin looked up and asked, disappointed. Damien said coldly, "May I ask, do you see patients as tools?" Zakin was stunned. Damien continued, "You said you needed people for trials, so we sought out many. But now," he said, "it is as if you hope someone is about to die." The words pierced Zakin's heart like a blade. Bizo angrily retorted, "How dare you speak so? His Highness must have a plan." Damien only asked back coldly, "Truly?" Zakin trembled slightly and forced a smile, thanking Bizo, but he admitted Damien's words were not entirely wrong, leaving Bizo flustered and apologetic. Damien changed his tone, saying, "Your Highness, do not be too harsh on such a loyal subordinate." Bizo argued, "Your words were not gentle either." Zakin looked at the two of them, wondering what play they were acting out. He angrily shouted at both of them to get out, then slammed the door. In the room, he ruffled his hair and sighed, only 10 pages left. Suddenly, a piece of information in a survey form caught his attention. The writer described her 8-year-old younger brother having seizures once or twice a month, foaming at the mouth as if possessed. The girl said she had sought doctors and priests, but no one could find the cause. Hearing that, Zakin exclaimed in delight, "Found one." He summoned the maid over. She trembled and said, "My lord, this is the child." She pointed to the boy beside her, saying, "That is my younger brother." Zakin smiled in greeting. Gio shyly replied, "Greetings, my lord." He gently said, "Just call me Zakindi," and thought the boy must be very frightened entering the palace to meet the crown prince for the first time. Zakin took something from his pocket, thinking, this is a good way to befriend a child. He placed a handkerchief on his palm, then handed it to the boy. When opened, inside was a small candy. The boy's eyes instantly lit up. Zakin gave the candy to Gio, saying, "This is for you." The boy's face suddenly changed, as if afraid of something. Zakin asked, "What is wrong?" Gio lowered his head, saying, "I am not allowed to let others touch me." He asked, "May I know why?" The boy turned away sadly, saying, "I am possessed by an evil spirit." Gio said self-consciously that other children mocked him, calling him a freak. Zakin gently comforted him, saying, "You are not strange at all." Gio still clenched his hands, stammering, but he said he lost a fight and everything went dark. Zakin asked, "Dark?" Gio recalled the sudden trembling, his body going numb as if lifted up then thrown down. He added, "It felt as if the sky drifted away, and he heard strange sounds. When I woke up, I was completely exhausted." Zakin softened his voice, saying, "I understand. He asked, even so you still endure it. Then he hugged the boy, praising Gio for being very brave. Gio said emotionally, but you should not touch me because I am possessed. Zakin felt a trace of sadness and released a soothing energy, saying there is no evil spirit at all. The system notified, beginning pulse diagnosis and scan. Overall assessment, patient's body is healthy. However, abnormal brain waves detected accompanied by seizure symptoms. System warned this could cause severe seizures, leaving Zakin shocked as he looked at Gio. Gio looked confused, while Zakin realized this was epilepsy caused by disordered brain waves, leading to convulsions and loss of consciousness. Zakin slowly stood and said, no matter what, even if you were truly possessed by an evil spirit, you are not strange at all. Hearing that, Gio's mood eased and he asked, is that true? He smiled brightly and raised his thumb, saying, of course, I am the crown prince. I am always right. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. He thought, fortunately, I discovered this is epilepsy. But currently there is no brain scanning device to find the cause. Truly maddening. Gio stammered, calling your highness, no Zakin. Hearing that, he bent down to look at the Gio's condition suddenly relapsed. His whole body convulsed violently. He trembled, saying, I feel strain. Zakin was stunned. Another seizure right now. Everyone turned their eyes toward Gio. Bizo cried out in alarm, the child. Gio's sister collapsed. Bizo worriedly thought he was possessed, while Damien drew his sword, asking his highness to step back. Zakin remained focused on observing. He gritted his teeth, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly he shouted, enough. He said angrily, this has nothing to do with spirits. This is illness. The child needs protection. He ordered, bring a pillow quickly. Gio's sister hurriedly answered yes. After placing the pillow, Gio still convulsed, while everyone surrounded him. Bizo asked, should we wipe the foam with a cloth? Zakin shook his head to stop him. Do not do that. His jaw is stiff and forcing a cloth could be dangerous. The room fell silent. Zakin said, we can only wait for the seizure to pass before handling it. He suddenly noticed a golden glow around Gio. Thought in shock, why can I sense mana from the book? He suddenly remembered the AS Zahan core technique, which is sensitive to mana flow. If he could clearly see the energy stream, perhaps he would find the cause. He calculated inwardly that maybe he could identify the root of the illness. He immediately placed his hand on Gio to feel the flow of energy. He closed his eyes and whispered, I see it. In that instant, he seemed to enter Gio's body, seeing mana flowing chaotically everywhere. He touched a stream of energy, telling himself to focus to find the origin. Following the flow, he distinguished the spinal nerves and cranial nerves. Sweat poured down, but he reassured himself he could not collapse now. His heart beat abnormally fast, yet he pushed a little further. He strained to delve deeper inside. A network of nerves leading to the brain appeared. He discovered an abnormally bright point. He realized it was the vagus nerve, the very source of the problem. He was astonished that the distorted signal there caused full-body convulsions. He requested a blanket be brought for Gio and instructed that the boy be allowed to rest. He said tiredly, do not make noise or cause further stimulation. Immediately after that, he fainted, causing Bizo to cry out, your highness. Everyone was worried, while in his unconsciousness, he felt relieved for having found the root and being able to treat it. Night fell and moonlight bathed the palace. Zakin slowly opened his eyes and woke. He rubbed his aching forehead, wondering how long he had been unconscious, and thinking the technique had operated at full capacity. Damien appeared, saying, you are awake. He startled and scolded him for making him think of the god of death. Damien replied, you slept half a day. Zakin asked worriedly how the child was doing. Damien said Gio woke in the evening but was still very tired. Zakin nodded because the seizure had been quite severe. Damien said the boy ate dinner and then fell asleep again. Zakin stepped down from the bed, thinking this diagnostic technique was far more accurate than he had imagined. He put on his coat, telling himself that since he had identified the cause in the vagus nerve, he needed to stimulate it for treatment. Damien asked where your highness was going in the middle of the night. Zakin eagerly dressed himself. He smiled and said, going to find some lightning, of course. He walked out of the room. 2 guards stopped him and asked who goes there. They immediately froze when they recognized Zakin. Zakin greeted them and asked to be taken to the mage Dan Tit. The 2 guards led him, while Damien followed behind. He stopped before a door glowing blue. Zakin said this is the place. He opened the door, startling Dan Tit awake as he shouted, what the hell? The old man stammered in shock, your highness, why are you here? Zakin apologized for the sudden visit and said he needed a favor. He friendly requested, please, use lightning magic to strike my back. Dan Tit was stunned and asked what. Previously, when meeting King Arthur, he had said Zakin had changed too much lately and was doing strange things. King closed his eyes, admitting he also worried what his son would do next. Then he smiled faintly. Dan Tit recalled the king's words and thought every parent worries about their child. Back to the present, Zakin pleaded, hit me. Dan Tit thought his highness had changed too much. The old man looked at him, suspiciously, thinking he was becoming more and more peculiar. Dan Tit said anxiously, if something happens, I will lose my life. Zakin explained, I only need a slight current that will not be fatal. He requested maintaining a stable current for 3 hours, Dan Tit thought this was an extremely strange request. New lightning magic had immense destructive power, but the prince wanted it reduced to static level and kept stable for a long time. Dan Tit sighed and said, "Does your highness know how difficult this request is?" Zakin replied, "Of course, like driving at low speed continuously for 3 hours." He slung an arm over the old man, flattering that only the greatest mage like him could accomplish it. Continued praising who is the most talented mage in the empire. Dan Tit slightly lifted his chin. His internal organs seemed to cheer the name Dan Tit. Damien and the two guards behind exchanged puzzled glances. Dan Tit gradually became persuaded by the challenge. He said, "But if anything happens." Zakin smiled, saying, "Even if I am injured or die, you bear no responsibility." He pointed at the guards, and Damien as witnesses, making them pale. Zakin lowered his voice, saying, "I only want to save someone." Dan Tit replied, "If so, I will try." Zakin urged excitedly, "Then let us begin now." Dan Tit raised his staff, while Zakin sat down thinking he must test it first to ensure the child's safety. Dan Tit asked, "Are you ready?" Zakin closed his eyes, focusing, as mana spread from his heart. Dan Tit declared, beginning the spell. He tried to lower the magic to static level, as the current entered Zakin, making him shiver slightly like ant bites. He relaxed, thinking, just as expected now, he would absorb and convert the current into electrodes. He activated an electrical signal, symmetrical to the distorted signal in the vagus nerve, controlled them, then transformed them into electrodes beneath his hand. He opened his eyes and smiled, because the Acer Zahan core technique was stronger than expected and had succeeded. He said, "That is enough." Dan Tit asked in surprise, "Stop. I can continue." Zakin cried out in pain, telling him to stop immediately. Meanwhile, in Zakin's palace, many gathered outside the room whispering about what His Highness intended this time. Zio's sister looked bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. She truly could not guess what that man was planning. Inside the sealed room, Zakin sat facing Gio. Behind him, a group stood watching tensely. Zakin smiled, raising the needle, and told Zio he did not need to suppress his worry. Good medicine is bitter, and treatment inevitably brings some pain. He promised not to deceive him. Zio hesitated, asking if it would hurt much. He replied, "Only a slight prick, like a small pinch." Zakin lifted the syringe. Zio's trembling voice said, "It already sounds frightening." He reassured him it would not hurt at all. He guaranteed it. Hearing that, Zio gradually trusted and asked, "Truly?" Zakin answered certainly and said the needle had already pierced before he even noticed, making Zio startle and look down at his neck. Then he turned to look at Dan Tit, signaling, thinking inwardly, the real pain begins now. On the other side, Dan Tit immediately cast the spell. A bolt of lightning shot straight into his heart before Zior's astonished eyes. Zakin clearly felt the current gather in his heart and thought, "Good. The energy is converging steadily." Calculated further, let them watch closely and spread word of this breakthrough treatment. While Bizo beside him nearly fainted in shock, unable to believe the prince was being electrocuted, and everyone else was terrified. In his mind, he thought this is word-of-mouth marketing. Then he ordered the processed current to be sent in and withdrew the needle from Zio's neck. At that moment, he guided the current in his hand slowly deeper into the boy's body. In the pitch-dark space, a brilliant light suddenly flared. Light instantly drew all his attention. His expression changed abruptly. "Wait, this feels extremely unstable." Discovered the mana flow was suddenly obstructed and chased after it in alarm, sensing it might explode at any moment due to the blockage. A warning bell rang in his mind. The seizure was about to erupt. Theo grimaced in pain, asking Zakin how long he had to stay like this. Zakin strained to control, thinking at worst there were only 3 minutes before the seizure burst. 1 minute passed. The chaotic mana increased rapidly. Clutching the electrodes, Zakin thought he must activate the opposing signal into it, but told himself there was not enough time. He hesitated because even using the Acer Zahan core technique at maximum required 30 minutes. He wondered whether to stop and treat another time, but feared if the boy seized they would spread rumors, and he did not know how long Dan Tit could endure. A man with a terminal illness like him could not allow himself to retreat now. He called out Mage Dan Tit. Jiakai said coldly, "My body has formed a force field. Please triple the lightning magic immediately." The old man worried, but he firmly ordered, "Do it now, and I will explain later." The old man said uneasily, "That would be very painful." Zakin shouted back that it did not matter. Receiving the command, Dan Tit cast the spell, replying, "As you command, your highness." Instantly, a fierce bolt struck Zakin, causing his heart to convulse violently. He calculated 10 seconds before the seizure and told himself to absorb more magic to handle and complete the treatment. The mana surged wildly. Inside, he kept calculating the position to concentrate the absorbed electrodes. Zakin quickly targeted the carotid artery. He urgently adjusted the electrodes in his hand, gritting his teeth under extreme strain. He wrapped cloth around each nerve, 5 seconds before the seizure struck, he fired a strong current into the nerve. Zio began showing seizure signs and foaming at the mouth, while Zakin counted down 4. Everyone held their breath watching, as Zakin continued counting silently. Inside, the vagus nerve energy surged violently. He counted 2 and compressed the current into one side of them. Sweat drenched his face as he gritted his teeth, counting 1. Zakin stood between 2 opposing energies colliding. Both his hands continuously emitted currents, stimulating the force transmitted into Gio's body. Gia exhaled tensely, counted to the penultimate 1. When the clock struck 0, Gio's face darkened, and he clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and no longer convulsed. Zio looked at him, calling Zakin. Zakin, pale and drenched in sweat, asked, "Are you feeling better?" And Tit beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. Zio's sister was astonished, thinking normally he would faint when the pain began, yet this time nothing happened. His whole body exhausted, Zakin exhaled softly, thinking how lucky it almost failed. "My body is still numb." The system chimed, announcing level 2 treatment fee activated. Patient Zio received vagus nerve stimulation surgery. Lifespan increased by 3 days. Estimated total remaining 161 days. Hearing the notice, Zakin could not hide his joy at gaining more time to live. The system continued, announcing that he had maximized the Acer Jahan core technique to endure high-intensity stimulation. As a result, he had broken through his personal limit. A radiant notification announced that the Acer Jahan core technique had leveled up. The skill reached first circle second stage, increasing mana to 130%, and required 1200 HP for the next level. Current HP was 200. Seeing that chain of notifications, Zakin rejoiced and forgot all his fatigue, thinking that the core had upgraded and his mana had increased significantly. The system sounded again that you had endured a powerful electric current. The lungs and large intestine absorbed metal energy resisting wood. The internal organs received wood energy, and the liver had awakened. The scene shifted to a neatly dressed young man with a cold face kicking the door open. As he stepped inside, carried a bag and called out to that lazy one. The young man loudly threw his bag to the ground and shouted to hurry up and pick up his bag. Inside Zakin's body, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. His heart coldly said someone new had arrived, while his stomach showed excitement. The shirt on the large intestine was abruptly pulled down. The large intestine excitedly cheered that it had finally escaped its rookie fate, overjoyed. That smaller young man coldly looked at the large intestine without a word, and he casually delivered a slap to the other party. The young man shouted that it was trying to turn him into a rookie, asking if it wanted to die. The system notified that the liver had provided you with 300 HP. The lungs, heart, and large intestine welcomed the new member and gifted an additional 500 HP. The image of the large intestine, like a sniffling child, appeared. The system displayed that the liver's birthday party had begun, and you received another 300 HP. Current HP 1300. Zakin looked at the system in delight because a new organ meant more HP. Today was truly wonderful as he both upgraded the core and awakened the liver while also increasing HP. He continued staring at the system screen, wondering if there were any more notifications. Suddenly, someone called out Zakin. He startled and lowered his head to ask what was wrong. Gio innocently asked if there was anything unusual about him. Zakin gently said that he was not unusual at all, then asked why this time it had not gone dark and lost control like before. Gio replied that was right. He looked at him and affirmed that from now until the end of his life, his condition would remain stable like this. Gio widened his eyes full of hope and asked if it was true. Zakin smiled and said he would no longer suffer pain. If he was wrong, he could take the prince's position starting tomorrow. During that, Zio's older sister emotionally called his name. Gio happily looked at his sister and replied, "Sister." Two siblings choked up and embraced each other. Zakin stood beside them, satisfied that everything had succeeded perfectly. Everyone around was moved. He confidently thought they had seen it clearly, and this was the time for his reputation as a benevolent physician to spread far. So many would seek treatment and extend their lives. He smiled calculatingly as he thought of a long, healthy life awaiting him. Suddenly, his body showed abnormal signs. His vision gradually opened. He only saw BJ worriedly running over with Damien and Jackie, wondering what was happening. He wondered if he had fainted again, and images of his internal organs appeared in his mind. The system replied that of course it was after he had forced himself beyond his limits like that. After an unknown time, night fell and Zakin lay exhausted on the bed. He slowly opened his eyes to look at the ceiling, thinking he did not know how long he had been unconscious and feeling his body stiff. Izo stood beside him with a gloomy face saying, "Prince, you have finally awakened." Zakin weakly turned and smiled, asking why they were still here and whether they had no other work. Bizo replied in a strange tone that he was tired of having to watch him sleep endlessly. Then he burst into tears, saying that was why he prayed for him to wake soon. He had prayed a great deal, Your Highness. Zakin asked in surprise why he was crying again. Hearing that he cried even louder, and Damien had to say that he had slept for 2 whole days. Hearing that, he widened his eyes and sat up, saying 2 full days. And Tit softly spoke, "Your Highness." The old man's face looked worn, his voice trembling with worry as he asked if he intended to send him to prison. If His Majesty asked why he had fallen unconscious because of his light magic, he would not know how to answer. Zakin forced a smile and apology, then quickly asked about Zio. How was he and what was his condition now? Behind, Gio stuck his head out and replied that he was fine now. He slowly approached Zakin with a bright smile that startled him, telling him to wait. Why was he here? He replied that he had begged everyone for a long time before being allowed to visit. Bizo, standing beside, still looked at him with concern. He shyly reached into his pocket and took something out, saying he wanted to give him this. Zio handed him a necklace and said he had waited for him to wake to give it. Zakin held the necklace and asked in surprise if he had made it while he was asleep. He quietly accepted it and thought perhaps he was not worthy. He had saved him only to prolong his own life. He did not know his true motive, so his heart felt a brief pang of guilt. Suddenly Gio called his name, Zakin, making him curiously prop himself up to sit. Clear eyes looked at him as he said he also wanted to become someone wonderful like him to help others. Excitedly emphasized that he wanted to be like him. Hearing that, he paused. He lifted the necklace and said this gift was wonderful. Then he looked at him and sincerely thanked him. Zakin continued that the greatest reward he had received. In the silent room, Bizo and Dan Tit watched as Zakin said the most precious thing was seeing him healthy, Z. After that, he coughed lightly and said he wanted to rest more because he was still tired. Everyone immediately took their leave, telling the prince to rest well before gently leaving the room. Before leaving, Zio turned back and waved, saying, "See you later, Zakin." He smiled in reply, "Yes, see you later." Door quietly closed. The room was left with only him. Zakin thoughtfully looked at the wooden necklace in his hand. He raised it to examine and muttered who would wear something so simple. There were no gemstones at all. Then he smiled and said he actually liked it. Better sleep some more. Zakin put the necklace around his neck and gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning elsewhere, a voice called out, "Mother, I am home." Mother stepped out from inside the house and asked in surprise why he had returned. The young man standing at the door cheerfully replied that he had been granted leave, so he took the chance to visit home. At his side, he carried a stack of documents. His mother wondered about the leave, and he replied it was a special holiday. During the meal, his mother asked if the prince had suddenly given him 5 days off. He calmly said that most people in the palace had been given leave. His father asked with concern about the prince's health. He replied that it seemed better than before, making his father sigh in relief. But then he said perhaps it was because the young man's face became serious because of the strange events recently. In the corner of the room, his father asked what strange events. He replied that His Highness said he wanted to treat the people. Saying that, he pulled a sheet of paper from behind his back and showed it. He placed the paper on the table for everyone to see clearly. The whole family leaned down to look. His mother widened her eyes in shock. A gentle breeze blew past and swept the paper out the window. Leaflets scattered everywhere in the wind. Someone's voice called out asking what was going on. In the bustling town, the papers fell among the passing crowd. On the notice board filled with postings about Zakin, people curiously gathered to read what it was. The content clearly stated the opening of a traditional medicine clinic at the palace, free treatment for back pain, joint aches, acupuncture, orthopedic adjustment, obesity handled by Prince Zakin Adria Mason Ono. Specializing in difficult illnesses, everyone discussed whether the prince was really doing this. The scene returned to the palace. Zakin stood by the window smiling, thinking the news had surely spread everywhere. Bizo pushed the door open and reported that it was time to go out. "Your Highness." Zakin turned back and replied that it was fine. Let them go. The two walked into the corridor. Bizo said he had risen very early today. He replied that it was the first day of the clinic's opening. Bizo said all the medicine had been prepared. Zakin asked about the licorice as well. Bizo affirmed that he had chosen the best supplier. Zakin nodded in praise and said they needed a large quantity, and even if the price was high, they had to buy plenty. Bizo hesitated and said he understood, but Your Highness, causing him to stop and turn around. He seriously asked where he had learned these things. Zakin blinked as he thought about the methods he used. Bizo mentioned things like creating new medicine. The two faced each other. He continued or relieving pain by inserting needles into another person's body. As a doctor, he was very curious, hearing that he fell silent. Bizo stood by the window and said lately he had lost sleep thinking about his techniques. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not understand how they operated, so in his heart there was a bit of. He lowered his head and hesitantly admitted sadness. Zakin silently looked at him, wondering if he was sad. He understood that he felt powerless because he could not grasp the essence of the techniques. As a doctor, he had once been the same, so his gaze grew cold. He slowly said that in truth, he came from another world. Bizo stood stunned and replied yes. He continued that in that place he was not a prince, but only an ordinary person named Li Han. He lived by practicing traditional medicine, just like what he was doing now. Bezo, filled with doubt, said Prince, his mind in turmoil. He was saying this after thinking very carefully. Zakin scratched his head and smiled, saying it was the truth. But Bezo still half believed and half doubted, saying he would be sad if he was teasing him. His voice still carried suspicion, asking if he could stop joking and tell the truth. Zakin replied that he had already said it and asked why he wanted to know. Bezo answered that he wanted to become a better doctor, wanting to feel the fulfillment like him. Zakin smiled and said he was already a good doctor, making Bezo fall silent and only softly reply yes. He turned around and said, enough talk, time to get to work. Glancing out the window, he quietly thought that he had come this far thanks to his constant support. He hoped that on opening day there would be patience rather than just a few flies, and hoped people would not hesitate because this was the prince's residence. He had even used his own gate as the entrance to the clinic with clear signage. Reality made him so anxious that he bit his nails, thinking maybe he should close the place. Perhaps he was overthinking. He paced back and forth in the room, muttering, please let there be patience. Unable to hold back, he flung the main doors open and loudly welcomed everyone to the traditional medicine clinic. He even emphasized the words royal, but the only response was empty silence. Zakin dejectedly thought it was over. He nearly turned to stone as he quietly walked downstairs. Suddenly Bezo called out Prince, making him sigh in frustration and ask what now. Bezo pointed and said, please look down. The scene below left him stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He secretly rejoiced at being saved when he saw thousands of people crowded below, shouting, stop pushing. I was here first. In front of the clinic, it was packed with waiting patients. Zakin thought just as expected. The first day was always the busiest. Began examining each person, saying he would check them. A subordinate worriedly apologized for disturbing him while he was busy. That person stood behind and asked what he should do. Zakin instructed him to go around and see who needed assistance, and reminded him to prepare medicine for the patients. He quietly thought the nursing system was still rudimentary and needed time to improve. After a while, the system notified that you had accumulated enough experience from treating many patients, and the pulse diagnosis skill had leveled up. The notification displayed level 2 pulse diagnosis, allowing you to sense pulse patterns to assess health, evaluate risks, and view a general report. Even see internal organ information if synchronized within your body. Hearing that, he exclaimed, what? Inside his body, the heart dressed elegantly stepped out and said everyone it was time to meet them and see the situation. Following behind were the excited organs. The two lungs cheered that it was so lively. The heart arrogantly said it had told them they were number one, and there were many targets to get acquainted with. The stomach eagerly chimed in that it was the best indeed, while the small liver glanced over and told everyone to wake up. It reminded them that they were all elderly people, while the aged organs were sitting and waiting on the table. The system quickly delivered a conclusion. After completing the consultation with the organs, the heart reported no obvious damage detected. The lungs stated there were no abnormal signs. The large intestine noted mild constipation, but otherwise stable. The liver spoke up, detecting signs of inflammation in this elderly man and advising him to stop drinking. Hearing that, Zakin wondered how bad the man's liver had become. The system continued to confirm that the liver had been severely damaged by 50 years of alcohol. If he did not change, then at most 5 more years before total failure. Zakin quietly rejoiced because the consultation data was extremely useful. Accurate diagnosis was the key to treatment. He told himself he had to awaken more organs. He turned and told the patient that his liver had been seriously damaged, explaining that it was the cause of his fatigue and jaundice. Then prescribed minor bupleurum decoction for 10 days. Upon follow-up, he would consider adding cinnamon twig and poria. He sternly demanded that he stop drinking immediately. If he continued, then surviving more than 5 years would be difficult, making the man stammer in confusion. The man shook his head and asked if without drinking he could still manage to eat. As prince, he ordered an absolute ban on alcohol and warned of punishment for disobedience, leaving the man speechless. At some point, night had fallen. In the room, Zakin announced that today was over and lighter cases should return tomorrow. A male servant offered praise, while a maid apologized for fearing she had prepared the medicine incorrectly. Zakin smiled and encouraged everyone that they had done very well, but quietly thought that without a proper nursing system it would be hard to manage when patients were many. A rotational care mechanism had to be built. He suddenly remembered the devoted nurses like Miss Kim and Miss Lee from his old world. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed along with urgent calls. Bezo rushed in panic, reporting an emergency case. Behind him, a man carrying a patient on his back claimed to be the eldest son of the Dinzil family. Madame Dinzil writhed in pain on her son's back. He desperately begged to save his mother. Zakin had her placed on the bed and asked how long she had had a fever and when the condition began. The son replied since the afternoon. Before that, she had been completely normal. He took her pulse. A surge of energy rebounded strongly, while the son recounted that she began shivering at noon and then worsen. In just an instant, he thought of the disease that had once wiped out 40,000 soldiers. The name of a dangerous epidemic flashed through his mind. Zakin's face turned pale as he realized the severity. He determined it was an epidemic caused by the bacterium Bolia bugdip. He asked the liver if it was certain, and the system confirmed that the bacteria had been seen inside the patient's body. Realizing the situation, he immediately grew tense. He asked one last time when she had bathed to understand the hygiene conditions. The son replied that she bathed regularly. Zakin confirmed whether it was yesterday and received the answer that she bathed in warm water every day. Fell into thought because someone so clean had still been infected. He further asked whether the bedroom had insects or ticks. The son affirmed the house was very tidy with no such signs. Zakin continued pressing whether she had recently gone anywhere unsanitary, making the son think. Suddenly he remembered and looked up saying yes. He recounted that about half a month ago, on the way back from visiting relatives, the carriage broke down, so she had to stay overnight at a farmer's house. That family let her sleep on their bed. Zakin calculated the 15-day incubation period matched and concluded it was highly likely an epidemic. He said she was probably infected from there, making the son panic and ask infected with what. Zakin explained that the epidemic spread through bites from ticks and insects, carrying pathogens. He worried because she was elderly and had a high fever, warning it could lead to pneumonia, internal organ damage, or necrosis. Zakin clenched his teeth and focused on finding a way to save her. He ordered the servants to remove the patient's clothes and wipe her body with clean, warm towels and dress her in new patient garments. A maid asked what about the old clothes. He demanded that all the old clothes and even the bed be burned. Once finished, they must bathe and change garments. He warned that anyone who disobeyed would be dismissed and severely punished. The maids trembled and replied they understood. Zakin instructed the son of the Dinzil family to notify his household immediately. Shouted loudly, urging everyone to hurry. Everyone immediately dispersed to carry out the orders. As for Zakin, he went down to the kitchen and personally sliced the medicinal herbs. He looked at the pot of medicine, sweating, thinking this was seaweed root soup specialized for treating fever Z and very effective. It was a decoction from seaweed root, combined with ephedra, creating a characteristic cloudy color. He brought the medicine to feed Madame Dinzil and told her to drink to ease the fever. The maid used a warm towel to press against her forehead. Took turns caring for her day and night. Some prepared the medicine, while others stood watch without rest. But one day her condition suddenly worsened. 3 days passed with no improvement, even though 3 maids rotated 8-hour shifts. The fever grew even higher. Zakin looked at the bowl of medicine and realized the seaweed root was not strong enough. He thought yin and yang were imbalanced. Yin energy was depleted, so he had to harmonize qi and blood before reducing the fever. He searched his mind for a herb that could restore yin energy. Blamed himself for having to think of a solution while the organs were silent, inwardly scolding them as useless at a critical moment. Suddenly an idea struck him that was right. It was that place. He immediately ordered a carriage to be prepared. He thought of the secret vault containing many rare treasures within the palace, a place only royalty was permitted to enter. As prince, he decided to make use of this authority, and the carriage sped into the night. Upon arrival, Damien stood guard outside. Inside, Arthur and Leon sat coldly waiting. Zakin knelt down, declaring himself prince and respectfully greeting his father. Arthur frowned and asked why he sought him at this hour, making Zakin feel heavy pressure. The room fell silent as he presented the reason for coming. He clearly stated that he wished to request permission to enter the secret hall that very night. Arthur asked what he intended to do by going in there. Zakin explained about the clinic and the critically ill noble patient who needed medicinal ingredients from the palace. Arthur coldly asked what that had to do with the palace. Zakin replied that the ingredients existed only here. King doubted whether he was exploiting the patient for his own purposes. In the darkness, he smiled, probing his son with interest. Zakin felt irritated, thinking his father was testing him, though he had experienced much in life. Persuading his royal father was truly not easy. He changed to an earnest tone, saying there was no time left because the patient's life was in critical danger. Arthur asked how he could prove his method was correct. He brought up his sickly and poorly educated childhood, making him doubt his ability to be a physician. He shouted that he could not be certain the medicine was effective or that he could save anyone. Zakin calmly said he understood that his father was testing him. He smiled and asked that was right, was it not? Arthur softened his tone and confirmed it was correct. He pointed toward Roberto and said the simple test was to diagnose the captain of the guard, who was ill. If he succeeded, he would permit him to enter the secret hall. Zakin stepped forward to take Roberto's pulse. Arthur secretly thought his son could not know this secret, because only he and Roberto's wife were aware. Zakin called out Captain. He declared that he suffered from baldness, leaving the two men stunned. The entire room fell into absolute silence. Arthur pointed at Roberto's thick hair in astonishment while Roberto trembled. Immediately after, he lifted Roberto's hair and calmly said that he was wearing a wig. Roberto's long-buried secret was exposed, nearly bringing him to tears from shame. He felt his pride severely wounded and cried out to stop doing that. Arthur was speechless, while Roberto painfully collapsed and sobbed. Zakin pushed the door open and strode out with vigor, calling Damien to follow him. The way Damien wondered whether exposing the wig like that was excessive. Zakin casually said he would treat him later, but now it was not important. The two stopped in front of their destination. He looked straight ahead and softly said this was it. The door before them emitted a brilliant light. Zakin whispered the domed secret palace. Behind them, Roberto was still sniffling. Arthur consoled him, saying he could try visiting his son's clinic. Two guards saw him and hurried over to bow to the prince. They handed him an access card to the secret vault and explained that without it one could not enter. Zakin asked what if it was missing. Guard replied that all attack magic would activate, and the card also limited the time allowed inside. He sternly warned that exceeding the permitted time would cost one's life. Zakin and Damien exchanged silent glances. Outside, the sky gradually brightened. The guard reminded him he could remain only until dawn. Zakin looked at the timer on the card in alarm, because only a few hours remained. He quickly pulled Damien inside, telling him to hurry. The guard suddenly called out Prince. He explained that this place was divided into 3 areas, including advanced, intermediate, and basic. Zakin scratched his head, apologizing for nearly stepping into the advanced section. He silently praised the guard for being perceptive and not negligent. He recalled Arthur's words that he was only allowed into the basic area and to take 1 item. Zakin reluctantly agreed. The king asked whether he still had any objections. He stammered that it was not exactly a complaint, but he felt somewhat unwilling. He lamented that after struggling through the test he was granted only the basic area. Arthur replied that he had not exerted that much effort. Zakin reproached his father for changing his words after he had passed. Arthur laughed, saying his son was truly stubborn. Turning to the present, he turned away thinking the king was truly stingy. He scanned the card at the gate and told himself he would seek his father only when truly necessary. The device immediately recognized it and unlocked. Guard bid farewell as Zakin stepped through it. Inside, it was bright as daylight. Looking at the vast space, he muttered it might take all night to finish searching. Timer on the card began counting down. Zakin told Damien to look for items with ice attributes. Damien asked how to identify them. Suggested finding things that emitted cold air like ice swords or crystals. Damien added potions or items coated in frost. Zakin handed him paper and pen, asking him to record the location if he found similar items. He decided to split the area in half, each taking 1 direction. The two separated to search, while time gradually passed. Damien also diligently examined each object. Zakin became so absorbed in searching that he forgot the time. He felt disappointed because the basic area had nothing special and hoped Damien would be luckier. Damien suddenly noticed a strange object. They met again. Zakin asked whether he had written it down and received a nod. Looking at the messy handwriting, he silently thought, what kind of writing was this? So hard to read. Space suddenly fell silent. As they walked, they remarked that this place had few items with ice attributes. Before them was the 1,000-year snow shield of the basic tier, capable of converting mana into an ice shield. Zakin examined it carefully and likened it to a bell in a coffee shop. He read the description that, when the shield shattered, it would create ice shards from pure mana. He touched it and felt a piercing chill. Lifting it, he tried channeling mana to activate it. As mana flowed in, the shield began to react. The frigid power erupted, surprising him. He calculated that he had to control the amount of mana, because the basic tier required a minimum. He tried gradually adjusting it, like turning a shower tap, to reach the right temperature. When it reached the appropriate level, he sensed a stable state. Shield continuously emitted cold air. He exclaimed that it had succeeded, swung it experimentally, and realized the shield was light yet sturdy. He believed that this chill could save Madame Dinziel. Turned to ask Damien for further assistance, while Damien did not understand his plan. When Damien asked what needed to be done, Zakin said he would explain later and urged him to leave to treat the illness. Two left the vault. The guard saluted the prince. The guard looked at the item Damien was holding and asked if he had chosen a sword. He closely observed the sword in Damien's hand. Zakin shouted, asking Damien what he intended to do. He appeared disappointed by his actions. The guard reminded them to leave excess items behind when exiting the vault. Outside the window, a strange noise echoed. Someone's voice cried out, "Why me?" causing Bizo to awaken. He looked out and saw the two conversing and greeted the prince. He smiled and remarked that the prince and Damien were becoming closer. Bizo thought that although Damien was stubborn, he had performed well in his duty of protection. He prepared tea for Zakin and felt glad that the prince had a friend. cheerfully placed greater trust in Damien. Zakin smiled brightly at Damien like old friends reunited. Dawn gradually appeared on the horizon. Zakin raised the ice shield toward the sunlight. Izo widened his eyes in astonishment as Damien drew his sword, preparing to attack. Damien gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. The sword struck fiercely against the shield, braced himself to withstand the violent slash. The teacup in Bizo's hand fell and shattered. He cried out in panic about an assassination. Earlier he had instructed Damien to listen carefully to the plan. Damien trusted completely, because he knew the prince only wanted to save someone. He half-jokingly and half-seriously suggested that Damien use his sword to strike him. Damien was stunned, thinking the prince was truly strained. He told him to slash hard until the shield broke. Damien hesitated and asked if he was sure, and he nodded. Damien fell silent, and his respect for Zakin diminished slightly. Their conversation woke Bizo. Damien's confused voice rang out saying, why me? Bizo stepped to the window and heard Damien shout loudly, asking if he intended to frame him for treason to eliminate him. He calmly laid out the plan that only if he struck him could he save Miss Dinziel. It was the only way for everyone to survive. He pointed straight at Damien and asked whether he did not dare either. He laughed and said he was the same, while Damien was bewildered and could not understand what he was plotting. Damien demanded a clearer explanation. He replied that he had read the description of the 1,000-year snow in the secret vault. When mana was infused, the core would generate an ice shield, and when it endured excessive damage, it would shatter into pure mana that dissipated over time but must not be touched casually. Therefore, this matter directly required him to strike him. He said he needed the shattered ice fragments to make medicine. Damien suggested simply placing the shield down for him to strike, but he shook his head in refusal. He raised the shield and smiled, saying now he could see it. When the light faded, he sighed and said now nothing could be seen again. He explained that to maintain the shield he had to continuously channel mana while still ensuring safety. Damien realized that he wanted him to break the shield without injuring him. He nodded in confirmation that it was exactly so. Damien still hesitated and said, Your Highness, this could be seen as rebellion. How could he possibly raise his hand against him? He tensely insisted that he could not commit such an offense. Then he proposed that if he had to strike, he wished to be rewarded for each blow. The principle of negotiation was to set conditions first. He raised his brow and asked whether he wanted payment to strike him. Damien calmly replied that was correct. He placed a hand over his chest, appearing serious. Damien bowed and said he regarded him as a benefactor. He respected that he treated everyone for free, but this time was different. He emphasized that he needed appropriate compensation. He silently thought that Damien's life always revolved around money. The image of young Damien, with dark eyes from deprivation, surfaced in his mind. As he grew older, he discovered the mark on his back. Misfortune struck when his mother died, and he was forced to become a swordsman. He looked at Damien and laughed, saying that even inside a novel, he was still that stingy. At that very moment, Bizo was carrying a tray of tea forward to welcome the guests. His voice rang out as he spoke with Damien, draping an arm over the other man's shoulder, and teasing that what he had read was not wrong at all. Yet in reality, he was even more shameless than imagined. Damien narrowed his eyes in scrutiny and asked what exactly had been read. Dawn was just breaking over the horizon. Yakinzer raised his shield and declared, Fine, for every strike of yours I will pay a day's wage. Damien replied coldly, I hope you keep your word and pay fairly. Immediately after, Damien swung his sword down hard onto Zakin's shield. He poured all his strength into bracing himself to block the incoming blow. Teacup in Bizo's hand was flung into the air by inertia. He cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if about to weep, shouting the words treason. In the blink of an eye, he fainted on the spot. God Din completely unconscious. Dust billowed thickly, the ground sinking deep from Damien's powerful slash. Zakin's arm trembled violently, but still gripped the shield tightly. Damien lifted his sword and said that with this much strength it was probably not enough to destroy it. Let me try once more. Zakin grimaced as he endured the pain spreading through his body. Seeing that, Damien calmly said, I have not truly swung my sword yet. Zakin trembled and replied, hurry up. Damien immediately launched a second strike in response, the heavy blade crashing straight into the shield. Zakin's other hand also tensed to hold firm, refusing to yield before the terrifying pressure. It was unclear how many times he had repeated that test of strength. Zakin lowered his head to look at his uncontrollably shaking arm. Damien observed coldly and wondered whether he should increase his force. Zakin angrily shouted, that bastard, you just want to squeeze more money out of me. Damien's pupils contracted. He declared in a low voice that this time he would strike for real. He poured all his strength into a fierce slash that smashed down onto Zakin's shield. A layer of ice covering the shield quickly cracked. Then it shattered into countless fragments, Zakin watching in delight. He exclaimed excitedly that it had succeeded. You truly did it. A long future free of illness and a life of luxury awaited ahead. After that he turned and said, gather all the ice veins and then we will leave. At the same time, they discovered Bizo lying unconscious, Jiakai spoke up asking why he was sleeping out here. Kudzu root, ephedra, red dates, peony root, licorice. All the ingredients were placed into the pot. Added ginger and Chinese cinnamon as well. It was originally just ordinary kudzu soup. Zakin stood attentively by the stove, stirring the medicinal brew. He thought to himself that now he would add the shattered ice fragments. Just as he was about to put it into the process, the system chimed that your experience had surged thanks to a new method. The tonic brewing skill had been unlocked. Level 1 tonic brewing skill increases the effectiveness of medicine by 10% compared to normal, while allowing detailed analysis of effects, side effects, and toxicity of ingredients. Zakin then focused intently on the pile of ice in the bowl. The system reminded you to create a new formula based on the traditional kudzu tonic. A message popped up with a faint smile. "Oh Lord Zakin, this is the iced kudzu root tonic you requested, is it not?" System continued to ask whether you wish to activate the brewing skill and analyze the ingredients. Choose yes or no. Zakin looked at the interface and smiled. Wonderful, of course he agreed. The system displayed information about the iced kudzu root tonic, a dark brown liquid that restores water energy and reduces fever, to be taken 3 times daily after meals, brewed by Zakin Adija Mason Anna. He inwardly praised how formidable this skill was since he no longer needed to test it himself. It even restored water energy, Lady Dinzia. His gaze became resolute. Now he could save her. While later he carried the bowl of medicine into the room. The eldest son of the Dinziel family hurriedly greeted Your Highness. Zakin asked about her condition. The man bowed and replied there had been no change yet. Looked over at the woman lying on the bed. Her entire body emitted a gloomy black aura, her face wrinkled. He thought her energy was diminishing day by day. The medicine had to be used quickly. He scooped up a spoonful of medicine and silently prayed it would work. He gently fed her the medicine and said it would feel a bit cold. The lady frowned at the bitterness. Zakin smiled and said bitter medicine is effective. After that, he took the opportunity to return to his medical duties. That evening, Zakin sat beside Lady Dinziel's bed to monitor her condition. Early the next morning, he continued brewing medicine for her. 10 days passed. The palace servants could not help but feel moved. He looked at his back by the window and thought he was completely different from the weak man before. Now I truly respect His Highness. Bizo also teared up, thinking he had always believed in His Highness. While everyone was still touched by his dedication, on the other side, Zakin's face was pale. He looked so haggard it was almost strange. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his spirit exhausted. He told himself he had tried to endure but was truly drained from diagnosing, caring, and brewing medicine himself. He had to keep going for the reward. Just then the system announced that you had successfully used the iced kudzu root tonic and cured the rash fever. Her selfless dedication to the patient filled the onlookers with deep respect and praise. The system even played celebratory music. Besides the reward, you gained respect, and the effectiveness of the level 2 hospital fee collection skill increased by 1.5 times. Zakin stared at the interface in shock and uttered what? Joy flooded him as the title reward increased skill effectiveness by 1.5 times. The system announced Lady Dinziel's lifespan increased by 27 years and 3 months. The additional time equaled 503 days before the title disappeared. Updated current lifespan 146 days. He smiled in satisfaction, thinking that if he continued to earn everyone's respect, he would live even longer, and a somewhat strange smile appeared on his face. He imagined words of praise echoing and laughed loudly, that he would make them misunderstand even more. As evening fell and the sunlight faded behind the palace, a carriage entered. Inside the carriage was Zakin, along with several noble young ladies. Jia Kim rested his chin on his hand and looked out the carriage window, thinking he had passed this trial, but managing the clinic himself would only grow more difficult. He concluded he needed a professional nurse, the twilight glow painting the rolling carriage in gold. Upon reaching the town, the carriage suddenly stopped. A person stepped down from the carriage. Lady Dinziel smiled and said, "Prince, I did not expect you to personally see me off after treating me. I truly do not know how to repay you." Hearing that, he thought he had already gained enough benefits. The system displayed information about heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver, rewarding 200 HL to congratulate successful treatment. Current HP 1500. He smiled and replied, "Do not worry. As long as you recover, I am satisfied." Everyone present, including Bizo, looked at him with gratitude. 2 members of the Dinziel family bowed to take their leave. Zakin immediately spoke. "Wait." He stood straight and said clearly, "I want to speak with you privately." The eldest son of Din Dio asked with surprise and slight worry, "What is it?" Zakin told him to get on the carriage first. The other man immediately obeyed and stepped onto the carriage. 2 sat apart in silence. The eldest son asked if they would just sit like this. Zakin replied, "Yes. In Shinsi, Gai people also converse this way. It is a famous department store chain of Hanqua." Time passed, the sun gradually set. and the birds returned to their nests. Two quietly looked at each other without speaking. The man began to grow tense, wondering why His Highness remained silent. Zakin suddenly sighed and took the initiative to speak. He complained that his body ached from many days of exertion, making the other man startled as he thought could it be. Zakin feigned weariness and said he had stayed awake for many nights caring for the lady. The eldest son, Dindio, turned away, thinking he had not guessed wrong. He said he wanted to compensate the effort. Zakin replied that he did not charge treatment fees because he would lose patients. It was also a form of promotion, yet the other man still insisted on repaying. Hearing that, Zakin appeared delighted and said, "Truly, you are not my patient, so I do not charge patients." The man nodded awkwardly in agreement, feeling as if something had just shattered. Zakin lowered his voice, flipping through the information panel, and said, "Based on what I know." He paused at the other man's record and asked, "You are a painter, correct?" The other replied yes, but only at an amateur level. His gaze suddenly turned unusually cold as he said, "I need you to do a few things for me." A few days later, the morning sun once again poured down upon the familiar town. The crowded fudge on Tether Square. The bald man appeared and said, "Have you heard the news?" The fruit seller nearby curiously asked, "What news?" He lowered his voice and said, "The prince is recruiting servants for the palace." The other asked in surprise, "Why tell me that?" The bald man stepped forward, patted his shoulder and sneered, "I thought you would care since you have been unemployed for 5 years. The other man, both angry and stunned, shouted, "Do not meddle in my affairs. I have not defaulted on my rent." The bald man's face darkened as he raised 2 fingers and said, "You have been late twice." Hearing that, the other immediately changed his tone and said, "I will go earn money now." He hurriedly ran off without noticing a figure in black holding an apple standing nearby. A mysterious person casually twirled the apple in hand and silently observed. No one could tell whether it was male or female. Only the cold aura emanating clearly could be felt. Meanwhile, at the exhibition of the eldest son of the Dinziel family, people from across the territory flocked to visit. The elderly, the young, men and women all gathered in great numbers. Upon stepping inside, everyone was overwhelmed by the vast and luxurious space. Every gaze lingered, in fascination, on the displayed artworks. Zakin was also present. He applauded to congratulate the young man on becoming a professional painter. The other scratched his head shyly and thanked the prince. Zakin looked at him and asked why he seemed so downcast. The other gave an awkward smile and said it was because of this matter. It turned out that every painting he created took Zakin as the central theme. The eldest son of Dinziel added that he had even hung a piece titled "The Trinity of Life" on the wall. Another work portrayed Zakin's face under the name "Return of Life." Yet another painting depicted a person crying titled "Sometimes We Cry." Damien stood before it and drew his sword, joking that he did not know why he felt like slashing it. The eldest son awkwardly said it looked like a scam. Zakin slung an arm over his shoulder and laughed, saying it was fine. In Europe, this style was common. The painter blinked in confusion, asking what Europe was, and then anxiously asked whether the paintings would truly help with promotion. Zakin affirmed, of course. He added that it would certainly be useful, and pointed to the central piece, bearing the words "Saumi the Ga Nho," meaning "Bring nurses here." Zakin excitedly praised it as excellent and wonderful, exactly the nurse he needed. In reality, however, many people whispered that they had only come because admission was free, and complained that the paintings were hard to understand. Suddenly, someone noticed the information board placed beneath the paintings. Read, "Become a white angel by joining as a nurse. Receive a salary from the handsome prince. Register now at Fudge on Tether Square." A girl suddenly exclaimed that her dream was to become a nurse, leaving the man beside her stunned. At the registration office, Bezo busily processed applications amid the dense crowd. Someone asked whether the salary was truly that high. Another replied that he had heard 1 month's pay could cover 2 years of rent. A young man said emotionally, "Mother, I will become a nurse and earn money to repay you." Beside him stood the mysterious girl in black. He held the application form and carefully read each line of the job description. The information clearly stated that working hours depended on the prince's health and mood. Applicants had to move to the capital. Registration required submitting a form and taking a test at the square. The girl examined it closely, then decided to register, her hand tightening around the paper. Elsewhere, Zakin quietly shed tears of emotion. Damien saw this and asked whether the prince was that happy. Zakin's eyes shone brightly as he dreamed of the future. He quickly regained his serious expression and said, "Of course, why would he not be happy?" Looking at the endless line, he said that if they attracted talent to the palace, they would be able to save more patients. He spread his arms wide and loudly affirmed that was the reason. In high spirits, he sang out, "Why would he not be happy?" and then thought to himself that his lifespan would increase. Damien looked at him with admiration and thought that His Highness was truly outstanding and even paid generous salaries. 6 days later, by the palace fence, a strange figure slowly approached. Up above Zakin hung a banner that read, "Bring nurses here." Outside the gate, thousands of applicants lined up waiting. The mysterious shadow stood at the back, observing the lively scene. The mysterious girl coldly lifted her head to look up. It was Anise. She propped her chin on her hand, smiled, and said the time had come. The host appeared holding a spoon like a microphone, shouted for everyone's attention, and announced that the first part of the selection was about to begin. Thousands of eyes focused on him, as he confidently declared that this competition was organized by the prince with the theme "Bring Nurses Here." The man gathered all his breath and yelled that the first challenge would be. He deliberately prolonged the suspense and repeated that it would be. He pointed forward and said the details would be announced next week at the Comic Museum. He continued announcing that the nurse recruitment sponsored by the Crown Prince encouraged everyone to show their abilities. Shouted that the first task was to quickly reach the interview location. People whispered that it sounded so familiar, as if they had been hearing it all week. Someone said perhaps you were overthinking. They were divided into 5 groups of 50 to conduct the test. From the starting point, they had to run 3 kilometers past the fountain to the main building of the auxiliary palace. Only the first 10 in each group would be interviewed. A route map was quickly drawn. The crowd exclaimed, "Then what about the other 40? The host replied that anyone not in the top 10 would be eliminated. Immediately, they dashed off at full speed, Group 1 preparing to begin. As they ran, they panted heavily from the long 3-kilometer distance. Bizo stood upright, observing the entire running test. Whenever he saw someone exhausted, he stepped forward to stop them and declared that those behind were unqualified. They collapsed onto the ground gasping. He praised their effort, but Bizo announced that they would move on to the next challenge immediately. On the table were many tempting dishes. The second task required them to identify the medicinal herb among 6 types placed on the table. The contestants tasted them one by one. Some were eliminated as soon as they tried because Bizo announced that the ingredient had spoiled due to improper storage. Nearby, a cloaked figure quietly stood watching. Suddenly, he clutched his chest in pain and began to tremble. Right after that, the cloaked man collapsed to the ground. The scene left everyone stunned, and the atmosphere turned tense. Silence became suffocating. The contestants whispered whether he would be all right, why no one was helping, whether they should run over. Even so, they continued the test as time was nearly up. No one dared to stop. Nearby, Zakin observed all the applicants. At some point, Bizo had moved close to where he stood. He quickly stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Bizo raised both hands to draw attention and announced that was enough. He smiled and said he was pleased to see everyone focused. The results would be announced later. Meanwhile, someone worried that he had not found the medicinal herb and wondered if that meant elimination. After all the contestants had left, the staged act was revealed. Zakin stepped forward and said, "You can get up now." The one who had fallen was actually Damien pretending, so he immediately stood up. Damien dusted off his clothes and laughed, saying luckily they had fooled everyone. Zakin replied that he had even feared it was too exaggerated. He described again how Damien had feigned a heart attack and collapsed with extremely realistic expressions. He had even added details like headaches and dizziness. He acted to the point of convulsing like a stroke victim. A drop of fake blood syrup lingering at the corner of his mouth looked utterly convincing. Bizo gave full marks to the performance, praising the Crown Prince as truly versatile. Zakin laughed and said that was what made it natural and asked whether he wanted to take an acting course. The 3 continued discussing that, thanks to Damien's feigned illness, they had evaluated the applicants. But what about the results of the remaining 9? Zakin solemnly declared, in a firm voice, that all of you were eliminated. He said that skills could be trained over time. Damien added that the core was still a person's character. Zakin nodded in agreement. That was why this special criterion was important for future nurses. Call the next group. The next group stepped forward, but the outcome remained that no one reacted. By the 3rd group, the situation was no better. They were even more indifferent than the previous 2. The 4th group continued to remain silent. Not a single person moved. Zakin was stunned and disappointed. Could it be that none of them cared about the one who had collapsed? He softly said, "Damien, walk with me for a moment." Damien nodded in agreement. 2 walked side by side in silence, each pursuing his own thoughts. Zakin wondered whether there would be no more applicants when he heard arguing ahead. A girl was fiercely arguing with the guards because they claimed she was not human. Zakin frowned, wondering what was going on. A short brown-haired girl with twin ties insisted she was human, but the guards stubbornly denied it. From afar, Zakin thought irritably that they were short of people and still causing trouble. If she was not human, then what was she? Damien behind him clearly knew the truth that she was a werewolf. Zakin asked in surprise, a werewolf? Why was there no tail? Damien replied that the loose trousers had concealed it. Hearing that, Zakin suddenly understood. There was indeed the distinctive scent of a werewolf. Perhaps the Crown Prince also carried some prejudice. Werewolves were famous for their shape-shifting ability, like in the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, pretending to be the grandmother. They also possessed exceptionally strong physiques. Her hearing and sense of smell were as keen as a dog's. Zakin immediately became interested, because this girl was perfectly suited for the traditional nurse position. Damien let out a breath of relief, thinking he had worried too much. Anissa tried to persuade them that she was a citizen protected by the Empire, but the guard replied that she often lost control and turned into a beast. She angrily retorted that it was merely prejudice. Anissa asserted that such a thing would not happen. The guard continued to mock her, saying her beast eyes were frightening people. Enraged, she clenched her fists and cursed him as a bastard. Zakin immediately intervened and ordered them to stop. He reminded the guard that the notice clearly stated all residents of the capital had the right to apply. Even a werewolf was still a citizen. The guard hurriedly admitted his fault. Zakin spoke gently that the one who needed an apology was not him but her. He apologized on behalf of the disrespect. The girl introduced herself as Anissa, daughter of Hesserhin, and greeted the crown prince. Zakin asked whether she wished to take part in the test. Anissa answered yes. Proposed starting immediately, which surprised her. Zakin said that since she was a werewolf, her stamina must be excellent, but he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. He suggested that if she defeated that guard in a race, it would count as passing the first round. In the early morning, he pointed toward the fountain about 400 meters away. Whoever touched it and returned first would win. What did she think? Anissa firmly replied that she understood. Zakin ordered the guard to prepare. He immediately responded yes. Both took their positions ready. They focused all their spirit on the contest. The guard told himself he would win overwhelmingly. Tense atmosphere enveloped them as the race was about to begin. Zakin held up a flag to signal preparation for the endurance run. The gray-haired guard revealed a nervous expression. Anissa also assumed a ready stance, no less determined. Zakin shouted for them to start running. Instantly, Anissa shot forward, leaving her opponent far behind. Speed was like a hunting leopard. In Zakin's eyes, she became the most promising candidate. Nearing the mark, she even accelerated powerfully. Her gaze locked firmly on the target ahead. She gathered momentum and leapt high, grasping tightly onto a nearby pillar. With agile movement, she swung around it. Calm face under the morning sun made her seem radiant. She landed lightly, pebbles scattering. Without stopping, she continued to dash forward. Anissa and the guard gradually faced each other on the track. Her agility filled him with alarm. Guard was drenched in sweat and panting. Anissa cast a disdainful glance, thinking he was too slow. He gritted his teeth and tried to accelerate. His face twisted in discomfort. Suddenly he stumbled and cried out. His body rolled across the ground. The cry drew Anissa's attention. She turned back, saw him clutching his leg in pain, and wondered if it was dislocated. Her pace slowed. Anissa began to hesitate. She clenched her teeth. A second later she stopped completely and swore. To the surprise of Zakin and Damien, she turned around and ran back. She rushed to the guard, muttering that he could not even win overwhelmingly. Zakin stood still in thought upon witnessing that action. Anissa quickly knelt beside him. He gripped his shoulder tightly. When he asked what she was doing, she shouted at him to be quiet. Turned out she was setting his joint back in place. The guard screamed in pain and fainted. Zakin stepped forward and said that was enough. He took the wooden bracelet Gio had given him and handed it to her, declaring that she was accepted. The necklace certifying her recruitment was placed directly in her hand. Zakin invited her into the office. He handed over the contract and reminded her to read it carefully before signing. Anissa skimmed through and commented that it seemed complicated. Zakin laughed and told her not to worry and stay calm. Bizo looked at him in surprise because he resembled a middle-aged uncle. Damien thought his highness was more mature than his age. Anissa did not reply and continued reviewing the contract. Zakin observed her and thought both her strength and intellect were outstanding, truly perfect, but he recalled the scene of her smiling while setting the guard's shoulder with a slightly frightening smile. Zakin thought she helped people, but her method was quite painful. If she met a difficult patient, it might cause trouble. Bizo and Damien looked at him in confusion. Sunset shone through the window. Zakin felt regretful because he wanted many more like her. After a while, Anissa calmly set the contract down. Zakin approached to ask her opinion. She replied everything was fine, but there was still something she wished to say. Anissa slowly stated that she wanted to add a few clauses to the contract. That request made Zakin briefly uneasy. He asked what she wanted to add. Anissa continued that actually she revealed she was the leader of a tribe of about 50 people, leaving Zakin momentarily unsure how to respond. His eyes suddenly lit up, a thought flashing through his mind that there were 50 people like her. He immediately stepped forward, grasped her shoulders excitedly, and said if only she had spoken sooner. In that instant, he imagined 50 strong werewolves who would not want such an S-class nurse team. Anissa proposed that her tribe be allowed to participate in the nurse examination. Zakin nodded excitedly, thinking of the S-class team, but she continued. She asked him to help resolve the tribe's congenital illness. Zakin curiously asked what congenital issue it was, whether it was a lack of food. She replied no, and he grew even more puzzled. Aniso explained that her tribe often encountered trouble in society because of it. Many people constantly mocked and teased them. He hesitated and said the main cause was their tails. Zakin asked in surprise tails. She said their tails moved on their own, making them very hard to control. Zakin wondered what was wrong with that. Anissa lowered her head and admitted that because of it they could not hide their emotions. Zakin understood as he imagined a raised tail meaning joy and a lowered tail meaning sadness. Because they were easily read, they often became targets of wrongdoers. Anissa clenched her hands when Zakin asked whether that was why she wore loose trousers to hide her tail. She replied yes, but the tail was still strong, and when overly excited it could not be concealed. Zakin curiously asked whether even when she tried to clamp it between her legs it was the same. She shook her head and said it would still find a way to emerge. Zakin joked that the tail seemed to have its own consciousness, then wondered whether it was truly autonomous. He asked what if it was cut off. Anissa replied they had tried but could not live normally without a tail. She added that the tail would regrow after a month. Zakin laughed and said it was like a lizard. Suddenly he fell into deep thought. He realized this was the condition for obtaining 50 S-class nurses, so he could not neglect it. Holding his head, he lamented that he had never treated an illness related to tails. Bizo and Damien looked at him in confusion. Zakin felt his mind in turmoil, unable to think of a solution. Proposed whether using his authority to protect her tribe would work. Anissa asked in surprise what he meant. Zakin explained that he would use his status to support and shelter them. Anissa immediately refused despite her gratitude, because that method did not resolve the root of the problem. She said that would only be a temporary solution. She feared that if circumstances changed in the future, they would fall back into the same situation or worse. Anissa affirmed that she had come to him to resolve the root cause, not to patch things up. Zakin nodded and said she wanted to handle the root of the problem. She replied yes. He sighed and agreed to help. Anissa asked happily whether he would support her. He said helplessly that he had no other choice. She asked whether he already had a method. Zakin closed his eyes and admitted not yet. He said he would begin searching for a solution immediately. Anissa looked at him full of expectation. She thought that if he only made empty promises, she would be disappointed, while Zakin still racked his brain. Anissa stood up and said she would wait for news. Zakin told her to remain in the auxiliary palace and wait for him. She sighed and left the room. Room fell into silence. Zakin ran his hands through his hair, thinking that 50 talented nurses were too tempting. But if he could not cure their tails, they would not cooperate. Lay stretched out on the sofa, wondering how to handle that conscious tail. He cried out helplessly. After a while his face grew grave. Sitting beside the bookshelf, he pondered endlessly yet still found no method. Bizo suddenly shouted out the name of a skill, startling Zakin. Zakin scolded him for frightening him. Bizo seriously replied that he had not meant to. Bizo advised that frowning too much would easily make him ill. Zakin joked that if he was startled again he would get heart disease. Bizo reassured him that would not happen. Zakin asked what he based that certainty on. Bizo said that frowning too often would leave wrinkles. He explained that once wrinkles formed they were hard to erase, so he advised him not to frown anymore. Zakin chuckled softly, thought Bizo was trying to help him relax, and felt both embarrassed and grateful. Zakin joked that if wrinkles appeared he could just use filler or Botox. Bizo asked blankly what those were. Zakin laughed and said they were things that helped fade wrinkles. Suddenly he froze as if realizing something. He recalled botulinum toxin, the strongest paralytic. If it numbed a werewolf's tail muscles, it might be controlled. He also remembered that he already had a similar toxin available for experimentation. His face lit up with excitement. Zakin told Bizo to bring him Ku Zerman's documents from the secret vault. Bizo replied yes. He ordered them to be brought at once, and then went with him to Anissa's room. That time, Anissa was in her room doing push-ups. She stopped when she heard the noise. Opening the door and seeing Zakin, she asked why he had come at this hour. Zakin stepped inside and said he had thought of a method. He told himself he first needed to determine two things: the location to perform the method, channeled internal energy to examine her body. Anissa's body diagram appeared before his eyes. From head to toe, he realized her internal energy flow was completely different from a human's. Meridian positions were also not as he had predicted. The Chankyang and Yadu acupoints were farther apart, and between them was a channel leading to the tail. Zakin said seriously that from now on he would not speak further. He noticed that most of her structure was still human. He asked her to transform into a wolf for examination. She asked in surprise. It was already dark outside. He explained he needed to see the acupuncture positions when she transformed. Anissa fell silent. She stood still without replying. From her head, ears and fur began to grow. Her feet gradually transformed and enlarged. In a short moment, she turned into a tall wolf. Zakin was not afraid at all, and even joked that he had thought she would be larger. Anissa only responded lightly. He said that was the name of a dog he once kept. Anissa growled in anger. He teased that she could not speak because her mouth structure had changed. He gently touched her leg and asked which leg. She grew angry, causing him to quickly withdraw his hand and apologize. Zakin made a playful finger gun gesture, startling her. She growled in warning. He apologized and continued the examination. Bizo stood behind, watching fondly. After finishing the examination, Zakin returned to his room thinking he had found the location to perform it, but the dosage was complicated. He looked at the medicine box and wondered how much paralytic toxin would be enough. Holding the pill, he thought he needed to analyze its components to calculate precisely for the tale. He remembered Zerman being locked in the cabinet and wondered whether he should ask him. No, he could not trust him. Zakin immediately dismissed any idea involving Zerman. He recklessly thought about swallowing it himself, using the mana ring to seal and test it. Without hesitation, he put the pill into his mouth. Instantly, the system issued a warning. The internal organs erupted in anger. From heart and lungs to liver and intestines, all cursed him as insane. All the organs gathered together, as if in an emergency meeting. The heart panicked, asking if he had truly swallowed poison. The lungs laughed crookedly. The liver coldly asked who would detoxify. The large intestine sighed helplessly. The liver suddenly shouted, "Why not capture a summoned beast to test the poison instead of harming himself?" Zakin looked at the system screen in surprise and said it wanted him to let a cute little beast test the poison. Was that not too much? The organs scolded him through the system that he intended to test it on his own body. That was far too reckless. Liver irritably reminded him that there was a spirit beast specialized in analyzing ingredients. It continued loudly that it could even analyze poisons. Zakin seemed to awaken, his face relaxing as he asked what it had just said. He asked in astonishment whether such a spirit beast that analyzed ingredients truly existed. The system notified that the liver laughed and confirmed it had encountered it in the system waiting room. Zakin asked blankly what the system waiting room was. The liver explained it was the place where organs hibernated before awakening. The system added that the heart, lungs, and large intestine had all been there. Zakin asked in shock whether other organs were still asleep. The screen replied yes, they were waiting to be summoned. He wondered what the system truly was. The system replied not to ask further because there were rules restricting disclosure. Red notification appeared emphasizing that revealing information was forbidden. Zakin could only ask about the characteristics of that spirit beast because he still had to pass the gacha with Gaussium. The liver irritably replied that it did not want to say. Zakin pouted and muttered seriously. On the screen, the organs laughed gleefully at his situation. Zakin gritted his teeth and cursed them as bastards. He sprang up and shouted that if they liked, then they could stay silent. Then he held his nose and challenged that he would force them to speak. The system displayed the heart and large intestine chatting, teasing whether he was holding his breath. The two lungs appeared confused with question marks. Only a few seconds later, Zakin's face turned red from lack of oxygen. The lungs turned purple. The heart grew anxious from oxygen deprivation. The system warned that the organs were panicking due to his actions. The lungs clutched their chest, trembling. The two lungs collapsed. The heart also turned pale. The liver and large intestine shouted that the lungs were about to die. Finally, the system gave in and revealed the spirit beast's characteristics. Brilliant golden light burst forth in the room. A goldfish appeared crying "Bo back." Another one appeared. Zakin widened his eyes and said goldfish. He called to it. The fish looked at him and cried "Bo." Zakin smiled slyly and said, "From now on, let us get along." The goldfish cried "Bo Bo" in fear. It and Gaussium looked at each other happily. Zakin watched the two spirit beasts playing with great interest. He took the pill out of the box, coaxed the goldfish to try eating it. It cried "Bow Bow" back in hesitation. The system scolded that human organs were truly heartless. Zakin split the pill apart and pondered Bo Back's ability. He remembered that whenever it ate something, it would analyze it. So he poured the ingredients into its mouth. The system announced that the immortal goldfish Bo Back had used a skill. It cried that only a little was enough. Its face turned pale as it trembled and accused him of lying. It fainted, causing Gaussium to panic and think it was going to die. Zakin waited, and Bo Back opened its eyes. The system announced that it had activated level 1 resurrection. Zakin let out a breath of relief, while Bo Back was furious. It spat out a sharp tooth. Zakin recorded it and smiled in apology. Bo Back cried Bo resentfully. Read what it had written about the ingredient and the lethal dosage. Zakin realized it was a strong toxin that could reduce the effectiveness of Botox. He rejoiced, thinking he could now calculate the precise numbing dose for Anissa's tail. He immediately called Garden. Bizo appeared and answered yes. Zakin asked where he had come from. Asked in surprise about the spirit beast. Zakin made up that it had sought him all night. Perhaps he was already famous, and he laughed loudly. Bizo laughed awkwardly. Zakin asked why he was laughing. Bizo said he reminded him of a great figure named Lloyd de Verzant Aza. Zakin said that was the master who designed lamp ornaments when the empire was still a kingdom. Bizo confirmed that he had 5 spirit beasts. Zakin asked in astonishment whether that man was truly so talented. Bizo replied that he had built the foundation of the empire and was very famous on Fridays. Zakin wondered what that meant. He waved his hand and said, "Never mind, bring Anissa here." Bizo hurried off at once. Outside, it was already dawn. Bizo led Anissa into the corridor. As she walked, she wondered whether the crown prince could truly cure it within a day. Bizo noticed her anxious expression. She startled and looked up. He smiled and said she was very worried. She asked warily whether it was because he had seen her tail. Bizo answered awkwardly, "Ah." He lowered his head to apologize. Anissa looked at him and smiled. She said it was fine, she was used to it, and suggested a proper introduction. They shook hands. Bizo introduced himself as the crown prince's chief physician. Anissa declared herself the heir of the Zobo tribe. Bizo asked permission to give her advice. She nodded, told her not to be too shocked, even if the crown prince's method seemed strange. He opened the door and said that, when hearing His Highness explain, she might think he was insane. Anissa grew even more curious about what the method was. Zakin smiled and greeted her. He invited her in and told her to sit down. She asked whether he had truly found a method in one day. Zakin confidently replied to just trust him. He asked to hear the method first. He said she worried too much and began explaining for a newcomer. He took out needles and said he would insert them into her tail many times, causing her to panic. He laughed and said he would channel energy into her body. He smugly asked whether it was impressive. Everyone applauded in admiration, while Anissa thought what was impressive about that. Anissa's expression changed when she accidentally glanced at Bizo. He wore a confident expression as if affirming, "Just place your trust in His Highness." The servants in the room seemed hypnotized, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yes, please trust our His Highness." Jia held the acupuncture needle in one hand and the pill in the other. His gaze seemed to say, "Trust me." Witnessing that scene, she was utterly terrified and thought it was not only the crown prince who had lost his mind. Everyone here seemed abnormal. Anis sat there clutching her head before the chaotic sight. In her heart arose hesitation and an indescribable wavering. On the other side, Zakin still enthusiastically reassured that there was nothing to worry about. Just trust him. In the next moment, her eyes changed. Anis thought his expression was hardly trustworthy, but she should try once. After sitting in silence for a long time, Anis calculated that if the crown prince succeeded, her tribe would escape that strange tale. She told herself that no matter how dangerous it was, she had to take the risk. Then Anissa took a deep breath and said that she trusted him. Zakin snapped his fingers excitedly and laughed, saying, "Very good, first." A servant immediately brought a large cloth. Another servant quickly helped wrap the cloth around Anissa. Still stunned, she lay down on the bed, her body covered completely with only her tail exposed. Zakin turned his back to her and remained silent for a moment. Then he turned around, out of professional habit raised both hands and said he was ready. Let them begin. Everyone looked at him with admiration and anticipation. Zakin mobilized the mana accumulated in his heart, directly sensed the condition of her tail. A surge of power spread through Anissar's body. He inwardly admired that the Acer Jayahan core technique was indeed exquisite. Looking at the intricate web-like network, he thought it was proof of the existence of acupoints, though years of accumulated experience and modern equipment had never confirmed it, which had once made him doubt when studying traditional medicine. Touching a nerve branch within that network, he continued thinking that before he could only believe without proof. Now he could not only confirm it, but also see the acupoints with his own eyes. He began drawing out the needles and told himself not to waste more time. Zakin first determined the Xuanku acupoint about 1.5 cm deep and swiftly inserted the needle, calculating further in his mind. The system chimed that the separation function in the first slot had been activated. 0.01 milliliters of muscle paralytic toxin were released through the needle tip and spread into the body. Anis, lying on the bed, suddenly trembled slightly. Jia continued locating the Men acupoint 2.1 cm deep and carefully inserted the needle into the next point. Then came the Yao Yang Guan acupoint 2.4 cm deep. Energy surged through as the Xuanku meridian opened. Power began transmitting directly to Anitzer's tail. Now the mana could flow smoothly along her body. Observing carefully, Jia-kin noticed her tail had temporarily become motionless, but the most crucial part was still ahead, and numbing alone was not enough. Thought he needed to make it lose regenerative ability permanently, yet the tail quickly recovered and repeatedly struck his face. Its regenerative power was astonishing. Zakin grew more serious and reassured himself that everything was still within calculation. He immediately sensed a new position and decided to accelerate, targeting the Yaodu acupoint. Finally, he aimed at the Naokong acupoint and made a decisive choice. In an instant, Jia-kin inserted the needle into the back of her neck. Lying on the bed, Anasur clearly felt it and thought she had only asked to fix her tail. Why was he inserting a needle into her neck? Suddenly she froze as her tail trembled violently. Immediately afterward, it went still and drooped completely. Her toes began moving slightly again, and they moved naturally, as if nothing had ever happened. Zakin exclaimed joyfully that it had succeeded. He withdrew the needle from Anasa's neck and said it was finished. She should try checking. Anis curiously asked whether it was truly done and stepped down from the bed. Zakin confidently affirmed everything was complete. Anasa was still doubtful because everything had happened too quickly. Zakin reminded her to see whether she still felt anything in her tail. Hearing that, she immediately bent down to look at her tail. She was astonished to realize that although she was anxious, the tail that would normally curl was now completely motionless. Zakin explained that he had numbed the tail and redirected the nerves. Anis asked blankly what he meant. Jia-kin pointed to her little toe and said he had moved all the nerves from the tail there. Now the little toe would replace the tail in reacting to emotions. He joked excitedly that she still had a tail, but it was cleverly hidden. Anis sat in silence, unable to utter a word. Suddenly her tears streamed down uncontrollably. Zakin looked at her and thought that from now on the werewolf tribe would no longer have to suffer because of that tail. He felt happy for them and believed the days of humiliation were about to end. Anasa choked with emotion as she thanked His Highness. Zakin crossed his arms proudly and said that gratitude alone was not enough. He had fulfilled his part, and now it was her turn. He took out the contract and reminded her of the special agreement that if the tail were cured, she would lead the tribe here. He urged her to quickly sign the document. Anasur looked at him helplessly, admitting that this prince was truly not simple. Next morning, hearty laughter echoed through the palace. Inside, Jia-kin laughed loudly without stopping. Izo asked in surprise why His Highness was so happy. He replied that of course he should be happy. He glanced at the werewolves standing before him. Before him were 50 S-rank nurses, the pride that had reached the pinnacle of glory. Zakin smugly thought of those 50 werewolves. They all mastered nursing and basic first aid skills, and had even completed professional training. He glanced at Anasir and calculated silently. They could distinguish medicinal herbs, knew how to preserve and process them, cook nourishing dishes, and skillfully treat wounds. The others coordinated their tasks smoothly, as they had undergone full training to operate the treatment room. Werewolf reported that the new duty schedule had been arranged. Zakin looked it over with satisfaction and silently praised them as good. Thought that from now on the traditional medicine clinic at the edge of the palace could operate 24 hours a day. Everyone seemed to have grown used to his new self. He imagined the treatment chain where tails were transferred down to the little finger and hidden inside the shoes they wore. He smiled in satisfaction and said it was wonderful. The system notified him that he had completed the minor surgery to paralyze the tail for Agnesser and 50 werewolves. But since it did not extend lifespan, the second-tier treatment fee was not activated. His internal organs seemed to applaud that miracle and silently acknowledged that he was truly daring. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. The system continued to report that the Earth attribute organ had awakened because of the noise above, leaving Zakin astonished. A pair of round sparkling eyes suddenly opened. The system notified that his stomach had opened its eyes. A chubby little boy spoke up saying he was the stomach and wanted to eat many delicious dishes like crispy fried pork. Zakin thought the name sounded rather cute. Kept calling out tempting sweet and sour dishes. The little boy shouted for fried chicken and pizza, wanting to taste everything. It complained of dizziness and demanded that food be brought immediately. Zakin looked at the system and muttered that in this world such dishes did not exist. Bizo and Damie looked at him as if he had lost his mind. On the screen, the stomach whined for strange food. Zakin also felt a craving and thought he wanted to try it too. He rolled his eyes around the room and reminded himself to restrain it because he could do nothing more. The stomach asked again, "What about sweets?" Jia-kin immediately put a candy into his mouth and thought this taste was truly like that of a child. The system reported that the stomach rejoiced at the sweetness and granted 300 HP. The heart, lungs, and liver congratulated the youngest organ and added 700 HP, bringing the total to 1000 HP. Zakin recalled the power of the internal organs and understood that now they could give more advice to help him suffer less from stomach illness. The system displayed that thanks to precise control of the tail paralysis surgery, the Zahan core method had been upgraded. Zakin looked at the panel and saw the technique had leveled up. Skill named as Z Zahan core method. At stage 1 circle level 3, mana increased by 150%, clearly strengthening the mana circle in Zakin heart. The system reported that the space containing the mana circle had expanded, and its light was more radiant. Zakin felt as if a small water sphere was swelling inside his chest. He glanced toward the clinic, early in the morning and already earning that many bonus HP points. Suddenly a voice called out, "Your Highness." A nurse reported that a patient in Zone 6 showed unusual signs. Zakin asked what was strange. The person said his body emitted a strange smell and showed signs of an impending fever. Hearing that, Zakin immediately ran to check. He thought that whatever happened, the foundation of the traditional medicine clinic was now more solid than before. This place would become a stable support within the palace. And in a corner of the room, a man was intently focused on a stack of ledgers. That was Chief Steward Pavat of the secondary palace. He was calculating this month's expenses. He muttered that perhaps he had calculated wrong and began pressing the abacus again from the start. Suddenly he threw the abacus down, picked up the ledger with trembling hands, and said it was impossible. Pavat's hands trembled as he gripped the ledger tightly. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly slammed it down on the table, and he cried out that they were finished. At once he rushed out of the room. Panic, he pushed the door open and burst in, calling loudly, "Your Highness." Zakin was startled by that urgent shout. He turned and asked Bizo what was causing such noise. He said he would go and Bizo should stay. Regaining his composure, he asked Pavat what had happened and whether he felt unwell. Pavat bowed and said there was urgent news to report and apologized for the rudeness. Zakin was confused when Pavat stepped closer and whispered that the operating budget of the secondary palace. He choked as he announced that the funds were nearly exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zakin's face turned pale. He jumped up and shouted how could there be no money? He was the crown prince. His face was full of worry because if there was no budget, then all plans would collapse. The clinic would be hard to maintain, and the dream of living peacefully as royalty would vanish. He hurriedly asked why they had fallen into this situation and demanded a clear explanation. Pavat replied that he was very sorry, but he explained that last autumn His Highness himself had cut the secondary palace budget. The words left Jiakin stunned as he wondered if it was because of him. He slammed the table and scolded himself as a fool. Pavat asked in astonishment whether His Highness did not remember. Two spoke privately. Pavat said that at that time he thought His Highness would not survive, so he had made that decision. Zakin asked whether he had given up on himself. Pavat replied that he believed His Highness had his own reasons because the budget had already been limited then. Hearing that, Jiakin trembled and muttered that he had truly harmed himself. Pavat said with concern that this year the prince was much healthier, so he should be happy. Zakin collapsed from the chair and said there was nothing to be happy about, leaving Pavat even more flustered. He lamented that without money, how could anyone be happy? He angrily waved his hand and shouted that everything revolved around money. Lying flat on the floor, he thought Zakin Adija Mason Ano. Did you truly want to drive him into a corner? He recalled the image of himself lying motionless on the bed in the past and sighed. Blaming was useless. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. Perhaps this year he could request an increase in the secondary palace budget. Pavat immediately replied that it was impossible, leaving Zakin stunned. Turned pale and said that without money the clinic would close and he would be finished. Pavat asked in confusion what that had to do with his life. Zakin asked whether it was truly impossible to request more. Pavat explained that imperial law stipulated the budget could only be proposed at the end of the previous year, so it could not be changed now. Mentioned that only Emperor A. Sothio Leon was not bound by that law. Hearing that, Zakin immediately brightened and said good. He immediately took a carriage to meet his father and ask for help. When the sun set, the carriage returned to the secondary palace, and the emperor had refused support. In the study, Zakin sat silently for a long time, making Pavat worried. Looked at the cup on the table and thought he could not let the clinic close just because of a lack of money. His gaze became resolute, determined not to let money hinder him again, and he told himself there was only one path left. He asked Pavat whether there was a list of the secondary palace assets. Pavat replied that of course there was. Immediately afterward, he told him to bring everything here. Pavat asked in surprise for what purpose. Zakin's expression changed as he said he would sell it all. He listed everything from paintings and stone statues to gold and silver tableware to be sold. Pavat hugged a painting and cried that he had cared for them for so many years. Turned and begged the prince to reconsider, but Zakin affirmed he would not change his mind. Pavat left in tears and blurted out that he hated him. The words left Zakin frozen, wanting to retort but remaining silent. A few days later, Zakin sat thoughtfully in the room with Pavat and Damien. Spoke seriously and said enough, listened to him. He declared that he had sold all unnecessary luxuries. but that was only a temporary solution. Damien asked whether he had a next plan. Zakin affirmed that this measure would only help them endure. If they could not create a long-term source of income, the money would soon run out. Pavet still sniffled and said there was nothing left to sell. Zakin smiled and replied he knew, and from now on, declared that they would produce medicine themselves and sell it. Damien and Pavet asked in shock if it was true. Jiakin curled his lips and said that was right. He would become a medicine-selling prince. Next morning at 4 John Tether Square, where people bustled with trade, the bald man from before approached the young man who had failed the nurse exam and asked if he had heard the latest news about the secondary palace. The other replied what happened. He said the crown prince had sold all the luxury items in the secondary palace. The other asked in shock why. A well-dressed young woman chimed in saying it was to maintain the traditional medicine clinic. The young man said in surprise, so His Highness sold precious belongings to get money to treat patients. The bald man nodded and praised the crown prince as truly noble. He continued that few would dare to do such a thing. The couple beside them also applauded and said that in history there were very few people like him. In the eyes of the people, Zakin gradually became a savior. They hailed him like the sun and even established an infinite Zakin church. Meanwhile, Zakin, with disheveled hair, muttered that he had to earn money to maintain the clinic. He propped his hands and gazed into the distance, thinking only this way could he continue living. Damien asked whether he truly intended to produce medicine himself and sell it. Pavet worriedly suggested perhaps charging patients a small fee. Zakin crossed his arms coldly and said he would absolutely not charge fees because he would lose patients. He also thought he needed to accept as many patients as possible to extend lifespan. He affirmed he would never take their money, even in the future. Instead, he would earn money himself by selling medicine he created. Though the ingredients were ordinary, the effects would be exceptional. It would become a premium pharmaceutical sought after merely for display. He planned to personally refine rare formulas, stomped on the floor, and shouted by branded products. Then he snapped his fingers and declared they would be produced only by the crown prince. He thought wealthy families would proudly boast if they possessed it. He would build his own brand and turn it into a symbol of social status. Zakin enthusiastically declared it would be an ultra-high-end medicine. He excitedly stood on the table. Damien skeptically asked whether such a thing truly existed and what it was. Zakin confidently said, of course, a pill made from Minotaur gallstones. Damien repeated in surprise, Minotaur. Zakin replied the medicine would be called 1,000 gold pill named Minotaur Angong Niuwang, according to Zakin. Everyone had heard of Angong Niuwang, famed for treating brain and cardiovascular diseases and blood pressure. A luxurious medicine often placed in large boxes to increase value. It was an expensive sedative used by many powerful figures. After that, Zakin left the room with Damien. Damien asked whether he truly intended to make Minotaur Angong Niuwang from Minotaur gallstones to sell. Zakin replied yes. Damien doubted whether people would truly take such a thing. Zakin answered while walking that certainly they would, 100%. Continued that because they believed it was rare they would crave to possess it. Crowd psychology was always like that. Once they saw a limited edition, they would scramble to buy. Zakin added that they would not use ordinary bulls, but choose a stronger and rarer creature. It would be the gallstones of a minotaur. Jiakin calculated the plan with extreme meticulousness. He even rated the product 5 stars himself. From effectiveness to reputation, it would be enough to make customers open their purses. Damien immediately objected that he did not think things were so simple. He said this was the first time he had heard of such a sedative. If it were that miraculous, it would already be famous everywhere. Zakin confidently replied that it had once been renowned in an ancient kingdom that had fallen. Damien frowned and asked which kingdom. Zakin spoke of an ancient city named Dao So Wayan. Damien calmly said he had never heard of it. Zakin then insisted that he knew of it through a dream. He turned back and smiled, saying all acupuncture and methods of preparing tonics were learned from dreams. Damien replied he had heard this before from Garden. Even so, in his heart, Damien still doubted and did not believe it was true. He thought Garden was too naive to easily accept that explanation. In Damien's eyes, Biza was like a child who always praised the prince. Damien silently watched Zakin back. He told himself that material things shaped thoughts, but for him it was enough that his salary was paid on time. Suddenly Damien asked whether he intended to practice medicine without a license. Zakin paused and asked a license was required. Damien replied of course it was. Damien said he had heard one must pass a licensing exam. Garden had already passed. Hearing that, Zakin broke into a cold sweat. He scratched his head awkwardly and said he did not know, wondering whether there would be trouble later. Damien looked at him suspiciously. Zakin changed the subject, saying first they had to resolve capital and needed Minotaur gallstones. Damien suggested buying them at a herbal shop in the capital. Zakin shook his head, saying last time when he went to buy ingredients, they did not sell Minotaur gallstones. Perhaps this place did not use bulls as medicinal material. Damien asked what he planned to do then. Zakin asserted that they would buy a living Minotaur. He said they would go to Demau Gate in the northeast corner of the Empire, where the largest monster auction house was located, then pointed at the map, showing it was quite far from the capital Magenta. Damien asked whether he intended to go personally. Zakin replied naturally. He said he would personally inspect the Minotaur condition and its gallstones. Damien coldly thought the prince must have something miswired. Zakin immediately set off with a large escort. In particular, Anissa was arranged to sit on the roof of the carriage to observe. Zakin urged everyone to depart. Damien was shocked and thought they were leaving right now. Zakin calmly said to set off. Damien, still not fully recovered, asked if they were truly leaving immediately. He replied that time was more precious than gold. Suddenly his face turned serious as he looked back. He shouted for Damien to get into the carriage at once, because that person was coming. The carriage swiftly began to roll. Bezo strode forward chasing after it, cried out asking why the prince was leaving him behind even though he was the chief doctor. Zakin turned his head and said he needed him to stay and look after the clinic. Bezo still called out tearfully. Convoy quickly entered a coastal town. Damien, sitting in the carriage, remarked that the ride was smoother than expected. Jiakin laughed and said he was the crown prince, so traveling first class was normal. Damien replied coldly that it still felt strange, because Zakin had prepared 2 flower-covered coffins in case of mishap. Zakin counted that it had been 8 days since leaving Magenta. As evening fell, Anissa lay relaxed on the carriage roof watching the sunset. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alertness. Then she sprang up and scanned the surroundings. She inhaled deeply and sensed the scent of the sea in the air. She pointed ahead and reported there was a seaport beyond the hill. Indeed, ahead lay the sea with the setting sun, creating a brilliant scene. Zakin said that was Ko-Raimau Port, like a paradise full of sun and waves. The seaport appeared in the twilight, with boats bustling out to sea. Ships lined up to dock, and people moved about densely. The shopping district was lively, with people crowding to choose goods. Zakin's carriage rolled past the stalls. Inside the carriage, he looked out excitedly and said that was. A massive building appeared before them. It was the Ko-Raimau Monster Auction House. The wheels stopped and a guard curiously approached. He waved irritably and told the old man to park elsewhere and not here. Bezo angrily shouted did he know who was inside the carriage. The guard sighed and asked could it be the crown prince. Zakin opened the window and smiled, waving, leaving the guard gaping. He turned pale and stammered that it truly was the crown prince. Inside the building, a fat bald man in a red robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The guard hurried in and shouted Mayor. Mayor Ko-Raimau with his shiny bald head turned and asked what was happening. Guard gasped and knelt stammering crown. Zakin and his guard team stepped in, making him shout that the crown prince had arrived. Rio felt as if struck by lightning and asked the crown prince. He hurried forward and bowed to his highness, making Zakin slightly surprised. Rio anxiously broke into sweat and asked what wind had brought him here. Zakin smiled and replied he had something he wished to purchase here. The mayor awkwardly suggested increasing the guards, but Jiakin waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary. He gestured to his numerous guards, saying he already had them. Bodyguards stood at attention, looking extremely professional. Ario wanted to say more, but was stopped when Zakin said he would only stroll around briefly before leaving. Even so, he still looked worried, making Zakin think how troublesome. Zakin forced a smile and said he would visit the mayor house later, then walked away. Ario immediately stood at attention and saluted. He turned to his subordinates and shouted to clean everything quickly, while Zakin thought he looked like an officer inspecting the barracks. Scene shifted to a beast, wearing only trousers, lying inside an iron cage. Masked nobles raised their bidding boards from 2,500 to 3,000, then 3,500. Wide view showed this was an auction. Zakin and Damien stood at a high vantage point observing. Prepared to sit down while Damien remarked that the place was quieter than expected. Zakin agreed. After sitting, he asked whether it was quiet because this was a monster auction house. Damien replied perhaps so because noise would wake the monsters. On stage, they brought out a new creature, a giant snake. Immediately someone bid 5,000 and another 4,500. The host smiled brightly while introducing the creature. Zakin yawned in boredom, thinking, could it be that today there was no minotaur? Below the stage, 2 horses strained to pull a large iron cage. Inside the cage, a massive horn emerged. The full view revealed a towering minotaur. It snorted fiercely, then suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The stands, Zakin and Damien stared down in shock, eyes wide and mouths open. He calculated that this monster could cook 100 portions of ox head soup and probably lift 30 tons as training weights. The minotaur sat in the cage snorting with killing intent. The host excitedly announced that today's special item was a rare minotaur. The image of the beast appeared in blazing red tones, a ferocious face and eyes shining like headlights. The host said 7 southern hunting teams spent 3 months to capture it alive. The information stated oversized build, peak condition, extremely savage, suitable for breeding or display. Zakin looked down at the stage with bright eyes, determination rising within him to possess it. He was so excited his eyes sparkled. Damien glanced over silently. Zakin thought they must have used a heap of sedatives, yet it was still so fierce. He had to have it at any cost. The host raised his hand high and declared the starting price 50,000 Majan. Jiakin frowned and asked Damien whether he heard wrong because other monsters were only around 50. Why was this one starting so high? Damien asked, did he not at least have that much? At that moment it was revealed Zakin only brought 100,000 Majan. Zakin clenched his fist, telling himself that even with that money, the Minotaur would surely be pushed higher. Seeing those below burning with zeal, he grew more determined because those competitive eyes were not joking. Zakin crossed his arms and declared he definitely could not buy it with 100,000. Damien turned and asked why. Closed his eyes, calculating that amount was enough to buy a luxury apartment in Gangnam for Damien. The young man widened his eyes, asking what he had to do with Gangnam's CEO. He bit his finger thinking, unwilling to miss this opportunity and urging his brain to find a way. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Zakin leaned over and whispered to Damien, making him reply, "Yes, Your Highness." Damien broke into a sweat and asked whether he truly intended to do it. Zakin raised his thumb and smiled, affirming, "Of course." Damien hesitated, saying that order sounded no different from that of a thug. Zakin still smiled brightly as if backed by a demon and said, "So what?" An information panel appeared stating he was compared to a thug, but it caused no damage. Damien stood up and bowed, saying he would return. Zakin waved, wishing him luck. The host shouted that someone had bid 50,000 Majan. Brown-haired noble raised it to 53,000, making the blonde lady beside him gasp. The host immediately repeated the price. A bearded noble continued raising it to 55,000. The host loudly announced the new number. Jiakin anxiously looked around, shouting inwardly, what was Damien waiting for? Suddenly, Ario and Damien stood at attention and saluted Zakin in the middle of the hall. Jiakin smiled and asked what the mayor was doing here. Ario looked confused. Zakin shot Ario a meaningful sideways glance. That look made him break into a cold sweat. But then Ario quickly thought his career depended on this moment and guessed the prince wanted to reveal his identity to create pressure. He cleared his throat, then loudly requested the Crown Prince to hear his petition. The entire hall buzzed upon hearing Crown Prince and turned to look. Ario stood straight, declaring that an elite squad awaited his command. Zakin patted his shoulder, saying Zakin Adija Mason Anna acknowledged the goodwill. Damien looked helplessly at the two acting. After the polite exchange, Jia Kin picked up the bidding board, remembering the auction was still ongoing. Quickly wrote a new number on the board. Zakin raised the board, showing 60,000 Majan. The entire hall was shaken, thinking this would cause serious trouble. The Crown Prince officially bid 60,000, making everyone sweat. He smiled down as if challenging everyone. All eyes focused on Zakin. Everyone thought he had ruined the game. No one dared to raise the price, fearing confrontation with the prince. Someone lamented why he was not born into royalty. The host gaped, not understanding why the prince appeared. He worried that such a precious minotaur selling for only 60,000 would be a heavy loss. He pounded the table, lamenting how it came to this. Dronzer, sitting below, smiled faintly with calculation. Suddenly, a board of 70,000 was raised. Dronzer calmly called 70,000 Majan. The host asked in astonishment. Someone raised the price. Seeing Dronzer board raised, he hurriedly announced 70,000. Zakin was startled, in shock. Two ladies whispered that was Dronzer, favored by King Ambozi. Dronzer looked at Zakin provocatively because he did not belong to Mason Anna. Below, someone praised him as a savior. Another warned not to speak loudly because the prince was known to hold grudges. Whispers all reached Jiakin ears, making him furious. He looked at Dronzer coldly, as if accepting the challenge. Rivalry ignited. Zakin quickly wrote a new price. He raised it to 71,000, and the host loudly called the number. Dronzer immediately countered with 72,000. Two sides continuously raised from 75 to 80,000, while the Minotaur seemed to watch a play. Finally, after the tense bidding, the hammer struck, confirming the Minotaur sold for 250,000 Majan. Dronzer smiled in satisfaction because victory belonged to him. Zakin, with limited funds, had to accept defeat, standing stiff like a statue. Reached out toward the Minotaur in regret. Damien interjected, saying losing was better for him. Zakin looked confused. Damien explained he should not throw hundreds of thousands of Majan at one Minotaur. Hearing that, Zakin silently praised Damien loyalty for thinking of his finances. But Damien added that if he spent it all, there would be no money to pay his salary, making Zakin startled. Damien frankly said he stayed only because the salary was high and stable. He affirmed without salary, there was no reason to serve, making Zakin curse capitalist inwardly. Zakin mentioned having saved him from the arena. Damien replied he was grateful, but that had nothing to do with salary. Zakin asked sadly, did gratitude not involve finances? Damien calmly said that was correct. He looked at Damien thoughtfully, not knowing how to respond. Damien's figure appeared in his mind like a character he once admired. He recalled Damien's terrifying potential and believed no one was more reliable with him as protector. Looking at Damien cold yet dependable, Zakin understood he needed him for many reasons. He told himself he must keep Damien by his side to ensure a stable future. Gaining composure, he promised never to delay salary. Damien professionally replied, understood. Zakin ordered them to first go to the mayor house. Ario, startled, replied, yes, your highness. Hurriedly left. Ario asked why they had to run. Zakin only thought silently because he was embarrassed. Ginnisar watched their figures leave the hall. The scene shifted outside the castle as night had fallen. Ginnisar stood before the Minotaur he had just bought at a high price. Darkness enveloped the area as the Minotaur opened its weary eyes. It gradually saw Ginnisar's figure before it. The beast let out a long roar when it saw him approach. Ginnisar observed closely and said that up close it was even more impressive. He turned to his subordinate and said they should have seen the crown prince's face when he snatched it away. The subordinate stepped forward and replied that it was truly pitiful. A neatly tied-haired man appeared. He curled his lips dangerously and asked whether they should begin the classification process today. Ginnisar nodded and said that was exactly why he invited him, the best classification expert in Ko-Rei Mao. The other quickly waved his hand, modestly saying he only came because the payment was generous. He looked at the furious Minotaur and asked what style he wished for the classification. Ginnisar imagined the majestic posture of the Minotaur and requested that it be made as grand as possible. He revealed that he would present it to the king at the birthday celebration. The classifier smiled lightly and replied that meant he wanted a truly imposing image. He asked further whether he had coordinated with the mage to ensure the process was perfect. Ginnisar affirmed it was prepared. Knock sounded. A young mage stepped in and said he would begin immediately because he knew everyone was busy. Ginnisar and the classifier stepped back to observe the mage facing the Minotaur. The mage formed a black thunder sphere between his hands, then smiled, saying he would finish it with vacuum magic. The sphere shot straight forward. Thousands of lightning bolts wrapped around the Minotaur body, making it grimace in pain. Beast was tightly bound, both hands clenched, enduring the agony. The pain intensified, forcing it to grit its teeth and strain. At the brink of life and death, memories of a happy childhood with its parents flooded back, filling it with hatred toward cruel humans. It remembered being captured by soldiers and crying in despair, and being locked in an iron cage and brought to auction as entertainment. The lightning grew fiercer. The Minotaur writhed in chains until it could barely breathe. The lightning turned red, delivering a final brutal strike. The audience gaped as a shackle burst apart. The monster sprang to its feet, lightning densely surrounding its body. Ginnisar and the classifier were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Breaking free from the chains, the Minotaur raised its arms to the sky and roared. The ground around it still flickered with residual lightning. The scene shifted back to the residence where Zakin was staying. He collapsed onto the bed, complaining of exhaustion. Damien reminded him that he had overexerted himself. Inside his body, his organs seemed to protest against the dense schedule. Zakin clenched his fist, declaring that tomorrow he would definitely buy the Minotaur for 100,000 mages. Outside, hurried footsteps and loud knocking echoed. 2 guards rushed in, reporting to His Highness that something major had happened. Zakin sprang up and looked at them. He put on his shoes and asked what happened. Damien had already drawn his sword. The guards shouted that they had to escort him to safety immediately. Zakin remained calm and demanded an explanation. Suddenly, the wall of the room exploded, smoke and dust filling the air. Damien reacted instantly, drawing his sword to shield Zakin, and told His Highness to stand behind him. Powerful force sent Damien flying aside. He crashed into the wall, cracking it open. Zakin cried out, "Damien!" A gigantic monster hand reached inside. Zakin worried for Damien and failed to notice the danger before him. When he turned, he finally saw clearly. Before him stood a massive, ferocious Minotaur, as if intent on destroying everything. Its hand pressed tightly against the wall near him. Zakin stammered how was the Minotaur here, returning to the moment when the mage unleashed the final red lightning strike that shattered the shackle. The Minotaur stood amid the tangled lightning. Ginnisar and the expert were horrified beyond measure. The beast broke free and screamed sharply. The ground around it still blazed with electric light. Outside the castle, the unleashed power cracked the walls. Inside the ruins, someone lay under stones, groaning weakly. Ginnisar backed against the wall, trembling in disbelief. The Minotaur roared that he was the most evil one. It swung its gigantic fist. The punch crashed down, but Ginnisar dodged in time. The stone statue behind shattered, making him scream. He forced back his arrogance and shouted at the filthy monster whether it knew who he was. He was a great merchant of Ambozi and its master. As he spoke, he fled, ran while begging it not to come near. He would no longer be its master. The Minotaur roared and chased after him. Ginnisar darted his eyes, searching for a place to hide. Ahead was the residence where Zakin was staying, also the mayor house of Ray Mao. He pointed and shouted to distract it, causing the Minotaur to glance away. Taking advantage of its distraction, Ginnisar slipped away. He hid behind a wall covering his mouth, while the Minotaur searched. Ground its teeth furiously. In rage, it threw a punch at the residence. Returning to the present, the Minotaur now stood before Zakin because of that pursuit. Its hand gripped the section of wall near him. Jiakin stammered Minotaur. He looked at the ruins behind where Damien lay unconscious and panicked. The Minotaur eyes burned red, exhaling smoke in fury. Zakin observed and realized that gaze felt familiar, as if he had seen it in the clinic. Those golden eyes brimmed with tears, making him recognize the look of a suffering patient. After destroying everything, the Minotaur suddenly noticed Zakin. It recalled the scene of the auction, and the image of Zakin raising the bidding board wanting to buy it. It roared that he was just like that man. Zakin panicked, not understanding why he was being targeted. The beast dropped down, touching the floor with its hand, then sprang up and lunged toward Jiakin. It advanced step by step toward him, its fist raised high as it roared. Zakin raised his hands to shield his face, waiting for the blow. Damien gradually regained consciousness. He rushed forward to stand before Zakin and slashed fiercely at the Minotaur. The monster quickly raised its hand to block the strike. Zakin shouted Damien. He yelled for His Highness to leave immediately. He hurriedly ran while saying he would not die here. Minotaur roared, releasing a terrifying aura. Its massive body faced Damien, shielding Zakin. Crazily unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Damien managed to use his sword to block the fatal blow. Zakin ran and glanced back, thinking if struck his bones would shatter and his organs would burst apart. In its eyes was clearly reflected the sight of Zakin running for his life. Unable to let the enemy escape, it immediately swung a direct punch straight toward him. Minota moved so fast that KZN had no time at all to turn and counterattack. In the next instant, Damien delivered a kick that sent Kin flying to one side. Having just saved him from death, Damien immediately turned to face Minota. Kicked into the corner of the wall, he sat there stunned, wondering if Damien had truly struck him. Damp streaks on the ceiling spread wider and grew more pronounced. Suddenly, a massive block of stone crashed down beside Zakin, making him flinch in terror. Amid the devastation, Damien calmly remarked that perhaps they were both trapped, while Zakin snapped that he thought Damien did not know that already. Damien awkwardly did not know how to respond. In the chaotic scene, he tightened his grip on the sword and weighed the most viable option. He spoke, "Your Highness, I have something to say if we survive today." Damien calmly added that when that time came, remember to reward me. Zakin flared up and asked if he dared to make demands of him. What if he refused? Damien bluntly replied that then he would run for his own life. Hearing that, Zakin angrily scolded him for going too far. The Minota with blazing red eyes watched the two arguing. Damien said, "When I count to 3, I will charge in and clear a path for your highness to retreat." Zakin hesitated slightly, but before he could finish speaking, Damien had already rushed into combat with Minota, leaving him helplessly wondering which direction he should flee. That very moment, Minota swept past him and headed straight for Damien. He raised his sword, taking a stance ready to fight. Damien pointed at the rubble, signaling Zakin to jump down. He panicked and protested because this was the second floor. While swinging his sword to fend off the monster, Damien said, "Do not overthink it, just jump." Zakin still hesitated, saying to him that it was a matter of life and death. Though struggling to hold his ground, he still turned to explain that it was better than staying here waiting to be crushed. He analyzed from the sounds outside that the guards were about to arrive to deal with Minota and the damage. Isel had gathered the soldiers and ordered reinforcements because he did not want his political career ruined. 4 soldiers had already set up ladders to the second floor. Zakin still worriedly asked that even if he broke his leg from the fall, they would still take him somewhere safe. Damien affirmed that this was the only way out for now. His hand tightened around the hilt, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. Without waiting for Zakin to steady himself, Damien charged at Minota and shouted that he was starting now. He dashed toward the monster and loudly called out one. Zakin hurriedly searched for a way to escape. Minota threw a punch at Damien, but he nimbly leapt up to evade it. From above, he brought his sword down on Minota's head, while shouting 2, then 3. While fleeing, Zakin startled and cried out that he was counting too fast. Damien's blade struck squarely through the center of Minota's body, making it roar in agony. Raised both hands to the sky and howled violently, the sound tearing through the Zakin frantically ran around, but could not find any exit. Tears streaming down his face, he lamented how cruel his fate was. As he sprinted with all his strength, Minota suddenly swung an arm across his path, nearly knocking him down. Thinking of something, Zakin grabbed a fistful of the creature fur. Minota glanced down with blazing red eyes while he clung tightly to its fur and tried to climb up. AJN's face briefly showed clear astonishment. A system notification rang out, making Zakin widen his eyes and exclaim, "What is this?" The system initiated a new mission. The target locked onto Minota and began scanning the entire body. The system displayed an emergency diagnostic panel for Minota King Yu Rus. Race Minota, male, 48 years old, height 7.12 m, weight 14,924 kg, blood type C2, cardiac compression function. Conclusion that long-term imprisonment, use of sedatives, and an excessive grain diet had caused bodily imbalance. Image appeared of Minota being imprisoned, its heart turning a dark red. The system continued warning that this heart was facing a serious problem. It was unstable angina and a worsening infarction condition. If not treated in time, it could lead to myocardial infarction and stroke. Zakin read the data and understood that angina meant the coronary artery was more than half blocked and the pain must be excruciating. Seeing Minota raging in fury, he thought it must feel like a cart crushing across the chest, which was why it had gone mad, and he softly apologized. Climbing higher up its arm, he shouted that, "Damn it, but right now I cannot treat you." Clinging to that massive body, he cried out in despair that perhaps he was even more miserable. The situation was truly terrible. Having climbed quite high, Zakin looked down at the yawning abyss below and trembled in fear. If thrown off, he would surely be shattered. Seeing him clinging to its arm, Minota swung its arm, intending to smash him apart. A flash of light streaked by, something moving too fast for the naked eye. Turned out to be a sword slamming down onto the middle of Minota's head, making it roar in pain. Damien restrained it with his sword and inwardly cursed that he should have aimed for the eyes, but in haste the horn had blocked the strike. He sprang back to evade, and the sword in his hand became enveloped in surging magical power. Damien loudly reassured that, "Your Majesty, endure a little longer, I will save you." Zakin clung tightly to Minota's body, crying as he urged him to hurry. Damien rushed at Minota with extreme speed, while calculating how to force it to loosen its grip. His gaze was icy sharp as his right shoulder swung the sword to slash at the two predetermined points. There was no need to cut too deep. Just creating an opening in an instant was enough. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at Minota's vital spots. With each slash that fell, it screamed accordingly. Zakin, clinging to its body all this time, gritted his teeth and endured. He trembled and said that he could not endure any longer. At last his hand slipped from the thick fur of Minota. Exhausted, Zakin fell freely downward, but still managed to shout to Damien that there would be no special bonus reward. As he fell, he closed his eyes, resigning himself, tears carried away by the wind, thinking that dying here was far from glorious. Suddenly something flashed past at such incredible speed that the eye could not follow. Wolfman appeared like a timely savior, catching Zakin and carrying him away. Looking at the creature, he exclaimed in astonishment that it was Anister. On the other side, two guards shouted in unison, calling for Your Majesty. Anis carried him closer, while the two guards anxiously asked if he was all right. He grasped their hands and forced a smile, saying that he was fine. Sergio pointed toward the gate and urged them to leave immediately, saying that Your Majesty's safety came first. Hurry and run. Minota stood motionless amid the collapsed mansion. It shifted its gaze and realized the group had taken Zakin away. Minota frowned and let out a baffled roar. It raised both arms high and howled in fury at the loss of its prey. Damien still stood there facing Minota, which ground its teeth and growled angrily. He smiled and said that it seemed it could not catch his highness. Damien pointed his sword at it and confidently taunted that now it was switching its target to him. Raged, it drove a powerful strike downward. The enormous fist halted right where he had been standing. The ground cracked and stones shattered, but fortunately he had dodged in time. Even in such peril, Damien smiled in satisfaction, thinking that the dangerous bonus reward would surely be generous. Minota threw another punch. Damien swung his sword, calculating and following the trajectory of the fist, slashing a line from the hand up to the forearm. The sword tip thrust straight into the fist, creating a violent shock as the two forces collided. Damien trembled as he poured his strength into resisting, muttering that it was tougher than he thought. Minota also roared madly, pouring all its strength into this life and death battle. The two sides, one man and one monster, charged at each other in relentless chaotic slaughter. Damien was not at a disadvantage, and steadfastly fought back to the end. Suddenly Minota slammed its fist hard into the ground. Damien immediately retreated, thinking that this was merely a feint. Unexpectedly, it accelerated and surged straight toward him. As it ran, it maintained its attack stance, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Damien instantly raised his sword to block the blow head-on. Blade collided directly with Minota's body. It roared violently, fury erupting. His face remained calm, but his eyes were intensely focused on every movement. That tense instant, he threw an extremely powerful punch that sent Damien crashing onto his back against the ground. The wall behind shattered, blood streamed down from his forehead. The two guards outside froze in shock as massive stones kept crashing down. Rubble poured down near them, forcing the other to panic and dodge aside. Inside the building, Damien knelt amid the thick clouds of dust. A huge slab of stone pinned his leg, making him cry out in pain. The opposite side, Minota continued striding forward, his blazing red eyes pressed close to Damien like a maddened beast. A gigantic fist rose high above his small figure. Damien saw that massive shadow looming closer and closer, gritted his teeth, shoved the stone off his leg, and let out a low groan. As the fist was about to crash down, Damien desperately wondered if this was the end. Suddenly, a giant hedgehog appeared along with a loud shout. Little spiked tail charged. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Minota roared violently. Damien widened his eyes in shock. Little spiked tail, Gosium covered in sharp spikes, rammed straight into Minota. Damien sat there staring at the scene in utter astonishment. Looking closely, he saw Zakin appear, his face full of delight, while Damien felt irritated, thinking he had struggled so hard to save him. Zakin excitedly praised Gosium for doing well, and said the red sunflower seed that summoned the legendary beast had indeed made it gigantic. He waved at Damien enthusiastically, saying, "Let us go. We still have to collect the reward." At the mention of money, Damien immediately brightened and smiled, saying they would surely earn quite a lot. Jackie urged them to retreat first. Damien swung his sword and split the stone trapping his leg. Frowned as he looked at his current condition. Both legs were crushed, blood soaking through his trousers. Damien quietly realized his legs were almost completely numb. At that moment, Minota was fiercely grappling with Gosium. He violently tore Gosium away, the spikes ripping from his flesh as blood gushed out. In a fit of rage, he hurled Gosium far away. Beast was flung toward Damien. Zakin shouted loudly, giving the order that this was the moment. Little spiked tail cling to him. Damien swiftly caught Gosium. Gosium enlarged his body and shot outward, carrying Damien with him. Kazian stood below, looking up at Damien clinging to Gosium back. Moments later, the two of them landed safely on the ground. Seeing his prey vanish before his eyes, Minota growled in fury. The three of them finally escaped safely outside. A series of massive stones crashed down onto Minota's head, making him look up in shock. It turned out Damien's earlier slash had caused the building structure to collapse. With it over, he and Zakin calmly stood watching. The mansion was now nothing but ruins. Zakin, Damien, and Gosium silently gazed at the wreckage caused by Minota. Zakin patted Gosium on the head, praising him for doing well, little spiked tail, and smiled brightly. After that, he anxiously asked Damien if he was all right. Damien wiped the blood from his forehead, sheathed his sword, and said he was fine. But Zakin retorted that he did not look fine at all. He looked at the thick clouds of dust and murmured Minota. A flicker of kindness rose in him, thinking he could not let him die even though his gall was of the highest grade. Yet he reminded himself not to act rashly lest he lose his life before doing anything. He immediately left and called for the other two to withdraw at once. A bald head and a pair of bare feet came running over. It was Ario. He ran up and said, "From now on, let me escort your majesty." He firmly vowed to take him to the safest place in the city. Before long, they were led by Ario to the seaport. Everyone followed closely behind him toward the dock, pointed at a large ship, and said, "Your majesty, please board. Once at sea, no matter how ferocious Minota is, he will not be able to reach you." Zakin looked at the huge vessel and thought fleeing by sea sounded reasonable. In the end, he nodded in agreement with Ario's plan. Seeing him still standing there, he politely invited the mayor to go first. Ario replied solemnly that he would not run away. Zakin asked in surprise why. Looking toward the city, Isel said frankly that it was the place he was responsible for protecting. Watching the workers bustling on the ship, he said the safety of the people rested on his shoulders, so he could not abandon them and flee. He bowed and asked your majesty to leave first while he stayed to command. Zakin fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that spirit, he thought perhaps he had misjudged him and could not leave him behind alone. Damien reminded your majesty to leave at once. Zakin still hesitated. Understanding his hesitation, Damien said everyone had their own role, so he need not feel guilty. Zakin's eyes suddenly lit up as if he realized something. He looked at Isel directing everyone and thought the mayor's role was to safeguard the city. Looking at the guards around him, he understood their duty was to protect him. Zakin clenched his fists and told himself his role was to survive and shoulder the royal family. Finally, the ship left the dock. The commander shouted loudly to raise the sails. Zakin walked away. He turned back to bid Ario farewell one last time. Two sailors suddenly cried out in terror. "What is that?" Minota suddenly appeared, roaring with a thunderous sound. The two helmsmen fled in panic. From the shore, he leapt with tremendous force. Minota shot high into the air. He hurtled straight toward Zakin like a meteor. His landing on the deck shattered the wooden floor into pieces. He roared loudly, intimidating everyone around. Minota's enormous hand seized the broken mast. Zakin clutched his head and shouted for everyone to lie down. Minota grabbed the mast and swept it violently in a wide arc. Because Zakin had already flattened himself against the deck, he narrowly avoided it. He sprang up in panic, thinking it was over and not knowing what to do. There was nowhere to run and he could not even swim. Voice inside his body announced that his internal organs were convulsing violently from fear. Another anxious voice spoke up. Why not think of a way to escape? What use is a brain at a time like this? Then the organs seemed to realize something and burst into tears, right? He never had a brain to begin with. Kazian could only tremble and cry, unable to think of any plan. Damien knelt nearby and softly reminded Your Majesty to keep his head low. The fallen sails might become an advantage. He pointed toward the stern and instructed him to press close to the pile of broken wood and absolutely not move. Zakin whispered about hiding there. Damien replied that for now it was the safest choice, while Minota was searching just behind them. He turned and asked, "What about you?" Damien calmly said that today he had already received too much from Your Majesty. After saying that, he drew his sword and stepped forward, determined to finish his part. Zakin watched his figure for a brief moment of hesitation, but in the end he still turned and ran. Damien charged straight at Minota and shouted loudly, calling Anasir. Anasir immediately leapt forward in response. She clamped onto Minota, creating an opening for Damien to swing his sword in rapid succession. Unexpectedly, Minota grabbed Anasir's tail. He slammed her down onto the deck so hard that she cried out in pain. After that, he turned toward the crowd and roared loudly. The monster charged forward, each step crushing the deck boards into splinters. He flung aside anyone who dared rush in to block his path. Damien struggled to push himself up, groaning softly from the pain in his injured leg. People were thrown down in all directions, only able to moan amid the chaos. Giakinuk shrank into a corner, trembling as he muttered that he had to stay calm or everyone would die. He carefully observed Minota breathing and every single movement without missing a detail. The image of Minota's swollen heart appeared in his vision. The system announced that you are facing an unprecedentedly dangerous situation. His eyes widened to the limit as the system stated that extreme experience had greatly advanced the diagnostic method. His gaze shone brilliantly. The notification panel stated that the precise diagnostic method, Han, had been added to the pulse reading skill. The system analyzed every movement and then displayed a support function, Meridian Scan. It allowed scanning of acupoints within range to predict the target movement direction. The number of locked targets was 1, and it only applied to living beings. A red circle appeared above Minota's head, marking the target. Akin stared at the series of notifications in shock, muttering that it was no different from opening a cheat map. In his eyes, every muscle movement and landing point of Minota became clear, giving him confidence that he could dodge every attack. Minota stepped closer toward him. Zakin froze for a brief moment. Looking at the battered ship, he wondered whether he could keep dodging here forever. Seeing everyone terrified of the monster, Zakin understood he had to act before exhaustion claimed him. He forced himself to calm down, telling himself he had to survive at any cost. Looking at the injured people, he thought it was not only himself, but everyone who needed saving. His eyes became more resolute than ever. Zakin looked down and saw Gosium lying flat from exhaustion. He rummaged through his pocket as if an idea had just struck him, though he was not sure it would work. And he lifted his head with determination, for it was his responsibility. Minota began stomping heavily forward. He raised his fist, preparing to smash down on 2 innocent people. Those 2 widened their eyes in horror, stammering in disbelief at the scene before them. Zakin suddenly blocked the punch, his body having swollen to rival Minota's size. Minota roared in astonishment at that transformation. He crossed his arms and braced himself to resist. A notification panel appeared stating that you have illegally used the red sunflower seed of the legendary beast. Yakin strained with all his strength to hold the gigantic fist. The struggle between the two caused the sea waves to surge violently. Looking at his massive body equal to his opponent, he thought he had truly become more gigantic than imagined. 2 soldiers crouched beneath him, trembling as they called out, "Your Majesty." Damien stared at that enormous figure in shock, wondering who he really was. The system reminded that you are human, not a legendary beast. Red sunflower seed may cause severe side effects to the human body. Please consult a physician. Zakin felt annoyed, thinking he himself was the physician. Who else was there to consult? As Minota continued to clash, the system signaled that the giant state would last only 3 minutes. He threw another punch, while a warning stated there would be severe side effects after the effect ended. You will fall into a coma for 5 days from the moment the giant state ends. While resisting, the system counted down 2 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. He calculated that he had only about 2.5 minutes left to settle everything before falling into a coma. His hand still gripped Minota's hand tightly. Akin began trembling from exhaustion. He worried that if he did not end this in time, he would surely lose his life. Suddenly, Minota stepped back. He swung his fist again as before. This time the punch struck straight at Zakin's face. One of his legs wavered, nearly toppling him, yet he forced himself to keep balance. Touching the spot where he had been hit, he grimaced, thinking the pain was terrible but still bearable. He slowly stepped forward. Suddenly, Zakin rammed his head hard into Minota's chin and shouted, "Take this." He shook his head to ease the pain, and told himself that within 2 minutes he could not kill him, so there was only another way. Looking at Gosium trembling, he decided he had to restrain his frenzy so that even if he fell unconscious, Damien could still manage. He stepped toward Gosium and asked Little Spike Tail, "Where are your spikes?" Gosium shot out a volley of spikes toward him in response. "Little Spike Tail here." Zakin caught those spikes in his hand. He took a stance to confront Minota. Both roared and charged at each other. Zakin pressed both palms against his body. He leapt over him with legs spread wide. The spikes he had taken, he drew out one. Jiakin climbed onto Minota's neck, holding the spike and saying it was time to give him acupuncture. He stabbed the spike into the Tian-Du point on his neck, making him roar in agony. Contact point glowed strangely, but Jiakin realized the spike did not reach the mana flow as expected. He clung tightly to him, inwardly cursing his own weak stamina. Zakin immediately shouted loudly, "Damien." Damien rushed in with his sword. Zakin called out to strike at the tail of that spike. Damien launched himself forcefully into the air with decisive movements. He poured all his strength into striking the spike, causing Minota to roar skyward. Jiakin quickly calculated that he had to soothe the nervous system, suppress the sympathetic response, and activate the parasympathetic. He continued inserting another spike into the Tian-Lu point on his body. Called Damien, and Damien immediately struck hard at that spike. Another spike was inserted into the head at the He-Mok point. Next was the Wai-Feng point, then the Sak-Tun point, making Minota scream in the most violent agony. Jiakin thought to himself that the energy had spread along the triple burner meridian. He hugged the struggling monster tightly, thinking he was no different from an oversized child afraid of needles. He raised another spike and coaxed gently, "Be good. Let me finish the acupuncture." He inserted another spike and told Damien to strike hard at it as if promising candy, ending at the Nhai-Mon point. Minota's eyes flared red once more. Only seconds later he calmed down, far gentler than before. Zakin carefully pulled each spike out of his body. He thought that besides reducing his ferocity, the angina had also just disappeared, though perhaps it was only coincidence. Stable angina was unpredictable, flaring fiercely and then subsiding on its own. Everyone witnessing the scene stood with mouths agape in astonishment. Minota looked at his own hand and muttered that it was strange. The pain was gone. Zakin turned and praised Damien for doing very well. Minota's hand suddenly reached out, placed his hand on Zakin's shoulder, and solemnly expressed thanks, human. Zakin let out a satisfied sigh, thinking fortunately the pain had vanished at the right moment, making him believe he had been cured. Collapsed onto the deck, grumbling that he was exhausted to death. A notification panel appeared stating that your internal organs are being affected by sudden transformation. He jolted in shock, muttering what was this? Why had his body grown so large? Red-haired young man representing blood looked at his hand, puzzled that his blood flow and breathing were abnormal, as if he were about to faint. The young man in blue said excitedly that when the body grew larger, the burden increased, while the blonde cheered that he was truly great. The notification panel continued to display the stomach section. Duration of the giant effect reached 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Zakin's massive body gradually shrank back to normal. Everyone gathered around in worry, while Jiakin tried to speak that he had something to instruct. He mustered all his strength and shouted that he would be in a coma for 5 days. Do not panic. Minota had calmed down. Before finishing his sentence, he collapsed into a deep sleep. System announced that the giant effect had ended and the side effects had begun. You will remain unconscious for the next 120 hours. Sleep well. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Someone on the ship shouted to bail the water out quickly. Another looked at the hole where water was pouring in and cried that it could not be sealed. They had to get to the deck at once or the ship would sink. Someone sobbed that above them, a monster was still rampaging. The ship shook violently as if about to shatter. A soldier staggered and shouted that the ship was about to sink. Minota turned his head to observe the situation around him. He clenched his fist in regret and apologized, saying it was his fault. The ship nearly overturned. Everyone slipped and fell, calling out, "Your Majesty." Minota roared that he would repay the debt. He would save him. He lifted Zakin from the deck. Then he leapt off the tilting ship. He placed Zakin, still fast asleep, on his head and rushed into the open sea. Seeing this, everyone cried out in panic, "Crown Prince, Your Highness." The brown-haired man looked on and also called out, "Your Majesty." Damien stood stunned at the sight. In the interrogation room, the air was heavy as a red-haired man questioned Damien. He lowered his head, avoiding the gaze, only mumbling without knowing what to say. His eyes suddenly widened when he saw a rat scurry past his foot. The dark room with its flickering light made Damien briefly wonder if this was a dream. He gave a faint smile, thinking this scene felt familiar, like the place he had lived as a child. Red-haired man opposite let out a mocking laugh. The interrogator from the Imperial Investigation Team sneered that it was unbelievable he could still sleep in such circumstances. That man crossed his arms and asked if he still did not understand the situation. Damien replied that he understood. That man continued questioning why he was still dozing off. Damien thought inwardly that they had not let him sleep for 3 days. The interrogator ground his teeth and said the crown prince had been taken by a monster. That man slammed the table and shouted that 6 days had passed. It took 1 day for the news to reach the imperial capital. It took him 2 days to get here. Images of the chaotic scene and soldiers searching flashed through his mind. The man roared that for 3 days they still had not found his highness or any clue. His anger showed as he accused the mayor and them of only pretending to search. That man questioned where Minota had swum to and how the buyer from the Angal Moser family had disappeared. In the end, where had they gone? His face flushed red as he shouted that there was not a single clue. That man asked himself and answered that it was not that they could not find any. That man lowered his voice and laughed coldly, saying it was more accurate to say they were deliberately hiding it to frame the crown prince. Damien asked if he intended to conclude that they had colluded with Minota to kidnap his highness. His face turned icy with anger at that accusation. The interrogator stood up and said he was not concluding, but seeking to expose the truth along with his confession. That man stepped closer and asked if he thought it was unreasonable. Damien replied, of course, but that man insisted it was the truth. That man stood tall and said the world needed a clear answer, no matter how absurd the conclusion. Those words weighed heavily on Damien, as that man assigned responsibility, starting with the mayor. That man accused the mayor of failing to ensure security, then Damien and his subordinates of failing to protect his highness. That man laughed cruelly and said they had to bear the blame so everything would settle smoothly. Damien gritted his teeth and asked what it meant to bear the blame for smoothness. His gaze looked as if it could devour the interrogator, for he understood that man only wanted a quick end. That man patted his shoulder and coaxed that honesty would earn leniency. Damien asked about leniency. That man replied that it meant a quick and painless death. Damien tried to stand but was bound to the iron chair and could only shout bastard. The interrogator coldly said that if it was hard to speak he would use another method. A squad of soldiers rushed inside. 3 soldiers stood blocking in front of Damien, awaiting the interrogator. Seeing such a large force, Damien clenched his teeth in fury. Damien was thrown into an iron cage, grimacing in pain. The iron bars were immediately pulled upright and locked tight. Someone cried out in panic, Damien. Looking to the adjacent cage and seeing familiar faces, Damien was stunned and cursed inwardly. Damn it, Anasir and even the mayor. His pupils widened as he looked down at the scene below. A group of people were pouring liquid over a pile of firewood. Smelling the oil, Damien realized they intended to burn them all alive. The footsteps echoed as they approached. The interrogator and his men appeared. That man coldly said now that everyone was here they would review the conclusion once more. That man asked if Damien was ready to confess. Damien replied that he had nothing to confess, but he was ready to speak the truth. During that, the interrogator sneered, "The truth, then speak." Damien spoke in a low voice, under the guise of interrogation. He gripped the bars tightly and shouted that they were obstructing the search for the missing crown prince. The interrogator glared and shouted back. What did he say? Blazing red aura spread around Damien as he roared that he was the one who could find his highness the fastest, yet they were playing meaningless games. The interrogator sighed and said he was trying to escape, then shrugged and said, "Very well, now then." That man declared the interrogation over and signaled for torches to be brought. Damien gripped the bars tightly, trying to bend them, apologizing inwardly to his highness that he could not die meaninglessly here. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked swiftly across the ground. Bull charged straight toward Damien K. Damien widened his eyes in shock. It was Minota. Flash of light cut through the iron wires binding the cage. Minota caught Damien cage, and on his back was a person. It was the crown prince Zakin. Damien was completely stunned in disbelief. Elixir and Isel also stared in shock. No one could believe their eyes. Zakin raised his head and looked down. He asked what they were doing here. Background music played, opening the documentary The Prince Who Sold Medicine special, episode The Prince and the Golden Dog. 6 days earlier, Zakin had awakened in a seaside cave, coughing softly from the cold. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the red-faced bull staring at him. He panicked while Minota appeared far more adorable than the day before. Minota recounted saving him from drowning. Zakin gratefully asked if he had saved him. The two shook hands in reconciliation. Zakin said thank you. From now on they were friends. When asked why they were so close, he scratched his head and said perhaps he had misunderstood that he had cured him. The sound of waves accompanied his explanation that in truth, it was only that his pain had vanished on its own. He shrugged, thinking this misunderstanding was actually beneficial. When asked why, Zakin gave a sly smile and said he would let him follow him, then burst into laughter. The documentary, The Prince and the Golden Dog, continued the story. Minota knelt before Zakin. He said he wanted to help him in return just as he had saved him. and he agreed. Zakin fabricated that his heart condition was not fully cured and could relapse. Minota widened his eyes in surprise, placed his hand on his fur, pretending to examine him, but he growled in protest and he did not understand. The system notified that the meridian scan function had been activated. A blue light scanned his heart. Zakin secretly rejoiced that the illness was not severe and he could bring him back for treatment. The light ran along his body. He suddenly thought of Minota Gall. Zakin asked whether he felt abdominal discomfort while ruminating, and he nodded with a low growl. He explained that there was something in his stomach that needed to be taken out, and instructed him to follow his guidance. He pointed to each acupoint along the gallbladder meridian from Quian Ditch, Enhat and Gayat, and Gudong, Kuvai to Trung Quan, leaving Minota bewildered. Told him to press as he said. The acupoints on his body gradually began to glow. Minota opened his mouth and roared. Zakin encouraged him and then told him to clench his fist and punch his chest hard. He still hesitated. He urged him to punch now, and he obeyed. Minota slammed his chest hard and roared loudly. He suddenly vomited. Zakin watched closely, waiting for that object to appear. A gigantic object burst out of Minota's mouth. Zakin exclaimed in shock at its size. The system reported that an S+ rank Minota Gall had been obtained. He thought this one must be nearly 20 centimeters. Holding the object in his hands, he asked the golden dog whether he felt relieved, and he growled comfortably. Zakin was happy for him, but inwardly thought that from now on he belonged to him. When the sun set, he said it was time to depart. Minota responded with a growl. Jia Kai said they would return to Kree Mao. He remembered Damien's frantic expression, and guessed his comrades were in danger. Minota nodded as if understanding. He asked whether he was worried about fighting again upon returning. Reassured him that as long as he went with him, no one would dare bully him. Hearing that, Minota happily believed him. Journey back began. He kept reaffirming his promise. The flag fluttered in the wind. Zakin recognized it as the flag of the Imperial Investigation Team. He grew serious, thinking he had returned just in time. Back in the present, he stood on Minota's back and asked who was in charge here. The interrogator was stunned to see Zakin appear. No one answered. Zakin clenched his teeth, shouted again who was responsible, and Minota roared along. A man stepped forward. It was the interrogator, declaring that it was him. Zakin jumped down and looked straight at him. He crossed his arms and asked him. The interrogator was displeased by that arrogant attitude. He looked at Minota and asked who the person identical to the Crown Prince was. The subordinates were horrified that he dared ask such a question before the Crown Prince. Zakin demanded whether he suspected him of impersonating the Crown Prince. He replied yes, for in such extraordinary circumstances, there would be those who exploited the opportunity to harm the royal family. Jia Qin lowered his head and asked if he wished to verify his identity, and he nodded. He raised his head coldly and asked why he did not verify those people first. The interrogator was stunned and asked what he meant. He spoke in anger. They were standing right here. Why did he refuse to acknowledge the sacrifices, pain, and contributions they had made? Sweat poured down his face. His mouth stammered, unsure what he had just said. Zakin Hector Damien Kazing recounted his deeds, the one who had used his body to protect him. Zakin Adija Mason Ano, the crown prince of this empire. Damien was stunned upon hearing it. Zakin continued, the one who had risked his life fighting Minota to buy time for him to escape, standing alone in resistance while keeping his courage and devotion intact. Minota opened the cage door. He slowly stepped down. Damien bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness." Faint smile flickered across Zakin's lips. The air fell into silence. No one dared speak. Zakin's voice sounded low and solemn, tight. The girl gripped the cage bars tightly, looking at His Highness, calling her name Anissa, daughter of Jacinto, the loyal wolf veterinarian nurse. He continued, that night when he was struck out of the town mansion by Minota, she had risked her life to catch him. Minota removed the iron frame for her. He added that without that swift reaction and brave act, he sighed that perhaps by now he would only be a cold corpse buried deep underground. She stepped out of the iron cage. She gently placed her feet on the ground. Zakin looked at her with admiration, saying that was courage and noble sacrifice for him. He continued next, Sodao. Sergio's eyes were red. He choked up as he said, the captain of his special unit that night, the first to rush forward to shield him while he was fleeing. Minota opened the cage for Sodu. He burst into tears, Your Highness. Zakin praised that without such courage would he still be standing here safely. He continued mentioning others. The next cage was lowered, Knight Ferrander, the model of honor who had escorted the injured members to safety. He called Montizo and Pedrozo by name. The two stepped out one after another. Then he asked whether their arms were healed after blocking Minota. Those who followed had also contributed greatly. He affirmed that Knight Hamilton could not be overlooked. He went on, though sword broken and shield shattered. He had still fought steadfastly to the end. KJN now stood upright and spoke solemnly. Someone could not hold back emotion, tears falling, saying, "I." That person choked out your highness, eyes fixed on him. The soldiers whispered. One murmured that it seemed he truly was the crown prince. Another doubted how he could have returned. He continued, moreover, how had he subdued that Minota? The interrogator trembled. Sweat streamed down his face, sensing something was wrong. He told himself that he had once believed the crown prince could not survive after falling into Minota hands. He recalled that therefore he had placed all blame on his subordinates without reason. Whether they were wronged or not did not matter, for that was customary procedure. He continued justifying himself. When royalty died of illness, even the royal physician had to pay with his life. The death of the noble always required someone to bear responsibility. In his mind, he still insisted that someone had to stand up and take the blame. Seeing the prince and his guards beside him, he was shaken, wondering how he could have returned alive. It was unbelievable. The interrogator collapsed to his knees, kowtowed before him, voice trembling, "Your Highness." He begged forgiveness for daring to doubt his identity. He remained silent, as if considering something. Then he turned to look at the final cage and slowly said, "The market of this city. A GLCRMO." The man's eyes were filled with tears, his trembling hand reaching toward him. "Your Highness." He said that night, despite overwhelming danger, he had not abandoned his post and had resolutely protected the city. Noda lowered the cage. Zakin said that was the noble quality of a true aristocrat who placed responsibility above all. He placed his hand on the cage, affirming that it was the finest example among the nobility. The man sobbed, saying, "I, Your Highness." Then he shifted his gaze to the interrogator, evaluating the man from the investigation team. Zakin reminded him that he was the one who had demanded proof of identity. He was left speechless. He continued, but the one who had to prove anything was not him. He looked at his guards and said that it was not him, but those willing to sacrifice for him who were the clearest proof. KZN stated firmly that they were the evidence of his identity. The interrogator fell silent, knowing that this time he could hardly escape a tragic end. He did not allow him to argue, saying he did not need to explain. He understood clearly what he intended to say. He recalled the past, saying he had seen through his nature long ago, just as when he had been in Hanqua. Akin's gaze turned icy cold. "I once asked who would take responsibility, and you were the one who stepped forward to accept it." His words struck like a heavy blow. "Do you understand the meaning of responsibility? The one who accepts responsibility must bear the consequences of his careless investigation, and must endure a fitting punishment." Everyone began cleaning up the scene. Servant whispered, "What crime will that foolish interrogator be charged with?" Another replied that man deliberately conducted a sloppy investigation and obstructed the search for the crown prince, the banner bearer standing nearby side. The list of charges is truly long. The heavier the crime, the longer the accusation. Someone guessed that if unlucky, he would be executed, at the very least imprisoned for life. Another nodded. "Surely that is the case." Servant interjected, "Hey." He asked whether that story was true. The old man reminisced, saying, "I saw with my own eyes that ferocious Min Oda obediently listened to his highness." He continued, "It followed his instructions and smashed the iron bars apart. Truly unbelievable." Someone standing nearby listened, as the old man exaggerated further, even claiming his highness suddenly grew as tall as Min Oda. That man quietly slipped away, while the old man kept embellishing that he fought barehanded, and sharp spikes pierced its neck and back. Person beside him burst out laughing and exposed him. Enough with the exaggeration. Then added, "Speaking of which," he said, "I suddenly remembered a rumor spreading throughout the imperial palace about the legend of the former crown king." The listeners grew curious and excited. Damien stood upstairs observing everything unfolding below. He turned to ask Zakin, "Your Highness." He covered his mouth and yawned softly. Damien wondered how exactly he made that Min Oda listen. Brushed his hand dismissively and replied, "Tame it. I never did such a thing. It merely misunderstood on its own. I simply let it be." Damien grew even more confused. Zakin explained, "Do you remember when I suddenly became larger? At that moment I tried acupuncture to calm it and accidentally relieved its pain." Damien was stunned. "You mean it thought you were treating it?" He sat up and nodded. "That is right. It sees me as a benefactor." Beneath the clear sky over the palace, Zakin's voice echoed. He asked whether that was a good thing. Damien replied, "It truly is fortunate for me as well." He smiled and asked, "Fortunate in what way?" Damien answered, "Because I will receive hazard pay." He teased that now there is no more hiding the matter of money. In another corner, Bo back in Gao, so Iam played noisily. He said work must be fair. Zakin laughed and mocked his thick skin. In his heart, he reminded himself to train harder. Thinking only of the reward money without properly completing the mission was truly shameful. Damien looked slightly embarrassed, saying, "In any case, I dare say so because I have completed the task you assigned last night." Zakin was surprised. "What, you gathered all those herbs in just one day?" Damien replied, "Yes. Kourei Mao is the largest seaport and commercial city in the north, and there is more news." He reported that His Majesty the Emperor had returned to the imperial palace. Damien added that it seemed he heard news of His Highness being safe on the road and immediately returned. Zakin asked happily, so he came back as soon as he learned I was safe. He pressed his lips together and thought cold indeed. As expected, it is still him. Thinking of that man made him feel weary. Forget it. Caring only brings trouble. I have always found him rather troublesome. He stood up and said, good. The emperor has departed and the herbs are ready. We can begin. Damien asked innocently, begin what? He excitedly pointed to the sky. Concoct a sedative from Min Oda honey. KZN eagerly continued, telling them to clear out the kitchen and the mansion immediately. To the clear sky with gentle sunlight and drifting clouds. Outside the simple yet elegant villa, 2 men appeared busy at work. In the kitchen, Zakin stood with hands on his hips. Damien guarded beside him. He spoke now then. He smiled in satisfaction. Let us begin. Zakin held a razor-sharp knife, carefully slicing each piece of yam soaked in honey. He took out a mortar and pestle to grind, humming cheerfully as he worked. Zakin mixed while singing. Steady hands now. Steady hands now. Damien, standing nearby, said irritably, are you planning to brew medicine for 5 days or practice your voice? He slowly rolled the mixture into small round pellets, sedative made from Min Oda honey. After shaping them, he lifted one to examine and smiled in satisfaction. Finished. Suddenly, he tossed a pellet into his mouth, thinking it would be a pity, but he had to test it first. Immediately, the system reported that your internal organs are glowing brightly from the gift of Min Oda honey. Elsewhere, a man engulfed in fierce flames roared that I am overflowing with energy. At his feet, a boy clutched his stomach, grimacing and muttering that something so nourishing was this hard to swallow. The system continued to notify that the internal organs grant you 500 HP. Current HP is 1500. Pharmaceutical item crafted by yourself detected. Activating ingredient analysis function of the medicine crafting skill. Burst of green light flared brilliantly. The system displayed a lengthy panel listing colic acid, bilirubin, vitamin D, glutaphanocysian, olenolic acid, tanacinol, cumazin, zamnoliquizin, and numerous other substances. Spherical shape. The densely packed effects made his eyes blur. How could there be so many? As if drawn in, he fixed his eyes and read each line carefully. Zakin said in surprise, wait, what is this? The information panel stated it helps relax muscles, reduce angina pain, and support cardiovascular health. Adult dosage half a pill. Children aged 2 to 4 1/3 of it. It may cause stomach pain and nausea if overused. Side effects create pressure on the body. At the same time, it helps deep sleep without addiction. He muttered, this is truly insane. Outside the villa, Min Oda lay stretched out asleep. Passers-by looked over curiously. The sound of footsteps approached. Someone called out loudly, you Rutso. During the call, Min Oda sprang up, turned his head to look, and let out a low growl. Zakin paused and asked, did you rest well? How do you feel today? It made a satisfied sound as if replying, very good. He placed his hands on his hips and smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then would you like to try this? Min Oda let out a confused cry. He tossed the pellets toward it. It reached out to catch them. Eat them and your chest will no longer hurt. Its eyes flickered with confusion, and Min Oda did not hesitate and said, I trust you, benefactor. It tilted its head back and poured the entire handful of pellets into its mouth. Instantly, its body radiated brilliant golden light. Red magic power swirled around its body. Min Oda widened its eyes in shock and murmured, unbelievable. Zakin crossed his arms and observed, then muttered, that is right. The inflammation will fade. Your body will be full of vitality. The system displayed a notification that you have given you Rutso the sedative you personally crafted. Effect increased by 10% thanks to medicine crafting skill level 1. Cured on the first dose. You gain an additional 7 days of lifespan. Estimated lifespan 116 days. Internal organs rejoiced at the achievement and granted an additional 600 HP. Current HP 2100. He laughed in deep satisfaction. Zakin reclined against Min Oda's back and smiled. From now on, follow me. The two lay on the sunlit grass within the villa grounds. Grade 5 honey. At the square of Ko-Gi-Mao City, the citizens packed tightly as if a grand event were about to take place. The young man looked toward the stage and asked what is happening. The person beside him replied that they heard His Highness would award medals to those who were brave that night. Suddenly, the footsteps of a beastman resounded. Crowd below buzzed endlessly. Someone shouted loudly that the crown prince has arrived. Zakin sat on Min Oda's shoulders and waved in greeting. The beast strode forward coldly. Today he wore a dignified ceremonial outfit, a composed smile on his lips. He raised his hand to greet the citizens. Min Oda lowered its hand for him to step down. 3 young men below the stage were stunned, so the legend was true. Zakin stepped toward the table where a sparkling blue gem was placed and exclaimed, this is a voice-amplifying gem. He thought to himself, it has been a long time since I received such attention, ever since the battle with the second prince. Stay calm, Han Li. Zakin reached out and picked up the gem. He called out Damien Kayan and the other 33 people. Fought without retreat against Min Oda to protect the royal bloodline. In the name of the crown prince, I acknowledge that merit and grant you this medicine. In his hand was a glowing box containing a golden pill. Raised it high for everyone to see. and smiled brightly. The citizens were astonished. Only one person shouted in support and gave a thumbs up in praise. He laughed inwardly that the mayor handled the situation skillfully. Truly a useful talent. 2 days earlier, while Zakin and Min Ota were sleeping, someone came to call that His Highness summons me. He sat up and said, I have something to ask of you. I intend to hold a medal awarding ceremony to promote the new medicine. Ario was surprised. Promote it with an awarding ceremony. He nodded because the previous incident caused public anxiety, so he wanted to use this occasion to honor those who protected him. At the same time, use this medicine as a reward. The sedative made from Min Ota honey lay in his hand. Ario broke into a sweat and asked, what is this? He replied, a sedative I just crafted. That man pondered, not knowing what he intended to do. Suddenly he exclaimed that I understand, even though he had not finished speaking. The tower bell resounded. He thought that merely attaching the medicine to the crown prince's name would be enough to arouse noble curiosity. Zakin enthusiastically explained its effects. Before he could finish, that man interrupted, saying, wonderful, such an excellent promotional tactic. The crown prince is indeed formidable, leaving him bewildered. It must be organized grandly to sell at a high price. Having said that, Ario ran off, telling them to give him 2 days to handle urgent matters. Zakin thought to himself, that man is truly perceptive. Turning to the present, he said, I will not forget this favor, then raised his thumb. The old man responded with a trusting gaze. He cleared his throat and said, I, Zakin Adija Mason, Ono Crown Prince, wish to express my gratitude by creating this special medicine. You are the brave warriors who once faced Min Ota. Anasir glanced at Damien as if sensing something unusual. You deserve this powerful medicine extracted from Min Ota honey. The citizens were half doubtful whether it was truly effective. After taking it, the heart will grow stronger. The golden sphere flashed brightly. He continued, blood will circulate smoothly without obstruction. Endurance will be as resilient as Min Ota. The beast stood upright as proof. He raised his voice, not only that it also helps those exhausted and unable to sleep rest soundly. Citizens widened their eyes in astonishment. Thanks to your loyalty, even the birds overhead were startled. Because of that, I can introduce this medicine to the entire empire. Starting today for 1 month, the special Crown Prince edition will be sold at a discounted price. We are launching it at $19.99 Madden. Limited quantity, 1 pill per person. It may end early. Anasir and Damien whispered that it sounded like a scam. Hand rested on the shoulder of a nearby man. So Dao held up a sign reading 100% personally crafted by the Crown Prince, do not miss out. He excitedly shouted by it, making the other two stiffen. Zakin continued to advertise a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Promotional voice echoed across the square. A large board read 1999 Madden limited quantity. Zakin held the medicine box, smiling brightly. Beside him was a sign 100% personally crafted. Below it read, first in the world, Mason on a special edition. Enhances health, improves blood circulation, boosts stamina, and aids sleep. Contact Royal Clinic Garden. Yu Rutso held a sales board. The affordable price compared to the quality made the citizens push forward to buy. Some said even if expensive, they must buy it, even considering borrowing money. Jia Kinsoa smiled smugly, thinking the reaction was excellent. Hosting an event must bring profit. Anasir and Damien reluctantly held boards. Sergio's eyes shone brightly with excitement. Zakin crossed his arms and smiled faintly. This opportunity to promote the clinic could not be missed. He cleared his throat lightly to draw the crowd's attention. Zakin smiled radiantly, holding the large blue sphere, and loudly greeted the people of Ko Gimao. He introduced himself. I am Zakin Mason, Ono Crown Prince of the Empire. The citizens were astonished. He added, I am also the director of the Royal Clinic, currently operating in the Imperial capital. After speaking, he glanced at the reactions of those close to him. Aside from Sergio, who beamed proudly, Anasir frowned, while Damien closed his eyes and sighed. Zakin continued, on this occasion, I would like to introduce the clinic. Damien held a board, cold-faced, reading Royal Clinic Mason on full services, acupuncture, acupressure, orthopedics, obesity treatment. Anasir, like Damien, also held a board promoting treatment of all diseases free at the Royal Clinic, with full departments of internal medicine, surgery, and rehabilitation. Only Sodu looked radiant, holding high a sign announcing open all week and completely free consultation and treatment. Yu Rutso alone hugged a hand-drawn board depicting Zakin, standing majestically with arms crossed along with the words Orthopedic Specialty Royal Clinic, open 24 hours, accepting all patients. He confidently pointed toward the elaborately built gate, inhaled the scent of money, and declared that although newly established, the clinic brings an entirely new medical model. He enthusiastically raised his hand and asked, has anyone heard of the Royal Clinic before? The response was awkward silence, with a few whispers saying never heard of it. Suddenly 2 people, one old, one young, raised their hands and shouted, I have heard of it. The atmosphere eased. Zakin smiled and said, so there are people who know of it. Then we must prove our ability. Anissa glanced over, thinking there are only two people. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "We cannot just speak empty words." In his mind, calculating it was time to cast the bait. What kind of place is Koh Rei Mao? Image of the bustling harbor filled with ships appeared. He praised it as the most prosperous trade center of the Northern Sea and the heart of the empire. His praise moved the citizens, some even sniffled. He added, "Only when everyone is healthy can Koh Rei Mao develop and the empire grow strong." He placed one hand on his chest and the other on the blue sphere, closed his eyes, and said, "I hope everyone remains healthy. Anyone feeling unwell, step forward boldly." He opened his eyes and emphasized even minor ailments are fine. Yet the crowd still hesitated. He declared that the clinic director would personally examine everyone. Clenched his fist, thinking they were still shy. Time to use the ultimate move. He looked straight at the crowd and declared the first 100 to step forward will receive a free examination voucher. The bold promise resounded. You rut, so panicked, thinking, was it not free already? Damien could only sigh. Zakin placed a hand on his chest and raised the other, shouting, "Free. First come, first served, begin." The crowd immediately surged forward. He thought, where are my distinguished guests? He smiled with delight. He imagined himself fishing with the golden pill as bait and countless hands scrambling to grab it. The thought made him grin broadly, secretly calculating the lifespan of customers. On the platform, he examined each person and said, "Take this." He handed over a golden ticket and instructed them to bring it to the royal clinic to receive the best prescription to improve their condition. He smiled warmly at an old woman, saying all travel and lodging expenses to the imperial capital would be covered. The old woman thanked him. He replied, "Of course it is free." He clasped his hands with sparkling eyes, saying 100 vouchers have been distributed. As long as everyone comes to the clinic, it will be perfect. Anissa turned pale, thinking both free and covering expenses, while Zakin cheerfully said even if 10 people come, it is profit. She worried about managing later. He still smiled and asked, "Is it fine?" Anissa choked up, saying, "Chief Guard, I fear we will have to sell all our property." Zakin turned back and laughed loudly, saying, "Now Koh Rei Mao will all know our clinic." He pointed to the sky and declared, "This is the 4-step promotional strategy." Damien remained cold and silent, looked at Zakin, thinking it has been 9 hours. "Are you all right?" He leaned back in his chair and stretched, complaining to the heavens. His body trembled as he prepared to sit down, murmuring, "Was it too much?" The system displayed a notification that the internal organs demand compliance with labor laws. The internal organs screamed, "Working 9 hours without rest is madness. When will we get a break?" Outwardly, he trembled, supporting himself, thinking, "No, everyone is watching. I must maintain composure." His vision blurred, the citizens panicked. He tried not to reveal weakness. Finally, he collapsed onto the floor, grimacing. Dao hurried over, shouting, "Your Highness." Damien rushed forward, anxiously calling, "Your Highness." Zakin sat slumped, trembling with wide eyes. Damien and Sergio questioned him urgently. He angrily thought, this weak body. The system reported that you devoted yourself to healing in less than a day and became exhausted. The image of your collapse deeply imprinted in the hearts of the citizens. The citizens were moved to tears at the sight of the crown prince collapsing from exhaustion for them. Their gratitude and admiration formed a new source of power for your medical art. Radiance burst forth. The system activated YGDP check-in. For his eyes remained only the notification panel. In his ears echoed the cries, "Your Highness, are you all right?" The radiance flashed. Information about YGDP check-in appeared. It is reputation points gained from saving people and creating social impact. A large green coin stood out among smaller ones, symbolizing achievements recorded in history or deeply moving many people. He read that he received 101 gyre and wondered what it was for. The system explained it can exchange for a free lie ticket costing 100 points. A luxurious blue ticket appeared. The ticket allows the target to absolutely and permanently believe one lie. He smiled crookedly, thinking, what the hell is this? He widened his eyes and silently shouted, "Is this system hacking the game?" Suddenly, Damien tightly grasped his hand. He squeezed back, preparing to stand up. Additional information appeared that each ticket can only be used on one person and one lie. Damien asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" But he was still reading the note that divine beings or near-divine creatures can perceive the effect. After finishing, he leaned on Damien and asked, "If I fall again, will you carry me?" Damien replied, "As long as you pay wages." He laughed, saying, "That is so like you." That afternoon, Damien escorted him to meet Isel and the guards. Ario teared up, asking, "Your Highness, are you sure you want to depart immediately?" Ario worried that his body had not recovered. He forced a smile, saying it was just a cramp. The old man advised resting one night. He replied he could sleep in the carriage. Ario asked whether it was as comfortable as a bed. He still smiled, saying sleeping in the carriage is fine. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder, saying, "Thank you for your help during this time." He mentioned the awarding ceremony was very successful, making the old man emotional, saying, "It was thanks to your Highness." Akin and Damien boarded the carriage. He turned back saying when free visit the royal clinic with Roberto. Ario was surprised. In the old man's mind appeared the image of himself shedding tears. Then he said, "See you." Zakin sat in the carriage waving goodbye. The convoy passed through the gates of the imperial capital Mason Ano. Citizens gaped in astonishment at the scene. Rutso walked behind the carriage looking worried and covering his mouth. Someone ran over shouting loudly, "Your Highness." He abruptly stopped, his face filled with horror. Rutso looked down, his eyes flashing. Dai shook his head in disbelief, then immediately straightened his posture and saluted solemnly. When Zakin rubbed his eyes after a long sleep, the other introduced himself as Captain Macaz, requesting an audience with the Crown Prince. After speaking, he knelt down and presented a black envelope. He said this was an imperial decree from the Emperor. Zakin opened the letter with a sense of foreboding. He swallowed dryly and read carefully. The letter demanded that upon returning to the capital, he must immediately enter the palace to meet the Emperor. He could only think, what now? Tucked the letter into his robe and said that man would not summon me just to see my face if he forces me into something unreasonable again. He thought of the item he currently possessed. He smiled brightly, secretly planning to use the free lie ticket. Night fell within the palace. He knelt in salute, saying, "Crown Prince Zakin Mason On requests an audience with His Majesty the Emperor." Theo Leo stared at him intently. Seeing him silent, he grew irritated, thinking, "If you summon me, then speak plainly." Arthur spoke up, asking why you acted irresponsibly and incompetently, causing your subordinates to suffer. He thought, as expected, it is about this. He felt wronged, thinking irresponsible. "I nearly lost my life," Theo Leon said in a deep voice. "I heard that Min Odor attacked the governor's residence." Zakin bowed his head and replied, "Yes, that is correct, your majesty." He continued to reprimand. "Why did you not withdraw earlier that day so your subordinates would not have to risk their lives in vain?" Zakin froze, then raised his head to look directly at him. His hand clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Arthur cut him off. "Were you about to say you did your best? Wrong. If you understood how important your position is, you would avoid danger before it arrives." He added, "The heir must always be prepared for every situation." He inwardly fumed, "How could I foresee that? I am not a fortune teller." Arthur suddenly asked, "What are you thinking?" He took a deep breath and restrained himself, replying nothing. He pointed straight at him and shouted, "That carelessness put your subordinates in peril. He thought that man does not care about me at all. This is unfair." Arthur continued lecturing, "You are the one who will succeed me. You must care for and protect millions of citizens. Yet you let a few dozen subordinates fall into danger." He slammed his hand hard against the armrest and shouted, "Truly disgraceful." Zakin immediately lowered his head before that authority. Inside he screamed, yet outwardly accepted fault. Though aggrieved, he could not refute because the words were not wrong. Arthur coldly said, "Reflect on this and do not repeat the mistake, understood?" He replied, "Yes, your majesty." He then asked, "Anything else you wish to say?" He thought quickly about what to say in response. Otherwise, this relationship would remain one-sided. He spoke up, "Your majesty, forgive my boldness, but I wish to ask." He asked seriously, "Have you quit smoking as I advised?" Arthur was stunned. "What?" Zakin continued, "No matter what else you give up, you must quit smoking. Only then will you have the strength to manage state affairs." Arthur merely curled his lips faintly. "As you said, the one who bears the fate of millions of citizens is you." He coughed lightly, then thought inwardly, "Well, old man." Arthur stroked his beard thoughtfully about that. Zakin said sincerely, "Therefore I ask your majesty to take care of your health. Your well-being is the peace of the royal family." Those were not empty words, because after Lakai Io passed away, the emperor once suffered a stroke from smoking and overwhelming pressure. He told himself he must make him quit, so the empire would avoid repeating the tragedy of his father's time. Arthur supported himself and slowly stood up. His face darkened, then he said, "Since that day you dared lecture me, that memory remains." He said sternly, "I have already quit smoking." Zakin was briefly startled. He asked anything else to say. Stood and replied, "No. I take my leave." Arthur called out, "Wait." He stepped forward and warned, "Do not casually eat legendary beast meat, even if it contains magic power." He turned away, saying, "It is certainly not good for your health." Arthur sat back down in the dark, silent chamber. He smiled, thinking of what his son had just said. "Do you worry about me that much?" Suddenly, he asked his subordinate about the new medicine he concocted. The man replied that following orders, royal intelligence had spread news of the sedative from Min Oda Honey. Turned his back and asked, "How are the results?" The subordinate answered that even in the most remote regions, people had heard of the medicine. Arthur looked out the window and smiled in satisfaction. Good. Outside, the palace night had fallen. Zakin walked out of the city and called out, "Hey," raised two fingers, causing Damien to ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" Zakin glanced aside and said, "He has arrived." Bezo rushed over at astonishing speed, ran while calling, "Your Highness." Tears and snot smeared across his face. Zakin calmly patted his head as if soothing a child. Suddenly, he remembered something and his expression changed. "Wait." He gently pushed Bezo's face, telling him to stop. Zakin held his hand, and asked, "Are you that happy?" Bizo complained that you left me with a mountain of impatience. Comforted him saying, "I will prescribe medicine for you later. Thank you for watching over the clinic." Bizo replied, "It is nothing, I am fine." Seeing his gaunt face, he said, "Fine, you look exhausted." Zakin asked, "You heard the news at Ko Zemo already?" He replied, "Yes, I was very surprised." He smiled and said, "Is that so? But there is something even more surprising for you." Mafar Min Oda let out a thunderous roar. Bizo jumped and turned back, screaming in fear. Zakin praised, "Your acting has improved. You also heard that I brought it back." Bizo awkwardly replied, "I am a bit better now." Damien, standing behind, muttered, "This clinic truly is full of strange people." Zakin asked, "Is there anything else?" Bizo said, "Since yesterday, there have been many strange requests." He asked, "Strange how?" He replied, "They demand to buy a medicine we do not even have." He looked at the stack of letters and exclaimed, "They are all requests to purchase the sedative." Bizo nodded, "Even noble servants are lining up waiting." Zakin looked out the window and sensed something unusual. Seeing the crowd packed together, he thought, "It is just like the frenzy buying scenes I once heard of, even livelier than so." He cheerfully said, "Then do not refuse. Let them in one by one." The glowing pill sphere bore the words "Crown Prince Special Edition," priced at $59.87. 10 days later, early in the morning at the clinic, everyone was busy cleaning and tidying up. Zakin was discussing matters when he heard someone call, "Your Highness." Bizo leaned close and said, "There is news from the palace requesting you to enter." Zakin frowned and asked again. Bizo shook his head, saying, "I do not know either." Zakin changed clothes, saying, "Prepare the carriage." Bizo nodded. On the way, he thought, "Does he want to cause trouble for me again?" Steward hurriedly opened the door and led the way, saying, "Your Highness, quickly this way." He asked suspiciously, "Is this not the way to the council chamber?" Then he exclaimed in shock. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. Looking at the person lying on the bed, he thought, "What happened? Why is the Emperor?" The image of the past returned in the cold room, exactly like his father. On a torrential rainy afternoon, a game shop in the alley was still lit. Inside the room, two people were engrossed in front of their computer screens. Zakin irritably shouted, "Get out of the car." Slammed the mouse hard. "Why can I not do it?" He frowned, so sluggish. The phone rang several times. He ignored it, so the ringing stopped. The girl beside him said, "Han, are you not answering?" He replied indifferently, "Leave it." His face was full of irritation. The screen displayed "Game over." He had lost another round. Zakin reached out and grabbed the phone whose screen was still lit. He pressed it to his ear and took the call. Suddenly he sprang up, his face turning pale with panic. With all his strength, he dashed off like an arrow. Carrying his bag, Zakin ran without stopping. Sweat poured down, soaking him. His breathing ragged. He threw the bag aside and looked toward the hospital bed. His father lay there with an oxygen mask covering his face. Now Arthur was in the same condition as his father back then. Zakin slapped his own cheeks, trying to stay calm. "Pull yourself together. This is not the time to drown in memories." Observed carefully, pupils, pulse, breathing. Looking at Arthur's exhausted face, he deduced that the muscular system and neural signals controlling movement were disordered. Zakin turned to the steward and asked what happened. He replied, "Please allow the royal physician to explain." He gestured toward Ba Sa Dao, who bowed and said, "The imperial physician of His Majesty greets the crown prince." Zakin immediately asked, "How long has His Majesty been down?" Ba Sa Dao answered, "About one night." He was stunned the entire night. He continued pressing for the cause. The royal physician replied that last night after dinner, His Majesty showed abnormal signs of drunkenness. Zakin asked sternly, "What do you mean by abnormal drunkenness?" Ba Sa Dao recounted that, after just one cup of wine, his tongue had already slurred. His steps were unsteady as well. Therefore, I advised him to rest early, but this morning, when I arrived, it had become like this. Zakin clenched his fist, thinking these are classic signs of a stroke. The golden hour had been missed due to delayed handling. The golden hour refers to the first hour with the highest chance of rescue. He looked at Arthur, thinking His Majesty had quit smoking and taken care of his health. Why did it still come to this? The more he thought, the colder his spine felt. It was exactly like the events in Demon Sword Emperor. He reassured himself that even if His Majesty passed away, things would not necessarily follow that storyline. Could it be that the second prince would ascend the throne? But that was something he absolutely did not want. Throne of Emperor is no place of leisure. With less than 200 days of lifespan, he could not bear it. He suddenly understood that if the Emperor lost his life, he would also find it hard to escape. Zakin focused his strength on treatment. First, he had to determine the cause of the stroke. He silently prayed, "Let it not be a cerebral hemorrhage." He applied medical knowledge. Strokes have two main types: hemorrhagic due to ruptured vessels and ischemic due to blockage. Both are dangerous. He told himself that generally cerebral hemorrhage is more critical. Sweat poured down as he muttered, "Please no." He identified an infarction in the cerebellar artery region, meaning an ischemic stroke. Fortunately, no hemorrhage yet, but it would cause paralysis and motor dysfunction. He continued probing. He had to find exactly which vessel was blocked to assess recovery potential. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something unusual. This did not resemble a natural blood clot. Why was that? He was astonished. because he could not see the characteristic coagulation patterns within the cloth. He fell into tense silence. This defied common sense. It was impossible. He turned his head at a sound. Looking at the two people behind him, he thought there was definitely a problem. Despite the turmoil, he told himself to save the emperor first, other matters later. Thought this place was unsafe. He had to move His Majesty to the clinic for intensive treatment. At that moment, Bot Ona stepped through the door, praying for blessings. Steward exclaimed in relief, the Archbishop. Bot Ona bowed, introducing himself as the Archbishop, requesting an audience with the Crown Prince. Akin introduced himself and asked, "Have you come to heal His Majesty?" He replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Bot Ona said, "I sense someone in need of prayer, but did not expect it to be His Majesty. The situation is urgent. Let us begin at once." Zakin nodded in agreement. He silently hoped, "Please use divine power to save him." Bot Ona gathered all his spiritual energy to cast his magic. A brilliant light burst forth, forcing everyone to squint. The radiance enveloped Arthu's body. System displayed a notification, activating acupoint scan. The light swept through every cell. The cells gradually shifted from purple to blue. Akin raised his hand, sensing regeneration taking place. He was astonished because damaged cells are usually difficult to restore. Bot Ona thought perhaps there was still a chance to save His Majesty, and continued striving. Zakin clasped his hands in prayer, both murmuring, "Please let it succeed." Bot Ona's divine power gradually depleted. He collapsed to his knees from exhaustion. Sweat drenched him, yet he still forced himself to say, "Your Highness, it is done." Zakin exhaled in relief, replying, "You have worked hard." He placed his hand on Arthu's forehead to check the condition. He realized the blood clot had not dissolved. It continued, blocking the vessel, putting brain tissue at risk of dying again. Widened his eyes, thinking that blockage is the key. Zakin stared intently at it, decided the clot must be removed first. He pondered a method. The most terrifying possibility was reperfusion injury. He recalled that this phenomenon occurs when blood returns to an oxygen-deprived area and causes even greater damage. Although reperfusion often aids recovery, if complications occur, the damage would be irreversible. Zakin ran his hand through his hair, his gaze uncertain. Suddenly he clapped sharply, as if struck by an idea. He called out, "Knight Roberto, quickly summon the royal mage here." Roberto stared wide-eyed. "You want to call Dan Tit?" He stepped closer, making Roberto flinch. Roberto asked, "Are you planning to use lightning to treat His Majesty?" Zakin shook his head. Roberto sighed in relief, declared loudly, "I will freeze His Majesty." Cries of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. An old man with white hair entered, holding a silver gleaming staff. Dan Tit pushed the door open and bowed, saying, "I pay respects to Your Majesty. I have arrived upon summons." The three people in the room fixed their eyes on him. The old man froze and stammered, "What?" Dan Tit widened his eyes in shock. "You mean you want me to cast a freezing spell on His Majesty?" Jiakai replied curtly, "That is right." The old man's face twisted, inwardly lamenting, "Why are you forcing me into such a predicament?" And Tit asked once more, "Are you serious?" He remained resolute. "Yes, freeze him at the highest safe level." Suddenly a hand gently rested on the old man's shoulder. Zakin gripped both his shoulders and laughed lightly, "Just like when I treated that child with the seizure." Dan Tit was still uneasy, but he earnestly said, "I truly need your help. Without you, His Majesty will be in danger." The old man jolted. "Is that truly so?" Zakin exhaled softly. "Have I ever deceived anyone?" Dan Tit turned away to calculate. Though difficult, it was not impossible. He only feared that if something happened to the emperor. He gazed into the distance, calculating. Wait, could it be? Dan Tit briefly imagined a grim scenario. "Do you suspect I am using you to harm the emperor and seize power?" He shook his head to dispel the thought. "That cannot be." Dan Tit silently observed Zakin. All this time, His Highness has shown no sign of craving power. He recalled that His Highness had not even prepared anything for taking control of state affairs. On the contrary, he had only devoted himself to healing at the royal clinic. Upon reflection, such conduct was truly unusual. At last Dan Tit decided, "I will trust this strange command of His Highness." He answered firmly, "Yes, Your Highness." He said to him, "Good, thank you for placing your trust in me." Zakin secretly rejoiced. Now treatment could begin. He turned and called out loudly, leaving Dan Tit puzzled. "Where is the spiky-tailed brat?" Rouse immediately dashed out from nowhere, leapt onto his shoulder. Zakin said, "Today I need to borrow your spikes again, all right." Rouse raised a thumb in agreement. He held the pill in one hand and Rouse's spikes in the other, thinking everything is ready. Zakin suddenly remembered, there is still one missing piece to make it perfect, the blessing spell. Bot Ona sat in a corner, trembling from exhaustion. Someone approached. He looked up. Zakin spoke, "I have something to ask the Archbishop." Sweat poured from Bot Ona as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He asked, "The blessing spell you just cast, can it be used again after 3 or 4 hours?" Bot Ona stood and answered honestly, "I am sorry, Your Highness, that is impossible." That reply stunned everyone present. Zakin pressed on why. Bot Ona answered frankly, "Because the blessing spell can only be performed once each month." He let out a disappointed remark, "So that is how it is." Zakin inwardly regretted it. Had I known earlier, I would have saved it. He added, I have another question. Can I learn the blessing spell? Zakin thought, though difficult to grasp, once mastered it would be immensely useful when combined with medical arts. That way I could earn more lifespan reward points. He imagined the system flashing continuous notifications. Lifespan multiplied. Adona clapped his hands as if enlightened. Ah, you mean? He asked excitedly, does your highness wish to convert to our faith? Kinder stood stiff as if glued, utterly confused. Badona seized his hand. What a wonderful question, your highness. Faith is not distant at all. He spoke at length. Even someone of noble blood like you is the same. Dakeen could only gape without managing to interrupt. Badona squeezed his own hand with conviction. The blessing spell sounds mystical and unreachable, but in truth, he spread his arms and exclaimed with excitement, it is for everyone. Badona placed a hand on his chest. All it requires is a devout heart and the will to cultivate. He rambled on endlessly. Stay away from women. No intimacy, not even holding hands. No conversation. Do not look at them for more than 3 seconds. Do not stay near them for more than 3 minutes. Do not share the same. Devote all love and attention to faith. Zakin felt his head spin listening. Badona concluded, firmly, leaving everyone agape. Just do that for 30 years and it will suffice, your highness. He remained fervent. Your highness, only 30 years. Before faith, that span is not long. Just follow through and you will receive blessings. Badona smiled and asked, see, it is simple, is it not? Jiakai looked at him with disdain, thinking you do it yourself, then said enough. Sighed and turned his back, intending to leave. Badona hurriedly reached out, as if to hold back the young man striding away. Before Bert Erna's astonished eyes, Zakin spoke decisively and began the treatment at once. Sitting upright before the door, Zakander Arthu told himself that to prevent reperfusion injury, he had to slow the body's metabolism to the greatest extent possible. He signaled to Dan Tit and calculated silently. Only by limiting sudden cellular changes could tissue damage be minimized, and the most effective way was to lower the body temperature to a safe level. Dan Tit immediately swung his staff and cast a body cooling spell. Arthu's body gradually became covered in a thin layer of frost. Zakin observed and confirmed that his overall metabolic rate had slowed as the temperature dropped. His heart rate decreased. His breathing also became slower and steadier. Zakin's eyes shone with fierce determination. He longed to master that person's treatment method. He spoke and asked Dan Tit to stop and maintain the current state. Hearing the order, the old man immediately ceased casting magic. On the table before Zakin lay a bowl of medicine and several Gao S letter 1 EDD thorns. He thought that the sedative extracted from Min O Ta letter 1A1 bile had been diluted. This would help dissolve the blood clot. Zakin slowly fed Arthu each sip of medicine, his heart taut like a drawn bowstring, because from this moment on he could not afford the slightest mistake. He noticed the clot beginning to break apart and quietly let out a breath of relief. In Zakin's mind, a reminder echoed that he had to act quickly or other complications would arise. He picked up a thorn, deciding to unblock the flow of blood and energy first. The tip of the thorn pierced Arthu's cheek, marking the beginning of the meridian unblocking process. Vital energy flowed through the Thua Kop acupoint and spread across the stomach meridian, leaving everyone around staring in shock while he told himself to wait until all meridians were ready. The system activated the acupoint scanning support feature. Jiakai confirmed that mana had been evenly distributed and was ready for the next step. The names of acupoints such as Tu Bak, Kulu, Jiaxza, Diathuang, Dai Engin appeared clearly. Zakin decided to first control the blood flow to the cerebellar artery. If blood surged in too rapidly, it would cause reperfusion and break the blood-brain barrier. Therefore, every step had to be extremely cautious. Zakin sped up and quickly grabbed another thorn. He continued to pierce the acupoints Tayat Dao Dai and Ha Quan, focusing his strength to control it. He felt mana respond positively, and a small wave spread outward. Dan Tit now clearly showed signs of exhaustion. The robot stammered as it spoke, Your Majesty. Everyone standing behind silently watched Zakin and Dan Tit at work. Zakin estimated that the blood flow had decreased by about 20%. Hope still remained. He clenched his fist. The rest could only be entrusted to fate and the Emperor's vitality, hoping this time the ending would be different from before. The hospital corridor was silent, without a single soul. Inside the monitoring screen, a plea sounded. Please wake up. Trembling hands gripped the blanket tightly. If he opened his eyes, Zakin choked as he promised he would obediently listen to him. And the indicators on the monitor suddenly dropped to 0, even though he had prayed with all his heart. But in the end, he still could not open his eyes. Zakin's previous life sank into sorrow. Cold hand contrasted with the still warm urn. He wished to hold that hand once more, even if only for a moment. The murmurs of those around gradually faded away. Zakin opened his eyes and let out a soft groan. He startled as he realized he was awake. Arthu opened his eyes, looked at Zakin, and asked if it was his son. He called out emotionally, Jia Zakin, my son, thank you. Jia Kai pressed his lips together, thinking he was not his biological son. He gently told him to stop talking and rest. Arthu gave a slight nod. Turning his back, Zakin felt he could not endure any longer, so he hurriedly said he would step outside for a moment. In the grand hall of the royal palace, he silently walked along the long corridor. He recalled the past. If only the news had arrived earlier that day. The image of that day still haunted his mind without end. If he had arrived in time, perhaps he would not have been tormented by regret for so long. He rested his forehead against the wall. This time he had finally not arrived too late. Tears streamed down. Zakin broke into sobs and whispered an apology. He slid down and sat beside the window frame. Zakin shook his head and told himself to regain composure. He could not collapse Han Li. He reminded himself this was not the time to drown in sorrow, because the slightest loss of composure would shatter everything. Countless challenges and risks of complications still lay ahead. He calculated a recovery plan based on possible aftereffects. With just one more month, he could use a blessing spell to heal completely. The system announced that you had successfully treated the patient using therapeutic hypothermia, precise acupuncture, medicine from Min O Ta, letter 1A1 bile, and dedication. Zakin was surprised to receive another notification about a So Theo Leonti, So Teo Samajan On. The patient had passed the critical stage and was gradually recovering. For the first person on the low Zazier continent to propose the concept of reperfusion injury and mark an important milestone in the medical history here. This theory will be included in textbooks for future generations. As for future generations, they would suffer from the expanded exam scope. Future medical students would likely resent the one who discovered it. The system congratulated and awarded UI points. The accompanying reward was one free live voucher. Notification continued. You received 121 GDP, bringing the total to 222 and possessed 2 free live vouchers. Jia Qin laughed, not expecting to be rewarded with 2 vouchers. Someone addressed His Highness and expressed that he had saved His Majesty. Ba Sa Dao admitted he was incompetent and overly arrogant. Zakin asked whether he had truly realized it. He bowed his head and answered yes. Jia Kai sternly reminded him to clearly understand his responsibility. Ba Sa Dao was stunned and blurted out in confusion. Zakin grasped his shoulder and reproached him that, when His Majesty was near death, he could not determine the cause nor propose an appropriate solution. Cast a glance and asked whether he was wrong. Ba Sa Dao fumbled without knowing how to respond. Turning his back, he emphasized that he had to take responsibility for this matter. When Ba Sa Dao tried to beg, Jia Qin stopped him and told him to stop making excuses, and from now on he would personally care for His Majesty. Making him too useless, Zakin instructed the captain of the guards to seal off all information regarding His Majesty's health. He ordered everyone to withdraw so His Majesty could rest absolutely, and they responded in unison that they obeyed. Watching them leave, Jia Kai told himself he could not trust that man either in ability or in other aspects. The next morning in the Emperor's bedchamber, Zakin was still drowsy and unwilling to wake. Seeing this, the steward softly called out to His Highness. He rubbed his eyes and asked what had happened. The steward mentioned yesterday's matter. Zakin cut him off and asked whether everyone in the palace had been silenced. He replied that he had followed orders, announcing outside that His Majesty only had a severe cold and needed rest. Stretching, he asked how many people knew the truth. The steward said only those present at the time, and Zakin praised him for doing well. However, he realized the man still had something left unsaid and asked further. Hearing that the envoy of the Anglo-Morser kingdom had arrived early requesting an audience, Zakin sprang up and knocked over the chair. A face full of majesty flashed through his mind. He exclaimed in shock that it was the envoy of Anglo-Morser, kingdom of Anglo-Morser. Though its history was only about 150 years, it was rising into a newly powerful force. In a few years, they would launch a great war to sweep away the Mason Anno royal family. At that time, the May-Don Anno kingdom would collapse under the reign of Anglo-Morser. Zakin asked why the envoy of Anglo-Morser wanted to meet His Majesty at this time. Steward honestly replied that 5 days earlier, His Majesty himself had summoned that envoy. He felt a trace of unease. Perhaps the matter was not so simple. Thinking of someone, Zakin grew suspicious. Perhaps it was because Guinness had been present there. Perhaps he intended to place all responsibility on that man for failing to control Min O Ta letter 1A1, causing the situation to fall into chaos. Steward nodded in confirmation, saying that was correct. His Majesty had become furious upon hearing the news and had summoned the envoy of Anglo-Morser to question him. He clenched his hands. Today was the appointed day. The steward cautiously suggested that perhaps they could offer apologies and let the envoy return to his country. Zakin was startled, letting him return right now. Steward stammered that they could keep the announcement that His Majesty had a cold and was resting, while Zakin pondered whether it was appropriate to summon someone with effort only to send him back. He pulled out a chair and sat down. If he let him leave today, it would be difficult to invite him again. Moreover, canceling due to a cold would arouse suspicion. Zakin fell into deep thought. They could completely guess that the emperor was having health problems. Yet that was a latent force capable of starting a war within a few years. He told himself it absolutely must not happen. In the end, Zakin decided that he would meet him. The steward responded in astonishment. He declared firmly that he would receive him on behalf of His Majesty, inwardly thinking he would handle it in his own way. The reception room, Benjamin was waiting. He took a sip of hot tea to calm himself. It was Count Benjamin, the envoy of the Moser kingdom. He frowned in irritation, because that shameless merchant had forced him to travel all the way here. Setting the teacup down, he thought that if the crown prince had died in that incident, war might already have erupted. Today's meeting would certainly not be easy. Benjamin pulled out a card hidden in his coat and told himself he was a seasoned diplomatic expert. No matter how Emperor Anno applied pressure, he believed he had prepared enough countermeasures. Even smugly thought he was truly far too charming. Benjamin curled his lips in greeting, offering respects to the Emperor of Anno. Door opened. Someone stepped in apologizing for being late and asked whether he had waited long. Benjamin bowed in salute. He raised his head to observe the person who had just appeared. Realizing it was not Arthu, he asked in surprise where the emperor was. Regaining his composure, he introduced himself as Count Benjamin, envoy of Moser, requesting an audience with the crown prince. Kin glanced at him and thought that before a diplomatic expert he must not appear arrogant. There were only two choices. He invited him to sit and calculated his second move. As he shook his hand, he reminded himself to pull the opponent into his own field of expertise to seize the initiative. His eyes gleamed with determination. He would never allow war to break out and disrupt his peaceful life. Benjamin avoided that gaze and began to speak to the crown prince this time. Kin cut him off, saying he had heard the envoy's health had not been good lately. He hesitated and answered yes. Zakin enthusiastically suggested that he extend his left hand, then told him to bring it closer. Benjamin was puzzled when Zakin suddenly seized his hand. He examined it and stated that every morning he must feel heaviness in his head, stiffness in his shoulders and neck, and frequent headaches, causing him to stammer in confirmation. Benjamin trembled and said it was true, but asked him to release his hand. Zakin continued asking whether he had the habit of drinking and smoking. Inwardly, Zakin teased himself for starting to sell medicine again. He closed his eyes and diagnosed further that the corners of his eyes drooped slightly. He also pointed out that his fingertips were trembling faintly, making Benjamin feel the situation was extremely unfavorable. Alarmed at being drawn into the crown prince's momentum, he pulled his hand back and loudly demanded to see the emperor. He was flustered because the cards he had prepared had been overturned before he could use them. Watching Zakin speak endlessly, Benjamin inwardly lamented that this man never stopped talking. He slammed his hand on the table, emphasizing that his purpose today was to meet the emperor of Anno. Kai smiled, thinking he should not even dream of seizing control. He politely said that Count Benjamin was a distinguished guest, granted full authority by Moser. It meant he was the voice of the entire Moser kingdom. But if a distinguished guest showed signs of ill health and he ignored it, that would be unacceptable. If the envoy fell ill here, their royal family would face severe criticism. Zakin placed a hand on Benjamin's shoulder, causing cold sweat to break out on him. He pretended to worry, pressing a hand to his forehead and insisting he could not let anything bad happen. Leaning down to look straight at him, Zakin asked whether it was acceptable. Benjamin had no choice but to agree it was not. He pressed his lips into a crooked line, thinking he had failed. Zakin quickly turned and walked away. He advised the envoy to limit alcohol and tobacco and maintain at least half an hour of exercise each day. As he pulled out a chair and sat down, he continued speaking to a void, falling into the same condition as His Majesty the Emperor. Benjamin was startled and asked about the Emperor. Zakin frankly informed him that since yesterday, His Majesty had not been well. Benjamin asked in confusion whether the Emperor was ill. He replied it was only a severe cold. Recently, he had been overworked and under great pressure. Therefore, he had smoked and drunk more than usual. Perhaps that was the cause of his illness. Seeing His Majesty exhausted and losing appetite due to the flu was truly pitiful. So the crown prince had been sent to receive him instead. The emperor deeply regretted it and would invite him to lunch another day. Benjamin observed Zakin with suspicion, yet was also surprised by the frankness, the apology, and the sincere invitation. That honesty made it difficult for him to find fault. The crown prince had personally explained so clearly. If he pursued further, he would lose reason, and one of his cards had already been neutralized. Benjamin looked at Zakin with guarded eyes. Zakin returned a sharp gaze that made him think this man was far from simple. Suddenly, Kin leaned close to his ear and whispered that there was another matter to discuss privately. The two continued their discussion in the room. Afterwards, Benjamin stepped into the corridor with Zakin holding a scroll and laughed loudly. praising the crown prince for his kindness. Zakin laughed in response. Benjamin raised the scroll and said he would deliver the letter and message of his highness. Damien appeared and asked how the meeting had gone. Jia Qin calmly replied it was acceptable. They watched Benjamin leave cheerfully. Damien remarked that everything seemed favorable, and Zakin felt relieved that he had understood his goodwill. Damien asked skeptically what goodwill. Zakin joked that perhaps he had just subdued a bewildered golden deer. Zakin turned and said he had a task for Damien. He asked what it was. He placed a hand on his shoulder with trust and said this was a top-secret mission. With only the two of them in the room, Damien asked in surprise whether it was truly top secret. Zakin replied that today a special patient would be admitted to the royal clinic. Damien softly answered yes, but could not hide his concern. Zakin raised his index finger signaling silence and whispered not to let anyone hear, making Damien curiously ask who it was. He turned back and said it was His Majesty the Emperor, so he must return to the clinic first. Damien asked whether the entire special unit should be mobilized on standby. Zakin replied exactly. He knew they had been training hard and felt guilty, but Damien said protecting an important figure was the priority. Compared to training, protecting a key figure was more important, and perhaps he had already sensed his own limits. Zakin stood in contemplation watching Damien train with fervent determination. He dashed forward like lightning, his eyes blazing with resolve. That monster stood towering like a massive wall blocking the path, making him unable to suppress a heavy breath. His entire body was exhausted as if about to collapse, yet he gritted his teeth to remain standing, refusing to allow himself to give up. Silently observed and thought that in the near future a blazing red magic seal would suddenly erupt. Only when that man fully understood his own nature could he become the strongest. For now it was still not enough. Damien spoke up asking permission to return to the clinic to prepare everything. Two parted in different directions, yet shared the same goal in their hearts. Damien turned and strode forward decisively. Sadness welled up within him. Even after doubling his training, his strength still had not reached his expectations. Looking at his scarred hands, he wondered whether without formal swordsmanship training he could break his own limits. Damien clenched his slightly trembling fist, pondering how to become stronger. Zakin slowly pushed Theo on into the room in a wheelchair, thinking he could not let the Emperor remain in the palace. The wheelchair rolled slowly, because he did not know which of the close ministers might be plotting something sinister. Moreover, the Emperor's condition was still extremely critical. He resolved to stay by his side until he could cast the Archbishop's blessing spell. He had to wait another month, but staying in the palace too long would make others suspect the illness was not merely a cold. It was best to avoid letting that situation occur. He also had to prepare to receive the next VIP guest. Calculating smile flickered across his lips. Perhaps the effect had already begun to take hold. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace. A voice rang out in astonishment asking whether Benjamin had returned. So quickly, he ground his teeth thinking that Emperor Mason Arno was indeed not easy to deal with. Dauvet, king of Moser, his eyes filled with resentment, gripped the armrest so tightly that his hand trembled. At that moment, Benjamin pushed the door open and stepped inside. He bowed and reported that he had returned, while the king sat in majesty and questioned him. Stroking his beard, he asked in a low voice about the outcome. Benjamin broke into a cold sweat and stammered in reply. He said he had not been able to meet the Emperor of Maidan Ano, causing the king to frown in displeasure. Immediately, Benjamin's eyes lit up as he said he had met the crown prince. Returning to the moment of the meeting, Zakin smiled and gestured that he would summarize the main points. That time, Benjamin had gone pale, as if he had swallowed something bitter. A blue flag bearing the royal emblem appeared amid the suffocating atmosphere. Zakin believed Moser had already grasped the situation of Ko-Rei Mao. Two candles burned brightly. He declared that this was not merely a proposal, but also a demand. Benjamin panicked and asked what that demand was. Jia Qin smiled and said that Princess Adelaide Bone Moser must remain in the capital Mason Arno for 6 months. Benjamin cried out in shock, claiming that was no different from taking his daughter hostage. He thought tensely that Moser was an independent nation, not a colony. The king trembled with anger, deeming it an insult, and shouted that it was unacceptable. Jia Qin merely revealed a faint, meaningful smile. The system announced the activation of a free live voucher, gradually enchanting Benjamin. He stared in astonishment. Zakin calmly said he hoped to build friendly relations and wished to form a bond. The system confirmed Benjamin would forever believe that lie. Benjamin was stunned and asked why he wished to form a bond. His face flushed red, thinking the crown prince had intentions toward his daughter, while Zakin could only feel helpless before such wild imagination. He imagined the crown prince holding a rose in his mouth, proposing to Adelaide after 6 months in the capital. Then he envisioned feelings blossoming between the two. Suddenly, he associated it with a powerful marriage alliance. He even dreamed of a grand empire being formed, leaving others bewildered. Perhaps his name would be recorded in history forever. This meeting would lay the foundation for a new era. He even pictured the people cheering in admiration, and himself becoming a great diplomat guiding the course of the times. Suddenly Benjamin slammed his hand down hard. The shout that followed made the king start. King angrily pointed and shouted that demanding Adelaide's stay 6 months was an insult and tantamount to provoking war. He questioned why Benjamin had remained silent upon hearing that demand, causing him to stammer in defense. He trembled as he said it was a reasonable proposal to strengthen friendship, making the king even more astonished. The crown prince wished to use this matter to build close relations and form a bond with the princess. Benjamin trembled even more as he said if the heirs of both nations were close, then the future would be peaceful. The king flew into a rage and shouted that he did not wish to hear more. He declared that negotiations with Mason Arno had failed. Benjamin hurriedly begged him to calm down and read the crown prince's letter. King asked suspiciously, "What had happened to you, Benjamin?" A man stepped forward and reproached him for once being steadfast, yet now being bewitched. Benjamin presented the letter and pleaded for the king to look it over. Vet reluctantly accepted it and agreed to read. He opened the letter and slowly read each line. Blue light reflected around him, his face growing solemn. After a moment of thought, he admitted he might have underestimated the crown prince. Suddenly he loudly praised the crown prince as farsighted and wished to resolve this matter soon. He excitedly ordered Adelaide to be summoned. Benjamin grew excited as well. The soldiers around were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The king turned and walked away, admitting he had once thought the crown prince weak. It turned out he was very capable. Zakin Adursia Mason Arno was indeed different. System confirmed the lie voucher had been successfully applied. The king looked at the letter with joy, his cheeks flushed like a young maiden, thinking of a future son-in-law. Outside, the polished window reflected the scene within the room. Doubtful voice sounded as a hand rested on a chest. "Father, I truly do not understand." Adelaide Bone Ango Moser asked in dissatisfaction why he so easily accepted Mason Arno's demand. Sharp eyes swept forward. Benjamin felt a chill down his spine, sweat pouring out as he met that gaze. She firmly declared that this decision was too unjust and wrong. King gripped the letter and called his daughter. Adelaide responded respectfully. Sitting majestically on the throne, he asked whether she thought he decided out of fear of Mason Arno's power. He faltered and stammered in reply. Not waiting for her answer, he asserted that because she thought so, she opposed it, while she wondered about the contents of the letter. In her mind revolved only that sheet of paper, guessing whether it contained some threat. King calmly said he understood it was hard for her to accept, but later she would be grateful for this decision. He affirmed he was absolutely not mistaken. Adelaide tried to protest again, but was cut off by a shout. Outside the White Castle, angry cries echoed. Birds scattered in flight, and the order to depart was issued immediately. He kept his firm tone and decisively declared that she must remain there for 6 months. The courtiers slowly approached Adelaide, while she still tried to cry out father. She had long been fondly called the Smile Angel by the people of Ango Moser. Even while restrained, she earnestly pleaded, "Father, please reconsider." The title Smile Angel was not only because of gentle kindness. Strength forced the courtiers to struggle to hold her, or perhaps it was her warm and benevolent nature that earned such love. Adelaide suddenly broke free from the encirclement, stunning everyone. She looked at her opponent preparing to throw a punch of a top intermediate swordsman with a peculiar fighting habit. With astonishing force, she delivered a precise strike and curled her lips in a half-smile as her opponent collapsed. In the blink of an eye, that man was flung toward the window frame. That very habit created her nickname. The confident smile at the corner of Adelaide's lips was no longer restrained, true to the title Smile Angel. Vet turned pale at the scene unfolding. He glanced at the courtiers, all of them wary before the overwhelming strength just displayed. Adelaide was surrounded once more, and as they began forming seals, she exclaimed in surprise. Magical chains tightened around her body, making her curse in anger. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She trembled as she ordered them to release her. Carriage was bound by magical chains. Inside, Adelaide pounded the door calling for father, while Vet merely raised his thumb and told her to travel safely, daughter. White smoke spread, and on the ground only faint sparks of lightning remained before the guard's eyes. Someone asked in admiration whether that was Ango Moser's VIP dawn carriage delivery service. Another replied that it was. It guaranteed arrival at dawn. Before their eyes, a massive and magnificent castle quickly appeared. Knight Commander stood wearily beside Adelaide as she stepped down leisurely and asked whether this was the capital of Maidan Arno, though the journey had lasted 10 days. Her eyes burned with anger when reminded that from now on, she must maintain the dignity of a princess. He respectfully said she was the face of Ango Moser. Adelaide reluctantly replied she knew. Immediately she lifted her head high and walked forward, declaring she could not be weak. A head of silver hair suddenly entered her sight. Adelaide stared intently and thought she seemed to have met this person before. Under the clear sky, a voice rang out welcoming the Princess of Moser to the capital. A friendly expression appeared clearly on Zakin's face. The attendant beside him bowed and said she must have had a tiring journey. Adelaide slightly frowned, recalling that this was the crown prince of Ano. She stroked her chin as she assessed him, utterly different from the sickly portrait she had once seen. Damien stood silently at the side as Zakin cheerfully introduced himself as Zakin Adija Mason Ano. In contrast, Adelaide kept a cold expression and replied briefly Adelaide Bone Ango Moser. A breeze swept past carrying a fallen leaf away. His outstretched hand became lonely as she coolly stated she was the princess of Ango Moser. Looking at the hand left hanging, he thought to himself she was another icy girl. He had met quite a few like that. Memories of Korea surfaced with the image of a cold girl staring at the young man opposite her. The young man had been awkward before that indifferent attitude, whether it was a blind date or a secret meeting. Returning to reality, Zakin clenched his hand, imaginary tears nearly rolling down because he had once felt that rejection. Not wanting to repeat that scene, he clapped his hands cheerfully and said the princess must be tired after the long journey. He stepped forward to lead the way and politely invited her this way. In a spacious room with a lavish dining table, he smiled brightly and invited her to have breakfast first. Damien stood behind, as Zakin kindly said afterward he would take her to her residence. Adelaide and the Knight Commander remained silent without replying. Zakin calculated inwardly that she was the key to preventing the Great War. Watching her stare intently at the dishes, he recalled she was competitive and fond of battle. Adelaide turned to ask the commander if he was hungry. He replied he was fine, while another thought echoed that she actually leaned toward peace. He interlaced his fingers in thought because she was also famed for her intelligence. The image of Adelaide smashing a rock with her fist appeared, strong and vigorous. Yet she had suddenly died before ascending the throne. In the end, a distant relative became king of Ango Moser. The new king followed extreme militarism and caused the catastrophe of war with Mason Arno. Zakin rubbed his head thoughtfully because she acted as if born for the battlefield. Seeing her slam the table angrily and question him repeatedly, he could only think he could not let that happen again. He resolved to save Adelaide and place her on the throne. Based on the symptoms in the novel, he guessed she had gallstones causing obstruction. He recalled a web novel author he knew through O.N.A. Cho and Ian Su. It seemed his name was Baekhyung. While she prepared to eat, he thought that if she had gallstones, they must be removed and recurrence prevented. The sound of a fork being set down pulled him back to reality. Zakin smiled and asked whether she felt indigestion from eating right after a long journey. He snapped his fingers, signaling that he had prepared a dose of medicine. A servant brought a dark cup of medicine, and he gently said he had specially prepared a tonic for her. Adelaide looked at her reflection in the cup and asked medicine. She suddenly felt displeased, thinking, could it be poison? Fist tightened, causing the Knight Commander to turn pale. She slammed the table hard, producing a loud sound. Before everyone's startled eyes, she shouted what kind of trick was this? Her gaze sharp as daggers aimed at him, as she asked what sort of insult this was. The lavish banquet table became chaotic, and Adelaide's mood plummeted. Zakin asked in surprise an insult. She said irritably being summoned here and forced to stay was not enough. Bizo beside her trembled while he asked what she meant. Her hand remained clenched as she replied she had come under a royal summons. That decision alone had been extremely difficult for her and for Ango Moser. The more she spoke, the more irritated she became without knowing why. Zakin was slightly startled by the resentment in her eyes. Then she lowered her voice, saying she would stay 6 months as requested by her father. But she pointed and declared that was all, and he should not expect anything more. Seeing her resolute, Zakin calmly said perhaps there was a misunderstanding. She immediately retorted there was no misunderstanding. He asked seriously whether the princess was afraid of something. The corner of her lips twitched slightly. The aura around her rose as she asked what he had just said. Zakin crossed his arms and replied he had done nothing. Before the table full of delicacies, he said he had only invited her to dine and offered a tonic, so why was she anxious? He continued to voice that suspicion calmly. Adelaide hurriedly said she was not afraid, but he continued that if she feared the medicine was poison. He ordered Night Garden to bring the medicine, and the man respectfully answered, "Yes, Your Highness." The cup of medicine was quickly placed back on the table. Zakin lifted the cup gracefully and lightly swirled it, saying it was made from rare medicinal herbs. He decisively drank it all before everyone's eyes. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he asked in a deep voice, could it be that he, the crown prince of the empire, would poison someone in an official meeting? At this moment she shook her head, flustered, saying no, she had not meant that. Please do not misunderstand. Outwardly he appeared pitiful, yet inwardly he was delighted, pretending to understand that the princess did not trust him. and had deliberately embarrassed him by refusing the medicine. Before that provocation, she fell silent, countless thoughts rising because she hated most the type who pretended to be weak. Her eyes flashed with anger. A calculating smile curled on her lips. He dared treat her as a coward. She truly wanted to punch him. Last, Adelaide lifted her chin and said she had never been afraid. Give her the medicine. Her gaze grew firm, and she added a condition that this would be the first and last time she drank this. Let her try it herself before deciding. Zakin glanced at Bezo beside him and smiled in satisfaction. Holding the cup, Adelaide hesitated, thinking the smell did not seem nourishing. She covered her mouth slightly, her face pale as the thought flashed that it might be poison, but then she ignored it. With that, she closed her eyes and drank it in one breath without hesitation. Bitterness flooded her mouth, turning her face white, the discomfort like tasting something utterly dreadful. As soon as she set the cup down, he was suddenly beside her, gently saying that after drinking bitter medicine one should eat candy to feel better. Adelaide blushed, looking at the candy in his hand, as his gentle voice told her it would help. She glanced and realized it was plum-flavored candy. Her gaze fixed on the candy resting in his palm. Saliva gathered unconsciously at the corner of her lips. Inside, she struggled between craving and pride. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her eyes still locked on the candy. What should she do? In the end, craving won. She took the candy and put it in her mouth, while Zakin cheerfully said there was also green grape flavor. Adelaide bit into the candy with a crisp sound. Her cheeks flushed as she thought it was truly delicious. Suddenly realizing he was standing behind her, she immediately withdrew her pleased expression. She cleared her throat politely, thanking him for the medicine and dessert before asking to leave. Seeing her turn away, he asked if she intended to leave at once. She replied what reason was there to stay. He smiled and said of course not. The captain of the guard would escort her to rest. As she walked, she thought it was best to stay away from him for 6 months because she might. She clasped her hands before her chest with a confident smile, thinking she would punch him at any time. Sunlight filtered through the leaves as everyone trained diligently. Among the men, she worked no less hard, telling herself to remain calm because this place was full of enemies. Feeling the firm muscles of her back, she felt proud that her back was strong today. She was surprised her body felt light, not only strong but almost as if flying. Adelaide turned to ask the commander if he was tired. He replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Though pale and trembling, he said he was fine, merely tired from 10 days in a carriage. Such a small matter was nothing, she thought, yet he looked exhausted. She looked at herself, wondering why she felt no fatigue. Recalling the medicine from yesterday, her face paled briefly. Could it be because of it? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Suddenly someone appeared, distracting her. Why were there elderly women and children in the residence? Observing the pain on their faces, she realized they did not look like servants. A line of people moved in one direction, like patients heading to the Crown Prince's annex. Adelaide silently watched. Hiding behind the door, she realized she had unconsciously followed them. She peeked inside curiously, not knowing what they were doing. Voice reminded that Your Highness had a fever. Recognizing the Crown Prince, she heard him instruct that first he must abstain from alcohol and greasy food. He told him to take the medicine properly and led the patient away. Afraid of being discovered, Adelaide quickly covered her mouth and hid behind. Thinking he had not seen her, she let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly Zakin appeared and asked what she was doing here, startling her. He asked whether she had registered since this was the clinic. She awkwardly asked registered for what. He sternly asked whether she had lined up or thought he was joking. Then he patiently explained that this place treated everyone equally except the Emperor, without regard to status. If she wished to enter, she must register according to the rules. Adelaide was flustered at the emphasis on queuing properly. She clenched her hands and looked at the line behind. Without another word, she turned and left. 2 hours later, when he called the next person, a familiar figure appeared, making Zakin look up in surprise. In her hand was a medical slip, and she said she had queued according to procedure. She affirmed she was not the type of royal who abused power. Zakin took the paper and asked whether she wished to prove that. She replied that what happened earlier had truly been humiliating. He smiled warmly and said in any case he welcomed her. He calmly said he had long wanted to have a serious conversation with the princess in this clinic. He asked whether she knew why he had required her to stay in the capital for 6 months. He looked straight at her and asked whether she was not curious about the real reason. Adelaide turned the chair and stared at him intently, thinking what was the reason for summoning her here. It was not merely to insult the matter at Ko Rei Mao. There was something else. What was he planning? Seeing her sit down, he smiled, because he had finally brought her here. He also sat down opposite her. Zakin put the paper into his pocket, telling himself he could not miss this opportunity. Two faced each other in silence. He thought that to treat her gallstones, she must first recognize her illness. He recalled the example of a patient who refused to admit illness like Damien, once insisting he was completely healthy. Awareness and acceptance were the first steps. Otherwise, regret would follow if untreated. The image of Damien regretting appeared, wishing he had believed the doctor earlier. Returning to the present, he thought the princess could not yet realize it because gallstones showed few symptoms. He calculated that if he abruptly proposed treatment, she would not cooperate. Akin slowly said first he must inform her that the princess would die within 2 years, causing her to be stunned. He asserted he was not joking. She angrily said that was a curse. He calmly replied it could be considered a curse, but it was the truth. He said it was the result of analysis by the Royal Intelligence Bureau. Adelaide panicked and asked what he was saying. Continued that the intelligence agency had a network across the world, and through it had discovered signs of her serious illness. She asked whether she would die from illness within 2 years, and when he nodded, she was speechless. Her body trembled as she thought she had misjudged the serious man before her. She clenched her fists, accusing him of making a cruel joke. He calmly said the truth was cruel. She sprang up shouting that he wished to mock her. Zakin earnestly said he was not mocking, but wanted to cure her. He did not believe him, so he said he would present evidence. When she heard him call Bo back, she began to pay attention. Something in his coat pocket was wriggling. Zakin gently opened his coat, and immediately Bo back excitedly shot out. It gleefully flew in circles in the air. He watched and laughed, saying, "Lately you have been bored. Finally there is work for you to show yourself." Bo back swooped down and landed on Zakin's hand, obediently listening as he explained that today was not for eating. Adelaide widened her eyes, thinking, was that a legendary creature? He slowly brought it before her and introduced, "First, let us get acquainted. This is Princess Adelaide, his patient today." She simply remained silent, watching everything unfold. A narration voice introduced this was Sir Bo back, the Royal Clinic's medicinal analysis expert. It happily extended a hand to shake Adelaide's. She reluctantly responded. Today it would take on another task. Zakin enthusiastically ordered Bo back to begin, and it immediately obeyed. In the air appeared a system panel announcing Support Feature 1, Acupoint Scan. From Bo back's fins radiated a brilliant golden light. That light enveloped its body right before Adelaide. A few days earlier, Zakin lay on the bed with a pale face, muttering that he had lost sleep again today. System panel appeared, warning that his organs were complaining about irregular sleep. He looked at the text wearily, hearing as if there was a meeting inside and thinking what trick were they playing now. From a gentle blue, the system panel turned red, with a notice that his organs were fiercely condemning this behavior. They angrily raised banners of strife. He asked in confusion what had happened again. Zakin seriously said he had just received feedback from Ango Moser. Someone curiously asked what it was. He replied they had agreed to send the princess here at his request. He added she would arrive in about 3 days, and he was worried, hearing that someone exclaimed emergency. They gathered excitedly, saying if they sent the princess, did that not mean the future father-in-law had nodded? Now was the time to propose. Confess like a real man. The system panel turned blue again, announcing his organs had gifted him 1,000 hep. Total hep now 2,500. An explanatory voice said it was not about proposing. He must cure the princess to prevent war. System reported the organs were disappointed and demanded the hep return. He asked in confusion, returned what? Then rubbed his head, explaining he had to make her aware of her illness to gain cooperation. If they wanted to sleep early, they should help him. They gathered, teasing, never in this life. Damn it, they thought they were about to escape fate. He irritably asked, did they not want to sleep? The system this time confirmed they agreed. Within the system, the organs suggested upgrading the pulse diagnosis skill. He repeated in surprise the pulse diagnosis skill. He explained it was to make the princess believe her condition. It would be best to let her witness it herself, rather than listen to lengthy explanations. Zakin's eyes lit up as he asked whether that meant he could show her the pulse diagnosis results. System displayed pulse diagnosis skill LV6, capable of diagnosing through pulse and viewing details in the overview panel. The organs could communicate with the patient's organs to increase accuracy. Current hep 2,500. Zakin operated the panel and saw Support Feature 1 Acupoint Scan. Hep required for the next level was 300. After pressing it, the system reported hep required for further upgrade was 350. He thought in annoyance that it truly could not level up in one go. Focusing strength into his fingertips, he encouraged himself to keep going. Series of notifications sounded pulse diagnosis skill, LV7, then LV8, then LV9 and LV10. The pulse diagnosis skill reached LV11 and continued to increase. Through accumulated experience and skill points, he became more proficient. Now he could not only see through the patient's body, but also display the results for them. New support feature unlocked. making Zakin stare in astonishment. Support feature 2 CT display, allowing projection of acupoint scan results onto an external screen for the patient to see. However, a suitable screen was required. Returning to the present, Zakin calmly said, "Princess, this is the image of your gallbladder through CT." Adelaide was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He asked in panic whether that was truly her gallbladder. He sternly replied if she doubted it, press the right abdomen just below the ribs. She raised her hand, telling herself to try. When Adelaide's finger touched the exact spot, the image on the screen changed immediately. Thought in shock, was this real? She continued checking several times. Seeing this, Zakin thought with satisfaction she had begun to believe him. A reassuring voice said she must be shocked. He understood that seeing one's own organs was not pleasant. Adelaide asked softly whether this was the reason she would lose her life. A clear explanation stated that gallstones would soon block the bile duct. Bile would stagnate in the liver, then spread to the spleen and pancreas, causing severe damage. Zakin, standing opposite, affirmed that if not treated immediately, she would be in mortal danger. She asked in confusion that even if she was ill, why the crown prince wanted to save her. He replied gently, "For peace." The words left Adelaide stunned before she was gradually persuaded. He said sincerely that he wanted the princess to recover and become the queen of Moser. That would bring peace to both kingdoms. That was why he invited her here. After hearing that, she asked if she cooperated how he would treat her. He turned back confidently and said it was very simple. He would show her right away. Zakin clenched his hand into a fist, suddenly leaned in close, startling at. Sensing danger, she did not take her eyes off him even for a moment. One hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike back if necessary. Zakin cried out in pain when she struck decisively. With tears welling up, looking at the reddened back of his hand, he complained that he only wanted to show her the treatment method. Angrily asked why she hit him. Adelaide replied irritably, "Who introduces a treatment method like that?" He coughed lightly and said, "Then let him explain again." Counting 1, 2, 3. To earn her trust, he punched hard into his own chest and said it was done. His face turned purple and trembled in pain, yet he still raised a thumb and said, "Princess, try punching your own chest. It is very simple, is it not?" Adelaide asked doubtfully, "What are you saying?" She clenched her hand thinking, could gallstones really disappear just by punching her chest? Her face paled in suspicion. Was this not some new assassination tactic? He suddenly asked if the princess could channel mana through her fist. She crossed her arms and replied somewhat. Hearing that he said to treat the princess gallstones, he further explained that he would apply extracorporeal shockwave therapy. Adelaide asked curiously what that therapy was. He said briefly that he would combine the mana from the princess punch with the Asura Zahan mental art to guide that shockwave. She was still confused, thinking what exactly did he mean. Zakin calmly said, as she knew the Asura Zahan mental art could absorb and direct mana. A piece of meat appeared hanging in the air with a plate of beans below. He said therefore when the princess punched his chest, he would redirect the mana flow. He glanced at Damien as a signal, and the boy immediately understood. Adelaide asked then where would it be redirected. One hand pointed at the plate while the other focused on the meat. Powerful energy surged around his body. Damien beside him also prepared to draw his sword to assist. The two coordinated to create an impressive display. He tensed himself, adjusting to release all his power. While circulating the mental art, he replied toward the gallstone in the princess gallbladder. Adelaide stood frozen like a statue, stiff and unresponsive. He confidently declared they could do it. Gallstones could absolutely be removed. The system suddenly appeared mockingly stating that the skill selling medicine by words LV10 did not exist. Pondered then said then let them try shockwave therapy. Adelaide replied if she accepted then the crown prince must as well. With a resolute gaze, she demanded that he fulfill one condition of hers. He asked what she wanted. Adelaide quickly said after the gallstones were removed, let her return home without having to stay the full 6 months. Zakin smiled comfortably and agreed that was fine. She asked in surprise did he agree so easily. He calmly replied if the gallstones were cured, he had no reason to keep her. So that meant the princess agreed to the treatment. As Zakin walked past, Adelaide suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a trap. He slightly spread his arms and said softly, this place is too noisy. Let them move to another examination room to talk. Two immediately left, ignoring the whispers behind their backs. In the private room with only the two of them, Zakin got straight to the point and asked her to turn around. Adelaide obediently turned. He placed his hand on her back and instructed her not to move without permission and to hold her breath for now. Energy spread from his palm, illuminating what was hidden deep inside. He explained it was necessary to determine the exact position and size of the gallstone. Adelaide silently followed the instructions. Hearing him say that was fine, she could breathe, then clench her right hand and place it on the right side of her abdomen. Questions and answers echoed in the room here. A little lower, a bit more to the left, that is right. He withdrew his hand and casually said, making her spin around in annoyance, now punch your own chest. Zakin sternly reminded that the important thing was to focus mana into a single point. Imagine it like a hard and sharp needle. She listened attentively. Her body gradually moved to generate a stream of energy shooting straight forward, her lips murmuring focus on one point. Adelaide clenched her fist when hearing him ask could she do it. She replied firmly of course, then began to mobilize the mana within her body. Taking a deep breath, she told herself that since it was the first time she should try with light force first. Mana slowly gathered around her fist. Without hesitation, Adelaide threw a straight punch into her own chest. Feeling a strange movement, she widened her eyes thinking the mana clearly struck her chest, yet there was no pain, as if it had vanished. Standing behind her, Zakin rejoiced and praised excellent. She did very well. Look at Bo back in front, he said. On the screen the gallstone had cracked. The mana struck the target perfectly. Growing more enthusiastic, he suggested doing it once more like before. Adelaide immediately replied, all right. She instantly took a ready stance. Without the slightest hesitation, she aimed at the indicated position. The second punch landed precisely on Adelaide's chest. Her face shone with satisfaction. The corners of her lips curved slightly. The angelic smile appeared again. Outside the villa, a powerful shock resounded, causing birds to panic and scatter. In Otao was also startled by the noise. Bizo was so shocked that he dropped the spoon in his hand. Arthu on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, terrifying the person beside him. Immediately after, Arthu closed his eyes again, leaving that person pale. Back to Adelaide, Bo back operated at full capacity. A notification sound rang out that it was finished. As she could see, the gallstone had been completely shattered. Zakin bowed his head and said softly, she did very well for the first time. She asked excitedly, really? Nodded, the fragments would be naturally expelled, so there was no need to worry. Today treatment and Adelaide thought in astonishment, was it that fast? Then turned to ask could she do it once more. Her words suddenly faltered when she saw Zakin's pale, exhausted face and his unfathomable gaze. His hands curled tightly, his body trembling as if he had borne all the force. She thought the shockwave she believed had vanished. Could it have been because of him? Thinking that, she shook him in panic and asked Crown Prince, are you all right? Shaken until dizzy, he replied weakly he was fine. His face was pale, yet he still raised a thumb. He thought the Princess Mana was far stronger than he had expected. She held his shoulders tightly and asked why he did that. He replied dizzily because she was his patient. Hands gradually loosened. She exclaimed in shock what? The explanation continued that once treatment had been decided. Zakin gently said then she was his patient. Those words made Adelaide's cheeks flush. He hugged his trembling body and said with difficulty therefore. His vision gradually blurred. Now before his eyes, he could only see the shadow of a pair of legs. Zakin collapsed and softly said he needed to rest. Adelaide cried out in panic, Crown Prince. In the room, Zakin lay unconscious on the bed. Bizo examined him beside while Adelaide was worried. Removing the stethoscope from his ears, he calmly said fortunately His Highness was fine. She asked again to be sure really. He replied no fever, pulse and breathing were stable. Adelaide wondered then why was he still not awake. Bizo explained perhaps due to exhaustion in a short time. Zakin's breathing was steady, his face relaxed in deep sleep. The explanation continued that his body was recovering on its own. Bizo added sadly that the Crown Prince's health had been weak since childhood. Hearing that Adelaide said guiltily she had caused trouble, he reassured it was all right Princess Angamasser. Bizo stood up and said actually, His Highness had instructed him on a few things. He tucked the blanket around him and explained that he had said the treatment might exhaust him to the point of fainting, so there was no need to worry too much. Adelaide widened her eyes and asked what did he mean. He answered frankly that His Highness was always like that, always placing his patients above himself. The image of Zakin exhausted, yet still devoted along with the words, because she was his patient appeared in her mind. Bizo continued that was why he always worried for him as his personal physician. Sincere words moved Adelaide. She thought this person truly did everything from the heart. The system panel displayed the line, your dedication has touched someone's heart. As she blamed herself for being petty for once doubting him, the system panel displayed another warning, Adelaide is truly foolish. While the two were moved, the system still explained that such dedication had initially been meant to achieve a personal goal. Your heart, even if you yourself did not realize it, was truly sincere toward your patient. That sincerity would bring positive changes later on. A hand gently reached out. Adelaide gently took Zakin's hand. System announced you have reached the highest level of medical trust with Adelaide. A gentle smile bloomed on her lips as the system confirmed she would no longer doubt any of your treatment actions. Meanwhile, Zakin's organs were still shouting, you have been deceived, you fool. He was still sleeping soundly. They continued to chatter and cheer you on wholeheartedly. He is a swindler, but at least he has tried. The system reported the organs granted an additional 1,500 HEP. Total current HEP 2,500. Bizo widened his eyes in shock at the sight of the hair. He was flustered by Adelaide's action. A thought flashing through his mind, could it be? His face flushed red as he awkwardly blurted, what on earth is this? Suddenly outside the window, a a corner of a cloak appeared draped over a tree branch. Sometime later, Adelaide sat across from Zakin and asked worriedly if he felt better. He replied seriously that he was still fine. Before he fainted, what had he said? She covered her mouth and teased with a laugh that it was very cheesy. Did he remember? He answered blankly that he did not remember. Adelaide smiled mischievously and said impossible. He looked straight at her and said, she imitated his voice, once treatment has been decided, then you are my patient. The words were cut off by his embarrassed cry telling her to stop. He coughed lightly and changed the subject anyway. It was good that nothing was wrong. It was only a normal reaction during treatment, so she did not need to worry about it affecting the healing process. He added confidently that he would spend the entire afternoon continuing treatment for the princess. Beneath his hand clenched tightly, he silently vowed that today he absolutely must not faint again. Adelaide's voice rang out, drawing his attention. Said softly that she had decided to trust him. He asked in surprise truly. He remained silent as she sincerely said she had seen how hard the crown prince had tried and what he had endured to treat her. She placed a hand on her stomach and said emotionally that she believed this gallstone must be removed in order for her to continue living. Zakin asked again softly truly. Adelaide nodded gently and replied yes, she was ready, and with sincere eyes, she smiled and added her thanks to him. Two still sat facing each other. He silently listened as she confessed she had wanted to say this for a very long time. Zakin scratched his head awkwardly, thinking it was a bit embarrassing, but everything was because of him. Showed a faintly mischievous smile and said then, yet in his heart he told himself to continue the treatment. Though he thought so, the words that came out were full of enthusiasm. Let them begin right away. The two continued the procedure. Adelaide raised her fist and asked if this was correct. Zakin replied that was right. Sound of shockwaves once again echoed throughout the villa. The system announced you are continuously absorbing powerful external mana shockwaves, thanks to the Asura mental art. She continued punching her own abdomen without stopping. Mana gradually merged into a flowing stream. Behind her, he strained to guide and support it. The system repeated the warning that you continue absorbing high-intensity mana shocks with the Asura mental art. Sweat dotted Zakin's enduring face. The mental art stretched into a straight line through Adelaide's body, revealing the gallstones shattered into fragments. The system displayed a line that lifted his spirits. This sequence of actions has become valuable experience for the Asura mental art. The mental art level increased to single circle LV4. Mana amplification 170%. Requires 1/800 HEP for the next level. Current HEP 2/500. As the mental art developed, the number of your circle slots also changed, and the storage capacity expanded. Slot number 1 was upgraded. Maximum capacity increased from 12L to 13L. A few days later, a weary voice said the 15th gallstone has been destroyed. Zakin looked visibly haggard. The system reported the Asura mental art reached single circle LV6. Slot number 1, maximum 15L. Adelaide said excitedly, there is only one last stone left, right? He exhaustedly raised a thumb and thanked the princess for her cooperation. His face was pale and lifeless. He still explained that the shockwaves she released were extremely powerful and heavy. Before finishing his sentence, he bent over and vomited violently. Adelaide showed no disgust but said guiltily that it made her feel at fault. He replied weakly, why does she not thank him? She leaned closer and asked. It sounded as if he wanted repayment. He wiped his mouth and said nothing in this world is free. Hearing that she asked seriously what she needed to do to repay him, clenched her hands and hesitated slightly, making the crown prince smile faintly in satisfaction. He gently expressed his wish that he only hoped Ango Moser would never wage war against Maidan Anno. Adelaide was stunned and asked what. She blushed and turned away stammering, does he know what he just said? Zakin thought in confusion what was the princess surprised about. Her two fingers touched each other as she shyly said, Crown Prince he truly is. She turned her face away and stammered that he was truly strange. She had never met anyone like him, making Zakin even more confused as he wondered what she meant. Stretched comfortably and concluded that they would stop here for today. After saying that, he turned and left, saying he still had a patient to discharge. In another room, everyone had already gathered. Archbishop Erna respectfully said, Your Majesty, shall they begin? Arthur still kept his eyes tightly closed. Roberto and Zakin stood still watching Erna perform the ritual. Before long, Arthur was able to sit up. Roberto and the black-haired young man joyfully called out, Your Majesty. His aged hands trembled as he extended them and said he did not have the strength to speak. Bring him paper and pen. The items were quickly presented respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. He silently wrote a few lines in the notebook. Zakin asked worriedly what father was saying. Arthur handed over the paper, which read he had heard Zakin had done something rather reckless. While he was still bedridden, he smiled at Zakin with the final line. Then which day did he choose? He thought blankly, choose what day? What was father implying? His face was full of questions, while Arthur hummed cheerfully. Arthur said coldly, He was referring to the princess of Ango-Moser. Zakin cried out in alarm. What? Arthur said calmly he was not asking what method Zakin had used to shake the Ango-Moser in, nor was he asking how Zakin had persuaded that old fox. But Zakin would be the one to shoulder the empire in the future. Arthur reproached him, yet he had decided his own marriage without consulting him. Zakin forced a smile, thinking Arthur believed he was courting the princess. The maid passing by also turned to look at the beautiful red-haired girl, making her blush. Thinking about it, anyone who appeared there would have to turn back for another look. The little girl accompanying him even showed admiration in her eyes. Even if he spoke of a great war, the emperor would not believe him. Arthur asked gently why the crown prince was silent. Zakin's expression darkened as he thought explaining would be troublesome, then hesitantly said actually. He suddenly said loudly he had been rejected. Arthur was horrified and exclaimed, "What, my son?" Zakin secretly rejoiced that the plan was working. He bowed and placed a hand on his chest, saying, "Your Majesty," he had taken advantage of Arthur's illness to scheme. He had brought the princess to the imperial capital, but he covered his mouth pretending to shed tears and said things had not gone as planned, and he had been rejected. Arthur's eyes widened. Could it be? Yes, it was exactly as he thought. He shouted, had Zakin confessed? He replied tearfully yes, and that was the result. Able to bear the shock, Arthur's illness flared up and he called for the archbishop to treat him. Everyone panicked and shouted that His Highness was about to faint. After a while, Arthur scolded irritably that if Zakin had half of Cam ability, he would not be so pathetic. Zakin thought he should slip away before being scolded more. He turned to leave, saying he had something to do. Arthur clenched his hand and asked where he was going. He had not finished lecturing. Reproaches poured out while Roberto whispered to the person beside him, "Did he see that?" Yes, he saw His Majesty left nostril was flaring. That meant Arthur was extremely proud of His Highness. Mischievous glint flashed in Zakin's eyes as he thought now. He understood the meaning of that reaction. He closed his eyes listening to Arthur's scolding, wondering if he was not a biological son, whether he deserved to be loved like that. A voice rang out saying he understood Arthur's concern, but the patient was waiting. Suddenly Arthur shouted leave, turned away and said he would be cautious about that matter. Now Zakin should withdraw, though the assassin of the emperor had not been found. For now they could only stay on guard. Zakin left with a resolute gaze. A soldier rode at full gallop, urging fast. He gritted his teeth and said he had to report to the princess immediately. Scene shifted to a luxurious and magnificent castle. Zakin lowered his head with both hands raised, thinking after 16 days of enduring more than 500 blows there was only one last time. Adelaide angrily said earlier he called it treatment, and now he called it beating. Dull eyes and a twisted smile, he trembled and said that was the number of times he had been beaten unconscious. Now it was the final blow. Adelaide raised her arm and flexed her muscles excitedly, saying this time she would end everything. He placed his palm on her back and pressed hard, making her start and her whole body tremble. The force erupted and cracked the ground. Zakin gritted his teeth as sweat poured down like rain, thinking this was the strongest blow yet. At the center of her body, a dazzling blue-pink sphere of light appeared. System announced you have successfully endured 501 external mana blows. A new support function of the Asura Zahan mental art has been unlocked. Collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, his whole body trembling. The system displayed support function 2 immunity to fainting once per day for 5 minutes. He thought that meant each day he had 5 minutes without fainting. Trembling thumbs suddenly appeared raised high. Zakin organs rejoiced yet were utterly drained because he had overexerted himself. The system announced your organs are celebrating the new fight. Zakin still trembled but kept his thumb raised in delight. He forced a smile when he saw the organs reward an additional 200 hep, raising the total to 700. After a while he sprang up, so happy that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was done. Adelaide asked in surprise truly, was she completely cured? He continued saying they still could not be careless because the course was not yet complete. She asked, did that mean they still had to continue treatment? Zakin replied seriously yes. Now close monitoring and further care were needed. For a young girl like Adelaide to have gallstones, the way she sighed in relief showed her body was prone to forming stones. Shortly after he said loudly he was leaving. Have her take Yin Chen Hao decoction for 15 days and monitor her constitution and bile excretion flow. Adelaide frowned, but still took the bowl and drank it dry. System reported payment request skill LV2 activated. Adelaide lifespan extended by 67 years 10 months. You receive 1 part of 1950 equal to 13 days. Total accumulated lifespan 176 days. He secretly cheered wonderful. If she continued taking the medicine, the risk of death from gallstones would vanish. Zakin looked at her and thought if she became queen of Ango-Moser, then the devastating war-destroying Mason Arno would not occur. He smiled brightly, thinking then his life of wealth and honor. Suddenly hurried voices sounded outside. Princess, are you inside? Urgent news from the homeland. A man rushed in shouting something serious had happened. Babylon, a member of the Western royal family, The three were stunned upon hearing it. He had rebelled. Adelaide's eyes widened in disbelief. What was his reason? He declared he would overthrow the weak royal family of Moser. Was there evidence of accusation? The Knight Commander hesitated. They accused the royal family of weak diplomacy for easily conceding unreasonable demands of the Crown Prince of Mason Arno. Had worked so hard to save her, yet rebellion still broke out. Zakin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth in fury. Then he let out a twisted laugh. Rebellion. What was the current situation? The messenger reported several major battles had erupted. The Central Army retreated to Valosur Fortress to set up defenses. Casualties exceeded expectations. Pondered wait. The king of Moser was seriously injured. If he treated those wounded soldiers, at the thought he grinned until drool almost fell. He would gain a massive lifespan reward. The system reported the organs granted another 100 hep for this bold idea. Total 800 hep. Even if blamed, it did not matter. Since things were like this, instead of lamenting, he should seize the opportunity for his own benefit. After thinking, he said, Princess, he was deeply sorry to hear about Moser. It was truly heartbreaking. She must want to return home immediately. And he had a condition. Take him to Moser. Adelaide asked in surprise, could it be? He said loudly yes. He wanted to serve as a military physician for Moser soldiers, saving as many as possible. Zakin Organs cheered. Our plan is truly brilliant. Adelaide softly called Crown Prince. Then she bowed her head and placed a hand on her chest to express gratitude. Zakin felt embarrassed, thinking it was awkward, then told her to prepare to return home immediately. Urged quickly they must depart at once. She replied yes. In the afternoon, the sun gradually set over a distant base. The clattering of a cargo wagon echoed. Wheels ground against the earth with a piercing sound. Someone approached, muttering what was going on. Belzin frowned and said, why was this place so ruined? The surroundings were chaotic, as if looted. Smoke filled the air. Empty wooden crates lay scattered without anyone cleaning up. Elsinger stretched and complained he missed his first-class carriage. His pout made Bezo and Damien awkwardly suggest returning to Mason Arno. Belzin shouted, making the servant jump. Your Highness, what? Then he lowered his voice and reminded them to call him young Master Lai Han, the fallen descendant of the Belzin family. A few days earlier, they had loaded their luggage onto the ship. Adelaide walked while instructing the servant. Once the luggage was ready, they should. Suddenly, Belzin pushed the door open and stepped in, startling her. He politely bowed and said it was time to depart, Princess. The servant immediately stepped in front of her and asked, who are you? Belzin placed a hand on his chest and declared he was the Crown Prince. Adelaide's face darkened as she called Knight the Jiggy. He pointed straight ahead and ordered that man was impersonating the Crown Prince. Arrest him at once. The servant rushed forward. Belzin panicked and said he truly was the Crown Prince. He had been beaten 500 times to shatter 16 stones for her. With tears in his eyes, he cried. He even gave her plum candy and grape candy after she drank the medicine. Only then did Adelaide hesitate. Could he truly be the Crown Prince? Bezo stepped forward and confirmed this was indeed His Highness Princess of Moser. He scratched his head awkwardly and said though it looked unbelievable, it was true. Adelaide asked in surprise how he had become like this. Belzin lowered his head and replied, thanks to a false identity granted by the Emperor. Zakin stammered, Your Majesty, lowered his head and said news reported that civil war had erupted in Moser. His Highness Asher Leon turned and asked what. Zakin said there would likely be countless wounded. He asked what he intended to do. He replied he wished to go to Moser as a military physician under the princess' support. His Highness asked what his benefit was. He answered firmly he would remain in the safe rear, observing the command system and battlefield situation of another nation. Medarot remained silent in calculation. He anxiously asked for permission to go, inwardly confident that this challenge would be appreciated. Belzin continued after being granted approval. He asked the royal mage to use transformation magic. Adelaide realized and asked, so that was why he was so plump. He held his stomach laughing and said it was only a false appearance. Strong impact could break the spell. Adelaide held the documents and asked what they were. Belzin explained they were forged noble records showing he had studied public medicine. So should they depart? Damien asked if the clinic would be fine. Bezo replied with Anissa there it would be all right. He imagined Anissa and said she could diagnose common illnesses through her sense of smell. He had also passed on the medicinal formulas for each type of illness. He said proudly that even if absent for months, the clinic would still operate normally. Bezo added he would announce publicly that he was recuperating and limiting visitors. He received an indifferent look and said it seemed he was worried as special operations captain. The other avoided mentioning Anissa. Damien asked Bezo whether she would receive special rewards. Bezo silently thought poor Anissa. Told himself that as a doctor he should rush to save patients, but he was still too lacking. The wind rustled as Damien looked deep in thought. After many days crossing cities and fortresses, they finally arrived at the Anglo-Moser army with Adelaide's support and were assigned to the wounded soldiers' camp in the safe rear. After handing the Yin Chen Hao decoction formula to Adelaide, he and about 10 soldiers advanced toward the wounded soldiers' camp. Back to the present, the sight before them was utterly desolate. Belzin exclaimed in shock, "Were there no nurses here?" 3 of them scanned their surroundings. Belzin stepped into the tent. Then he startled and said, "What on earth is this?" All 3 stood frozen. They saw a corpse pinned by darts inside the tent. Suddenly a voice asked, "Who are you?" Belzin turned and replied before asking who he was. That person should introduce himself first. The other said he was the camp manager. Was he an officer sent from headquarters? 4 exchanged wary glances. Belzin calmly introduced himself. He was a military doctor assigned here. That fierce man frowned suspiciously. A military doctor. He had never heard of anyone like that being sent to this camp. Ignoring the attitude, he asked directly, did that man know the situation inside the tent? The man sighed helplessly, closed his eyes, and answered yes. He feared they were all. Hearing that, Belzin halted in shock. That man even shouted into the tent, "Was anyone still alive?" Making Belzin blurt out, "What is this?" He clicked his tongue and said, "What a pity. This would be troublesome. There might be no room left for new wounded soldiers." Belzin frowned and asked what did he mean. That man replied perhaps he was a new doctor and did not understand how this place operated. He said indifferently only when those inside died would there be space for others, then waved his hand and complained there were too many flies. Clearing corpses was such a bother. Belzin stepped forward in a daze. He thought he had traveled all this way only to find the camp like this. Then where would he earn lifespan reward points? He asked who was responsible here. That man replied it was Viscount Joven, the company commander. Belzin grew furious and said take him to see that man immediately. In another tent, luxurious noble-style items were laid out on a table. Joven swirled a glass of wine with a satisfied expression. He looked smug, Viscount Joven, company commander of the Anglo-Moser army. Suddenly a loud crash rang out. Sword slash came down. Luckily he dodged in time. He roared angrily. Joven drew his sword and growled, "What is going on?" Belzin said coldly, "Strike first." Damien asked how hard. Belzin glanced over and replied like the feeling of losing 2 months' salary. Damien understood. Damien pulled his sword with a stern face, muttering 2 months. And he sheathed it again, reminding himself not to kill that man. Damien leaped high, aiming straight at Viscount Joven. He landed and used the flat of his blade to smash into Joven's face, making him howl. The sword lashed repeatedly across that man's face. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, until Joven cried and begged him to stop. Did he know who he was? He was the one in charge here. Damien stopped. Belzin replied calmly he knew, and he had come to arrest that man. Joven still did not understand what was happening. Belzin shoved a paper into that man's face and shouted, "Despicable, corrupt official." Sweat poured from Joven in fear. He stammered Asa's cold physician. Belzin shouted he was the cold physician of hidden enforcement here to punish that man. Damien asked blankly for justice. Belzin replied calmly because he was paid. Damien fell silent, pressed the paper close to that man's face, and told him to read. Joven trembled as he read Princess Adelaide Bone Anglo-Moser authorizes full control of the wounded soldiers' camp to Lihan Belzin. Protested what had he done wrong. Belzin emphasized wrong. He shouted into that man's face and asked how he dared question where he was wrong. Belzin grabbed his collar, managing like this yet daring to claim responsibility. He shoved that man to the ground and called Damien. He ordered Damien to tie that man up. Damien replied, "Yes, young master." After handling it, Damien returned to Belzin. He asked whether that man resisted. Damien replied he was fairly obedient, only muttering that his career was over. Damien added he might have been too heavy-handed. Belzin said firmly sometimes the whip is necessary. Belzin continued that man only maintained the status quo regardless of the situation. Under someone like that, wounded soldiers would only die. This was not a wounded camp. He said coldly it was a morgue. Damien looked at him with displeasure. Belzin asked why Damien kept staring at him. Damien replied nothing. What did he plan to do now? Belzin walked forward, saying first he would meet Garden. The sky gradually darkened into pale violet. Inside the tent, the 3 sat in tense discussion. Belzin thought this place resembled 17th or 18th century Europe. He looked up and said this could not continue. They had to classify the wounded, prioritize severe cases, replace with better tents, and focus on hygiene and supplies. Damien replied, "Yes, sir." Before he finished speaking, a blond young man rushed into the tent, calling for the military doctor. Beside him was a severely wounded soldier pleading for help. Belzin immediately told them to bring him in. He asked Bizo about the condition. Bizo replied 2 arrows in the arm and 1 in the ribs. Belzin thought the situation was critical. He judged the wounds were over 2 days old. The moldy bandages showed terrible. The wounds themselves were not fatal, but the infection was severe. If it continued like this, even someone who could be saved would lose his life. Asked Garden opinion. Bizo replied surgery was needed immediately. Belzin silently admired that bringing Garden a surgical expert was wise. Though he had studied theory, he lacked practice. With that man's support, the treatment scope would expand. The patient grew weaker. He asked if surgery could be performed at once. Bizo's eyes lit up, and he replied, of course. He reached into his pocket for instruments, pulled out a sharp knife, making Belzin ask what it was. He answered it was a surgical knife to cut skin and muscle during removal. He produced a bone saw explaining human bones were hard and needed sawing for quick amputation. He raised the saw and said the faster it was done, the less pain and blood loss. Continued, and this is. Belzin asked in alarm where was the anesthesia. Bizo asked in surprise what was anesthesia. He understood it as pain relief and said they usually gave strong liquor mixed with medicine to make the patient faint rather than endure pain. He proudly said he used vodka because it tasted better. Belzin asked how he intended to operate then. He replied amputate above the arm struck by the arrow, placed a hand on that man's shoulder, and told him to put the tools away. He asked in surprise no surgery. Belzin said it was not that he did not want to, but he could not. He could not kill the patient. Bizo was confused, not understanding where he was wrong. Belzin examined the severely infected wound. The patient immunity was at rock bottom. Surgery now carried an extremely high risk of death. They needed anesthesia. Could he use the neural disruption technique once applied to Anissa? He calculated that method would not reduce pain enough, and using paralyzing venom was too dangerous. Organs heard his concern and showed interest. The organs imagined and urged operate. It would only hurt a little. If unavoidable, just do it. If afraid, just shout it out. Why keep it inside? The organs cheered and granted another 100 hep. Total for 900. Belzin thought he must conserve hep, but this was the only option. Stood stunned before the scene unfolding right in front of him. He was speechless. Could this really be true? Just hearing about this skill made it sound incredibly powerful. Before his eyes appeared a densely packed information panel. Whenever he learned a new talent, skill, or piece of knowledge, a candidate skill would be added to the list. Among them, Healing Hand could soothe a patient pain very effectively. Bell thought to himself, this is it. He let out a soft laugh that made everyone misunderstand. They glanced at each other and whispered, wondering why he was laughing so strangely today. The crowd stood there bewildered by his unusual behavior. Realizing he had gone too far, he quickly regained his serious expression. In his mind, he decided, fine, he would choose this skill. The skill was called Healing Hand LV1. It could reduce pain by gently massaging the target body, reaching the level of local anesthesia, and upon leveling up the intensity, range, and duration of anesthesia would increase accordingly. He thought to himself, just by massaging it could cause anesthesia. That sounded like cheating. Spoke up Night Garden. He wished to retract what he had just said. Bizo widened his eyes. Pardon, what did he say? He continued, he had found a way to administer anesthesia. Prepare for surgery. That man replied excitedly, yes, sir. Bell asked the patient, what is your name? The other replied, Goffer, Corporal, sir. He said gently, he would now begin treatment for him. Was that all right? Zioff stammered. Was he going to cut off his arm? He calmly replied, do not worry. That was not the case. That man said it was fine, military doctor. He was naturally optimistic. He affirmed again, he would not amputate that arm. That man continued. He did not believe losing an arm would end his life. He said irritably, he had already said he would not cut off his arm. That man kept muttering that losing an arm was better than losing a leg because it would only inconvenience one side. He had to explain that he was not treating the arm but the wound in the ribs. Before he could finish, that man interrupted, saying losing a leg would be worse because he would need crutches and could not play the violin as he dreamed, leaving him helplessly watching that man tear up while still calling himself optimistic. He shouted, shut up, or he would cut out that man's tongue. He took a deep breath and said he would now begin anesthesia. Let them start. After calming himself, he officially began. Bell began humming a rather strange song about a hand. Healing, healing hand. Healing hand, healing hand. As that man listened to him muttering, the information panel suddenly appeared with the skill name Healing Hand, LV1, and the activation condition was to accurately and continuously chant the spell Healing Hand in proper rhythm. Healing Hand, LV1, required the user to continuously and precisely chant the spell Healing Hand in correct cadence to activate. While singing, Bell thought his voice sounded decent today. Perhaps he could become a singer in the future. Suddenly a notification appeared stating that due to lack of sincerity in the singing, activation of Healing Hand, LV1, had failed. He angrily cursed inwardly. Did those organs want to die? Bell fumed and told himself to sing again. Sing quickly. He then roared like a madman, "My hand is the healing hand. My hand is the healing hand." He sang passionately with full enthusiasm. Bell was so absorbed in singing that he no longer noticed the gazes around him. "My hand is the healing hand." After hundreds of attempts, Healing Hand LV1 finally activated successfully, and the patient pain significantly decreased. Goffer said in astonishment that it no longer hurt there. Bell replied, "My hand is the healing hand. How is his wound now?" That man said it still ached slightly, but was no longer severely painful, and wondered what had just happened. He smiled and said there was always a way. "My hand is the healing hand." He continued speaking. "My hands are the hands that bring healing," then smiled and said, "Now let us see whether the anesthetic has taken effect." He softly asked, "Do you feel anything?" The offer replied that he felt no pain at all. Bell thought to himself, "It worked. This skill is truly useful." He continued, "Tatten, the anesthesia is done. We will begin the surgery. First clean it thoroughly and stitch the wound closed. Prioritize the area near Bizo." "Understood, young master." During the procedure, Bizo reported, "Young master, the wound at his side has been treated. The arrow has also been removed." He replied, "Then now focus on healing his arm." The offer spoke anxiously, "We truly do not need to cut it off, right?" In his mind he thought, "The pain has eased, but the fear remains." As he hummed, "My hands are the hands of healing," he reassured him. "We must finish treating the wound first, rest assured. We have no intention of cutting anything from you." Suddenly, the system notification rang out. Healing Hands Level 2 activated. Reduces pain in the anesthetized area. Increases numbing effect by 20%. Range and duration expand according to level. Suddenly, Bell reached out and grasped Deep's arm. Thought to himself, although Min pressed hard on the wound, the other party showed no reaction. The skill's effect is astonishing. Bell softly said to Bizo, "Begin." He gently pulled the thread tight and used a knife to neatly cut off the excess thread. After that, he calmly picked up the knife to continue operating. Next, he activated his own unique skill, making him inwardly marvel. His ability truly surpasses ordinary people. Compared to his own modern medical knowledge, that man is indeed a rare case. Surgery has always been his forte. Is that not the vertical mattress suture technique? No wonder he was selected as the royal family's personal physician at such a young age. The orange-haired man said, "You saw it, right?" The blonde replied, "I saw it." The orange-haired man continued, "He can remove pain with his bare hands." The blonde nodded. "It seems so." Goffer realized that although the needle pierced through flesh, he felt no pain at all. Could such a thing truly exist? Could this fat military doctor be a miraculous military physician? Both he and that man watched him closely. Inside the tent, the table was covered with the doctor's specially prepared medicines. Bell asked Zoffer, "Things are not as bad as you thought, right?" He replied, "Yes, the surgery is finished." He reminded him, "Do not relax too soon. The true recovery process is only beginning now." Instructed, "In 2 days when supplies arrive, I will brew medicine for you. Remember to drink it all, understood?" He replied, "Yes, but..." He hesitated and asked, "Why does the doctor treat me so well? I am only a cripple who can no longer go to the battlefield. Surviving until now only wastes others. Rations, everyone thinks that of me." He replied, "Do you truly not understand? Saving someone require a reason. You are a wounded soldier and I am a military doctor. My duty is to treat you. That is all. What other reason is needed?" Hearing that, he could not hold back his tears. He choked out, "Thank you. My deepest gratitude to you." Although his words were full of emotion, in truth, the protagonist was merely seizing the chance to earn more points. However, the effect was clearly achieved. The two soldiers witnessed it with their own eyes. The song sounded somewhat cheesy, yet carried an indescribable. He moved them deeply and stepped outside, softly saying, "Do not think too much, rest well." He left with a confident bearing. Your internal organs seem to cheer and praise. The human body is truly marvelous. The offer and the surrounding soldiers were both moved and astonished by your words. Whether your status changes or not no longer matters. Stories about you will spread through the infirmary camp like a warm legend. The camp, everyone gradually began to regard you as a living god. More importantly, you are striving to save the soldiers at the front lines. Will firmly engrave your name into the history of medicine. You received 50 HEP as a reward thanks to medical achievements and rising fame. Total HEP is now 5400. 2 days later, I together with Garden completely saved the critically wounded soldiers. Thanks to the admiration in the camp, my personal DP increased to 98. Healing Hands advanced to level 3, allowing anesthesia of the brachial plexus. While operating, he thought, anesthetizing even the spinal nerves is insane. My hands are the hands of healing. Now I can numb the entire arm. In modern times, ointment or antibiotics would suffice. But in this era, untreated infection forces patients to lose their arms. Bizo said, "Young master, if we do not amputate, the wound will become necrotic." Bell replied, "That will not happen. To prevent soldiers from going mad from cellulitis, we must control infection and spread proper treatment methods." As he sang and spoke, "My hands are the hands of healing. I already have a plan. first clean and stitch the wound closed, then suddenly remembered the special method of the sages who appeared at the end of the story. Old Tadet understood. By applying their method, we can produce antibiotics. He gestured, let us go, Damien. Step outside for a talk. Continued, first night garden. While I am away, reorganize the situation in the camp. Replace all tents, beds, and wounded soldiers' clothes with new ones. He replied, understood. But where are you going? He smiled and replied, I will leave for a while with Damien. He panicked and asked, then what about me? With 6 knights and a guide, we ventured deep into the forest. He asked, your name is T-Map, right? The servant replied, yes, my hometown is near here, so I know it well. I will lead you by the shortest path. Damien asked, are you sure you know the way? Belle answered casually, I have read about it in books. He asked what book. He replied, who could remember? Do you recall every book you have ever read? He had no choice but to concede, fine then. And he looked at him and thought, young master is sometimes truly hard to understand. He spoke, young master, we are going too deep into the forest. This place is prone to encountering monsters. Moreover, in such a remote area, we might accidentally trespass into 8-loser territory. He nodded, true enough. What is that over there? The servant shouted, wait, do not tell me we are heading toward the APELOSER nest. Belle calmly replied, everyone do not panic. What if it is the APELOSER nest? Such an isolated region, it is indeed easy to step into their territory, but you all know well. As long as we do not provoke them first, APELOSER are completely harmless. Is that not basic knowledge? The black-haired soldier thought, that is right. No one is foolish enough to provoke them. Light-haired soldier inwardly admired. He is truly knowledgeable. The brown-haired soldier sighed in relief. I almost thought you were leading us straight into the ATILO nest. Belle continued, therefore we will not cause trouble with them. Instead, our goal is to kidnap their queen. He strode forward proudly while the servants turned pale and thought, what difference is there? Jiakai's internal organs muttered, is that not perfectly normal? He stammered, so is it right or wrong? Did I say something wrong? No, sir. Therefore we will capture it, but absolutely will not injure it. The whole group struggled to suppress their laughter. The internal organs snickered. Look at how the old man trains others. This fellow deliberately stayed silent the entire way, and only speaks now, truly detestable. Your internal organs criticized your character, and generously granted an extra 100 hep. Total is now 500. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? What do you actually want? If I had said it earlier, they would likely have refused to come, or demanded to return to camp. That reaction is normal, but I must obtain the queen larva, because the larva's secretion has extremely strong antibiotic property. Once successfully extracted, I will save countless wounded soldiers from infection. Then no one will have to lose limbs again. Belle ordered, stop for a moment. What is going on? Why is everyone like this? Is there a problem? Damien replied, of course there is. You know, Aphizos may be gentle, but they are very powerful monsters. He answered, of course. He continued, no matter how gentle if I do so are. Do you understand how ferocious they become when their nest or larva is threatened? He maintained a calm expression, softly uttering a sound of agreement as if not worried at all. Damien angrily demanded, then you also understand how dangerous kidnapping the queen larva is. He still stood there proudly, without the slightest hesitation. He said, and yet you still insist on doing it. Belle replied indifferently, because I want to. Continued, I know you sometimes do unbelievably reckless things. I have seen it more than once. Damien snapped, but this time is completely different. You have gone too far. Belle replied in surprise, gone too far me. He answered, yes. Who do you intend to assign the task of capturing the queen larva to? Damien continued, whoever takes that task will certainly be violently attacked by the entire swarm of Aphiduso. Do you intend to assign it to one of us? He answered calmly, exactly. He blurted out, are you insane? Servant soldier thought to himself, could it be? Then he asked, do you intend to do it yourself? Belle replied, of course not, you will do it. Damien fumed, what me? He said, rest assured, you will be fine, neither injured nor dead. I have a way to ensure safety, do not worry. He muttered, safety is easy to say. He continued, Little Thorntail. Owl suddenly appeared and called out, Little Thorntail, startling him. You said Little Thorntail. Belle said, let me explain the plan to you. You will approach the Aphizozer nest first. In his imagination, Damien had already located the nest. He said, strike hard at the side of the nest. The Aphiduso will surely be enraged, right? When Damien made his move, the entire swarm of Aphiduso rushed over at once. He continued, at that moment Little Thorntail will eat the red sunflower seed and grow gigantic. If Damien is counterattacked, then fight together with Little Thorntail. Little Thorntail transformation skill activated. Belle added, you only need to hide beneath its body. Its hardened spikes cannot be pierced by the Aphiduso. The giant Little Thorntail grappled with the Aphiduso. Continued, While you hold them off, I will sneak into the nest and capture the queen larva. Rouse showed approval. He said, but even if we capture the larva, the if I do so, will not spare me and little thorn tail. Bell replied, that is right. They will pursue to the end, unless their nest goes up in flames. Damien was astonished in flames. He stepped forward and said, you understand now, let us go. He thought to himself, truly a scheming fellow. He said, fine, I understand the plan. In a place filled with such danger. Before he could finish speaking, he shouted, I will increase the reward, so be quiet and follow orders. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. The moss-green-haired soldier whispered, after all, he is the crown prince of Anno. He surely would not do something too insane, right? The other replied, probably so. I am AF thought. I heard that military doctor can create miracles. If we are injured, he will surely save us. Damien was still muttering about a pay raise when Bell cut him off. Enough. Well, that is the reason we came to the Afai Duso nest. The sky was clear and the wind brisk. Damien led the way. The others followed closely behind. He used his hands to part the grass and brush aside plants to advance. His face was filled with concentration. At last they arrived. The Afai Duso nest appeared before their eyes. Above his head, Afai Duso filled the sky. Damien scratched his head and observed the surroundings. He and Gausser Jung stared at the nest. He thought the additional reward was still not tempting enough. Bell calculated inwardly. It is much larger than I expected. If not concealed by the scent of wildflowers, we would have been discovered long ago. But in the current situation, I must carefully watch their movements, then deliver the decisive blow, Damien. I entrust little Thorn Tail to you. He and the soldiers turned their gaze toward Damien and Gausser Jung. Bell quickly crouched down to hide, confusion filling his mind about what was happening. Suddenly, the swarm of Afai Duso scattered in chaos. He whispered, what is going on? He asked, did you fail to conceal your presence and get exposed? He replied, I concealed it perfectly. So what should we do now? He threw a stone at his head. What do you mean what? Just strike once and retreat. He slowly stood up. Purple radiance emanated from Damien's body. He thought, since it has come to this, I must use the skill I have long trained. Bell was alarmed and thought, this guy? His mana is so violent. If it flows backward, it will be extremely dangerous. He softly called Damien. Stop, Damien. Damien's gaze turned cold and sharp. He ignored Bell's words, raised his sword high. His face darkened. He shouted loudly, hey. He tried to hold the sword upright toward the sky. Sky suddenly turned a blazing crimson pink. He panicked, what the hell is that? He thought, what is that thing? It is even larger than the Afai Duso. Monsters summoned by Damien plunged straight down. They launched a fierce assault on the Afai Duso. Their overwhelming strength allowed them to easily dominate a Physozer. Both were astonished by the scene. Suddenly they heard a strange sound. Bell thought it sounds like a helicopter. A monster charged straight toward the two of them, and it brushed past them to pursue the Afai Duso. Bell cursed inwardly, damn it, I almost lost my life. This was no longer hunting, but a massacre. The monster used its tail to pierce through the Afai Duso. Then the entire swarm poured into the nest. Asked the gray-haired soldier, what is that thing? It is even bigger than the Afai Duso. He replied, that is Vispa Duso. Bell repeated, Vispa Duso. He explained, it is a species similar to wasps. Their main food is Afai Duso. One can kill hundreds, but the problem lies here. He suddenly said, everyone stand up now. The gray-haired soldier asked, what is it? Bell replied, we have been discovered. The soldier's eyes widened. Everyone looked up and saw a swarm of Vispa Duso filling the sky above. He shouted, run quickly. He called out loudly, Damien. Damien replied, Your Highness, what should we do now? Can we escape? He shouted, I told you already. Why come here to cause trouble? Bell replied, I need the queen larva to save the wounded soldiers. He added, I cannot watch them die. Silver Tongue Medicine Peddling Level 10 activated. Everyone fled with all their strength from the Vispa Duso. He thought, I must buy time. Drew his sword from its sheath, then slashed down a tree trunk to block the path. Damien observed the situation. Back in while running sensed something unusual. He pointed ahead and shouted, everyone hide behind that rock. All immediately followed his command. Last Bell Sin gained a brief moment to gasp for breath. The gray-haired soldier spoke. Military doctor, sir. There is something I have not yet reported. He asked again. What is it? He said, the Vispa Duso have a habit of cleaning the battlefield after hunting and slaughtering. Bell asked again. Cleaning, he replied, yes. They gather the corpses of Afai Duso into one place. Continued, during that time they will hunt down any remaining or hiding Afai Duso. After sweeping everything, they will scour the entire area, leaving no one behind. And of course the targets include us. He understood. That means we must run as fast and as far as possible. Thought inwardly, we must retreat anyway, but what about my queen larva? That nest is as good as finished. Nothing will survive, including the queen larva. So there is no longer any chance to obtain the larva here. Vispa Duso began closing in on the group. The three held their breath in absolute silence. They were scanning the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the rock opposite. A Vispa Duso swung its sharp claw and split the rock in two. Damien urgently asked, Your Highness, are you all right? He grabbed Bell Sin's collar, then flung him aside. After that, he drew his sword and charged into battle with them. On the other side, Bell was thrown against a tree trunk. He hugged the tree and muttered, "At the academy gate you kicked me. Now you throw me away again. Damien, just wait there. I will deduct a month of your salary." Suddenly, he felt something beneath his body. He called out, "Hey, Team AF, why are you running so fast?" He replied, "I grew up in the forest, so I know the paths well." Bell asked, "Where are Damien and the Angomorser Knights?" Team AF pointed, "They are over there." Damien was still locked in fierce combat with the Vispa Duso. He unleashed skill after skill, but they dodged them all. Still, he persisted in attacking, throwing the surrounding area into chaos. He asked, "How did they detect us so easily?" Team AF replied, "Perhaps because of the scent of pollen and tree sap." Bell suddenly understood. The thing used to reduce the hostility of a Fizzozer made the Vispa Duso mistake us for a Phi Duso. Team AF asked, "What should we do now?" "Keep fighting? Impossible. Even if Damien and the Knights give their all, they can only hold off about 10. Calm down and think." His eyes suddenly lit up. "There is a way. Lend me the bag for a moment." Bell rummaged through the bag and said, "Found it." Team AF asked in confusion, "What is this water flask for?" He replied, "This is it. The strong liquor I carry for temporary disinfection. You are wasps, you surely cannot resist this." He threw the bottle of liquor toward the Vispa Duso. "Please be drawn to it." He thought the difference between honeybees and wasps is, honeybees hate alcohol, while wasps are fond of this scent. The Vispa Duso began to catch the scent of the liquor. Damien was astonished and thought they suddenly stopped attacking. Why? The entire swarm shifted toward the bottle. Bell and Team AF breathed a sigh of relief. The Angomorser Knights ran over and said, "Military Doctor, this is the last chance. We must retreat." "That is right, we must leave now." He shook his head. "If we run now, we will all die." Team AF asked why. He replied, "The truth is." He explained they are only temporarily attracted by the scent of alcohol. The other asked, "Then, can we take this chance to run?" Bell said the amount of liquor is too little. The scent will fade quickly. "Are you certain you can outrun them before they return?" He asked, "Then what should we do?" Ordered, "Light a fire, Team AF. Take out the torches." He worried, "What if we are reprimanded?" Shouted, "There is no time, hurry up." He replied, "Yes." Damien thought His Highness must have calculated this. After a while he asked, "Is it done?" Team AF replied, "The torches are soaked in oil and lit." Bell said sternly, "Throw them." Torches were hurled out, and the ground burst into flames. The scene was quickly swallowed by a sea of fire. The Vispa Duso began to sense something wrong. They signaled their kind. Then the whole swarm hurriedly flew away. Seeing many of their kind burned, the rest panicked. Mother Vispa Duso called her swarm to retreat, but some were still devoured by flames. Bell shouted, "Run! If you do not want to burn with them, hurry." Everyone fled with all their strength. He thought, although we burned them, my lungs can barely endure. Suddenly he stumbled over a small stone and fell hard to the ground. Team AF hurried to help him up and asked, "Military Doctor, are you all right?" The internal organs sensed mortal danger and stimulated the will to survive, awarding an additional 500 HEP, raising the total to 60. Military Doctor. Team AF kept calling Military Doctor, "Young Master." He rasped, "I lack oxygen." Damien anxiously said, "If you faint here, you will die. Stay conscious." Bell replied, "I know." Seeing him weak, he said, "Let me carry you." And he lifted him onto his back, using his clothes to tie him firmly in front so he would not fall, making him blush in embarrassment. The Angomorser Knights whispered, unsure whether it was proper to treat the crown prince like this. Bell said wearily, "Damien, just get out of here and we will be safe." He replied, "Yes, young master." Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared. It was the Queen Vispa Duso. The swarm growled menacingly. Team AF panicked. "The Queen Vispa Duso, we are finished." He froze the queen. He called Damien, thinking, why is he so tense? I have never seen Damien this panic. What should I do? He is our sharpest sword and strongest shield. If he loses his composure, then everything is over. I must help him calm down, examine his blood flow, and use acupuncture to reduce his pressure. Activate acupoint scanning support function. Bell suddenly made several strange movements that confused others. The system is searching for a lockable target. Target locked, he thought, why lock onto it? Because being carried by Damien, the thing directly before my eyes is it. Insects are living beings, so they must have acupoints. If I can see through the blood flow of the Queen Vi Soba do so as I once did with the Bull Demon King, then not only can I survive, but also obtain wasp honey wine. I see it, everything is clear, from the flow of the main meridians to every acupoint position. Belsin smiled with confidence. Said, Damien, I have just thought of a good plan. He replied, in this situation you can still think of ideas. What plan is it? He continued, from now on you must follow every instruction of mine. Advance, retreat, attack, defend, all according to my words. He asked in surprise, what do you mean? He said, if you want to live, then do as I say. I will predict its movements and guide you. Do you not trust my guidance? He was about to ask more, but Bell shouted, sit down. The Queen Viso Ba do so closed in on the group, shot up into the air, making everyone tremble. He said, it is coming again. Maintain the seated posture and move 5 steps forward. Queen dived down. Everyone immediately followed Belsin's words. He thought, what is happening? Team AF cried, save me. Monster seemed delighted to frighten them. Then it soared upward again. Said fall back. Damien and I will handle it. The Anglo-Morser knights replied, yes, military doctor. He ordered advance Damien. He hesitated. Bell shouted, do exactly as I say. He continued front right. Roll toward 2 o'clock and slip into the gap between its left foreleg and chest. Leap high, spin clockwise, and slash upward from below. The ground there exploded. The Anglo-Morser knights hurried to hide behind bushes to avoid the impact. They whispered, perhaps we need not intervene. Their coordination is too good. Stepping in would only hinder. Team AF stood still watching. The gigantic Queen Visopatso so pressed close to Bell, Sin, and Damien. He shouted, dodge aside and wait for my command. Bell began to feel exhausted. He said, do not imitate me. Focus completely. Bait it, strike, and shift 2 steps to the right. Knock it upward, then use the flat of your blade to deflect it left. Leap once more. The battle grew extremely fierce. He continued, commanding step onto its back and stab into the base of its rear left wing. Rotate the sword along its vertical axis. Its wing swept from the right. Dodge, then step on it. Damien executed every word precisely. The two of them coordinated in perfect harmony. Bell said, behind you, land on the tree trunk. He was panting from exhaustion, while Damien had already leapt onto the tree. He asked, Your Highness, do you truly see all its movements? But this method makes it hard to finish it off. He replied, just continue. The effect is accumulating. He shouted, prepare 1. The Queen Visopatso so charged close. Counted 2, 3, both simultaneously dodged the attack completely. From his vantage point, he said, we have 3 seconds. Wait for the signal. At that moment, Damien thrust his sword straight into the body of the Queen Visopatso. Dazzling flash of light burst forth. The Anglo-Morser knights stood stunned with mouths agape. Bell held onto Damien. He asked, is it over? But the Queen Visopatso still appeared before them, not yet finished. Said, continue dodging and wait for the opportunity. He asked in disbelief, did I mishear? He instructed, do not move yet, just wait. The eyes of the Queen Visopatso suddenly gleamed. It scanned to locate the two of them. He asked, wait until when? He replied, a little longer. Then he shouted, now is the moment. Act, over here, Queen Visopatso. Aim at the gap beneath the left compound eye. Damien told himself, I must trust his highness. He swung his sword and hurled it straight at it. The blade sank deep into the body of the Queen Visopatso. It writhed violently in agony. Its strength gradually drained away. Last, the Queen Visopatso collapsed to the ground. Bell rejoiced under Damien's astonished gaze. Bell thought it is no different from a mosquito sprayed with insecticide. The joint at the lower thorax and the point beneath the compound eye are vital acupoints similar to the conception and governing vessels of humans. Not absolutely certain, but the highest probability. Damien asked what happened to it. He replied, I struck its weak point. He asked, did you see its weakness from the start? He replied, of course. He asked, how did you know? He smiled, I saw it, so I guessed striking there would cause it pain. He chuckled softly and said, I saw it clearly. Did you not see? You are a swordsman and did not notice, truly baffling. Queen Vispa lay motionless on the ground. The others flew over to witness the scene. Visopatso so fell into disarray. They gathered around the queen, showing extreme concern for it. Bell placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, letting him shield him. He shouted, military doctor. He circled above the two of them. The Anglo-Morser knights were astonished. Suddenly fierce flames erupted around the Queen Vispa. The remaining ones grew even more frantic. Everyone watched every movement closely. An Anglo-Morser knight exclaimed, monsters are truly terrifying. Suddenly rain poured down, startling. The Anglo-Morser knights cheered, it is raining. We are saved. We survived. Thought we kept our lives, but the plan failed. Even though we defeated the Queen Angummer, so I still do not have the Visopatso larva. I originally intended to capture the larva to extract antibiotics, to save the wounded soldiers, and gain additional lifespan points, wasting too much time to find a new nest. Any further delay may cost the wounded their lives. He said, Damien, we will enter their nest. Rain grew heavier. Everyone glanced back at the battlefield after the fight. Following Belsin's instructions, the group advanced toward the nest. Inside lay a scene of a fight, so corpses scattered everywhere. All stood stunned as they looked around. Then they stepped deeper into the nest. Damien said, perhaps all are dead. Shall we return? He replied, since we are here we must harvest something. He asked, you mean salvage something? He replied, there is still honey. He thought, in this situation you still think about that. Honey dripped from the ceiling of the nest. The floor was piled with the corpses of a Fiduso. Everyone fell silent at the sight of such devastation. Bell sighed, this is ruin. We gain nothing. He replied, it seems so. He continued, we obtain nothing at all. He held his forehead in frustration and exhaled heavily. Suddenly a faint sound echoed by his ear. He said, it seems something is still alive. He replied, let me check first. Bell quickly followed behind. Damien halted and said, that is. He pressed, what is it? He exclaimed, the Queen of Fiduso. Everyone looked deeper inside. It still lay on the ground, twitching faintly. Damien drew his sword and stepped forward. The blade pointed straight at the body of the Queen of Fizozer. Damien judged it must already be dead. He said, its body is still moving. Damien helped me flip it over. He replied, yes, young master. Continued, perhaps there is something valuable inside. "Come on, Damien." He replied, understood. He did exactly as Belsin instructed. Startled, something is crawling out. Damien warned, "Be careful, young master." Suddenly, the queen, if he do so, larva popped out. Before he could say, "Is that not?" the larva dropped straight onto his head. Damien cried out, "Young master." It clung tightly to his face. After a while, he finally pried it off. It emitted an extremely adorable sound. Bell said, "This is indeed the queen of Phi do so larva." He thought it looks like a soft banana cake. He was doubtful, is it truly? Damien said, "Regardless, it is still a monster. Shall we knock it out?" The larva panicked. He wondered, could it understand human speech? It chirped, "Are you going to hit me?" Bell thought, so it truly understands. Asked, "Do you understand what I am saying?" Left, right. He rejoiced, that is right. It is the queen larva. He thought, at last the goal is achieved. He remembered that in Emperor Plum's sword it was mentioned the queen of Phi do so, and the larva could communicate with Io. Could it be they possess high intelligence? It chirped something. He thought, can I converse with it like with little thorn tail? Bell asked, "What happened to your mother? After the battle, has she fallen into deep sleep?" He said, "You mean this?" He looked at the queen if he do so, and thought they fought and perished together, leaving only this little one alive. He asked, "Do you want your mother to wake soon?" "Your mother is tired after fighting the huge monster, so she needs more sleep." The larva listened trustfully. He said, "Stay by my side until your mother awakens." He thought lying, felt a bit guilty, but if left behind it would surely die. Bell said, "If I stay here long, your mother cannot rest well. Let us go outside to play." He felt its body soft and warm. Your internal organs delighted in the sensation and gave it a name. Queen of Phi do so larva. Your internal organs cheered because you preserved Cuckoo's innocence and awarded 500 hep, raising the total to 6,500. He said, "From now on, your name is Cuckoo. If you want to go outside to play, can you help me with something?" It nodded in agreement, smiled in satisfaction, then shouted, "Everyone return to the camp that way." Deep within the burned forest, a woman sat amid the ashes. She said coldly, "You dared to burn my forest. In my time, no one would even think of it." She muttered angrily, "Children, these days are truly outrageous." Forest suddenly trembled violently. She swore, "I will find you and make you pay." Returning to Belsin's side, sky was clear and the wind blew gently. Damien, Gosium, and the Ngamos knights returned together. Group finally reached the camp. Bezo saw them and ran over. He said, "Night Garden is as reliable as ever." "Right, Damien." He rejoiced that you have returned. He asked, "Is the camp stable? How are the wounded?" He replied, "They are resting." Then looked at the little one and said, "Is that Cuckoo, the queen of Phi do so larva?" He said, "Greet him. This is Night Garden." He was astonished, is it truly the queen larva? Bell said, "Cuckoo, we have arrived. This is the infirmary camp I mentioned." He said, "From now on you will help me prevent infection and treat the wounded." Damien reminded the knight to prepare himself. He asked, "What do you mean?" He asked, "Is little Thorntail heavy?" "Give it here, I will hold it." Bezo was shocked that giant wasp. He smiled and said, "It is the queen Vi so ba do so." He asked, "Where did you get it?" He replied, "I picked it up on the road." Asked in confusion, "Why did you bring it back?" Bell answered with delight, "To soak it in liquor." He was startled. Liquor. Looked extremely satisfied with the spoils. Inside the tent he said to the queen, "A Phi do so larva, how should we begin? Once a month you must expel what is inside your belly. What Cuckoo secretes mixed with purple cloud extract treats burns and aids recovery. It will form a powerful antibiotic ointment for external wounds." He said, "I will use it to save the injured." Bell said it agreed to cooperate, but has never vomited before, so does not know how. Thought unexpectedly it does not know how to vomit. Is there a way to stimulate it? He decided to scan the acupoints. Bell ordered, "Stay still, Cuckoo. Activate acupoint scanning function." System identified a lockable target and successfully locked on. He asked Cuckoo, "Do you want to try acupuncture? Once done you will be able to vomit." It screamed in fear inside the tent. He seriously identified the position corresponding to the Y-Ling acupoint and applied the vomiting induction method, using a needle to strongly stimulate the main acupoint and lightly the opposite point. If correct, it will trigger the vomiting reflex. Queen of Phi do so larva cried out again. It was exhausted. He said, "I thought it would be liquid, but it is actually a pearl, truly interesting." The pearl emitted a mint chocolate scent. Bezo entered to report the materials sent by the princess have arrived. He sniffed the pearl and nodded with interest. Bell said, "Let us begin." He replied, "Yes, young master." Everyone went outside to prepare the solution. He said, "I will go mix the solution." He replied, "Understood." Bell instructed, "Just mix the materials Adelaide sent with Cuckoo's pearl." He poured the solution into the flask. He said, "Light and fragrance spread." Damien, this is the moment. Lifted the flask of solution, then slowly raised it to his nose to inhale. He grabbed a giant ladle and rushed forward, and began stirring the mixture in the barrel. Bezo said, "Young master, let me do it instead." He replied firmly, "No, I must do this with my own hands." A thought flashed through his mind. This time it absolutely cannot fail. Cuckoo produces only one pearl each month. If I fail, I must wait a full month. During that waiting time, The wounded may die from infection. Damien said, I will take the night watch for you. He shouted it succeeded. Bell cried out excitedly, come on, it is done. Everyone rushed over to see the final result. He burst with joy. At last it succeeded. He asked, have you thought of a name for this ointment, of course? Do you want to hear it? Since I formulated it myself, I name it Letcaso. The Queen of Phi larva trembled with joy. Damien could only look at his young master helplessly. You have successfully created Letcaso, the first antibiotic in the history of the Lawzazir continent. Letcaso will usher in a new era, marking the spread of an entirely different antibiotic treatment method. Moreover, your name will be engraved in medical history as the pioneer of antibiotic therapy. Your internal organs rejoiced at your achievement, yet felt jealous. Your internal organs reluctantly congratulated you and awarded 8 HEP. Current HEP 7300. Zin's face showed a weary sigh. Suddenly, someone shouted in panic, military doctor, wake up. Knights gathered before the tent and then entered one by one. Reminded, all right, it is time to apply the medicine. Do not move. After speaking, he splashed the solution onto the wounded soldier, then continued treating the others in the same way. Knights exclaimed in astonishment, the pain has eased. The festering wound seems to be closing. Long live the military doctor. He thought, long live Letcaso, cheer, my additional lifespan reward points. The knights shouted in unison, long live adorable Cuckoo. Truly a miraculous military doctor. 10 days later at Valosur Fortress, the green-haired soldier spoke, I request to report the battle situation. Currently, aside from a few minor clashes in the northeast, there has been no major engagement. The reason is that the main rebel force is concentrating at Valosur Fortress. Mezavit remarked, it seems they do not intend to avoid a decisive battle with us. He replied, perhaps so. Thought angrily, I ignored the court official's opposition to keep you because of your ambition. And this is how you repay me. Gabalin, you wretch. He asked further, is there anything else to report? He added, recently, there is an infirmary camp with astonishing results. Over the past 2 months, the survival rate has exceeded 70%. Mezavit was shocked, what 70%? He continued, rumors about that camp are spreading across the Royal Army units. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one reaches the camp of the 21st Company, there is a chance to live. That belief is spreading, and the soldiers have given them a nickname. Asked what nickname, he replied, they call the 21st Company. A Western man carrying a brown suitcase approached. Chanha spoke, is this the recovery camp? Another explained, it is said this place is famous because of a fat doctor known as the miraculous military doctor. He sneered miraculously. Sounds ridiculous, nothing more than trickery. The subordinate beside him flattered, no one is better than Dr. Chan. He remained irritated. I do not understand why His Highness sent us here to learn. Chanha's eyes turned icy. I will expose his false facade. In another simple tent, someone slept so soundly, he muttered, my lifespan points. Elzin tried to nap, but the loud snoring kept him from sleeping. Mezavit lifted the tent flap and entered and saw. The scene before him made him start in alarm. He thought silently he must have stayed up all night treating patients and collapsed from exhaustion. Vizo approached softly, calling, young master. He stretched sleepily as he heard the report. His Majesty is very pleased with the camp's achievements and has sent other military doctors to learn. Elzin immediately waved excitedly, wait, so they are not new recruits. Excellent, we lack manpower. Where are they? Vizo closed his eyes with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke. They were standing outside the tent. After hearing that, he immediately hurried out to greet them. As soon as Belzin arrived, he smiled brightly and introduced himself. Very pleased to meet everyone. I am the military physician, Alihan. Everyone was stunned as if about to fall backward. He stammered awkwardly, huh. Belzin scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I was a bit overexcited after hearing that everyone came to assist. Then he asked, may I know your identities? The man replied, I am the military physician, Chanra. As he walked, he said, you must be tired after the long journey, but first we need to check the wounded, so please follow me. Belzin walked ahead, while the others behind exchanged glances. Seeing that, he turned back and asked, why are you all still standing there? Chan replied irritably, military physician Alihan, take us to rest first. He thought to himself, the wounded are dying everywhere and they still demand to rest. The man reproached, we came under His Majesty's order with a noble mission. We have marched for 6 consecutive days and upon arrival we are forced to work. This is unreasonable. He asked again, what did you say your name was earlier? The man answered impatiently, I am Chan Ra. His voice turned cold, military physician Chan Ra. He said through clenched teeth, are you implying that I am heartless for requesting immediate work? Chanha curled his lips and replied, that is correct. After that he said sternly, what about the patients? His words rang out sharply. Can the patients wait for the doctors to rest? The heated argument continued with neither side yielding. His sharp gaze pressed on. How can you so easily demand rest? The man shamelessly asked, among the dying wounded, are there any nobles? Belzin was shocked. What? Chan continued, probably not many noble officers. Did you not separate them? His face darkened. What do you mean? The man sneered, have you not done that? How disappointing that even the most basic task is unfinished. Wounded must be divided into nobles and commoners. Save the nobles first to gain reward, money, and reputation. Hearing that Belzin could not restrain himself and threw a punch at Chan. The punch landed straight on his face, causing sharp pain. He shouted, "Shut up." Chan's subordinate panicked. "What are you doing daring to strike someone who is also a military physician? Since I was in Han Kwok, I have always remembered one thing." He emphasized, violence is inherently a terrible thing. With trash like you, only fists will make you understand. Another person stepped out and shouted, "Daring to attack without a word is too much." The person demanded that he apologize immediately, or they would report to the superior. Bizo hurriedly lifted the tent flap and stepped out asking, "Report for what reason?" He replied that he would accuse you of violent conduct. "And what about your defiance of orders?" Calmly asked why it was defiance of orders. Belzin answered, "You were sent here to study under His Majesty's command, yet you ignore my instructions and only argue." He raised his voice, "Is that not disobedience?" That man closed his eyes, maintaining a strangely calm expression. Later inside the tent, Chan sat silently looking down at his feet, deep in thought. His cheek was bruised near the corner of his mouth from the punch. Suddenly Chan opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, and asked where this was and what had happened. The subordinate said, "You fainted after the blow, so we carried you into the tent to rest." Chan ground his teeth and clenched his fists. "He dares to look down on us. This cannot be forgiven. I will not accept that strange fellow made me go from the best physician to someone standing behind." He stood up and said, "When you were unconscious, I heard the soldiers speak about Li Han. They said many wounded were saved without amputation." Chan was surprised. No surgery, yet the survival rate reached 70%. He said it was supposedly thanks to an ointment called Let Ka Sun. There were also rumors that he used needles to prick all over the body or sang oddly while operating, and the patient felt no pain. Chan burst into loud, mocking laughter. He left the bed, already certain of his conclusion. He declared loudly, "It is clearly heretical sorcery." Subordinate standing there fumed. He struck without warning at the first meeting. "All of us have been deceived." Hearing that, he merely curled his lips in a smile. "Not only the soldiers, but even His Majesty has been blinded." Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed the suitcase. He boldly lifted the tent flap and declared, "I will expose this filthy truth." That man asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" In the silent late night of the fortress, a shadow quietly moved past. He slowly advanced forward, thinking that at this hour, that heretic must already be fast asleep. Chan approached the patient's bed and thought, just as expected, he has not even performed basic post-operative care. His eyes turned cold, and in his heart he became more convinced that the other party was a heretic. Holding the surgical knife in his hand, he recalled the teaching that when the body is injured, it produces tainted blood. Chan lifted the soldier's arm, believing that as long as the tainted blood was drained, he would recover quickly. The soldier suddenly snapped his eyes open. He cried out in alarm, "Who are you?" Chan gestured for silence and replied, "I am the new military physician. Do not hinder my treatment." The soldier trembled and said, "During the day, I was operated on by military physician Alihan and told to rest." Hearing that, his face darkened. "A mere lowly soldier dares to doubt my method." The soldier hurriedly denied, No, sir," then thought that this person was completely different from the gentle Alihan. Blade moved closer. "You should feel honored, because normally you would not have the chance to be treated by me." Drop by drop, dark red blood fell into the bucket placed on the floor. He sneered, "Do not compare me with that self-proclaimed best physician of the wounded camp, and even less with that heretic." Chan tightened his grip on the soldier's wrist, causing him to tremble violently. The soldier weakly said, "Military physician, I feel so dizzy." His vision gradually darkened, leaving only the sight of Chan holding the knife and saying, "I will drain all the tainted blood so fresh blood can circulate. You will recover soon." "Military physician, I truly..." Suddenly a shout rang out, "Hey, you there." Belzin jolted awake and sat up. Muttered, "Huh, what a strange dream. Now I cannot fall back asleep. Perhaps I should go out and breathe some night air." The sky was pitch black without a single star or moonlight. He stepped outside walking, while thinking that those military physicians were even worse than he had imagined. Reassured himself, just ignore those useless fools. Let them finish and send them back. I only need to accumulate more lifespan. For the first time, I gathered more than 200 days of lifespan. If this continues, it will likely exceed a year. He laughed lightly in relief and hummed cheerfully, feeling that the burden of his short life had lessened. While in high spirits, he heard a voice calling, "Hey, wake up." Turned toward the source of the sound, thinking that was the single ward area. Chan shouted in panic, "Open your eyes." He lifted the tent flap and stepped inside in astonishment. Bell suddenly thought, could it be bloodletting therapy? He gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard using needles. Chan turned back in surprise and asked who was there. Bell rushed forward shouting, "Move aside." He glared and demanded, "What are you doing?" causing Chan to fall back onto the ground in fright. The soldiers heard the commotion and rushed over. Bell shouted, "What are you doing to my reward lifespan?" Chan stammered, "I am treating him." Bell snapped, "Does that count as treatment?" And replied, "It is none of your business." Then a man in a blue robe stepped forward calling, "Senior Military Physician Chan Ra." "What is it this time?" "Senior Military Physician Alihan." Bell anxiously asked the soldier, "Are you all right?" He whispered, "Senior Military Physician Alihan." He immediately realized the vein had been cut and had to stop the bleeding at once. He suddenly noticed Chan's suitcase of tools. Bell quickly took a clean piece of cloth, carefully wrapped it tightly around the soldier's arm. He panted and cursed, "Damn it, I never expected such a mad therapy to exist here." Draining tainted blood and believing the body would heal on its own, Chan crossed his arms and stepped toward Bell, saying the treatment process was clearly going smoothly, so why interfere? He rubbed his forehead, appearing helpless, believing Bell ignored a good method and even used violence to silence his opponent. Bell retorted, "That is not treatment, but intentional killing," pointed at the soldier and asked everyone, "Look at him. Does this look like recovery? He is about to die from excessive blood loss. You dare call that treatment? Ask yourselves whether there is anything wrong, or are you too afraid of tarnishing your reputation to admit it?" Chan felt his pride wounded and growled, "You," he shouted, "if you do not want to be beaten to death, then get out at once." The other party heard that and remained silent without replying. A weak soldier said, "Senior Military Physician, I cannot endure any more." Bell asked anxiously, "What is wrong?" Suddenly he widened his eyes in horror. He shouted, "Damn it, wake up Damien Garden." Hearing the call, Bezo and Damien rushed in asking what happened. Bell urged, "Hurry over here." He ordered Damien to raise the patient's legs to push blood back to the heart and brain. Damien replied, "Clearly, I understand." Bell turned to Garden and said, "The vein is torn, stitch it up immediately." He stammered, "Yes." System displayed a notification, beginning pulse check. While the system scanned, he stood motionless in tension. A red screen warned that the patient had lost about 30% of his blood. Due to cerebral hypoxia, he had fallen into a coma. His blood pressure had dropped, and he was in peripheral circulatory shock. Bell gritted his teeth and cursed. "A transfusion is needed immediately, but there are no syringes or necessary tubes here." Had no choice but to grip the surgical knife, thinking this was the only way left. The blade sliced into his hand, and blood immediately poured out without stopping. Bezo panicked while Bell maintained an oddly calm expression. He looked at him and ordered, "Continue, hurry up." He replied, "Yes." Bell brought his bleeding hand to his mouth. The green system display showed the internal organs panicking at this action. The organs collectively complained, "Are you insane, planning to make him drink blood?" The noise was overwhelming, and Bell shouted, "Silence, I need to focus." The system announced that the internal organs were worried about your mental state and rewarded 100 HEP, total now 7,400. Bell whispered, "Activate the magic circle in the system slot." He focused on drawing blood. The system displayed activating storage function. Magic circle slot ready to absorb. Detected material with storage capacity. Bell did not hesitate and chose confirm. Storage into slot number 1 in progress. Slot 1 contains human blood. Capacity 0.06 liters out of 10 liters. Bell said, "Damien, it is done, step aside," leaving him bewildered. He calculated that if he transfused blood combined with mana, the Yonquin acupoint was regarded as the second heart and the most suitable point. Bell rubbed the patient's soul and began transmitting 0.01 liter. The system displayed that the magic circle was being activated. Streams of red light followed the flow of mana into the soul, signaling success. Bell exerted all his strength to snatch the soldier back from death, continuing the transfusion slowly without interruption. Suddenly, the hand of Damien Garden trembled slightly. The system displayed that patient Damien Garden had survived the critical hemorrhagic shock thanks to your emergency transfusion. He cheered inwardly, "Success, I truly saved him." The system recorded that you had just performed a noble act, sacrificing your own blood to save someone. Many people witnessed with their own eyes the moment a dying man was pulled back by you. Two soldiers silently admired. Senior Military Physician truly lives up to his title. For those who did not understand Asahan cultivation and the ancient magic circle slot, this was nothing short of a sacred miracle. Chan's subordinate was stunned. How could this be possible? Belzin let out a sigh of relief. Finally it worked. Everyone buzzed with discussion. So the rumors were true. There truly was a miracle. Izo, who had witnessed everything, exclaimed emotionally, "Young master is truly outstanding." Someone asked in confusion, "What?" He was exhausted, as if about to collapse. It was too much for this frail body. The man in blue stepped in anxiously, asking, "Young master, are you all right? Senior Military Physician, please accept me as your disciple." But then realized he had fainted. Smiled and whispered, "Saving a man with just a touch truly is a miracle." He lifted his head to look at the night sky. The full moon hung high, and stars sparkled like diamonds scattered across the heavens. Suddenly a bird darted in at extreme speed. It landed on his hand and spoke, "I will report everything in full." Someone asked, "Has a miracle occurred in the kingdom's wounded camp?" The subordinate bowed and reported, "According to the news, A military physician saved a dying man with only a touch. Only a touch without any tools, yes, master. The spy witnessed it personally, so it is not an exaggerated rumor. A hand slowly continued drawing. One who can save the dying with a touch will surely be revered as a saint. The subordinate broke into a sweat. If the monarch gains the saint's support, then what? If that person joins our side, he will be a great aid to the rebellion. The other man paused his brushstroke. A deep voice sounded, a saint. I must obtain him no matter the cost. Yes, my lord. The man thought to himself, it is hard to believe someone could save a life with just a touch. He pondered that rumors were often exaggerated. What mattered was that the people revered that saint. Keeping such a person by our side would win their hearts. At that time, the tide of war could turn, and victory would belong to us. After merely clashing with the Mason-Ano Empire, they hurried to bow their heads and even took the royal family hostage. Truly disgraceful. That is the stain of the kingdom. That cowardly bloodline should not continue to exist. Closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them, a cold gaze on his handsome face. I will certainly drag him down from the throne. Inside a tent, a voice rang out. So you promise the best treatment if I join the rebel army? That is correct. Are you saying this is an official proposal? The man thought it was truly reckless that a rebel spy, who was also a military physician, dared to come here. He laughed. If you swear loyalty to my lord, honor and glory will be yours. Bell replied, Giabilon, you are too blatant. If I shout that there is a spy here, what will you do? He answered calmly, even if I die, others will replace me. This proposal will continue. Bell was puzzled why Gabilon wanted him. It'd be because of the rumor of saving with a touch. Thinking carefully, the proposal was not entirely bad. Things here had stabilized, and the accumulated lifespan had slowed. Bell suddenly slammed the table. Wait. Broke into a sweat looking at the red substance on the table. Bell said dangerously, let me calculate. He lowered his head, calculating that he had already obtained enough skills. Lifespan rewards, pep, and even the healing hand. If he joined the rebels for a month to gather more lifespan, then returned to the royal capital. Once he removed his disguise, no one would remember the saint. Joining the rebels would double the lifespan gain, add skill points, and unlock new skills. After calculating, Bell laughed in delight. I am getting smarter. He said decisively, I agree, leaving that man stunned as he had expected more hesitation. Bell stood up abruptly. If I join the rebel army. He leaned closer and asked, what can you guarantee? He stammered, unprepared. Truly, I had not thought that far. Bell repeated earlier, you promised the best treatment. Pressed, do you not know how to do business? He flustered, I am only conveying the proposal. Bell shook his head. How can you do business empty-handed like this? At least you should bring some sincerity like Boksu or VX 500. Bell said calmly, go back and tell your lord to bring concrete terms here. He replied, yes, understood. He warned, do not hesitate. Betrayal is not easy. He could only remain silent. Bell pressed, do you understand? He trembled and answered, yes. Bell sat laughing with his legs on the table and waved, hurry and go. After leaving the tent, he let out a relieved sigh. He wondered whether the saint was real or just a madman. Under the star-filled sky inside the tent, Bell called Damien. I have something to say. He said, I am considering joining the rebel army. The two fell silent. Bezo panicked and asked, are you insane? Damien also doubted. Bell replied calmly, I am serious. Rebel spies come every day. They promise houses and land, and a great deal of money. Damien said angrily, if you are serious, I must stop you, because morality does not allow it. Bell merely responded softly, yes. Damien sprang up and asked, why have you changed like this? Bell explained, rebel soldiers are also citizens of Amba. I have no obligation to be loyal to the kingdom's army. Damien found it unreasonable yet hard to refute. Bell added, recently, the camp has been quiet with few wounded because both sides are only in a standoff before the fortress. Camp has stabilized and the work is nearly done. I will go over there to finish saving them and then return to Mason-Ano. Bell urged, let us go. Damien sighed. A mercenary can only obey orders. Bell praised, you think correctly. Bezo was moved and secretly admired him. Those who need saving do not distinguish friend or foe. They are only patients. He eagerly took notes. Bell asked me to deliver this to the princess. He asked in surprise, a love letter. Bell tapped his head and said, what are you thinking? I informed her that I will return to Mason-Ano and asked her to send wine back to the royal capital by carriage at dawn. Do not let the wounded discover it. Prepare discreetly. Next morning, the carriage left the kingdom of Ambosi. Everyone read the letter and was moved, not even having the chance to thank the military physician. On the carriage, Bell looked back and silently wished live well. My rewards. 3 days later, they arrived at a barren and desolate land. A guard reported that the lord was waiting inside, and only the military physician could enter. Damien asked worriedly, that is the rebel leader. Is it safe for you to go in alone? Bell smiled, they need me, so how would they dare harm me? Besides, there is Miss SM, do not worry. Stepped in to meet the man waiting. Bell thought this must be Giabilon, the fanatic patriot. He stepped forward and thanked him for coming. Gabalin Fa Lam, the rebel leader, smiled in greeting to the military physician known as the Saint, extended his hand forward. Bell felt a heavy pressure bearing down on his shoulders. Also extended his hand in return. The two clasped hands tightly. Bell said, "I am honored to meet you," while the revolutionary leader's heart stirred when he accepted to walk alongside his ideals. "I have received you with utmost respect. Therefore, from now on, Saint Military Physician need not dirty your hands with bloody and strenuous tasks." Bell smiled and replied, "It is fine. I can still endure it." He immediately said, "But instead there is a more important task for you." Bell frowned and asked what task. A moment later, Bell stepped out of the tent. Damien asked anxiously what happened. Seeing him silent, Damien shouted irritably, "What is wrong?" Bell only cast a wary glance. Bell raised his hand, signaling silence, making Damien even more confused. He gestured to explain, "There may be someone eavesdropping, so I am using signals. What I mean is..." Bezo suddenly understood and asked, "So they do not intend to hand over the wounded for you to treat?" Damien gritted his teeth and said, "I told you we should return to the royal capital." Bell was furious beyond measure. "I truly cannot believe it." He complained, "Who would have thought he would exploit me as a propaganda tool for his revolution?" The rebel soldiers watched the three gesturing wildly with puzzled expression. Calling earlier, Bell had asked what the mission was. Gabalin replied, "I will assign you an extremely important mission." His golden eyes turned sharp and frightening as he said, "You must proclaim to the world that a noble person like you supports my revolutionary spirit. We'll build a new world together. 10 days from now at the plain before Ba Lua Fortress, you only need to stand there and shout according to my instructions." Wonderful, is it not? Bell broke into a sweat thinking, what is wonderful about that? Forced a smile while lamenting, "I am finished. I am being blatantly exploited. I must find a way to escape." Bell withdrew his hand from the handshake and said, "I have something to discuss." Gabalin replied, coldly, "Speak." Bell pretended to be shy and said, "My lover threatened that if I do not see her this weekend, she will break up with me." Gabalin replied calmly, "You do not have a lover." Hearing that, Bell froze like a statue after being struck at his sore spot. Asked, "Do you wish to see her?" Bell steadied himself and replied, "Yes." Gabalin turned away and said, "If it is an arranged engagement, you likely would not return." Then he added, "I know you wish to fulfill your duty caring for the wounded." Continued, "But for now I cannot assign you that task. If news of your joining leaks before the proclamation, it will be troublesome." Bell asked, would leaking early reduce the effect? Gabalin smiled lightly because he understood correctly. He turned back and emphasized, "Your proclamation must be powerful enough to shake the entire army." Bell asked, "Why not force me to proclaim immediately?" He replied, "The time has not yet come." Bell was confused. What is the right time? Gabalin said, "When you truly support me. I want that proclamation to carry genuine sincerity." His face darkened because only sincerity can move the people. Bell began to panic. Gabalin smiled dangerously. "I give you 10 days to absorb my ideals. Then your support will sound more genuine." He asked, "Are you worried about not serving as a military physician?" Bell broke into a sweat thinking, "I am not worried about that." Gabalin said, "Seeing you uneasy, I will make you my personal military physician. Stay by my side day and night." Bell widened his eyes, thinking, "I am doomed." Back to the present, Bell cried while writing and muttered, "From now on I must sleep in the same room as him." Damien asked then, "What should we do?" Bell replied, "The only way is to escape back to the capital. But the place is guarded so strictly that even at night it is hard to slip away." Damien added, "He stays by your side 24 hours a day, so how can you escape?" Bell sighed, "I know." He thought that if Damien were not a sword saint, slipping out would be impossible. Bell reassured the two, "Just trust me. I will find a way." After reading, Damien could only shake his head. "I trust you, but look at this situation." Bell turned back to him and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Bell raised the paper and said, "We must continue acting." He lifted the tent flap with teary eyes and said, "It is late. I will go to sleep." Bezo and Damien lowered their heads, thinking there is no way out. A full moon night with bright stars at a magnificent castle. A servant stepped in holding a report. He knelt and said, "Your Majesty and Min." Arthur frowned, "It is very late." The soldier trembled and said, "I had to compile the information, so I came late." Arthur asked, "What information? Speak quickly." Soldier reported, "This is the 107th periodic report. 5 days ago, the prince left the recovery camp of the Kingdom of Embassy." Arthur asked why. The soldier replied, "At first the purpose was unclear, so more time was needed to verify." Arthur grew impatient and asked, "What is the conclusion?" Soldier said, "The prince is about to return to Mason Anno and has sent a farewell letter to Princess Ambosi." Arthur asked for detailed content. The soldier said he stated he had completed his work there and intended to return to Mason Anno. Also asked to have a large barrel of wine sent back. Arthur asked, "Is that all?" The soldier replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, that is the entire report." Arthur calmly dismissed him. Soldier bowed in gratitude and left. Arthur rested his chin on his hand in thought. He breathed heavily and burst into loud laughter. Finally, my son is about to return. Come back safely and swiftly. The laughter echoed through the chamber, startling the guards. Returning to Bell, he lay pale, thinking at this rate, I may never return to the royal capital. Beside life truly is. Gabalin suddenly asked, Are you awake? Bell sat up and said, I will conduct the morning examination at once. Then thought he follows me constantly. Gabalin said, No need. I'm a sword saint, as you know. Bell forced a smile, then why sleep together, making me lose sleep? Gabalin replied calmly, No one understands my body better than myself. Bell responded awkwardly, Is that so? Cast a cold glance and said, Enough, let us eat breakfast. The dining table was filled with nourishing dishes. Gabalin lifted his wine glass, while Bell looked at him cautiously. He said, I have finished eating, you may continue. Bell replied, Yes, yes. Bell thought, How can I swallow while being stared at like this? After a while, Bell put down his knife and said, I am done. Gabalin rested his chin on his hand and asked, Then will you answer my question? Bell asked, What question? He smiled sinisterly, Just a simple question. Hearing the word, if Bell shuddered slightly with a familiar feeling. Gabalin swirled his wine glass and asked Soldier of Izakin, If you must choose between two things, what will you choose? Bell thought, Is this his test? His reflection appeared in the wine glass. Gabalin said, The first choice is that you sacrifice yourself. Your family will bear disgrace and be cursed by the world forever. He suddenly knocked over the wine glass. He slammed the table and said, The second choice is to sacrifice others. You will not be held accountable and will even be praised as a hero. Gabalin tightened his grip on the wine glass. This is my question, think carefully. He stared coldly and asked, What do you choose? In the dark room, the two faced each other. Gabalin urged, Why do you not answer? Bell thought, If he does not respond as that man wishes. Sweat soaked Bell's forehead. He understood that hesitation meant losing his head. So he said, You want me to choose self-sacrifice and bear disgrace or slaughter others to gain glory? Gabalin replied impatiently correct. Bell realized Gabalin was suspicious, trusting no one and always testing loyalty with this question. Even Gabalin might not know the right answer, yet he had once drawn his sword when a reply displeased him. He might not know the correct answer, but he knew clearly that the worst mistake was wavering between the two choices. His emotionless gaze terrified even his guards. He intended to keep someone close. If the reaction displeased him, he would behead them without mercy. After personally ending his opponent's life, he would coldly sheath his sword as if nothing had happened. Back to reality, Jiabiljan looked straight at Bell and asked, Could it be you still cannot make a decision? Bell remained silent, calculating, trying to guess the answer that man wanted, murmuring in his throat. Suddenly he slammed the table and shouted, Damn it, then where is justice in that? The reaction left Jiabiljan stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Immediately he sprang up, hand on the sword hilt ready to draw. Killing intent erupted, the sword tip pointing straight at Bell. That answer was not even among the choices, truly insolent. Bell startled and stammered, I only spoke my thoughts. Jiabiljan asked coldly, Was that your true feeling? He suddenly paused for a few seconds, thinking he should be furious, yet he was not. Sword slowly lowered. No one has ever dared speak so brazenly before me. His chest rose and fell, heart pounding as if twisted by something. Why is this happening? He lowered his head. Perhaps I am shaken, because for the first time I heard the answer I longed for all my life, while Bell only thought first I must survive. Jiabiljan slowly sat down, poured wine and said, Fine, you may leave. He added in a low voice, Today you had best not appear before me again. Bell replied softly, I understand. Leaving the tent, Bell exhaled sharply. I almost lost my life. Now I must find a way to slip away. Suddenly a guard appeared and said, Military physician Lacaio, this way please. Bell asked in surprise, Where to? He turned pale, remembering his tent was right beside that man. Even avoiding him would make it hard not to run into him. Bell stiffened, wanting to cry, Garden Damien, save me. Inside, Jiabiljan silently swirled his wine glass. I once believed the world only changes through blood. He stared at the red liquid in the glass, yet now I feel disgust toward that very belief. A crack sounded as he crushed the glass. How ridiculous. Shards of glass shattered in his palm. Outside, the air was suffocatingly still. Garden hid behind a bush and said anxiously, Damien, should we not rescue his highness? It has been 3 days since he stayed beside Jiabiljan. Garden whispered, The crown prince serving that man is hard to accept. Damien replied, For now we can only trust his highness. Damien suddenly turned his head warily. A patrolling soldier approached with a lantern shouting, Who is there? But upon closer look he saw only empty space. He muttered, Probably a stray cat, and walked away. Garden and Damien remained crouched, holding their breath. The next morning when the sun rose, Bell peeked out, thinking with guards this dense he must still be inside. He has not gone out for 2 days. Perhaps now is the chance. Then suddenly heard a voice, Today I wish to take a walk. Bell startled and looked up, Yes, my lord. Jiabiljan coldly ordered the subordinate to stay. The soldier bowed and obeyed. He turned to Bell and said sharply, Military physician Lacaio, how long do you intend to avoid me? Bell broke into sweat and replied, I will prepare at once. While later they stood before a high cliff, Bell panted, thinking, This is called a stroll. yet it feels like climbing a mountain. Gia Biljan called military physician Lakai Iyo. Bell replied yes. Gazed into the distance. I have thought much about your answer that day, and finally reached a conclusion. He turned and said, I accept your answer. Bell was stunned truly, yet that man's eyes remained chaotic. Gia Biljan said nothing more, only frowned slightly, placed a hand on his chest. Every sacrifice is noble whether for ideals or circumstance. He clenched his fist. The more blood that is shed, the more we are honored. Bell thought what sophistry. He did not awaken on his own, but merely clung to another's answer, truly pitiful. Told himself once he slips up I will flee, then asked why is your hand injured. Gia Biljan replied just a minor mistake while training with the sword. Bell said let me examine the wound. He brushed it off saying no need. Bell insisted though I am your personal military physician. He cut him off, it is only a small wound not worth concern. Bell stood stunned thinking, calling me personal physician, yet refusing examination is absurd. He took a deep breath and said the wind is cool today. Gia Biljan replied coldly, there is no wind. Bell still pretended to inhale the air. The air is so fresh. Dust suddenly blew up making Bell cough violently. Why is there so much dust? Gia Biljan glanced at him, thinking this military physician is completely different from me. He thought he is unlike even those close to me. In only a few days he is already this at ease. How long has it been since I relaxed like this? Turn to look again. Is that answer truly what I see? I wish to deny it, yet it seems I once thought so. He stood before Bell wondering whether to regard this person as a confidant or something closer. Suddenly his pupils contracted. No, murmured friend, then said softly military physician Lakai Iyo, I once wanted to be a painter. Bell was surprised what, thinking why reveal something so personal. Gia Biljan looked into the distance. I liked painting since childhood. Even now I still can paint. Bell asked then why take up the sword. He replied because I was forced. Bell exclaimed forced. Wind passed as he continued, every night my father beat me to abandon art. At 12, I made a wager that if I passed the art academy, I would pursue my dream. If I failed, I would wield the sword as he wished. Bell asked, so you failed? He said I passed, but my father erased the result with his power. He continued, my enrollment was permanently annulled. Remembered his father lying cold, and 10 days later that man died. Bell stammered, could it be you were the one who acted? He sneered, I do not know either. Think what you will. Bell worried he only wanted to escape, not listen to that man's life story. Gia Biljan turned and said, you are not interested in my story. Who would care about another's childhood? Bell hurriedly denied that is not so. Raised his hand enough, examine my wound for me. Perhaps it has worsened. Bell thought earlier he refused. Bell carefully removed the bandage. Gia Biljan asked, what is it? Bell looked at the swelling thinking, there is a risk of cellulitis. His eyes flashed, let me examine more closely. The system activated pulse diagnosis. System scanned and displayed information. Gia Biljan, male, 33 years old. Height 193.4 centimeters. Weight 91.9 kilograms. Blood type GH positive. Bell thought his physique is outstanding, and he is younger than me. He noticed an abnormal indicator. Inside, Bell cheered, this is the chance to escape. Air was taut as a drawn bow. Bell stared at the screen when a red alert appeared. Severe chronic migraine detected. Rest required. Bell was stunned. Severe chronic migraine. He thought the novel never mentioned this. The image of a gloomy Gia Biljan surfaced. So he is a migraine patient. Bell smiled inscrutably. Pulse diagnosis cannot be wrong. The system chimed, your organs are jealous of him. In an imagined scene, handsome, towering organs made the smaller ones marvel in envy. Then they suddenly realized something and exclaimed in confusion. A large figure shouted at them, get back to work. He threatened the stomach, if I collapse from headache, you are finished too. Brain stomped its foot and commanded with authority. The smaller ones shivered, saying, better not envy anymore. Living like that might make us flee. The system reminded again, your organs are jealous, then stop. Turning to reality, Bell told himself migraines often come with digestive disorders due to nerves. He gathered his courage and asked softly, I wonder, do you often suffer headaches? The question made Gia Biljan pause. Evaded, saying, of course, I always ache from plotting how to break the fortress. Bell said seriously, tell me the truth. Gia Biljan looked straight at him. Could it be you already know? Bell replied softly in a sincere voice, that is indeed the case. Those words seemed to reach the depths of Biljan's heart. He slowly confessed that he had always wondered why he was called a saint. Now he understood. He had not expected him to be so capable, even able to pinpoint the source of pain instantly. After a moment of reflection, Biljan nodded and confirmed, yes, I have endured this headache for many years. He looked at Bell with suspicion and asked, how did you know when I have never told anyone? He answered awkwardly that it was only a feeling. Though not entirely satisfied with the answer, Biljan still said, half believing, is that so? I cannot question further. Then wondered whether he truly only sensed it. Not stopping there, Biljan leaned close and whispered that it was not merely a normal headache. Each breath felt like a hammer striking his skull, painful enough to shatter it. He asked when the pain began. He replied that he had endured it since childhood. He continued that because of it, his temper was always irritable. Later, he found painting by chance. Only when holding a brush did he feel peace. That was why he wished to become a painter. John lightly placed his hand on the sword hilt and said there was something he realized when holding a sword instead of a brush. Then he drew the great sword before him and explained that a sword was an effective tool to inflict pain upon others. Bell immediately asked whether that made him feel more at ease. John replied calmly that once he was strong enough, he did not feel much comfort at all. He said indifferently that in any case that twisted recklessness helped him reach his current realm, so it was not entirely bad. Bell curiously asked whether he had ever sought treatment. Zabuzin laughed foolishly and said, of course, I tried every medicine advertised to cure headaches, but as you see the result, he asked again, so all failed. John calmly confirmed yes, and those who prescribed nonsense paid with their lives. The cold words made him shiver. Seeing him frightened, John turned to reassure, do not worry, I have no intention of killing anyone. Hearing that, he trembled with relief and replied, yes, then thank you. Yet inwardly he thought, no intention for now. I do not want to die here. I must find a way to survive. Suddenly he thought perhaps he himself was the remedy and boldly asked permission to treat Zabuzin's headache. John turned with a fierce look and said, I told you all medicines are useless. What do you intend to do? Bell hurriedly replied that there is always a way. He warned that those so confident all ended up dead, thinking he would fear. Yet he said then, I will be less confident. John said, I see you are very confident. He pleaded, let me try. If I fail, please do not kill me. Seeing that determination, John asked, why are you so insistent on treating me? He answered frankly, because I do not want to die. Looking at him resolute, he thought, in any case, I do not intend to kill him. If it fails, I will say a few words to spare him embarrassment. With that thought, he agreed. Bell bowed in gratitude and said, please entrust it to me. The scene shifted to a solemn and quiet setting. Bell raised both hands and solemnly declared, we begin. John sat still, enduring, wondering whether the pain would vanish. Contrary to expected agony, he merely gently placed his hand on his head and rubbed as if soothing a child, leaving him utterly perplexed. He asked irritably, what are you doing? Bell softly said, silence. Now comes the important part. He muttered, my hand is a healing hand. My hand is a healing hand. John growled, what do you take me for? Suddenly the system announced, skill my hand is a healing hand activated. A stream of energy slowly flowed into John's head, accompanied by strange echoes. The unexpected effect made him exclaim inwardly, how refreshing. For the first time I feel such ease. Astonished, John asked, what is happening? Bell replied, my hand is a healing hand. Please focus. He asked, how does it feel? Is it no longer as painful as before? John only shook his head, saying, I cannot describe it. Froze, but John continued, I truly do not know how to say it. It is strange. I do not know whether this is right. Tears fell from the man in happiness. I do not understand why I cry, but you have truly erased my headache. Bell quickly said, do not rejoice too soon. John asked in alarm, what do you mean? He explained that this method lasts only one day. He turned pale, so tomorrow the pain returns. Bell reassured him that he need not worry. Each morning he would repeat it. So before tomorrow morning I will not feel pain again, correct? He affirmed, of course, as long as you do not miss a session. John said in relief, that is good. I will rely on you again tomorrow. Bell thought, just trust me and you will depend on me. He rejoiced inwardly, thinking, then escape is entirely possible, and confidently patted his chest. From then on, each morning he used skill my hand is a healing hand to rub John's head and dispel the pain. Remarkable effect made John inwardly acknowledge that he truly was a saintly military physician. Bell announced today's treatment is finished. John smiled, thinking, good. I do not wish to return to those painful days. He told himself that he now completely depended on that treatment. Without him, he could not endure the headache. Bell also calculated silently, good. Everything is ready. He stepped forward and said, I have an important matter to report. John asked in surprise, what matter? Bell replied, tonight I must perform a significant prayer ritual. John asked in astonishment, what prayer? Bell explained that to continue treatment each morning he must perform the ritual tonight. John demanded further clarification. He stated frankly that treatment is not free because he uses heaven-bestowed blessing. Once a month he must scoop cold water and kneel under the moon from moonrise to moonset in sincere prayer. He added anxiously that without performing that ritual he feared losing the healing ability. John asked, must we at least wait until the next full moon? Bell replied seriously, yes, I swear upon my honor. He further emphasized that while he prays absolutely no one may witness it. If discovered, the healing power will vanish. At this point, Bell made a request that we needed a secluded place, free from prying eyes, so we could pray in peace. He had already chosen the location. and hoped everyone would prepare thoroughly for the ceremony there. Hearing that, Yahello broke out in a cold sweat. If what that person said was true, then that nightmare would repeat itself once more. He truly did not want to return to those horrifying days, but it seemed there was no other choice. After thinking it over, he spoke. Fine, tell me the location. I will prepare everything properly. No, I should be the one thanking you. A resounding shout rang out. No one is allowed to turn around. Do you hear me? Yes. Yahello said he would wait below with the soldiers. Bell replied that he would see him again tomorrow morning. Before leaving, he added, if you fear I might run away, then rest assured. Curing you is also beneficial to me. Hearing that, Yahello could not help but soften, and responded with words of gratitude. Everything was quickly arranged properly. Bell immediately took out the fake prayer script and pretended to read it solemnly, his lips murmuring prayers to heaven and earth. Looking up at the moon, he lamented how desolate the night was, leaving the soldiers listening to the prayer utterly confused. As he read while glancing around, Bell softly called out, O divine spirits. Full moon hung high, casting its light across the night sky. At last, the moment the sun rose had arrived. A group of soldiers ran over in panic, shouting that it was impossible. One of them stammered in report, the holy military physician has disappeared. Those 3 words alone were enough to make Yahello furious. Elsewhere, Belson climbed step by step in exhaustion, his heart pounding without end. Upon arriving, he sighed in relief. O gods, it is finally done. Before leaving, he glanced back and said, farewell, you fools. He seemed to suddenly notice something unusual, but before he could react, he slipped and fell into a pit. Bell screamed desperately for help in panic. After a while, he regained consciousness, frightened by the faces before him, and could only cry out to heaven. Uncle Godin and Maika hurried to help him up, their faces streaked with tears and snot as they anxiously asked if he was hurt. Godin happily reported that thanks to the note Asura delivered, they were able to find this place. The image of him diligently writing the note appeared, taking advantage of Yahello's absence to inform Garden and Damien of the escape plan. After finishing, he handed it to Asura and carefully instructed that quite a few people were involved. Receiving the order, Asura immediately dashed off like the wind. He ran to deliver the paper to Garden under the astonished gazes of him and Asura. What is going on? 2. Open the letter and read the line arranging to meet before dawn in the forest at the foot of the cliff. Returning to the present, wondered how he knew there was a cave on the hillside and even slipped down here. Bell replied that because he was always beside Yahello, he was familiar with the terrain and its secrets. Asked in astonishment if he remembered everything. Bell felt uneasy and thought to himself that he had only lied because in truth this was the place Damien discovered in the novel when the 2 sides clashed. Thinking that, he turned and told everyone they had to leave immediately, pointed to a mound in the distance, and said to head toward the royal army and then circle around that rock. Upon arriving, they anxiously asked whether this place was truly safe. Bell explained that this area was monitored by both the royal army and the rebel forces. Damien suggested finding another place. He quickly stopped them and said that because both sides believed this was the safest point, they would pay less attention. He added that in daylight visibility was clear, so they should rest here until morning and take the chance to sleep for a while. At that moment, the sun began to rise behind the distant mountains. The 3 of them were still fast asleep, completely unaware. Suddenly a shrill scream rang out, startling them awake. Military physician Lakai Io. A voice echoed that I know you are hiding nearby because no horse has gone missing. Bell panicked, thinking that man has discovered us. Threat continued that even if you brought 2 loyal subordinates, you still could not escape. Do not dream of escaping the control of my legion. He also said that even though you betrayed first, I still wanted to treat you kindly. Standing on the cliff, Yahello shouted that this time I will forgive you and keep my promise. That man emphasized that he would not kill you over this matter. Appear before me at once. I will count to 3 and you must show yourself. Dao heard the voice and asked if it was Yahello while the counting began. 1. Discussed that if they went out they might have their legs cut off and be dragged away. Garden innocently asked if that was true, but he replied that if that man acted rashly, the royal army would react. 2. The flames on the trees blazed fiercely. 3. His face stiffened as he awaited disaster. The final count rang out, yet there was still no movement. Bell said joyfully, see, I told you nothing would happen. Before the joy could settle, an arrow of fire shot over. Garden lunged out to blow it away. Bell shouted in fear, what are you doing? Peeked out and looked around, wondering what exactly was happening. A troop of soldiers with blazing bows aimed straight at them. Fiery arrows were shot down across the field. The entire field was quickly engulfed in a sea of flames. Witnessing that scene, Bell inwardly cursed that madman. Everyone panicked, saying if they stayed they would lose their lives. Your Highness, please leave quickly. Bell frowned and pondered what to do next. In his heart it felt like a scream, his insides in turmoil while his heart trembled in fear. Suddenly he calmed down and ordered them to run northeast, and everyone immediately responded yes. Garden asked if that meant toward Ambosser. Bell explained that he had lied to the princess to come here, and if exposed, they would lose their lives. As they ran, he reminded them that the wind blew the fire from west to east, so if they ran against the wind, they would be caught. They must move perpendicular to the direction of the flames, because there was no time left. The hill Yahello had determined the location of the three, and exclaimed that he had found them. The man resentfully thought that I treated you well, yet you still ran away, and dared to betray me. That man immediately ordered the royal guards to be summoned. Abuzin drew his sword and shouted for battle. The entire army surged forward like a storm, rushed through the forest and the towering flames. In Yahello's mind flashed a cruel thought that he would cut off your legs, so you could never escape again. Dao Vet looked at the sea of fire before him, and wondered who had driven Yahello mad enough to burn the forest and deploy the royal guards. A subordinate behind said the smoke was too thick to see clearly, but it seemed like 3 men. Dao Vet did not know how to explain. He asked further whether Yahello shouted anything before firing the flaming arrows. The subordinate replied he could not hear clearly. Dao Vet said that man must want to weaken our morale, and the other agreed. He decided they could not let them run rampant, so they had to send people to rescue the 3 civilians. One subordinate volunteered, but the prince refused because he had to stay and protect him, so another guard would be dispatched. He calculated that if they saved the civilians, it would create a very favorable image. Royal guards on this side were full of fighting spirit, ready to charge. Leading the cavalry was Ango Morser. She excitedly shouted the order to set out. She loudly commanded the entire army to head northeast. As she moved, she thought, just wait, our people. We will certainly save you. When she approached the flames, she exclaimed that she had spotted them. Ango Morser proudly remembered the crown prince, and thought that thanks to him she was healthy and brave enough to face the rebels and save the people. So wherever he was, he should cheer for her because she was always grateful and would strive even harder. As she advanced, she suddenly saw a familiar figure with a plump build she had encountered somewhere before. That figure was running desperately, as if utterly exhausted. Suddenly the cry of Crown Prince rang out from afar, startling her. Angomio asked in astonishment why he was here. Adelaide lowered her gaze and stared at Zakin without a word. Seeing her catch up, Zakin froze, not knowing what to say other than forcing a meaningless smile. The wind brushed past. Adelaide sat firmly on her horse and asked why he was here, causing Jiakin to grow so flustered that sweat poured down. Seeing the knight commander about to step forward, she immediately raised her hand to stop him. Wait. The white horse moved closer and sniffed at Zakin. He forced himself to laugh and said it was like a chance encounter, but the strained tone did not escape Adelaide notice, so she frankly asked why he lied. At this point, Zakin could only sigh and admit he had his own reasons. Adelaide frowned suspiciously and asked what reason. She continued that when he left, he only left a letter without explaining anything. I thought you had returned to the imperial capital. Then suddenly she angrily demanded why he was being hunted by the rebels. Immediately her gaze stopped at the emblem on the left chest of Jiakin. Her voice lowered as if realizing something unusual. She grew even more furious and demanded whether all this time he had joined the rebel army and deceived her. Exposed, Zakin no longer hid it and admitted he had once been in the rebel command and believed that period held more meaning than expected, while Bayazagadin anxiously watched the expressions of both sides. Hearing that Adelaide gradually calmed down yet still could not understand and asked what sacrifice meant, Zakin smiled sincerely and said he had risked infiltrating, using eyes as sharp as blades to pierce straight into the heart of the enemy in hopes of contributing even a little to the royal army. Lifted his head and asked the princess if she knew what he had endured, startling Bayazagadin into stopping him, saying this was not the time, while Damien sensed something unusual approaching from behind. Immediately after, Damien shouted that the rebels had crossed the sea of fire and were charging this way. Zakin quickly mounted the horse with Adelaide and assigned Damien to take Garden ahead while they would follow behind. Damien responded and acted at once. Biajoga Din trembled in fear as he was pulled onto the horse. Sitting behind Adelaide, Zakin said the scolding could wait. They had to run now. Corner of her lips lifted slightly as she asked run. He firmly declared there was no need to fear because their army was twice as large. Since it had come to this, they should face them head-on and wipe them out. Her gaze flicked sideways, thinking that if they won this battle it would serve as an example to raise morale. But Zakin behind her grabbed her shoulder and shouted that if they engaged, everyone would die, because Yahello was personally hunting me. The name alone made Adelaide freeze and widen her eyes. She turned back in shock and asked if it was truly Yahello and what he had done. Zakin hurriedly explained he did not understand why he had become the most important person to that man. He looked back and saw the cavalry closing in, calculating that if Yahello was commanding personally, they had to stop and respond. Having decided, she raised her sword high and shouted to form ranks. The sound of hooves striking the ground rang out, ready for battle. In an instant, the soldiers stood neatly behind Adelaide. Seeing her raise the sword, Zakin panicked and pulled her hand down, saying they had to run immediately, but she replied they needed to buy time to escape. She lowered her sword and ordered 2 lines. 3 lines, prepare crossbows. The soldiers drew their crossbows in unison at the command. They pulled the strings tight and aimed straight ahead, awaiting the next order. Adelaide shouted fire, and instantly thousands of bolts shot out. The bolts whistled toward the opposing cavalry. The enemy had to rein in their horses to evade. Even so, many cavalrymen and horses were struck and fell. Seeing the enemy in disarray, Adelaide immediately turned and shouted for the whole army to retreat. She spurred her horse forward, ordering protection for their withdrawal, and the soldiers answered in unison. As she galloped, she told Zakin they had bought enough time to retreat safely. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded from behind, causing her to turn and ask what it was. A rock and a cloud of dust flew straight at her face, forcing Adelaide to squint. As the dust settled, they saw a man swinging his sword in pursuit, and both cried out in horror, Yahello. Yahello rode forward with an excited smile on his lips. Seeing that smile, Zakin gritted his teeth, thinking that man was looking at him with madness. Suddenly he frowned and tried to see clearly what was ahead. Yahello's figure gradually blurred in the dust. In the blink of an eye, when his vision cleared, that man had vanished. Only the horse charging forward remained. Zakin panicked and told the princess that man had disappeared, making Adelaide cry out in shock. Before they could understand, they froze and stared straight ahead. Yahello suddenly appeared, blocking the path, swinging his sword and stabbing it hard into the ground, sinking the earth and causing Adelaide's horse to stagger. Zakin recoiled in terror at the sight. That man kept his sword planted in the ground, lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice that you enjoyed deceiving me, did you not? Making Zakin tremble as if facing a ticking bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, that man pulled out his sword and threatened to leave you no chance to escape again. He gave a faint laugh and rushed forward, swinging his sword. Zakin shut his eyes in panic and covered his face, crying for help in his heart. But as Yahello closed and he suddenly saw something. The next moment, Zakin was thrown into the air, and the ground exploded violently. Damien rushed in time to block that man's blade. The 2 swords clashed in a deadlock, and Yahello calmly assessed his opponent as merely mid-tier. After a moment of struggle, they both retreated at the same time. And they charged again, sparks flying from the collision of their blades. Yahello gradually gained the upper hand as he struck Damien with a slash. Damien panted from exhaustion while Zakin hung in midair, anxiously calling his name. Zakin reached toward the ground, thinking stop fighting and run. Knowing clearly that man's strength, Zakin shed tears and told himself this was not the time to worry about others. Suddenly a hand reached out and caught Zakin's body. It was Adelaide. She embraced him and landed safely, then anxiously called, Crown Prince, please wake up. She set him down and urged him to take advantage of the guards buying time to retreat. But Zakin firmly said they could not abandon Damien. Adelaide tried to persuade him to leave at once, yet he calmly replied that if they left that man, everyone would be in danger. He sank into thought, not only because Damien was the future protagonist, but also because revealing the truth would expose heavenly secrets. Zakin understood that if he defied that entity, this world would be directly interfered with. He called the princess in a low voice, and Adelaide responded. Zakin said seriously that only you can save everyone, making her widen her eyes in shock. He turned and demanded that from now on, she must follow his words exactly. Zakin looked at her with determination and asked if she could do it. He continued saying, what you need to do now is. And he leaned close and whispered the plan into her ear. After hearing it, Adelaide was stunned and asked if that was feasible. Zakin encouraged that the princess could do it, making her slightly embarrassed. There are things in this world that are best never to happen, and not every growth brings something positive. Destruction to rebuild, an ending to begin. The demon sword emperor spoke of that cycle of ruin and creation. At the center of every upheaval stood Damien. Everything collapsed. Damien matured mid the ruins of the empire. Then, when strong enough, that man would destroy the world again and open a new cycle of rebirth. That was the fate Damien had to bear and could not refuse. The male lead thought to himself that if he left Damien here, watching the departing figure, he understood Damien would be driven into danger and eventually realize his true nature. At that time, that entity would act, and this world would collapse. The fragments of memory shattered. So I always sought to pull you from the arena to keep you by my side. Despite everything, I still thought that as long as you stayed beside me, you would not suffer adversity as in the novel. Yet now everything has turned out like this. A voice rang out, pulling Zakin back to his senses, calling Damien's name. Looking at the enemy before him, he reminded himself this was not the time to tremble. Compared to Damien awakening the madness at Kree, Mao was far more bearable. Zakin turned and asked if the princess was ready. Adelaide flustered and replied to wait a moment. Only a few seconds later, Adelaide regained her solemn expression and affirmed she was ready. At that moment, a group of knights had formed ranks, preparing to charge into battle. The weapons of both sides clashed, sparks flying in midair. Damien breathed heavily, his gaze still fixed ahead. The opponent curled his lips in provocation. Are you tired already? The two immediately rushed at each other, exchanging blows without mercy. Gabalin suddenly halted in astonishment. Wait, this one. Observing Damien's swordsmanship, that man thought it was merely defensive at first, but each time he struck, completely neutralized my attack. Giabilon retreated with heightened vigilance. How could that man do this? Indeed, this type of person appears from time to time. He gave a soft laugh. Those who improve without cease from moment to moment. Giabilon tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Crushing them would be enough. His eyes flashed with killing intent. I will let you taste this move. With that, Zabalin shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. That man immediately circled behind Damien. A fierce slash came down, making Damien shudder even as he thought the force was terrifying. Villain withdrew his sword and smiled in praise. Yet you still avoided it, not bad. That man added disdainfully, you have held out long enough, let me end this. Damien still forced himself up and raised his weapon. I can still continue. Zabalin looked down coldly and muttered bold words. Damien could not help breaking into a cold sweat under the terrifying pressure. The blazing battle between the two erupted once more. At last the sword in Damien's hand snapped in two before his eyes. Immediately after, he took a heavy punch from Gabalin. Damien was struck until he was dizzy. He fell backward in pain. Gabalin stepped forward one pace at a time. This dull game should end. That last blow left Damien gasping for breath. Giabilon raised his sword high and shouted, end it. Damien gritted his teeth unwillingly. Am I to die here? He lowered his head and cursed fate under his breath. Damien shut his eyes tightly, accepting the worst that was about to come. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Damien stared ahead in shock. Something was terribly wrong. Blade thrust toward him, yet he felt as if time had slowed. The sword tip aimed straight at his heart, yet he felt no fear. What was this? Gabalin poured more force into his sword. Then that man also sensed something strange. What is happening? Damien let out a faint cough, clutched his chest as a surge of power seemed to erupt. His pupils transformed into something different. The sight unsettled Giabilon. His mana flow is far too abnormal. That moment a shout rang out, Princess, throw it. Giabilon spun around, recognizing the familiar voice. Adelaide immediately complied and shouted, all right. Frowned and took a deep breath to gather strength. Then she hurled the rock forward with all her might. Seeing the rock flying toward him, Giabilon remained calm. What can this do? With a light slash, he split the rock in two. At the very instant it split apart, Giakin charged forward. He shouted the opponent's name as he shot forward like an arrow. Giabilon froze my hand. Akin unleashed his move with all his strength and shouted, that is medicine. But landing awkwardly, he was still met with that man's furious roar. Military physician Giakin, you dare. The impact forced him to brace himself against the ground. Suddenly Gabalin felt the change, as the system notified that my hand is medicine level 3 activated, easing his headache completely. Zabalin felt as if he had fallen into a tranquil ocean. Yes, this is the feeling. The headache that once made him grit his teeth now gradually subsided. Damien held his sword suspended in midair. He realized that man had grown accustomed to pain to the point of turning it into habit. Even when reaching the threshold of sword saint, headache and endurance, that pain had become part of his sword path and mana cultivation. Of Giabilon, now that part vanished, leaving him momentarily flustered. Back to reality, the red-haired young man shook Damien hard and called him to wake up, Your Highness. That man asked why it turned out like this. Damien opened his eyes, recalling the moment he nearly died and time seemed to freeze. Old memories flooded back, drowning his mind in stillness. It felt as if he were about to fall into eternal sleep. But then he opened his eyes wide upon hearing Your Highness called. That is right, I am not finished. I still have to defeat that bastard. He reached out to grasp the last ray of light. Returning to reality, he looked at the sword before him in contemplation, unsure what had happened. But when he heard Your Highness, he had entered this state. The red-haired young man gritted his teeth, thinking Damien had stepped closer to his true nature. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice echoed, Are you finished talking? A massive force crashed down, causing a huge explosion. Damien coldly observed the situation. A light flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned to respond, leaping up and slashing down. A streak of blood followed the blade. He quickly took a defensive stance, his hair swaying with the motion. Then he counterattacked without hesitation. Seizing the brief opening, he said he would buy time, so Your Majesty must retreat. If you do not leave now, there will be no more chances. After speaking, he rushed into battle, inwardly still cursing the crown prince to stop hesitating and run. But the red-haired young man did not retreat, and even smiled excitedly, as if reading that thought. Knowing that he only thought inwardly, that man truly guessed right. The red-haired one stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, reproaching that you lack trust in your master. He looked ahead smugly as poisonous smoke silently spread. I have prepared enough, and that man will surely inhale it. He immediately shouted, Princess, Plan 119. The pink-haired girl rode forward and cried out, Plan 119, rescue the crown prince. The red-haired one turned back and ordered at most 5 seconds more, prepare to mount. And he replied, understood. Suddenly a voice rang out coldly, You are determined to leave, then. That man charged straight at Damien with ferocious momentum. His other hand swept sideways toward the red-haired boy. Neither had time to defend and were struck, tumbling to the ground. The red-haired boy struggled up and called Yahello's name, telling himself not to lose consciousness. If he collapsed now, it would all be over. On the other side, the old man looked at Yahello and said, "Your Highness, I will begin casting transformation magic." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked this magic will not be easily dispelled. Right, then confidently said, "Does your Highness forget who I am? I once stole lightning and even froze that majesty. Could it be you doubt my strength over a mere transformation spell?" He could only reply helplessly, "All right, I understand." The old man added, "There is only one case that can break the spell, so you must be careful." He asked, "What is it?" He explained that if subjected to a physical shock strong enough to cause unconsciousness, mana will automatically envelop the body to absorb the force and prevent fainting. But it activates only once, so extreme caution is needed. Above, a dazzling light suddenly flared. A familiar silver hair appeared, more radiant than before. His hand touched the ground. His body gradually became clearly visible. Damien cried out in shock, "Military Alachi-io, you are the Crown Prince of Maidana. No, how could you appear like this?" From afar, a group rushed in like a storm, shouting, "Crown Prince." The man immediately raised his sword and charged, warning that if you do not wish to see the Crown Prince die, then do not take another step. The pink-haired girl was also knocked down by the shockwave. Widened his eyes at that man, his mind in turmoil, unsure whether this identity could save him. But thinking again, with that man it was likely useless. At worst, I would become a hostage to help the rebels win. Then the Gentano royal family could not intervene, and I would be hated by the emperor. First, I must stand up and find a chance to escape. But he suddenly dropped to his knees. System displayed a notification. You have successfully withstood the Sword Saint strike. An A4 cultivation method automatically analyzed and learned, unlocking a new skill to reduce physical damage. The HEP conversion option has been opened in A4, allowing HEP to be converted into vitality at the current ratio of 10 HEP to 1 vitality point. Current vitality 210 of 300. He lifted his head to observe and thought, "What is this?" Damien turned and demanded, "Why did you deceive me? Treated you as a true friend, yet you toyed with me." He darkened and retorted, "What good are you talking about? Rebel leader, what right do you have to call that good? And you still want to be friends with the Crown Prince. You still see me as military Alachi LA, following me all day and even threatening to cut off my legs to keep me by your side. That is a sick obsession. Stop acting, withdraw while I am still speaking politely. I once hoped we would not come to this." Hearing that man gripped his sword and stepped closer. "No one cares about you now. Princess Adelaide and the royal guards. If I kill them all, there will be no witnesses left." Yahello looked around with cold eyes. "So in the end, you still want to cut off my legs to keep me? I am confident I can hide you for a lifetime. Not only the kingdom, but even the empire I could overturn." "Have you gone mad?" he asked in disbelief. "You think I cannot do it?" That man swung his sword fiercely and charged forward. A surge of energy overwhelmed him. Zakin used his own body to execute the move. His eyes looked at that man with absolute confidence. Invincible. The system reported that the solid mana ring would protect the nerves for 5 minutes. Even if injured, he could not lose consciousness. Time remaining 4 minutes 59 seconds. Zakin smiled, thinking he was unbeatable. "I endured 500 shockwaves from Adelaide to obtain this. For these 5 minutes I will not fall. I can hold on." Nabuzan fixed him with a sharp gaze, also extended his hand in provocation. "Come." The two charged at each other simultaneously. That man's strength made him uncomfortable. Just one blow consumed so much. Truly a monster. Without invincibility, I would have fainted again. And convert for 1 minute. The system displayed the HEP conversion option at a ratio of 10 HEP to 1 vitality point. Current HEP 74. 74 HEP converted. Vitality increased by 170. Vitality reached 300 of 300. A torrent of power surged through his body. He raised his hand to feel the new strength. His eyes filled with shock and delight. Unbelievable. "Let me see." He stood up and looked at that man. "Is that all a Sword Saint can do?" Tabujin was stunned to see the Crown Prince block 2 consecutive slashes without harm. Seeing that man had not reacted, he continued to provoke. "Gia Vylon, is that all? Too weak, called a Sword Saint, yet not frightening at all. This time do not disappoint me." He thought he had to stall that man so Damien could recover. He continued to taunt, "Come on." Gia Biljon's face turned cold as he charged. "I am not so easily provoked." System reported vitality 190 of 300. HEP 57 remaining. He immediately chose to convert again. Converted into 110 vitality. The system notifications rang continuously. He smiled with full confidence. Seeing the barrier crack, he panicked, just enough to withstand it, and then encountered eternal snow. He remembered the instruction that when mana was infused, the frost shield would activate. So Jia hand technique. He had to circulate the Za hand cultivation method to focus mana and strengthen the eternal snow to absorb the force. This time the sky was already brightening. The horses in the distance lifted their heads to watch. He raised his hand, concentrating mana into his muscles, then transmitting it to the nervous system. His senses reached their limit, and he rushed forward to attack. Biljan gritted his teeth, telling himself he could not give up. That man stubbornly charged ahead, widened his eyes thinking that man vanished. An attack came from the front. He blocked it in time. The two forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Smoke obscured his vision, and he was startled that man disappeared again. The system notified that the acupoint scan skill had locked onto the target. Target successfully locked. He looked at the ice before him and said, "I see you." Previous slash was only a feint. Man leaped up and brought his sword down. He kept mocking, making so much noise, yet only this much. A sword saint is nothing. I have already seen through your entire sword path. System continuously reported that you are maximizing the Ga hand cultivation method amid fierce battle. It has advanced to single ring level 7. The 5 viscera recorded 1 bonus hep, as Gia hand surpassed its development limit. The surging power made that man body flare with rage. This body is no joke. One mistake means death. He blinked lightly and thought this support is truly overwhelming. The system continued updating. Mana ring delay reduced. Invincibility increased by 1 minute. Hep conversion ratio increased. Gia hand reached level 8. Mana efficiency 230% with options for mana ring, invincibility, and hep conversion. The two charged straight at each other again. Though his body trembled, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it time to abandon that obsession?" Seeing no reply from that man, he told himself to keep provoking while defending. But he himself was near his limit. The only strategy now was for him to hold the defense while Damien counterattacked. If he bore Gia violent blows, then Damien would not awaken his true nature but focus on fighting. To prolong time, he had to simplify the offense. Even if it touched painful memories he had to endure. Seeing provocation ineffective, he continued, "Your father's death was not a simple accident." That man's face darkened as he glared at him in fury. He went on, "Though you resented your father, you never truly wanted to kill him, did you?" Those words ignited that man's rage. He raised his hand intending to strike him. He immediately lifted his hand to block. His eyes widened in shock. He recalled Gia Bailan's sleep murmurs before. Just seeing the reaction was enough to understand. He slowly said, "Then I guessed correctly. That sword strike back then did not only kill your father, but also killed your own fate." Memories surged back, causing that man to roar, "Stop talking." At that instant, the power within that man erupted violently. The sword was engulfed in blazing red flames. He turned pale and muttered, "This cannot be happening." A tremendous explosion resounded. Zakin raised his hand to shield his face. As the smoke cleared, a dark figure emerged. Zabuzin closed in and coldly said, "Truly someone who refuses to give up." Damien suddenly appeared in front of him. Zakin shouted his name. The smoke gradually settled. Damien pushed himself up and looked around, thinking, "Did I just faint?" In the distance, a subordinate held the princess and anxiously called her name. He lifted his head to look at Gia Biljan and realized that man armor was regenerating. Before that man fully regains clarity, I must act at once. But how old memories resurfaced as he stood in a dark space, holding a sword. He charged forward, determined not to let the Kree tragedy repeat. Sword slashed into the ground, shattering the long wooden beams. He spun around and continued swinging his sword. A tremendous surge of energy erupted throughout the space. Objects were flung away, creating thunderous explosions. He released his sword, looked at it, and told himself he had to grow stronger to protect your highness. Closing his eyes, he felt the power rising and pushed his mana to its limit. His heart was enveloped by spiraling streams of mana. The shock force made him cough up blood, touching his chest in pain. He realized this was reverse mana flow. Suddenly, the current stabilized without causing any side effects. Instead, the reverse flow helped him break his limits. So he tried guiding it in a new direction, only needing to rotate half a turn. The mana ring continued spinning endlessly around his heart. He closed his eyes and raised the sword before him, then opened them with a sharp gaze. The accumulated power burst forth and spread outward. He was astonished to realize the slash exceeded its usual strength. Though he had trained diligently, he had only ever managed half a rotation and never fully reversed the flow. Now there was no time to hesitate. If he did not protect your highness, everything would be destroyed. So he had to try, and he had to succeed. Today I will surpass my own limits. His heart pounded more violently. Power within seemed ready to explode. A dark voice echoed that you are the seed that will burn the world amid my laughter. At that very moment, a shout rang out from behind. "Stop." Gia Biljan rushed forward with sword in hand. The collision triggered a massive explosion. Zakin raised his hand to shield himself. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. Damien blocked that man's strike, his eyes cold as he said, "Truly someone who refuses to give up." Jiakin shouted Damien. His eyes burned red as he stared at his opponent. Zakin was startled as he realized something. Tip of Za technique. Damien frowned and wondered how that man blocked my sword, because Auza can only be stopped by Auza. Could it be that I fear him? Impossible. He immediately knocked the sword aside. That man roared in fury, "I will kill you." The attacks came in rapid succession, but he evaded them with ease. More furious that man became, the more agile he retreated. That only drove that man rage to its peak. Two stood at a distance from each other. He dodged once again. A massive surge of purple power appeared. Abuzin could not believe his power was shattered, and his armor cracked. A single blow had completely destroyed it. Yakin thought to himself that what Damien used was the first trait of the Demon Sword Emperor cultivation method, allowing his strength to always surpass his opponent by one tier, even a sword saint. That man stood up trembling and muttered, "This cannot be." Immediately that man charged to attack Damien. The man thrust his hand forward and shouted, "Do not think this is all. I will use this hand to deliver the final strike." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wait." Zakin rushed forward to block that man's hand, making him cry out, "Crown Prince." Seeing that man's body trembling, he thought, "Damn it. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. If it continues, I will accidentally kill him." That man glared and asked, "Do you know what I was about to do to interfere?" Calmly replied, "Of course I know. You intended to use the Ellie formation, did you not? I have no desire to provoke that one." The Ellie formation was originally a primitive and violent style that could drain pure mana from both the opponent and the caster. If competing purely by mana, even the Lipsa cultivation method would fail to function. Damien's smaller build compared to Javelin made defeat almost inevitable. He mocked that the rebel leader turned out more modest than I thought, only capable of bullying the weaker. That man was stunned and asked, "Are you planning to sacrifice yourself for your guard?" Jiakin laughed and replied, "It is not sacrifice. I will crush you." Immediately activated the Kasserman skill. The system warned that you have forcibly used the red sunflower seed intended for spirit beasts. As a human, the amplification effect will last only 3 minutes. Red sunflower seed may cause severe side effects to the human body. Please consult a physician, pharmacist, or traditional healer. When the effect ends, you will fall into a coma for 5 days. Looking at the notification panel, he could not help but doubt, "Am I not a traditional physician myself?" Glanced at his hand and thought that even if the Ellie formation drained him dry now, it would not matter. If I pass this trial, I can prevent Damien from reaching Supreme Awakening. Then everyone will be safe. Today, Zabalin, it seems victory and defeat are decided. Surrender, drop your sword, and end it. Yet within that man's heart, he thought he absolutely could not yield. Blood burst forth. The pure mana within that man's body was crushed by the Crown Prince. Seeing this, he immediately unleashed a move and shouted, "Did you not hear me?" That man stubbornly refused to fall, struggling as he thought he had surpassed countless enemies to reach this position. Could his life end meaninglessly like this? The system notified amplification time remaining 0 minutes 56 seconds. He curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Then let us continue." He suddenly twisted his wrist violently. The rotational force gathered, and he delivered a punch that sent that man flying into the... He instantly accelerated in pursuit. He unleashed a flurry of blows. Fall quickly. There is little time left. Yet due to sheer stubbornness, that man still tried to resist. He frowned and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." And he pressed forward relentlessly. He delivered a painful strike and shouted, "Hit." That blow sent that man spinning several times in midair. Finally, that heavy body crashed to the ground. He looked at that man and sighed, a new record. The princess awoke and looked around in confusion. Am I truly seeing this? The voice kept calling him Crown Prince. Hearing Crown Prince, he jolted away. He cried out blankly, "What is happening?" He looked over and saw himself with Princess Dean Ha at a wedding ceremony, his mind in panic wondering what situation this was. The princess smiled gently and invited the Crown Prince onto the stage. He stood stunned and asked onto what stage. The host below enthusiastically announced, "Please, welcome the main character of today, Crown Prince Dean Ha." A warm round of applause. He was pushed straight onto the stage. Akin looked down at the audience with astonished eyes. Below, everyone applauded endlessly in congratulations. The host approached and congratulated the Crown Prince on reaching double ring. He looked at the new information panel and understood he had reached double ring. The system displayed a Sojia hand double ring level with 400% mana amplification. The A Sojia hand stop skill upgraded. Solot Soko enhanced. Solot 2 unlocked, and Solot fusion function activated. He asked in confusion, "What is Solot fusion?" And a voice behind responded, "Let me explain. Solot fusion allows materials within each Solot to be merged together." He blurted out truly. The man placed 2 cups on top of each other. While gently shaking them, he explained in a soft and refined tone. "Sensation of fusion will be like this. Easy to understand, right?" Zakin looked down, still unable to comprehend. What exactly is happening? Am I dreaming? The ceiling lamp suddenly shook violently. Damien suddenly appeared holding a sword and standing before him. He softly called Damien. Damien asked coldly, "What have you done to me?" He hurriedly replied that he had done nothing. Damien said, "What I meant was what you have done in this world. You knew from the very beginning, did you not?" He stammered that I only wanted to protect you, but Damien stepped closer and replied that it was not like that. Before he could say anything more, his lips were suddenly sealed. He panicked as he realized it was not Damien, but the one hidden in Damien's mind who was questioning him. Wait, could it be? Before he could react, Damien had already launched an attack. His vision gradually blurred. Perhaps everything would end here. Damien, he shouted loudly, and then jolted away. He immediately sprang up from where he lay. The person beside him saw this and asked why you acted like that. Zakin anxiously called Damien, thinking that he might be entering an awakened state. After hearing this, Damien could only helplessly call your highness. Damien pointed to his head and said, I meant the bump just now. This does not count as a danger allowance. Hearing that, he immediately understood the problem. He smiled in relief at Damien. Instead of fighting back, he was thinking about allowance money. That was truly Damien. He stood up and walked over with a radiant smile. Oh heavens, who do you think I am? In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiakai spoke up and told Damien to give him his hand. I want to check your pulse. Those words made Damien ask in surprise why so suddenly. He urged Damien to give him his hand, thinking that he needed to check how far the Lipsa mental cultivation awakening had progressed. He suddenly asked, you have already reached the upper tier of world Exerpos, have you not? Damien was astonished and asked how you knew. He explained that he had noticed the symptoms from their first meeting. Have you forgotten? If this continues, your insomnia will worsen, and your nerves will grow even more sensitive. Damien let out a soft sigh and replied yes. System began the pulse examination process. The panel displayed target Damien Ka Yen, male, 277,912 years old, height 1866 cm, weight 792 kg. He thought to himself that it was indeed different from the first time. The awakening process was progressing. System showed that all indicators were very healthy and balanced, but detected severe insomnia due to overactive sympathetic nerves along with damage from reversing mana flow. It recommended rest and meditation, and noted the appearance of abnormal tissue in the blood that had recently proliferated, and then stopped for unknown reasons. After reading it, he could not hide his shock. Fortunately, the awakening had temporarily halted, perhaps because he had taken the blow for Gabalin, so it stopped. As long as it did not progress further, it would be fine. He sternly ordered that from now on reversing mana flow was absolutely forbidden. Damien wondered that his body still felt normal. He firmly said forbidden meant forbidden. If you violate it again, you will be dealt with. Damien asked whether that would count as unlawful dismissal. His face darkened like a little devil as he shouted that if you are upset, then go become the crown prince. The examination is finished. Now I want to hear the report. While I was unconscious, what happened, and what is Gia Bailan's current situation? Damien awkwardly replied about that matter. A voice sounded from behind saying, let me explain clearly. Immediately both of them bowed in salute before King Angomoso. Pay our respects. The king looked at them and said, I wish to speak privately with the crown prince. First, regarding your highness punishing the rebel who caused suffering to the people. On behalf of the royal family, I sincerely thank you. At the same time, welcome Crown Prince Magenta. Hearing this, he became flustered and stammered. The system announced that you had made great sacrifices and contributions in the Angal-Moser civil war. Your merits would be recorded in the history of the Low Gia Sea continent, and the royal family officially expressed their gratitude. His eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone around them chanted the name of the crown prince in unison. After calming himself, he replied that I am deeply honored to have made a small contribution to the nation. King nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. Now I will speak of what you wish to know. As soon as Zabalin fainted, the rebel faction immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered. All those involved would be tried before a military court. Zabalin was escorted into custody on charges of treason. After hearing this, he still had doubts. So that is how it is. Will all the soldiers who joined the rebellion share the same fate? The king set down his teacup and calmly replied that I do not intend to punish them since most were forced onto the battlefield. Continued asking then, how will Bailan be dealt with? The king lifted his teacup and said he will be turned into experimental material. After all, he is a rare swordmaster. A rebel does not deserve mercy or a glorious death. That tragic end is what he must bear. You understand clearly. Hearing this, he smiled and replied yes. Yet in his heart he thought the key still lay at the starting point. Is there anything else? His Majesty continued that previously you never mentioned anything about your father-in-law. He was startled and thought to himself, this is bad, I lied. Then hurriedly said, I apologize, your majesty. He stood up and bowed respectfully, saying that in my haste I was discourteous. At first I was sincere, but after interacting with the princess I realized that being friends would be more suitable. The king said in a low voice, so my decision to send my daughter to the imperial capital turned out to be in vain. He bowed again and apologized with guilt. Unexpectedly, the king burst into hearty laughter and said, youth is truly precious. I was once like that too, easily angered and just as quick to calm down. That is how youth is, so I do not blame you. I only worry whether my daughter has caused you difficulty. He asked what you mean by difficulty. The king replied that her temper is impulsive. I wonder whether she accidentally struck you. King said calmly yes, about 500 lashes. The princess standing outside trembled upon hearing that. 500 strikes, and he called it treatment. What else? Truly a foolish child. This crown prince really leaves one helpless. Seeing his daughter causing endless commotion outside, the two of them could only look at each other helplessly. The king repeatedly addressed the crown prince. Next morning he bowed before the king and the princess and said, I am deeply honored. The king crossed his arms and asked, so you truly will return to madamada? He replied, yes, I will return. Princess immediately became angry and said, I heard the entire conversation. Your excuses were truly creative, saying that I struck you 500 times and calling me a foolish child, saying we should only be friends, while I merely stood still and did nothing. He broke into a cold sweat thinking he needed to slip away. As he spoke, he stepped onto the carriage and wished your nation prosperity. Take my leave. But as soon as he finished speaking, the princess grabbed his hand and asked, where are you running off to? He was yanked back by her. The princess leaned close to his ear and softly said, next time remember to give me another chance. Before leaving, he did not forget to say farewell. The princess waved her hand and reminded him to travel safely. Sitting in the carriage, he let out a relieved sigh. He had almost been beaten again. A subordinate reported, Your Highness, we are about to enter the imperial capital. Felt anxious. The emperor would surely be furious. Rumors were spreading everywhere. He had to clean up the aftermath and negotiate with Ango Moser. No matter what, he would be scolded, all because of this arm. The carriage suddenly jolted to a halt, and he asked what is happening. Subordinate replied, Your Highness, there is a situation at the city gate ahead. His Majesty is personally waiting there. He stepped down from the carriage thinking, does he hate me so much that he came all the way here to scold me? He stood before His Majesty and bowed in salute. Unexpectedly, His Majesty embraced him and asked, you have returned safely, have you not? He was stunned, speechless. This child has already reached the double ring realm. Is this speed real? Does it not normally take 25 years to achieve? He immediately bowed and said, I pay my respects, Your Majesty. In his heart he was still uneasy. Why is there no scolding at all? Is he truly happy? The emperor looked down and said, I was merely overjoyed just now, and you were already in pain. How can such weakness bear heavy responsibility? He thought to himself, that is indeed Father Emperor. The emperor handed him a scroll and told him to take it. He asked, what is this? His Majesty explained that they were marriage proposals from royal families and great nobles from everywhere, all sent to you. He widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, is that true? At the Fojante Geo Square, an old man asked a young man, have you heard the news? The young man replied, what news? The old man leaned close and said, the crown prince has just achieved a shocking feat at ambussy. The young man asked, is it true? The old man added that His Highness secretly infiltrated the rebel faction and with just one finger defeated their leader. The young man immediately denied it, saying that is impossible. The old man insisted, I heard it with my own ears. The young man could only nod and say yes. The old man stroked his beard and said, after that event, foreign princesses and noble ladies all sent marriage proposals to His Highness. The young man said, I thought His Highness was in poor health and could not marry. The old man replied, do not worry so far ahead. Instead of worrying about the royal family, you should worry about yourself. The young man angrily asked, what are you saying? The old man turned away and said, if you want to marry, you must first have a stable profession. The young man retorted irritably, I never asked for your concern. It is always like this. Apologize to me. The old man glanced at him and said, then pay the rent first and I will apologize. Hearing that the young man could only bow his head and admit that he was wrong. Night fell and the carriage convoy quietly returned. Zakin lay stretched out on the seat complaining that he was exhausted. A voice called out, Your Highness. He turned and asked if something was wrong. Damien lowered his head and asked if this pile truly consisted of marriage proposals. He replied that they all wanted to marry me. Damien asked again if they had sent them by mistake. He said confidently, what mistake could there be? This is my charm. You must have stayed in the underground arena all the time and never fallen in love, have you? Damien calmly said, I have loved before. The arena is not filled with only men, which left him stunned. Even this traitor is a protagonist. In any case, there is nothing joyful about this. I am having a headache. He asked whether Your Highness was hesitating over whom to choose. If that is so, then I am an expert. With my rich romantic experience, I will seriously advise Your Highness on how to find a true soulmate, saying that he grabbed his hand. He suggested that first they should hold hands. He quickly pulled back and said, forget it. He even moved closer, intending to press his lips forward, making him cry out in panic that this was clearly illegal. He immediately pushed him away and said, I will refuse them all. Damien asked in surprise why. He replied that those people were targeting my future position as emperor. In terms of status, I am the most promising royal consort. Damien nodded, of course, your highness. He looked at Damien and asked then, why no one sent marriage proposals before? Because at that time everyone regarded me as trash, thinking I was a short-lived crown prince. They secretly sent letters to Teodos instead. Damien turned pale and asked your highness already knew. He picked up a letter and said I have ears to hear as well. I heard that he rejected them all and said I must marry first. Thanks to the achievement at Amboji, I suddenly became the #1 royal consort. He asked, is this not the moment when everyone acknowledges your highness' talent? Why would you want to refuse? He only replied that I cannot conveniently speak of that matter. The two of them looked at him blankly. In his mind, he cried out, what? Because I have no intention of becoming emperor. Living long within the royal family is my only goal. I also somewhat understand Father Emperor intention in keeping those letters. Since I still have something I wish to obtain from him, I must act immediately. Suddenly ordered them to head to the second prince palace. The other two cried out that it was already late at night and asked for extra night allowance, your highness. He said decisively, turn the carriage around. He silently thought this was the first time meeting again after the battle. Lately I have been busy to the point of spinning in circles. I should have gone directly into the palace to visit Father Emperor. Yet I only sent a letter with a bouquet of flowers. That quiet gesture was warm yet made me flustered. Am I overthinking this? I am not such a sentimental person. After all, we are not truly bound by blood. And where exactly is Jia kin now? Do you know that I was not the original owner of this body? System immediately responded, of course we know. We managed this body, so how could we not? He lowered his head, his face darkening. Then what about the real Jia kin? The more he thought about it, the more he shivered and had to swallow. The system replied, we do not know about that. He waved it off irritably and said, what kind of vague answer is that? The subordinate behind respectfully reported, your highness, we have arrived. Arriving at the second prince palace, he stepped down from the carriage and exclaimed, so this is where the second prince resides. The guard hurriedly bowed and said, I am the steward of the second prince palace. I pay respects to Crown Prince, your highness. He lightly waved to dismiss the courtesy and said sorry for the sudden visit. I have matters to discuss with Teodos. Please lead the way. He told the two behind him to remain outside because he wished to speak privately. They replied in unison, understood. The way he asked, is he still dining at this hour? The subordinate replied, yes, your highness. Recently, the second prince has devoted quite a lot of time to eating. Allow me to bring your highness to the reception room first, and then invite the second prince out. He shook his head and said, no need, I will go meet him myself. He lifted his head and calculated. He must transfer this pile of marriage proposals to the second prince and hold a grand banquet here, gathering noble ladies from everywhere. Let everyone witness the second prince with their own eyes. In his mind appeared the image of a graceful prince. Ladies surrounding him with endless praise. Broad shoulders, well-proportioned figure, handsome face. Energetic, diligent, free of bad habits. Perfection almost unbelievable. Anyone who saw him would be captivated. Truly a genius strategy from the top scholar. The marriage proposal handling campaign would surely be a complete success. But why are the corners of my eyes damp? Subordinate softly said the room is ahead. He thought to himself, this is the place. He opened the door eagerly. It had been a long time since he last saw Teodos, but immediately he froze speechless. Before him was a plump second prince eating heartily. He turned to stone. All his fantasies vanished like smoke. Teodos was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had mistaken the room. Just as he was about to close the door, Teodos' voice rang out calling royal brother. It is me. He still could not believe it and said, you are not Teodos, are you? The second prince said blankly, it really is me. He cried out in alarm, what? He rushed over, his mind constantly questioning how he had become like this. This is completely ruined. He asked, are you all right? Why are you like this? He replied, yes, I am fine. Is this not how a great man should be? Really, does everyone think this appearance is normal? Teodos spoke while continuing to eat without stopping. After losing to royal brother, I no longer had interest in sword practice or study. Eating is the greatest joy. That way, I feel much more comfortable. He stiffened and thought he has stress-induced binge eating disorder. This is bad. He tried suggesting, do you want to lose weight? He asked in surprise, lose weight. He explained that I am worried about you. Obesity is very dangerous, but he objected that he is satisfied with the present. Brushed aside the suggestion and said, I know living like this is not good, but it harms no one, so it is fine. He realized that he completely lacked motivation and the will to change. That mindset, even forcing him, would be difficult to succeed. What should I do? I need to change the approach. Think for the goal of living long within the royal family. He originally possessed a strong sense of responsibility, diligent and kind by nature. That is its strike at that point. After some consideration, he softened his voice and said, perhaps I was too blunt. He replied, it is all right. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, but this matter I must speak of. He asked what matter, leaned close and whispered, actually, I am about to not live beyond 1 more year. Teados panicked and slammed the table, shouting what? The force of his hand sent him flying, and he fell flat onto the floor. He looked at him in panic and stammered. Is it true? He helped him up and asked, elder brother, are you telling the truth? He replied, it is true. The system mocked that even your internal organs are astonished by this performance. He said you have always been strong and even a hero of the Civil War. He pretended to be sorrowful and apologized for speaking so suddenly. If it is the truth, it will be exposed sooner or later. Better to say it now. My lifespan is less than 1 year. That he fearfully called elder brother, so that is how it is. All those past acts of caring for the sick and treating the wounded, a faint hope to find someone to succeed me. He said with reddened eyes, could it be that, for my sake, you did all that? Zakin sighed and replied, yes, I do not wish to leave regrets. I should have yielded the crown prince position to you earlier, instead of competing. I am truly a useless wretch deserving death. That statement terrified him. He hurried forward to stop him, and said it was not elder brother's fault, but because I am incompetent. Let you bear the pressure alone, and because of my failure I lived so recklessly. Elder brother, that was my fault. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake, saying, no, it is my fault. Teados struck him while saying it is my fault. He denied it while Teados continued blaming himself. Hearing this, he secretly felt pleased. Finally, he said it. Placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he asked, if you already know you are wrong, then you must be determined to correct it. He replied seriously, yes, elder brother. He asked further, what do you plan to do now? He said firmly, I will lose weight. Next day, Zakin watched Teados train with enthusiasm. If he had cooperated like this from the start, how good it would have been, but too much fat had accumulated. To return to a standard weight without harming health would take at least several months. He could not delay replying to the marriage proposals that long. He truly had not thought of a solution. Subordinate stepped forward to report, Your Highness, an item has arrived. He asked what item. A thought flashed instantly through his mind, ran over excitedly, and said, quickly open the box. Entering the room, he threw open the lid and asked, where is the royal jelly wine? Looking at the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. This thing actually. Why is it so large? A voice sounded calling, Your Highness. It was Gazu Dayan's voice. Gazu Dayan had arrived. Jiadu Dayan complained that they had been forced to carry heavy wine barrels with the soldiers and were exhausted. He gently said, everyone has worked hard, go rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the man collapsed from exhaustion, stepped up the stairs, and looked down at the gigantic jar placed below. He scooped up a ladle to observe. The color and aroma were quite good. Drinking it directly would be fine, but if he wanted to analyze the components carefully, further testing was needed. He lightly smoothed his sleeve, then looked at his pet fish. Bobak, this is fine wine. I want you to taste it first because we are best friends. Moreover, this thing is extremely expensive. His pet leaped up excitedly. It immediately rushed forward to take a sip. The system announced Immortal Canuck Bobak activated a skill. Immortal Canuck Bobak cast level 1 resurrection. Immortal Canuck Bobak accumulated an enormous amount of flag separation transformation. Bobak continued activating level 1 diary writing. He hurriedly spoke up to stop it. Wait, why is it so long-winded? He sat down to read it. In the diary it recorded, today master rarely fed me and said it was super delicious wine just for me, but it turned out to be a lie. This wine is terribly thick, especially Kanatai being concentrated, so it is unbearably salty. When fatty acids are activated and metabolized, it becomes even more uncomfortable. It is clearly stealing my belly fat. Do not touch that soft, adorable layer of fat. Kanatai is normally limited to 28 units per day, but this batch has no limit. He pondered, is not Kanatai a common ingredient in weight loss products? If one can ingest large amounts without side effects, then is it not a scam? A fat liquid with unlimited dosage and no side effects sounds suspicious. If used properly, it could be made into a weight loss supplement for the market. It might even become more famous than expected. Outside the villa, a voice called Teados, it is time to burn fat. But he was still obsessed with drinking it all before training. He cried out, elder brother, I cannot run anymore. He ordered, finish training, then drink the decoction. 2 months passed. Teados ran over full of vigor. His muscles were now firm and defined. He panted and asked, elder brother, you have arrived. Teados wiped his sweat, still breathing heavily. Then he politely asked if he had any matters. He looked at him with a different gaze. After 2 months he had changed too much. Then asked, let me check your health a bit. Two sat beside each other. The system displayed a comprehensive medical report. Height 1843 cm. Weight reduced from 1513 kg to 881 kg. Comment, due to rapid weight loss, metabolic disorder occurred. Liver and kidneys accumulated fatigue. Recommendation, rest for 1 month to recover. He rested his chin and thought, that is true, the weight loss was too rushed. System grumbled, if our body were abused like that, we would have formed kidney stones for you to see. He asked in confusion, who are you? All right, the kidney just awakened at Amboy or something. Sorry, I have been too busy lately. And still mentioning Amboy, Teados continued calling elder brother. He asked worriedly, was the result not good? He was startled and replied, not bad, but too good, so I was surprised. You have worked hard. He asked, then I do not need to reduce further. He advised, your liver and kidneys are tired, so rest 1 month. There is no serious problem, but after losing weight you feel better. He happily replied, his body feels lighter and his spirit more comfortable. Now he does not want to drink that wine anymore. Its taste is like strange mixed fish rice. Akin stood up and said, drinking is fine, but do not overdo it, the effect is obvious. He bowed his head in thanks. He smiled and asked, so you are grateful to me, but is just saying thanks enough? He looked blankly, not understanding. He gave a sly smile and stepped closer. Do you not even grasp basic etiquette? Give and take is the minimum principle. He stammered about that, crossed his arms and said, fine, you are still young, so I will give you 1 chance. He trembled and thanked him. Listen to one request from me, it is not difficult. He replied, anything elder brother say. He proposed marry a wife in my place. You just said you would listen to anything, yet now you hesitate. Are those just empty words? He flustered and said, that is true, but this matter. He continued persuading, would I demand something you cannot do? Then, where is your sincerity toward me? Why are you crying again? Fine, I will change to another request. He hurriedly explained it was too sudden, so he needed time. He sighed and said, I am demanding too much because I am short-lived. I cannot directly tell His Majesty that I am about to die. Truth about my lifespan must be hidden as long as possible, especially from His Majesty whose health is still weak. You also know how critical he once was. If Father Emperor knew without mental preparation and was shocked, then what? Hearing this, he cried even harder, saying that cannot be. If I marry in your place, then what should I do? He replied simply, just make the princesses want to marry you. He clapped once. Immediately, a group of people rushed in. They lifted the curtains, revealing bird cages. He asked in astonishment, so you forced me to lose weight for this plan? He nodded, of course. It is time to open the feast. A flock of pigeons carrying letters shot into the sky. Behind them, a group of large birds followed. They scattered, flying toward villas. Others headed to different mansions. Wings spread wide, delivering letters everywhere. One landed and cried out, delivering a letter. Pink-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, there is a letter. A brown-haired girl cheered, has magenta replied. Another froze and said, if not among the first 50 people, then you cannot attend the banquet. Quickly prepare the carriage. We need the fastest carriage immediately. The invited girls were extremely excited. We cannot lose to anyone. We must enter the top 50. The pink-haired girl looked around smugly, thinking she was leading. Suddenly, someone pushed her from behind, causing her to fall. She angrily turned around and shouted, who was that? Another young lady overtook her laughing and said, sorry, my hand slipped. Your carriage looks so old. I will go first. That disdainful attitude made her even more furious. The other beauties also rushed forward, saying they could not fall behind. Move aside, they pushed past her, leaving her stunned. He bent down, urging the coachman to hurry. If we are late, we will be eliminated immediately. No one expected this scene would become the precursor to the royal carriage race, Imbezio Machezali. Steward stood before the gate announcing that there were no more seats. The girls behind squeezed forward, begging for 10 more spots. Those who made it through sighed in relief for arriving in time. In the palace atop a tree branch, a shadow flickered and vanished. Inside the grand hall, the lights shone brilliantly. The brown-haired girl dreamily wondered what Crown Prince Marzan Arno would be like in person. The other young ladies whispered that I am also very curious. Perhaps the rumor that he is weak is only fabricated. They say that on the battlefield of Angboji, he once recruited a renowned swordsman. It seems the rumor about his frailty is truly unreliable. I also heard he opened a hospital at the detached palace, treating everyone for free regardless of status. How could he be so kind? A subordinate voice rang out. Your Highness Gla de Jamajan Ano has arrived. The large doors slowly opened. He walked in, leaning lightly on a wheelchair. As he moved, both his hands trembled incessantly. His face was pale and gaunt, like someone gravely ill. Young ladies froze at the sight. They murmured in disbelief. Is that truly the Crown Prince? Did we see wrong? Without the wheelchair, he cannot even walk. I travel all this way just to impress someone like that. While he secretly thought Janet Tisser magic disguise is indeed perfect. It is time to unleash the final move. Suddenly he collapsed to the ground. Damien immediately rushed forward to catch him. Softly said, thank you, Sir Damien, which made the young ladies even more indignant. He glanced around, thinking, I am already used to such looks. I received countless of them at matchmaking banquets. Since I have disappointed them, now let me give back hope. He spoke up, very pleased to meet you all. I am Lachiel Adesiyama Zenana, the organizer of today's banquet. Greetings. Thank you all for coming and brightening this feast. And now allow me to introduce my proud younger brother, the second prince of the Marzanana royal family. Teodos stepped out in formal attire. The moment they saw him, the young ladies immediately blushed. They surged toward him. In an instant, they surrounded Teodos, tightly leaving him flustered, as he asked everyone to calm down. They competed to ask questions. "Let me ask first, it is my turn," Damien softly said. "Seems no one is paying attention to your highness anymore. Thought now all eyes are on him. I only need to quietly withdraw." Teodos called out, "Where are you going?" He replied, "I will step outside for a moment. Prepare drinks for me." On the balcony, the night breeze blew gently. He slipped a hand into his pocket, intending to take something out. "Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest information." Quickly drank what he had taken out. His body gradually returned to normal, finally restored. It had been a long time since such a quiet moment. Since returning from Angbois 3 months ago, he had not rested a single day. Suddenly, a hand tightly covered his mouth. A whisper near his ear told him to be silent. He panicked, wondering what was happening. Could it be the celestial race? How could they pass the guard so easily? Even Damien did not detect this person. He asked, "You tiny human, recently have you set fire anywhere?" He replied, "Recently." He shouted, "Do not question back, answer immediately." Calmly said, "Recently, no." He grew angry half a year ago. "You burned the forest with the Appaloosa nest." Asked half a year ago, "Is that still considered recent?" "It is true that happened, but I feel somewhat wronged." He growled, "Wronged in what way?" He explained, "Usually no one calls half a year ago recent." He said angrily, "I deliberated carefully before coming." He tilted his head and said, "First remove the sword from my neck, then continue. You must have a request, so speak plainly." He replied, "I want compensation." He asked for the forest fire. He confirmed, "Yes, you destroyed that beautiful forest." He lowered his head, apologizing that I cannot excuse that. Inwardly thinking, although it was to eliminate the enemy setting fire was true. Celestial race is famously extreme in loving plants. They cherish vegetation more than themselves. They are purely carnivorous and do not touch plants. He said, "I will compensate appropriately. Please tell me your demand." He demanded, "You must personally go to that forest, replant every tree and care for them until restored." He asked, "Must I do it myself? How many must be planted to suffice?" Lin Lin added, "You must care until the trees return to their original form. That is true restoration." He said in shock, "To fully regenerate a forest takes at least 20 years. He coldly replied, "What is 20 years? He thought for one who lives 1,000 years, it is nothing, but for me 20 years is a long span of life." Glared, meaning you refuse. He hurriedly explained, "Is there another way to compensate? I will pay all expenses for restoring the forest." He asked, "You intend to use money?" He scoffed, "A few gold coins are worthless to the celestial race." He remained calm, saying, "Not a few coins, but a great amount. If you wish, I can increase it." He stared at him in shock. He lightly touched the blade, asking how much would satisfy you. Inwardly thinking, he seems shaken. He continued analyzing, "If I spend 20 years planting trees, the effect is inferior to hiring professional gardeners to restore it faster." Muttered, "This human is truly detestable, yet cannot refute." He said, "I understand your point, but..." He interjected, meaning you still hesitate. Why not think further? He asked, "Think further?" He replied, "Yes, this is important, so consider carefully, then discuss again." He nodded, "That makes sense, I will think and return." He bowed, saying, "You decide wisely." Before leaving, he said, "I will return soon, wait." He replied, "Yes, take your time. I will wait at the detached palace." Only when he vanished did he sigh in relief. He looked down with a calculating smile. Then I should prepare as well. Early next morning, a call sounded, "Second Prince." He jolted awake. Steward reminded it is time to rise. He sat up, wiping his mouth, muttering, "Last night he drank too much." Just waking, he asked, "Where is elder brother?" The subordinate replied, "He returned to the palace this morning." He repeated in surprise, "Returned to the palace." Lack of sleep made him yawn repeatedly. He thought perhaps the time has come. Damien asked, "Your Highness, who are you waiting for?" He replied, "An uninvited guest." Inwardly thinking if she can approach Damien unnoticed, then her strength surpasses even Damien. Leaves fell one after another. One drifted over, touching his head. He stood atop the waterfall, bracing one foot and looking down. Then he leaped toward him. The subordinate moved to rush forward, but he stopped him. Damien stepped back. Damien watched her warily, asking, "Is this the uninvited guest?" He replied, "Yes, do not draw your sword." He secretly thought he could not yet accurately gauge her strength. He slowly stood up and proposed negotiating. "If we are to discuss terms, then at least we should introduce ourselves first." She crossed her arms and calmly said her name was Sivia. He stepped closer and gently said, "You arrived earlier than expected. I thought we would meet tomorrow." She looked at him and replied that no matter how she thought, she could not find an answer. Walked forward and added, "Money alone may not be enough to satisfy you, however. Even so, I must admit your proposal sounds rather appealing. But if I agree immediately, it still feels like something is missing. Am I right?" As soon as he finished speaking, her gaze darkened, and she turned back with a flash of anger toward him. He continued, "If I raise yesterday agreement, then what?" He replied, "Raise it." He nodded yes. I can save your life. She froze and asked, what did you just say? Looked at her seriously. This is not a threat. I will not kill you if you refuse, the issue is. Even if I do nothing, you will not live much longer. Last night when we met, I noticed something unusual about your breathing. Every morning you cough up dark green phlegm, and your breath carries a faint inflammatory odor, correct? She immediately denied it, then asked, what if that is true? He said, I mean, if you accept the money, I will treat you. She admitted she had morning phlegm and thought living in clean air for a few years would cure it since it was minor. He firmly said it is not minor at all. He called out Bo back. Creature instantly flew out from his pocket. She cried out in shock, is that a phantom beast? Looked at his pet and asked, can you replay the heartbeat image recorded last night? It puffed its cheeks and energy surged around it. An illusory image of her body immediately appeared, pointed to the heart and lung area, and said this is the condition of your lungs. And here is the parasite attached inside. If left alone, the illness will worsen. She rolled her eyes thinking he was deceiving her. She could not trust a human like him, but the elders once said phantom beasts do not lie. Could this be true? He pointed at his creature and shouted, what exactly is that parasite? His face darkened and his voice turned cold. They reside in your lungs, gradually destroying them and draining nutrients from the host. She stared in horror at him. Something like that exists inside me. How is that possible? I have never been cursed or struck by dark magic. He replied, you accidentally ingested larvae. She could not believe it and asked, larvae how? He answered that happened because of your eating habits. You frequently eat raw food, so lung fluke larvae entered your body. They live directly in the lungs. The strange odor in your breath and irregular breathing signal inflammatory eggs and may lead to pneumothorax. The flukes have already formed fibrous cysts. She asked in panic, are cysts dangerous? He explained they are sacs containing flukes. Early symptoms are recurring chills and mild fever, then worsening cough, vomiting, blood, and exhaustion. It may even cause mental collapse. You have already shown some of these signs, have you not? Without treatment, complications will surely take your life. She lowered her head thinking she had assumed it was just recent overwork. He asked again, do you accept the proposal? She replied, what if I refuse? He turned away and said simply, I will not treat you. She quickly grabbed his shoulder and called, wait. Her hands trembled, gripping him, inwardly fearing that if she accepted the money, the elders would scold her for accepting a false apology, but she did not want to die. After 200 years as an executioner, she had never experienced love. Forgive me, elders, please pardon me. She clenched her teeth and asked, if I agree, how will you treat me? The strong herbal scent from you makes me uneasy. Do not tell me you will force me to swallow rare plants. He patted her shoulder reassuringly that the regimen does not require you to directly eat any plant. She rejoiced and asked, truly? He confirmed, yes. My beast eats lacquer tree, then excretes a special dung. We will mix it into coffee for you to drink. He looked where he pointed with disbelief, smiled, and said, give this drink a name like a palace specialty. Coffee, you do latch. She gaped and cried, what? Wait, you want me to drink cow dung tea? He laughed and explained, it sounds absurd, but it truly works. It sounds like a quack remedy, but its effect is real. And this is not ordinary dung, but from a creature that eats lacquer tree. So what do you think? Does it sound acceptable? She knelt hesitating. After all, dung is still dung. He silently thought that reaction was understandable. He himself did not want to drink it, but this was no joke. Last night, the system notified your organs were praising the lungs for their performance. Would have thought the lungs became a breeding ground for parasites. A red-haired young man looked at the crowd and asked, how can you negotiate with flukes? I never thought they had such strange taste. Truly, how did you manage that? A boy suddenly rushed up asking. The twins said in unison, for the sake of your kidneys, we will demonstrate once more. Inside the body CVR, the lung flukes played music and danced joyfully. They happily enjoyed life inside. A voice asked, did you come alone? It turned back and said, I am just here to dance, do not disturb. The twins looked at it and said, we travel as a pair, want to join. It widened its eyes, then suddenly changed attitude and said, fine. Two approached asking, do you like eating meat? Do you like vegetables? And what do you hate? It leaned close and whispered, what I dislike is. The twins asked together, what exactly do you dislike? It whispered that what I hate most is euduction. Hearing that, they immediately excused themselves, saying, we will take our leave first. It then said, I will go with you. The twins turned pale, asking, why are you following us? Thought euduction is the main component of lacquer tree. This substance is extremely harmful when digested, and only herbivores with strong digestion can break it down. Then he asked, does lacquer tree not taste good? It smiled at him meaningfully. CVAQU letter 1EF7 below spoke, is there another way? He asked, so you cannot drink rice with cow dung. I see, but that option is still better. There is one thing I have not told you for fear you would be shocked. Lung flukes do not actually enter the lungs at first. She suspiciously asked, then where do they go? He raised his hand, tapping his head lightly, meaning here. They crawl from the brain along the optic nerve into the eye. That is lung fluke. Hearing this, she panicked, asking, then what will happen? Calmly explained, seizures. Headaches, vomiting, stiff neck, muscle weakness, and worst of all, death. Hearing this, CVA nearly went mad. Heavens. She rushed forward, grabbing his collar. I will drink it. I must drink it. I will do anything. He stood before a large furnace, fully clad in protective gear. He pointed at the pile of cow dung before him, saying, "This is fine." Lamian stepped forward, calling, "Your Highness." He replied, "What is it?" You asked again, "My mission is to protect you, right?" He replied that protection also includes this, especially the scene where he had to shovel manure, even carry it away himself. You angrily pointed at the pile of manure and said, "You want me to deal with this." Ga King pulled down her mask, glanced at you, and said, "Because you have not reached the level of CVA." She spoke up to apologize, "But if CVR can be saved this way, then I will survive as well. Brewing medicine is also a way of protection. So stop complaining and grind it thoroughly." You replied, "Understood, Your Highness." You quickly drew your sword, closed your eyes, and brought your hand down hard onto the pile of manure. The lumps of dung flew into the air. The sword slashed along with them. In the blink of an eye, they were chopped into pieces. You asked if this meets the requirement, sir. He replied that it was acceptable. Once it cools completely, the effectiveness will gradually decrease. CVR held the cup of medicine, her face pale. CVA pushed the cup toward him and muttered that the more she thought about it, the more unreasonable this seemed. He smiled, pushed it back, and asked what was wrong. She pushed it toward him again and said, "Never." He returned it and said, "Did you not say you would do anything to cure the illness?" She admitted she did say that. She closed her eyes and lifted the cup to her lips, her mind blank, forcing herself to swallow. After just one sip, her face turned ashen. This taste was impossible to swallow. The stench rushed up. He stepped forward, covered her mouth, and told her to swallow. She trembled as she tried to gulp it down. When he let go, her face looked as if she had just gone through a brutal battle. After putting the cup down, she asked whether the lung fluke had been dealt with. Her body suddenly began to cough violently, frightening her as she asked what was happening. The coughing grew more and more intense. The chair was shoved backward. She collapsed to the ground in pain, thinking there must be poison in it. It could be that she had fallen into such a foolish trap. She would strangle him. He screamed, "Wait." Immediately after, she vomited out a colorful liquid like a rainbow. He exclaimed excitedly, "That was it, look." She wiped her mouth and was about to rush over to settle the score. "What kind of trick is this? I will not be fooled again." He stopped her and told her to calm down and look carefully at what she had just vomited. "Look closely, do you see it?" That was the lung fluke that had once lodged in her chest. Seeing it, she stood stunned and asked if it was true. "You did not poison me." He laughed and said, "I would not joke about curing an illness." She asked, "So I am healed now?" He shook his head and said, "Not yet, not for a long time." Her face turned green as she asked, "What did you say?" He told her not to make such a frightening expression. "All right, I almost forgot you drank all of that. In short, drink it twice a day, morning and evening, until no more parasites appear. Simple, right?" Tears streamed down her face. CVA burst into tears in utter despair. The empty cup rolled across the floor. Around her were countless bowls catching her vomit. Akin from behind cheered, "That was well done." System displayed a notification. The calf U section you brewed for CVR has reached advanced skill level. Effectiveness increased by 14%. He secretly rejoiced it succeeded. The system continued to report that level 2 payment had been activated. CVR lifespan increased by 732 years and 6 months, but reduced by 50% because she is not human. The additional lifespan converted into 67 days, 61 days, and was rounded to 68 days. He ran a hand through his hair and thought the power of the EO race was truly formidable. He said, "Congratulations on your full recovery." CVA heard this and happily asked, "Really, that means?" He could stop drinking Yujijin coffee and silently thank the heavens because the taste was horrific. Suddenly he asked if she knew anyone with similar symptoms. She was surprised and asked why he would ask that. In his mind, he was only thinking about extending his own lifespan. "I must seize every opportunity to double the number of extra days I can live." She replied she did not know. He asked why. She said she was not sure. He continued asking if it was because she left home. She answered that she had not returned for more than 30 years because she was an executioner handling matters outside. He asked, "So you do not return to the village to receive assignments?" CVA explained that the Great Elder sent merit enhancement seeds along with instructions, and she accepted missions that way. During that, his gaze changed. It seemed he had to try another method. In any case, he had to compensate this EO for burning the forest, but handing everything over to her would be such a waste of money. Earning that amount was not easy. Now he had to make use of everything possible. He said it was time to calculate the treatment fee. He stood stunned and said, "I thought it was free. I heard no money was taken." He slammed his hand down on the table. His face darkened as he asked, "Who told you that?" She avoided his gaze and said the previous ones were treated for free. "So why must I pay now? Did you not say you would treat without negotiation?" He took an item from his body and said I only promised to treat you. I never said it was free. Requesting payment is reasonable. Look, those who filled out the intake form like CVR all received free treatment. You never submitted one, so you do not qualify. She was astonished and asked there is even a registration form. He snapped his fingers and said exactly, so you must pay. A group of people rushed in. Several others peered through the window. He glared at her angrily and said, do not tell me you intend to skip payment. I did not expect an EO to act like this. When you demanded compensation, I agreed immediately and even treated you properly. Is this how you repay me? She asked how much the fee was. He replied 100,000 Majin. She turned pale and asked if she could pay in installments. He crossed his arms and asked, are you out of money? She admitted she did not have a single coin. He said that was troublesome. Yujujin alone was costly, not to mention the expensive coffee brewing equipment. I am already losing money. If this continues, I will have to sell my belongings. CVA asked if he could not seek support from the royal family. He replied that His Majesty would not give him a single coin because he wanted him to be independent. Hearing this, she turned pale and asked if there was another way to repay without using money. He smiled and said, of course there is. You can use your own body to pay that amount. Inside the villa, looking at the pile of gold stacked before him, he could not hide his joy. It was hard to believe everything had sold out in just one night. CVA stormed in from outside in fury, truly a swindler. He laughed and said, our best-selling star has appeared. He angrily retorted that you said I only needed to stand still in one place. Yet you pushed me into the middle of that blazing performance. You are not a prince but a fraud. He merely sighed and said her words were truly harsh. I am not a swindler as you think. The banquet, the sound of violins resonated softly throughout the hall. The noble ladies savored delicacies while dancing passionately. The girls around surrounded the second prince, coaxing him to drink a few more glasses. He complained he had been drinking for days on end, and if he continued, he would collapse drunk. But they still acted coy and said the party was only just getting lively. Others whispered that he already said he would not drink, so why do you still pester our second prince? Our second prince. Have you gone confused? You must have eaten too much sugar for your mind to be like that. Lately, it looks like someone has put on a few kilos. It is not weight gain. It is just the body retaining water. Retaining water. If you keep drinking like a princess like that, then this whole vineyard will disappear sooner or later. Say whatever you like, but the second prince will definitely marry me. He belongs to me. I will give the first prince to you. It should be said that I am the one giving him up. There is no need, I will. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting across. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence tonight. Sin supported him as he slowly appeared before everyone. Lamian had to carry him in his arms for him to move. Aged face turned slightly to one side in exhaustion. The young ladies grew irritated the moment they saw him. What was he doing here again when the atmosphere had been so lively? No matter what, he was still the first prince. Yet his appearance today seemed truly strange. The cane struck hard against the ground. Then he looked down and declared, tonight I wish to grant all of you a special privilege and an exceedingly precious opportunity. The crowd murmured endlessly. I will let you marry the first princess here that clearly, oh dear, I already said I would yield to you earlier. He quietly thought it did not matter. He had come here with a purpose. Let us see after this whether they could still sit still. He cleared his throat loudly. Tonight I will bring everyone a breakthrough in weight control. The plump young lady froze at once upon hearing that. Weight control. Spoke up. This is a miraculous remedy for weight loss. Everyone prepare yourselves, please. CVA slowly stepped down below. With a strikingly alluring figure, he began to introduce. Everyone get ready. Slender figure appeared right here. First, regarding the ingredients, this product is refined from taco nai extracted from royal jelly Roman 6 soba do so. Once inside the body, it acts like a miniature nuclear reactor burning excess fat. It is absolutely no joke. With this, anyone can achieve a perfect figure like that girl. CVA looked at him as if she wanted to tear him apart. First prince. He smiled and whispered, Miss Sivia, could you change to another pose? You still owe me some money. But she ground her teeth and endured reluctantly, then immediately switched to a new pose. Girls gasped in admiration. Incredible, look at those muscles. Tiato stared without blinking in full admiration. A group of young ladies approached and asked, so just by taking that medicine we will become like that? I have eaten too much since arriving here. My face has already started to get chubby. He asked loudly, what does everyone think? Do you want to own a bottle? They shouted in unison. I have been dieting for so many years. No matter the price, I will buy it. Give me another bottle. He continued, anyone who wants to buy, please line up over here. Tonight Manhwa is a limited special edition. Once it is gone, there will be no more. Everyone cried out together, what? Then they surged forward like a flood. Move aside, I am buying first. No, I am the one first. Sell it all to me. He stood behind reminding them. Please line up in order. The system announced, your internal organs are both astonished and disgusted by your business talent. He is not really selling medicine. but in truth collecting money from customers. If a spirit promoted weight loss medicine, it would be considered lacking transparency. So what? I am still making money. The internal organs are deeply impressed by your scheming. They reluctantly reward 100 HEP as if forced to praise someone they hate. Current HEP is 2.9. Akin sat on the chair and said, I know I may look suspicious, but the effectiveness of the medicine is real. I even tested a high dose on the second prince. He lost weight rapidly thanks to it. Are you planning to call the second prince here to verify? Cast an annoyed glance and thought to himself, do not tell me. Then he recalled the look she once gave him that year, quickly turned away in embarrassment. That man who was always surrounded by women. He continued, that is right. This medicine does not only help with weight loss. Packaging also clearly prints full instructions for use and necessary precaution. If you follow the proper regimen and diet without results, then you will receive a refund. EVA crossed her arms and asked, do you have proof that buyers followed the regimen correctly? He replied, that depends on their own awareness. Do not worry, I will compensate you. After all, thanks to Miss CVA, I thought of this product just last night. An ultra-profitable consumption method. Therefore, I plan to commercialize it with premium packaging. As he spoke, he grew more excited. After compensating, I will use the remaining profit for future plans. That is my treatment money. You fraud, you profiteer. He looked at her and said, if you are done speaking, then feel free to stay at the residence and rest as long as you like. As for me, I must go see His Majesty right now. She asked in shock, the Emperor. He sat up and replied, this morning he summoned me, most likely to reprimand me. He crossed her arms and asked, knowing that you are still not worried at all today. He put on his coat and answered, being scolded today is necessary. Only then can my next plan succeed completely. In the chamber, His Majesty's voice rang out in fury. How dare you treat the betrothal letters I bestowed as a joke? Utterly outrageous and ridiculous. Do you think I have not seen your recent actions? Before that rage, he thought to himself, as expected. He is merely testing me. If I endure, I will surely have my request accepted. I only need to endure. He said sternly, I hoped you would choose wisely, yet you turned a royal marriage into a farce, and even pushed it onto your younger brother. Not only that, last night you even sold medicine to banquet guests and signed contracts right there. Is that correct? Where did you find the nerve to do such things? He calmly replied, I have never taken royal marriage lightly, Your Majesty. You understand that better than anyone. Hearing that, he paused briefly and looked at him, and asked, when did you realize my intention? He replied, Your Majesty, right after you granted those betrothal letters. Never truly intended to approve any of those letters. Correct. He asked again how you could be so certain. He said solemnly, because you could have forced me to marry long ago. By now there would already be a grandson to succeed instead of a weakling like me. Yet you have never cast me aside as heir. You must have considered that if I died early, while the grandson was still young, you would fall into a passive position. If the Empress came from a powerful family, then she and that family could seize control of the court, using the young prince like a puppet. That is something you would never allow. Therefore, I believe no one has truly caught your eye as a candidate for crown princess. I merely acted according to the plan you laid out. After hearing that, he understood, so you refused the betrothal letters and held an event to avoid criticism. He answered frankly, yes, Your Majesty. I gratefully accept your praise. He burst into laughter. Your tongue is sharper than I expected. Inwardly, he was astonished that he could see through him. Frail child who worried me, since birth has grown so much without me noticing. He waved his hand and said, enough, let us end this conversation here. Tell me what you want. Surely you did not come here without reason. Thought to himself, since I understood his intention, perhaps my request will be granted, then presented. Based on the achievements I have attained recently, I hope to be granted the title of honorary professor at the Royal Magenta Medical University. A trace of triumph flashed across his smile. His Majesty let out a deep sigh, then decisively said no. That answer left him confused and angry. Why? Zakin bowed his head and expressed, please grant me the status of honorary professor at the Royal Capital Magenta Medical University. If the Oriental Medicine Clinic in the Inner Palace becomes any more famous, it will be overwhelmed. The number of patients I can examine each day in Garden is already limited. We need to add many more doctors from various specialties. But at present, I do not have a medical license. Strictly speaking, the Oriental Medicine Clinic in the Inner Palace is still an unlicensed facility. According to imperial medical regulations, an unlicensed facility cannot recruit certified doctors, and the doctors themselves will not work for an illegal place. Therefore, I must obtain a medical license, or at least an honorary professor title of equivalent value. Only then can I invite doctors from many fields to build a true general hospital. Thinking about that prospect, he already envisioned the future scene. That way, accumulating lifespan will be far more efficient. Yet no matter how many times he explained, it was not approved. Zakin could not help feeling bewildered. What exactly is the reason? Majesty, I have rendered considerable merit. Do you believe I am unqualified to receive the honorary professor title? The king still hesitated. I understand. I simply do not wish to see you burden yourself any further. His gaze remained resolute. This will not do, he must persuade him. Zakin immediately knelt on one knee before him. I only hope to save and help even more people. He was truly angered by his stubbornness. After a long moment of careful thought and consideration, if that is truly what you desire, he tapped his hand on the table and made a decision. Crown Prince, instead of granting you the title of honorary professor, you will enroll in the graduating class of the medical university and personally take the graduation examination. What is it? Do you not dare? Zakin suddenly realized this was yet another trial set before him. Considerable unease rose within him. What should have been resolved in a single step would now drag on for months. Though displeased, he could only accept it, because only this path could achieve the goal. Only then could he expand it into the general hospital he desired. Zakin seemed to realize something further. A man dressed in archaic attire appeared before him. He introduced himself as the principal of Belvedere Medical University. I pay my respects to your highness the heir, the rightful successor of the empire. Because there is a critically ill patient, I could not come to receive you earlier. I hope your highness will forgive me. He replied, it is fine. For a physician, the patient must always come first. Hearing that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and thanked his highness for his understanding. From their eyes, he could tell they must be thinking he was using his status to slip in through the back door. Perhaps they even believed he lacked a solid medical foundation. In that case, there was only one way to prove it with real ability. Now please lead the way for me. Belvedere asked for his opinion. Does your highness wish to tour the school first? Zakin shook his head. I want to hear clearly about the graduation exam first. He immediately understood. If it is the graduation exam, then I am utterly confident. Who do you think I am? Runner-up of the Oriental Medicine Department at Korea National University. The room was arranged with elegance and solemnity. Zakin stepped lightly inside. The instruments, after use, were neatly returned to their places. Even the paintings were hung straight upon the walls. These are final year students. Everyone pay attention. Allow me to introduce someone to you. His tone was as solemn as a principal. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. This person is the crown prince of the empire. From now on, he will take the graduation exam together with you. I hope you will support one another. Faint sting rose in his heart. After all, he was the crown prince, yet not a single person applauded. Suddenly, a student raised a hand. Principal, I have a question. Will His Highness take the exam immediately, without studying the prior curriculum? That is a very valid question. His Highness may find our coursework quite unfamiliar. Therefore, supporting each other to graduate together is indeed meaningful. However, Principal, another student spoke up. Your words seem to contradict the principles we have pursued for so long. Can qualifications be overlooked merely to shoulder responsibility? Zakin was truly angered. When introducing him, they did not even mention the Inner Palace Oriental Medicine Clinic. But they dared to speak so bluntly before him. Still, he rather liked that firmness. Those in medicine must indeed be that steadfast. I announce that this year's exam format will be group treatment. Each group of 6 will be responsible for one patient. The goal is to coordinate and completely cure that person. Belvedere explained the rules. Your Highness, we will now draw lots to divide into groups. Inside the box are balls of 5 different colors. Each person draws one. Those with the same color will form a team. Please, Your Highness, draw first. Someone whispered outside. Avoid being in the same group as the Crown Prince. He has not attended a single class. How could he be capable? If grouped together, we will surely fail. He immediately reached his hand into the box to draw. Everyone held their breath waiting for the result. Zakin drew out a green ball. The bespectacled man from earlier said as long as it is not green, it will be fine. Yet he happened to draw exactly that color. The group division was thus settled. Everyone whispered among themselves. Green is that group over their right. Even the disheveled-haired doctor from before was in that group. Now that the groups are set, we will proceed to assign patients. Starting with Group 1, the group with His Highness. Belvedere asked the patient, how do you feel today? My legs still cannot move at all. Then I will draw the curtain for you. Please continue resting. The door finally closed. Perhaps everyone is already familiar with this case, but since His Highness is new, I will repeat it. The patient is paralyzed in both legs without any accident or injury. One day his legs suddenly lost the ability to move. Prior to that, he had suffered enteritis and diarrhea. A few days later, the tips of his toes began to tingle. 6 days ago, he lost movement in his toes. Then the paralysis gradually spread upward. Now both legs are completely immobile. It seems everyone is already at a loss. The patient's fate lies in your hands. Find the cause and treat him. After speaking, Belvedere immediately stepped outside. Zakin had not even greeted him before he heard the door shut. Your Highness, I have something to say. Please do not use your authority to help our group pass the exam. I beg you not to do that. For days, we have been unable to determine the cause of the paralysis. Even the principal has not identified the root cause. Therefore, even if we receive a difficult case, and fail the exam, we do not wish to resort to tricks. They meant that all students should be evaluated fairly, so they asked His Highness not to interfere. Looked at them and suddenly found it rather interesting. I understand what you are thinking, but unfortunately I already know the cause. The moment I heard the principal's description, I had already guessed the problem. The reason the legs are paralyzed is in fact, but I do not intend to reveal this information for free. Chiakai turned his back and said it cannot be said so lightly. Can you not simply tell us? Are you planning to make a joke out of this with us? He wanted them to offer terms of exchange. Why should he speak without an equivalent price? A doctor stepped forward awkwardly, but Your Highness, it concerns the patient's future directly. Zakin calmly said his condition. If I find the cause and cure him, all the credit will belong to me. Or is it that you still have not determined the root cause? In that case, everyone fails and cannot graduate. Female student grew angry, daring to barge in with power while using bizarre methods to satisfy personal interests. But in the end, he still had to yield to him. Someone suddenly slapped his shoulder hard. He turned with a bewildered look, not knowing what was happening. Group behind seemed to have discussed something. He had no choice but to accept, as there was no other option. Finally agreeing to his proposal, hearing that Zakin immediately went straight to the point. If Mr. Miguel recovers, are you willing to wait another year to graduate? Of course, we are taught to put the patient first. His recovery is more important than our diploma. We only wish to clearly understand the condition you propose. We would like to examine Mr. Miguel once more. We wonder if that can be approved. Zakin decided to prove his ability. He immediately began the examination and asked whether recently he had suffered any shock or collision, whether he had fallen badly or sustained any injury. The answer was still no. At the moment, he had not yet found a specific root cause. Even while observing from the outside, he assessed the situation without revealing any awkwardness. Well done. A physician should be like that. A doctor who panics will only make the patient more uneasy. Perhaps I have seen enough. Now it is my turn to handle it. He stepped inside and asked, may I directly examine him now? It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Miguel. The man intended to sit up in greeting, but he signaled him to remain lying down. Today I come here as a physician, not as the crown prince. According to the principal, before the paralysis you had enteritis. Afterward your toes gradually grew numb and weak, correct? You also confirmed you never suffered injury to the head, neck, or back. At first you thought it was merely ordinary fatigue. Not knowing why it turned out like this, Chiakai continued to ask when exactly the symptoms began. The time was mentioned. He was slightly startled. About 6 days ago. Zakin gradually pieced the problem together. Now I will take your pulse. Please allow me to hold your wrist. Focused entirely on his expertise. After taking the pulse, let us look at the comprehensive diagnostic sheet below. For all, the body remains stable, but there are signs of inflammatory damage in the motor neurons. This is consistent with acute inflammatory polyneuropathy. The result was exactly as he had anticipated. He stopped the examination. For today, this will suffice. Zakin stepped outside to discuss with the group. Let us move to the adjacent room to confer briefly. Your Highness, please tell us what the cause of the paralysis is. I have determined this is an autoimmune disease affecting the peripheral nervous system. Upon hearing that everyone was stunned, someone continued to ask, then what is the underlying cause? Zakin sat down and explained, the exact origin is still unclear. The most plausible hypothesis is viral infection or immune disorder. It can sometimes also occur after vaccination. It is commonly seen after viral illnesses, especially COVID-19. Those factors can cause the immune system to become imbalanced. When immunity is disrupted, the body mistakes nerve cells as harmful agents and attacks them. Consequence is damage to the nerves. When nerves are damaged, it leads to paralysis. However, this is still only a well-grounded hypothesis, not the final conclusion. Someone asked, does that mean Your Highness also does not know the exact cause? He replied, do not worry, I know how to treat it. Not knowing the cause, yet knowing the cure, can that be trusted? I am telling the truth. Asked again, where did you obtain this knowledge? Can you share it? Zakin patiently explained in detail. Read it in ancient texts preserved in the Imperial Archive Chamber, where ancient knowledge and lost medical arts are recorded. Upon hearing that, they turned pale, because that place is not accessible to just anyone. But what matters more now is not whether they believe it or not. Rather, the patient has shown abnormal respiratory signs. Everyone panicked. What do you mean abnormal respiration? In some cases, respiratory failure may occur due to diaphragmatic paralysis. Listening to the lungs and diaphragm, the patient feels chest pain and tightness. That may signal impending respiratory failure. Severe cases will require a ventilator. Stay here and monitor the patient. I will go get respiratory support equipment. They had not yet fully processed his words. Are you still standing there? Hurry and check on the patient. Though doubtful, they had no choice but to comply. The ward door quickly shut. Zakin focused on his own task. He had to find what he needed. He searched throughout the entire room. Even beneath the pillow was carefully inspected. Zakin did not miss a single corner. His eyes constantly scanned around in search. Looking through the window, he confirmed no one was outside. He swiftly released his pet outside. Sure enough, someone was secretly watching. It was Agent Number 3 of the Royal Intelligence Agency. The man stared into the empty space and muttered, "You have been lying in bed for 10 years. Lately, you still refuse to rest. He's clearly very worried about him. You should rest for a while. Only then can your subordinate go off duty." He seemed to be speaking to thin air. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered within the room. It seemed he had just noticed something unusual. Another illusionary monster has appeared again. Where exactly do they keep coming from? Zakin seemed to encounter yet another strange phenomenon. It looked to be an extreme pain yet. Then Zakin suddenly noticed another peculiar detail. That elephant was smiling at him. The system continued to present a third lottery choice. Afraid something might happen to it. "Hey, are you all right? What is going on?" "What, your nose is bleeding." Zakin raised his hand to touch his nose, and indeed felt blood. He could not understand what was wrong with his body today. It seemed another strange transformation was occurring. His pet also showed an unusual reaction. Zakin had absolutely no grasp of what was happening. Without any collision, his nose still began to bleed. He felt as if it was transmitting some kind of signal. A warm stream of light spread around him. Not only did his nose clear, but he felt as though he were standing amid a green forest. His lungs inhaled the pure fresh. Zakin immediately turned to ask its name. "Just now you absorbed my nosebleed and blew air into my lungs, correct? Breathing while transmitting air and still managing it. I must understand its ability clearly. You have an instruction manual or not?" He was overjoyed as if he had found a priceless treasure. It spat saliva straight into his face. Though irritated, he still had to accept reality. The name of the skill book it possessed is, "With large and agile hands, it can sense the patient's condition in real time through their breathing rhythm. It has the ability to remotely suction secretions from the trachea and nasal cavity. At the same time, it can transmit a stream of fresh air from afar to support respiration. Connect sensor mode to monitor the condition and automatically adjust optimal artificial breathing rhythm." Zakin gradually understood its function. It can even adjust timing according to settings. Today, drawing of lots can be considered finished. On the other side, everyone continued monitoring the patient. It's lying still like that, and you say respiratory paralysis is imminent. Just imagining that scene made him shiver. The patient suddenly opened his eyes and recognized his surroundings. Yahello immediately stepped forward to ask, "You are awake." "I am still fine, you should go rest." But she could not leave because this was her responsibility. The patient looked utterly exhausted. Yahello is performing his duty very well. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The patient suddenly cried out in pain. Everyone fell into confusion. Is it respiratory paralysis already? What should we do now? First, raise the upper body about 30 to 45 degrees to ease breathing and ensure ventilation. Even after clearing the airway, he still did not breathe more easily. Should we try herbal medicine? But without knowing the cause, how could we dare? Should we invite the principal? Carlos was truly flustered and did not know how to handle it. All the knowledge learned seemed useless. The air was heavy with disappointment. Everyone was bewildered and did not know what to do next. Zakin quickly appeared. "You are panicking in front of the patient." Miguel was breathing with extreme difficulty. Every inhalation was filled with pain. He asked everyone to step outside temporarily. He did not expect acute respiratory failure to come so quickly. He had no choice but to seek help from his pet. He could only hope it could save him in time. It immediately rushed forward at his command. Treatment mode was activated. The elephant exerted all its strength to save the patient. Despite the pain, the patient still struggled to endure. Time gradually passed into the afternoon. At last, the patient overcame the critical state. His breathing stabilized. Is that the legendary mystic beast? Perhaps so. A spirit beast that supports human respiration. Thought it was mere showmanship. Who would have expected him to predict the condition and handle it calmly? While I could only stand frozen before the patient, without real ability, yet acting arrogant before the crown prince. Truly shameful. Your Highness, I wish to ask how we will treat him from now. Turned out they truly placed the patient's life above honor. Zakin wanted to hear their viewpoints. Try stating your opinion. I once considered using herbal medicine, but using it wrongly before knowing the cause would be dangerous. Realized this person's attitude had changed quickly. Yahello even admitted the accurate diagnosis and timely handling were thanks to His Highness. Then there is no more doubt now. In any case, it is not as though there is no treatment option. We cannot use immunoglobulin infusion or plasma exchange. I will apply the nerve obstruction relieving acupuncture once used for the werewolf. Before performing it, we must rest a little. We need to wait until the body stabilizes when breathing is steady. I'm also quite tired already. Breathing is supported by the pet. If anything happens, call me. Everyone immediately followed his instructions. Since returning until now, he has not had any rest. Lend me some needles. I will perform acupuncture on myself to ease the fatigue. You look very tired today. Let me help remove the needles. Zakin did not forget to thank it. Recalling the moment he first entered this body, let us begin. He swiftly carried out his technique correctly. First the dun acupoint, then moved to the Zing giant acupoint. Your liver function seems to have just been activated. Your liver seems to sway with delight. Felt extremely exhilarated with this method. Next is the Tai Chong acupoint. What is happening? Why is there such a burning sensation? But it is getting hotter and hotter. Zakin did not expect that thorn to be so sharp. He truly could not imagine it was that keen. It seemed he had tasted every kind of pain. He did not expect the side effect to be so terrifying. You have stabbed the black thorn into your body and endured pain like hell. Spike adaptation mode begins operating. Metabolic process is pushed to the maximum level. Spike effect is officially activated. The transformation within the body suddenly accelerates. Zakin completely did not understand what this mechanism was. He clearly felt the changes inside his body. Zakin's eyes seemed to emit a strange signal. The pain nearly made him lose control. His internal organs fell into chaos as metabolism surged. Let us go, the train has already started rolling. The heart kept accelerating, faster still. Someone cried out that it was unbearable. Too fast, I am about to feel dizzy. Yet he felt extremely exhilarated. Come on, accelerate a bit more. Everyone hold tight. So they continued in an unceasing state. His internal organs were thrilled at experiencing super-speed metabolism for the first time. Zakin almost could not control his body. It felt like drinking 100 cans of energy drink. He did not understand what was happening to him, but before his eyes appeared an even more frightening sight. Fly flew past, and he could still see it clearly. Time seemed to slow down before Zakin's eyes. Could it be that he was moving faster than normal? The spike effect gradually faded away. Zakin breathed a sigh of relief as the stimulation passed. Hey, is everyone all right? Fortunately, his body did not suffer serious damage. A girl walked in looking as if she had nearly lost her life. She panicked when she saw him collapse onto the floor. Brother Tim, let me try once more. Although a bit dizzy, it was truly interesting. So then do it once more. He checked internally and found no side effects yet. What exactly is this thing? Before I only thought it would be very painful. Neural acceleration and metabolism surged sharply, both painful and astonishingly effective. Because it hurts too much, I dare not abuse it. Perhaps it should only be used when facing high-level monsters. Indeed, it should not be used right after eating a full meal. Jackie continued researching something else. What is this now? You have cared for countless patients and performed thousands of needle insertions. Those experiences have accumulated into instinct within your body. When inserting the new thorn, experience erupts and expands dramatically. Accumulated acupuncture experience has transformed into a true skill. The effectiveness of acupuncture increases significantly. If further invested, it will become much stronger. The skill branch option has been displayed. Zakin made his own decision. He once again drifted into another hazy space. Connect to the acupoint resolution option within the Tran Mock skill. It is possible to upload scanned patient acupoint data into simulation mode. Zakin listened attentively to every piece of information. Today's reward is truly high quality. Give me the previously scanned acupoint data. The system began uploading the data. He concentrated, intensely observing the information. Patient data displayed. Today differs slightly from tomorrow. Rapid testing is required before deviation increases. There is a faster way, but if taking a detour then, Zakin immediately realized this. Indeed, he is no ordinary nobody. He immediately stabbed a needle into his own leg. Zakin endured the pain to test the treatment method, yet the process still failed. No matter how many different methods he tried, he still could not control it perfectly. Despite repeated failures, at this rate tonight he will surely succeed. At last, the syndrome was completely resolved. Doctors outside were still waiting intently. Lot turned as if noticing something unusual. A shadow was sneaking around here. It fled but still left traces behind. Zakin's entire body felt drained from exhaustion. The doctors pressed him with questions. What did you do last night? What are these dense needle marks all over you? It can be considered the mark of a fierce night of struggle. I tried dozens, hundreds of times within ultra-speed simulation. It felt like watching dozens of films in one night. The spike drug affected more strongly than I expected, so I am quite tired. Its effect ended. I continued inserting needles to test again. Carlos noticed something strange. Why are you crying? Zakin was moved because he had found a thorough cure for the patient. Yesterday he slept, and his breathing had already stabilized much more. We must quickly prepare treatment. Exhausted, Zakin still did not allow himself to collapse. It is fine, I cannot die yet. Lot and everyone were worried about him. Zakin immediately stepped into the treatment room. During acupuncture, breathing and physical condition may change, so close monitoring is required. From now on, I will focus absolutely. Unless it is an emergency, do not speak or touch my needles. Zakin began concentrating all his mind on the treatment process. He meticulously analyzed analyze the patient's bodily condition in detail. First, stimulate the Than Hoi acupoint of the foot Duong meridian, recreating exactly the model previously tested. Even a slight mistiming will cause everything to fail immediately. The principal suddenly rushed forward urgently. Two people outside hurriedly held him back. At this moment, the treatment course was nearing completion. He immediately became furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" Because he had to closely follow the meridian operation in real time, he could not act rashly. If the principal interfered now, all efforts would be wasted. Please remain quiet and step outside temporarily. Principal, absolutely do not enter and cause interruption. The junior leader worried that man would not endure it. Carlos quickly explained, "Please observe carefully. The process is progressing very positively." Yet the principal still seemed not to grasp the situation. Sakin calmly continued his work. The effect gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Although that foot was still trembling slightly, it just moved. What exactly is happening? The principal completely could not comprehend the current situation. Yet the foot still had not truly moved at all. Cut. You have seen that His Highness method has effect. In truth, they also did not expect the result to exceed expectations like this. At first, they only thought to try trusting once, so they stood observing. That made him even more furious, trusting without any basis. Such a decision does not resemble your usual style. Carlos immediately refuted. It is not like that. My teammates and I personally saw His Highness stay awake all night devising the treatment. Therefore, we decided to gamble once, to place our trust in him one more time. Junior leader, please carefully observe His Highness. He looks as if about to collapse. He always prioritizes the patient and exerts himself to save him. Such bearing cannot belong to an ordinary crown prince. Never before has there been a physician like this. He looks even more like a patient than the patient. He even appears more worn out than a living corpse. He turned back and said to the people behind, "I heard everything clearly. Do not think that because I am focused on treatment I do not know what you are saying." Hearing that, they immediately fell silent as he instructed. Sakin continued executing his therapy. At last, he completed the entire procedure. Today, treatment ends here. You have seen the result, very successful. I have restored part of the nerve. Teacher, it is truly moving. Foot began showing clear signs of recovery. He still had doubts, so he asked, "Your Highness, what method is this exactly?" Sakin began explaining how he performed it. I searched and opened an alternative pathway for the inflamed and damaged nerve section. The principal was astonished. Is that truly feasible? Yet it must not be simple. Now it can only move slightly. Therefore, the next stage is crucial. Daily acupuncture is required to further expand the path. He asked further, if acupuncture is continued, can paralysis be cured? It may take about 2 to 3 weeks. Treated persistently, the possibility of walking exists, though the speed will be slow. After that, it will also depend on the patient's will and rehabilitation effort. With the pride of someone who placed absolute faith in his medical skills, the principal must have been deeply shaken. Even after listening to him explain, he still did not completely believe it. The Crown Prince's method was truly strange, yet he had to admit it was effective. I have devoted my entire life to medicine. Yet in the end, how did you manage to do that? Turn to discuss further. From now on, may I continue to take charge of that person's treatment? He hesitated, unsure whether he should agree. His eyes were filled with confidence and determination to persuade. Principal remained silent in deep thought for quite a long time. In the end, he finally nodded in agreement. A few days later, the scene shifted. We have informed everyone. This morning, Miguel was able to take a step on his own. Though it was only a small step, if he continues steady rehabilitation, he will progress well. It is all thanks to Your Highness's treatment method. Sakin sat leisurely, savoring his tea. The system suddenly activated the treatment billing function. Patient Miguel extended his lifespan through artificial respiration and acupuncture. Therefore, you receive the corresponding reward. The lifespan reward has been added, a total increase of 6 days. Since this was the first successful real-time active acupuncture session, the skill has been upgraded. 5 viscera can now recover. This harvest is not bad either. Now he only had one more matter to handle. So I have passed the graduation exam. What do you think? He seemed not to fully understand. Sakin went straight to the point. My friends, if not for me then, perhaps you would also have found it difficult to graduate. Is that not so? He replied awkwardly, that is correct. Your Highness's contribution is indeed immense. Sakin immediately turned to the people around him. Did you all hear that, my friends? Then you must repay me. It is thanks to me that you were able to graduate. He even deliberately gave those beside him a light scare. They immediately stood up in unison. We are extremely grateful to Your Highness. We will work at the Eastern Medicine Institute of the separate palace. Everyone was stunned by that declaration. At this time, Damien was sitting by the tranquil lakeside. He seemed lost in thought. I sat quietly doing nothing. Am I the only one left here? Pa Mang and the others had left. They were searching for Ha Mang. Damien quietly set down the milk bottle. Is it because I am too weak that I was left behind? At that time, Zakin had said to him, return first. Damien did not understand and asked again, what do you mean? I will stay here for a while longer so you may return to the palace first. During this time, just rest and conveniently take care of my pet for me. And remember clearly, you must absolutely not cultivate magic power in reverse flow. After hearing those words, Damien immediately revealed deep disappointment. He had never needed this vacation. Ever since returning, he had only been assigned trivial tasks. Moreover, he was forbidden from cultivating reverse flow magic. It was truly incomprehensible. Numbing sensation, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. The feeling of being reborn into an entirely different existence. I want to experience it once more. Damien immediately asked it, do you want a little more honey? He did not even understand what it was staring at so intently. Just then, Zakin pushed the door open and entered with everyone. They were all people he had discussed with beforehand. Among them was a man with an extremely gloomy expression, possessed dark hair and a cold face. Zakin walked straight over to greet Damien. He immediately presented his graduation certificate. At the same time, he introduced someone else to him. These are the intern doctors who will work at the Eastern Medicine Institute of the separate palace. They insisted on being assigned here. These youngsters truly think in a very mature manner. Damien did not expect there to be so many. Is it true? Your Highness, I have something to report. But he signaled for him to stop. He only said one cryptic sentence, that person is about to arrive. Immediately afterward, two people ran out from inside. It had been a long time since they last met your Highness. They were overjoyed. The trainees you mentioned in the previous letter, are they the ones? Zakin introduced them once more. Pay attention. You will study the treatment system here together with these two. The coming month, each of you will be paired with a werewolf nurse to participate in treatment together. Charlotte turned pale upon hearing this, paired with a werewolf nurse. He immediately reassured them, do not worry, our nurses do not bite people, but they deliberately tease, they only tear them apart. I will supervise the internship process, and then decide which department you will work in. Lord Garden and Anisar, please arrange nurse partners for them. You all follow those two at once. Everyone immediately obeyed. Zakin seemed to notice something unusual. Due to the lack of manpower, I asked the principal to send additional people. Among them, there must be a few who were unwillingly forced to come. Prejudice can be left for time to resolve. Set it aside for now. What matters is helping them integrate into this clinic. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Zakin was somewhat astonished by the current scene. He studied and worked extremely diligently. Truly beyond expectations, everyone performed very well. Indeed, this is the scene I had hoped for. He turned back to ask the person behind him, what brings you here? That person was the Doge. Hearing that he had returned from medical school, he came to visit. The banquet had also just ended yesterday. He was surprised that the banquet ended so quickly, but the young man replied that it had lasted an entire month before they found a way to organize it. It is said the ladies all gained weight. They ate freely. Zakin nodded. That is good news. So Lim must have sold very well. So how was the result of the banquet? Did anyone catch your attention? Doge stammered without speaking clearly about that. In the end, he admitted that there was. Zakin immediately revealed a meaningful expression. Walk slowly, let us talk for a while. Fabio was pleading with Valentino, please sir. But Valentino replied that he also felt sorry for his mother yet could not break the rules. Pleading was useless. He continued to beg for at least an examination for her. But Valentino firmly refused and told him to stand up. I have already given the diagnosis. The old lady suffers from dementia. To put it plainly, she is severely senile. I have said many times, this illness has no cure. Moreover, the institute has limited beds. Do you want me to give a bed to someone who cannot be cured? Fabio was flustered and did not know what more to say, but I only. Valentino shouted angrily, such a request is too selfish. What if there is a patient who urgently needs a bed? This is a shared facility for many people. I hope you understand that. Had I known, I would not have come here. Even if I am not recognized at the university, I still want to pursue the field of dental care. After saying that, he coldly turned his back and left, but Fabio hurriedly reached out to stop him. In response, he received only Valentino's indifferent gaze. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep him. Valentino irritably asked what he was doing. Fabio quickly apologized. I did not mean to. I just have one more thing to say to the doctor. Me and my mother, this place is our last hope, even though I know the chance is very slim. I have gone to hospitals everywhere, yet no one was willing to examine my mother. Valentino asked in confusion why that was. Fabio choked as he said, because I do not have enough money. Working day labor, how could I afford the expensive examination fees in the city? Valentino replied, if you truly want to save your mother, why not save up money for treatment? He explained the examination fee equals 10 days of wages. Must I let my mother go hungry for 10 days? Zakin spoke up and asked who that person was. Suddenly they heard a voice from afar. You should have worked harder. Valentino was already angry. Then surely you do not have money to compensate for my blouse either. Fabio wanted to explain, but could not utter a word. Valentino said angrily, this was a gift from my fiancé for my graduation. I have not even worn it for 10 days. Fabio felt extremely remorseful for his actions. The coat is torn. I will compensate you double. Zakin quickly called out Valentino's name. Right now contact the director immediately. Is this the attitude they taught you at medical school? Is the difference between a student and a doctor truly that great? Where is the oath to care for patients through the night? Or was it only used to pass the graduation exam? Zakin at the same time ordered that this patient be admitted immediately. Valentino was displeased, his face dark as he said there is no visible illness inside or out. Fabio replied in disappointment, how would you know without examining her? Please give her a chance to be checked. Zakin wanted to pull him back to the person he once was. Valentino gradually calmed down and asked Fabio whether he had any aches or discomfort lately. He replied he only felt slightly tired, sometimes lost his appetite, had a dull abdominal ache, and his facial skin had turned yellow. Does it greatly affect your daily life? It seems it has not reached a serious level yet. Valentino observed briefly and thought it was probably nothing. Perhaps the director only wanted to warn him. For now, he would just handle this matter first. The initial examination results showed no obvious abnormalities. Due to overwork and frequent drinking while working, his liver is being overloaded. At a glance, Valentino knew his judgment was not wrong. Zakin noticed something and subtly reminded him, do you not see anything unusual? He pointed directly at the abnormal sign in the eyes. That is a typical manifestation of copper metabolism disorder. This is a hereditary disease caused by a gene mutation that prevents the body from effectively eliminating copper. The excess copper is not excreted through bile but accumulates in the liver, causing prolonged damage. Consequence is chronic hepatitis, cirrhosis, and renal tubular disorders. If not treated in time, the disease will become increasingly severe. When it progresses to fulminant hepatitis, the risk of death rises sharply and is extremely dangerous. Valentino was still half doubtful. Does that disease truly exist? Zakin asked Fabio when the golden ring in his eyes first appeared. He replied he did not know, but someone had once remarked that his eyes looked very strange. Someone once mentioned that his gaze was unusual. That remark made him ponder for a long time. Only then did Valentino understand the seriousness of the issue. From there, the yellow streak gradually spread. It appeared along the lower rim and then formed a circle surrounding the iris. At first, I only found it strange, but since it did not hurt, I ignored it. I still had to make a living, so I paid it no mind. Zakin gently suggested taking his pulse. May I hold your hand for a moment? Fabio asked in surprise, is that all right? He smiled reassuringly, of course. At this moment, I am not the crown prince, but a physician. Fabio finally trusted him and extended his hand. Zakin began conducting a thorough diagnosis. Pulse diagnosis completed. Please review the overall report below. Chromosomal mutation was detected, causing reduced ability to eliminate copper from the body. The symptoms have persisted for nearly 2 years and 7 months. Therefore, immediate intensive treatment is required. After consultation, your liver shows an alarming level of copper accumulation. The copper concentration has far exceeded the safe limit. Fabio asked anxiously whether he had done something wrong. Zakin reassured him that this was merely a hereditary issue and misfortune. Hearing that, Fabio felt less self-reproach. It is necessary to clearly explain to him the hereditary mechanism of the disease. Fabio, if left too long, it will be very dangerous. You must be hospitalized immediately, and Valentino stay. You will be responsible for taking care of Fabio's mother. He immediately objected. Is that not the nurse's job? Your Highness, I am a doctor. Why must I do basic caregiving work? Zakin replied frankly, a physician who cannot care for patients and their families has no medical ethics. Is such a person worthy of claiming to belong to the medical profession? Zakin almost could not restrain himself from striking. He turned away and said, I will be watching you. I hope this time you do not disappoint me. He decided to give him another chance. The old lady asked, where is my son Fabio? Valentino gently replied, he is in another war. It will soon be time for him to return. I even bought him a gift. That year on his birthday, Fabio liked a wooden horse, but we were too poor to buy it. I must give this to him. Valentino hesitantly asked how old her son is this year. She said the boy is only 7 years old. Valentino turned away in frustration. That action made her panic. He tightly grasped his hand. She kept speaking incoherently, giving him a headache. Only after a long while did he manage to lull her to sleep. Forced to work here and still having to care for a patient like this. Facing someone so powerful he did not even dare to think, why is my fate so miserable? Perhaps today his mind was too tense. Might as well take a short nap. She shows no critical signs, so it should be fine. Sleeping for a short while should be all right. Time gradually shifted into night. Valentino jolted awake. Looking outside, he realized he had fallen asleep. Must be dinner time. I should bring her food. Madam, I have brought dinner here. But the hospital bed was empty. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he hurried off to search. Hope she is still somewhere in this area. Yet after searching everywhere, he still could not find her. He ran until he was utterly exhausted. The result was nothing but disappointment. Even the large common room showed no sign of her. The longer the delay, the wider the search area must become. He could not handle it alone. A nurse noticed something was wrong and asked what had happened. Valentino turned pale and said a patient was missing. Missing what happened. Even if the crown prince punished or expelled him, he had to find her first. She is a female patient in her 60s with dementia. She disappeared when I was inattentive for a moment. She went missing from room B1 on the 3rd floor about 30 minutes ago. The nurse immediately alerted everyone, making it clear this was an emergency. Everyone realized the severity of the situation. The nurse swiftly unleashed her ability. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a werewolf. The sight left Valentino stunned. This was the first time I had seen a real werewolf transformation. Good heavens, why are they rushing toward me? Terrified, he shut his eyes and begged them not to kill him. Yet they did not touch him at all, leaving Valentino utterly astonished. The werewolf nurse merely observed him in silence. Valentino instantly heightened his vigilance. He quickly joined the search. It was all his fault. He should never have dozed off with a dementia patient beside him. What were all those years of study for? The female werewolf nurse began scanning everywhere, followed closely to assist in the search. Valentino looked up and asked, "Have you found something?" She said, "She is inside here." Valentino immediately looked inside. "Our child is adorable, is he not?" Zakin was inside as well. Zakin strolled calmly along the corridor, yet he seemed to hear a strange sound. "Madam, what are you doing here?" The old lady turned and replied, "I am looking for my son. He is only 7 years old, small and very adorable." Zakin understood the situation and played along. "Let me help you find him. I wonder where the boy has run off to." He spoke passionately about her son. "My Fabio is very obedient. He never fussed for his father when he woke up." He asked further whether her husband was away on business. She replied he had gone to a place from which he would never return. Zakin felt remorse for touching her sorrow, and softly said he surely did not wish to leave either. "Doctor, is my son very ill today? It must only be a mild sickness, is that not so? Please do not let my son suffer, promise me." Her actions moved those who witnessed them. He extended his hand as a pledge, but she wanted one more condition. Suddenly her tone changed. "When did you return?" Valentina was almost unable to endure any longer. He still answered at once, "I just returned." She feared he would not come back, telling him never to board that ship again. To the Crown Prince, this was merely a hospital game. "I will do my utmost so that the patient does not suffer pain." Even the Crown Prince had to immerse himself in the role of a doctor like this. He had resolved to conquer this challenge, yet her attitude suddenly changed. The white blouse was tugged and wrinkled. He was moved by that action. That hand was covered with scratches and calluses. Zakin heard sobbing behind him. He knew Valentino had felt something. Now he looked like a true doctor. Late night gradually descended. Shadows lay beside his pets. A sheet of paper still lay neatly on the table. Edos noticed someone lying atop a tree. Valentino now devoted himself to caring for the old lady. Another plan had failed. The doctors were all doing their utmost. Over the past half-month, I have tried countless prescriptions, yet none met the requirements. Because a specific cure could not be found, he was forced to compound medicine to expel copper, reduce intestinal absorption, and restore the liver. This is the 100th attempt. It must succeed. System notified that the decoction just prepared could be activated. Do you wish to proceed? He immediately chose to agree. The 100th time would also be the decisive one. The system issued a warning. The 6 bowels and 5 viscera are reacting violently to the mixture you created. Zakin did not know whether to laugh or cry. At last, the internal organs gradually recovered. Zakin only wanted to scold the system. The decoction brewing skill has leveled up. He was both angry and helpless. The overall rank has also increased. After countless trials, the decoction brewing skill reached intermediate level. A new skill option has been unlocked. You can preview the result of formula combinations, meaning you can check before actual execution. That means there is no need to blindly brew and test anymore. He was glad that there was finally progress. "Is anyone outside?" he called out loudly. "I need more ingredients. Prepare them for me. Should I try adding this as well?" The servant brought the herbs, but he realized the licorice was too little. Recently, many medicinal herbs such as licorice, astragalus, ephedra, and aloe have not been supplied. They will be scarce for at least half a year. Anything else can be lacking, but not licorice. Why at this very moment? Ask other pharmacists and check the distribution of licorice across the entire empire. I will investigate. Zakin could only patiently wait for the result. Licorice harmonizes and detoxifies other medicinal ingredients. Therefore, it appears in most prescriptions. hence the saying licorice in the medicine cabinet. Since it is not grown in the royal garden, they must rely on external sources. For now, he would do everything within his ability. Try again, starting from the simplest formula. Activate custom decoction mode. He was delighted when it finally began to function. Zakin did not expect success to come so quickly. A sphere of medicinal energy gradually took shape, yet it left him disappointed once more. The speed was as slow as a turtle. Brewing it by hand would have been faster. It seemed the operating mechanism had encountered a malfunction. Lend me one of your spikes for a moment. The pet immediately obeyed. Zakin persisted, hoping for success soon. He was still not certain whether he could accomplish it. Even if he did not wish to, he had to do it. There was no other choice. Zakin let out a painful groan. The metabolic process shifted into a super speed state. Rate of operation surged at an astonishing speed. That speed truly exceeded imagination. Even Zakin had not foreseen this situation. The system immediately issued a warning signal. Zakin feared the plan would collapse halfway. Today he had to find the precise golden ratio. Is there truly no other way? Please help us. The palace is in chaos due to the shortage of licorice. The response was a blunt refusal. We only trade with recognized warriors. Please allow me to say a little more. I stood in the forest signaling for help. If I lose another child, I will have no reason to live. How could I face my daughter and son-in-law in the afterlife? Someone softly consoled him. Do not cry anymore. You must stay strong so the child has a chance to live. Zakin also told himself he must save the patient at all costs. The system continued executing the mission process. The decoction brewing skill was activated once more. At last, a new prescription was born. It was the fruit of his painstaking effort. Skill level was finally raised. Zakin was overjoyed at the result. Fabio lifted his bowl of medicine and drank. No matter how many times he drank it, the taste was still so hard to swallow. Valentino knew exactly how bitter that medicine was. He also hoped to recover soon. The first time His Highness gave the copper purging medicine, I even thought I was being poisoned. He himself had once thought the same. Fabio seemed to have something important to say. I sincerely thank you for taking such devoted care of my mother. Valentino was surprised by that gratitude. Your words make me feel ashamed. I should be the one apologizing. That day I was too harsh with you and your mother. Even though it is late, I still wish to atone for my rashness then. Fabio confessed that he had been saddened at the time, but those words were not wrong. Moreover, you did not drive us away, but even helped with treatment. Hearing that makes me feel even more guilty. I should go thank the Crown Prince, but I have nothing worthy to offer. You understand he does not care for material things. His Highness is inherently magnanimous and generous. Succeeded, indeed perfect. Through persistent research, he found a method to control the disease long-term. However, the disease cannot be completely cured, so lifespan extension cannot be calculated. Therefore, the required skill cannot be activated. Instead, the internal organs responded in unison. Truly, are you really my internal organs? The current attributes have also increased. Zakin called the person standing outside the door inside. Your Highness, I have completed the investigation you assigned. Supply of licorice has been disrupted across the entire empire, not only in the capital. Previously, the source of licorice was mainly imported from the cold and arid northwestern border region. The climate there is suitable, so the quality is high, but the terrain is harsh. Only one tribe has lived there for generations, and a trade guild holds exclusive rights to transactions. Recently, that trade guild encountered misfortune. Guild leader's granddaughter is gravely ill. He has therefore neglected the management. His daughter and son-in-law died many years ago. The granddaughter is his only remaining relative. It is no wonder he collapsed like that. Are there no physicians in that region who can treat the girl? It is said the famous doctors around have all been helpless. Zakin conceived the idea of negotiating directly with the separate palace medical office, but it is extremely difficult since the guild leader took 6 years to open that trade route. It is an autonomous territory granted by His Majesty, so it is not under imperial administration, meaning his reputation there has no effect. Zakin understood the issue and still wished to try in his own way. He decided to use his father's name. The other person looked worried. Zakin asked, why so tense? I am not committing a crime. Do you think this method will still be effective? Do not worry, do not dampen my spirits, cheer up. He wanted to prove his capability. The sky today was crystal clear. Zakin stepped out alone, draping a cloak over himself. With so much information, father should have offered support. In any case, thank you for permitting me to go. His Majesty's intelligence network is truly formidable. The way father supports me makes me feel as if he knew everything in advance, as though someone had reported beforehand. Could it be father has placed people everywhere? Zakin began to stay alert to his surroundings. He felt someone was watching him, but that shadow quickly vanished. The carriage and 30 guards were ready by order. We're all elite warriors. A group of people was waiting ahead. Damien, get in the carriage, or you will complain about being left behind again. Unexpectedly, he had arrived early. He asked resentfully, whether your highness truly intended to leave him behind. I am your personal physician. I must accompany you. Leave you behind? What nonsense are you saying? I have entrusted you with the most important responsibility. Zakin had made his own decision. Now on I appoint you as deputy steward of the separate palace medical office, because you are the person I trust most. Hearing him say that, the man could not help but feel deeply moved. Therefore, when I am absent, you will manage this place on my behalf. Remember not to neglect your responsibility. Last, he managed to persuade him. He was still half doubtful about those words. Am I truly the deputy steward? God Din, let us quickly return together. Unexpectedly, everyone began to change the way they addressed one another. Now I have become the deputy steward of Godin. The carriage had been rolling for quite some time. He sat in silence watching the scenery drift past outside. Yet when night fell, he began to nod off inside the carriage. The carriage had traveled a long and exhausting distance. Before long, the carriage was about to reach its stop. Your Highness, we have arrived. Zakin immediately stepped down from the carriage without hesitation. They set foot in a completely unfamiliar land. The air here carried a bleak aura, utterly devoid of vitality. My lord, please look over there. Why is a funeral being held at the Trade Guild headquarters? The two of them were still confused, uncertain about what had happened.